The Lord's Empire Chapter 1797 to Chapter 1883. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. Zhao Fu once again came to the great prison. Zhao Fu had not been here in a long time, and he looked at an old man and a dispirited middle-aged man. Li Baiqing is back. He brought an inner royal kingdom's army and attacked Qin, causing great losses to Qin. Qin is still under pressure from him, Zhao Fu said calmly as he came to the front of the cell. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the two people in the cell immediately became spirited. The middle-aged man, Li Jia, could not help but laugh as he said to Zhao Fu, "Ha ha ha, my son finally came back to save me. I'm finally going to leave this place. Did you see that, you bastard? My precious son is back." The old man, Li Shan, became spirited again, and he felt quite excited. He had not misjudged his grandson. Sooner or later, he would come back and heavily injure Qin. However, he was quite calm and was not as crazy as Li Jia, and he asked, "Then why did you come here to tell us? Do you want to use us to threaten my grandson, or do you want to vent your anger on us?" By now, Li Jia realized that they had not escaped and were still in Zhao Fu's hands. Zhao Fu could do whatever he wanted to them. Thinking about that, Li Jia said threateningly, "You animal, hurry up and let us out. Otherwise, my son will destroy Qin, and you won't even know how you died." Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he ignored Li Jia as he said to Li Shan, "I didn't mean that, I just came to tell you the good news. Are you happy now? Li Baiqing, your precious grandson that you've poured everything into his back." Li Shan let out a sigh of relief. In actuality, he was worried that Zhao Fu would use them to threaten Li Baiqing, which would put Li Baiqing in a difficult position. Li Shan did not want that to happen. He even wanted to die now. He didn't want Li Baiqing to be threatened. As long as Li Baiqing could kill Qin, it would be enough. Li Baiqing would become a better emperor than Zhao Fu in the future. However, now that his body was filled with restrictions, even if he wanted to die, he wouldn't be able to. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Li Shan felt quite happy, but he did not show it on his face. He put on a cold expression and said, "You're so kind as to tell us that Li Baiqing has returned?" Zhao Fu chuckled. "Indeed, I'm not that kind-hearted. I came here to give you one last glimmer of hope. I want to see what happens when this last glimmer of hope is destroyed. Now that Li Baiqing has returned, I won't let him off no matter what, nor will I let him escape. When that time comes, your family will be reunited. Isn't that great?" Hearing this, Li Shan's heart sank and his expression became cold. He felt quite worried because Qin's rise to power was incredibly terrifying. It was possible that his precious grandson would be defeated by Zhao Fu, and when that time came, there would be no hope at all. Hearing this, Li Jia's expression became quite unsightly and he yelled, "My son won't lose to an animal like you. My son will definitely come back to save us. When that time comes, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. That's right. And those women in your harem, I'll enjoy them one by one. After I'm done, I'll send them to the army camp to be prostitutes and have them be taken advantage of by countless people, ha 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 ha." Zhao Fu smiled as he coldly looked at Li Jia. He thought about it and called over Lui Wuxian and the other two women. At this moment, the three of them had flushed red faces that were glistening with tears. This was because after the three of them left the palace, they couldn't resist their rising desires and resolved themselves once. Seeing that Zhao Fu had called them to the prison, Lui Wuxian felt that his intentions were not simple. Zhang Shiyun felt quite happy because she could see Li Jia again, but she also felt quite guilty because she had let him down. Don't you think the three of them are doing quite well? Aren't they becoming more and more beautiful? The three of them serve me every day, Zhao Fu said as he gave a faint smile. Looking at Zhang Shiyun, Li Jia felt his heart ache as if it was being cut by a knife. Back then, when Zhao Fu had taken the three women away, he had said that he wanted to take care of them. Looking at how red and mature Zhang Shiyun was, it was clear that she had been toyed with by Zhao Fu. "Animal! I'll definitely kill you." Li Jia roared as he looked at Zhao Fu savagely. Zhang Shiyun also felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Seeing Li Jia like this, she did not dare to do anything, as that would only anger Zhao Fu even more. At the same time, Zhang Shiyun also felt that she had betrayed Li Jia. When she had done that just now, she had been thinking about Zhao Fu. Now that she had come to Zhao Fu's side and smelled his scent, if she had to choose, even if she didn't want to, her body would still choose Zhao Fu. Lu Yuxian understood the reason at a glance, and charmingly stepped forward to hug Zhao Fu. Your Majesty. Don't worry about them, you have to take good care of us tonight. Seeing that his wife had done such a thing, Li Shan felt a wave of anger in his heart. He could no longer hide it, and his eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Lu Yuxian, pulled Lu Yuyan and Zhang Xuyan into his arms, and said, now that I've brought you the good news, you can take it with you in the cell and meet Li Baiqing. Li Shan clenched his fists tightly and stared at Zhao Fu, while Li Jia angrily cursed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hugged the three women and walked out of the prison. He felt that he had vented some of his anger, so he let go of the three women. However, the three women's faces were red and they were unwilling to let go. Lu Yuxian seductively said, Your Majesty. Don't deceive them like this. It's better to do that thing. What I said before was true. I'm thinking about you every night, and I'm so envious of your concubines in the palace. Zhang Xuyan also shyly said, I'm the same. Your Majesty, can you please favor us once? I'll treat Li Jia a little better in the future. Lu Yuyan also resisted the shame in her heart. Just now, she couldn't stand the temptation. She thought about doing that with Zhao Fu. Now that feeling came out again, she clearly understood that she was sorry for Li Baiqing. However, she really wanted Zhao Fu right now, so she said, please, just do it for us once. Zhao Fu frowned, pushed the three of them away in disgust, and left. Lu Yuxian and the other two women watched Zhao Fu leave with a face of loss and pity. Then, when they returned to the room, the three women were entangled like crazy and shouted Zhao Fu's name. At that moment, Li Baiqing sent out various ambassadors to the various factions of the alliance, the Devil Horn Empire, and the Second Aeolian Empire, allying with them to destroy Qin. The one who reacted the most warmly was naturally the Devil Horn Empire. Yao Ming had a big smile on his face and was the first to arrive. Right now, there was nothing more important than destroying Qin. Li Baiqing naturally knew that while they were attacking Qin, the Devil Horn Empire had led its army to madly attack Qin. It was evident that there was great enmity between them and Qin. Moreover, it was not weak at all, and it was the best ally. As soon as Yao Ming and Li Baiqing met, they felt quite close, and after chatting for a while, they quickly became close. This was because they had a common enemy, which was Qin, so it was easy for them to find common ground. The Alliance and Second Wind God did not reject this invitation and sent people to participate. However, they were not core figures of their factions, such as Feng Xianxia, who did not personally come. It seemed that they had not decided whether they would participate in destroying Qin or just watch from the sidelines. Li Baiqing smiled in satisfaction that they had come because it was possible to rope them in, so he started the meeting. During the meeting, Li Baiqing naturally made it sound like the Fire Kingdom was harmless and that they were only here to destroy Qin. After destroying Qin, they would leave and would not take anything with them. Everything in Qin would be split among the three of them. Even though his words sounded quite nice, the Fire Kingdom would not give up everything. The Fire Kingdom's king would not lose a large number of soldiers and resources, he just wanted to take revenge for Li Baiqing. He wanted everything in Qin, or else he would not have sent so many soldiers. For example, in the battle just then, the Fire Kingdom had lost roughly 400 million Stage 2 soldiers. They were soldiers of the Fire Kingdom, and for them to die like that was a big loss. With such a big loss, it was impossible for them to give up everything. Li Baiqing wanted to maintain his image as a future one and act like a good person. He would deal with Qin first. The Alliance and Second Wind God politely replied. Yao Ming could not wait to talk about the Cursed Land because it was the Cursed Land that was blocking the Devil Horn Empire. If it was not for the Cursed Land, they could directly ally with the Flame Empire's army and attack Qin City without the help of the other two factions. The Alliance and Second Wind God continued to speak politely. They weren't sure if killing Qin or not killing Qin was more beneficial, so they wouldn't help Devil Horn and the others think of a way to attack Qin. In the face of this cursed land, Li Baiqing also showed a difficult expression, because he had seen this cursed land before. It contained a very powerful and strange curse, and he didn't know how Qin could cast it. Ordinary methods of dispelling the curse were useless here. If they could solve the problem here, they could directly attack Qin. Both sides began to discuss. On Zhao Fu's side, he naturally knew about Li Baiqing inviting the various factions, and he was now paying attention to what they would do next. At the same time, because the passageway and spatial crack were still being constructed, because they had gathered many people, they should be able to complete it quite quickly. Zhao Fu was thinking about what other methods Qin had to deal with enemies. Facing enemies from all sides, Qin had already used all the methods he could, and now he didn't seem to have any other methods to deal with enemies. He felt quite powerless and didn't have any new methods to deal with enemies. Qin did have new methods, such as the top-tier Stage 8 Splendor Knight Silver Dragon. With its constitution, it could withstand high-grade insect dens, which were at least level 50 or so insect dens. If it fused with high-grade insect dens, it could be as long as 6,000 to 7,000 meters, and its power would be even more terrifying. It would be no problem for it to fight 10 or so ordinary insect dens. However, there were too few Splendor Knight Silver Dragons, and because they had just obtained the den, they didn't have time to nurture them. There was also the Philosopher's Stone. If Qin had the Philosopher's Stone, ordinary Stage 1 soldiers would have Stage 1 to 4 cultivation, and if they had Stage 1 to 4 cultivation, after obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, they would have Stage 1 to 8 cultivation. Moreover, they would have powerful life force and battle power, and they would be able to fight with Stage 2 soldiers. However, Qin lacked time attribute items, so he couldn't mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone. There was also the blood demon snake mosquitoes. Each of them had Stage 3 strength and had powerful blood-sucking abilities, but there weren't many of them. Qin had new methods, but he hadn't developed them well enough, so he couldn't use them. Zhao Fu bitterly thought about how he could increase Qin's strength, and his head started to hurt. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin was in such a dire situation, Zhao Fu would have gone out to see if he could gain anything. Suddenly, Zhao Fu thought of something and brought some Philosopher's Stones to the insect den Wyrm. The blood demon snake mosquitoes were a fusion of the Heaven Awakened World bloodline and the Chaos World bloodline, and they had the ability to digest Philosopher's Stones. Depending on their cultivation, they could digest Philosopher's Stones of different grades and make their bodies mechanical. Zhao Fu thought about the insect den Wyrm, which was a fusion of the Heaven Awakened World Wyrm and the Chaos Time Den, and it had attributes from both worlds. He wondered if it could digest the Philosopher's Stone. If it could, it would be able to digest a few, and if it could digest a large number, it would become an undying alchemy giant. The 4,000 insect den Wyrm would become incredibly terrifying and would not be able to be killed no matter how one tried to kill it. They would also be able to cause terrifying destruction. Zhao Fu had come here to conduct an experiment. He called over an insect den Wyrm and took out a Philosopher's Stone, which he had the insect den Wyrm devour. Because the insect den Wyrm's strength far surpassed Stage 7, it could devour the Philosopher's Stone without having to split it up. After eating the Philosopher's Stone, the 1,000-meter-long insect den wyvern started to look like it was in pain. However, it was not very painful, as the wyvern's body was incredibly powerful. Even if the Philosopher's Stone was harmful, it could still resist it. However, seeing how pained the insect den Wyrm looked, Zhao Fu started to worry. He wondered if the insect den Wyrm could consume the Philosopher's Stone. After a while, the pained expression on the insect den Wyrm's face disappeared, and Zhao Fu went up and placed a hand on the insect den Wyrm's body to sense its power. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the insect den Wyrm could digest the Philosopher's Stone and was currently converting it into primal chaos alchemy power. Because the insect den Wyrm was too powerful, the Philosopher's Stone's effects were quite weak. Zhao Fu thought about it before replying, "Everything will go on as planned. Now that Qin is under so much pressure, it's time for him to relax." Hearing this, Li Si nodded and left to pass down the orders. Zhao Fu once again turned his attention to politics, and time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was a few days later. The streets were decorated with lanterns, red paper, and all sorts of auspicious decorations were hung on the streets. There were many people, and they flowed through the city like rivers. Everyone looked delighted, and it was a lively and bustling scene. There was a wide stage in front of Qin's palace, and it was filled with food and wine. Not only were there the various ministers, but there were also some people that Zhao Fu was familiar with. For example, the Li family village's village chief, some people from Holy Light City, people from the real world, such as the class president, and a few ordinary friends. They had also been invited to come. "Husband, hurry up. Hurry up, everyone's waiting for you right now," Nulu walked in as she gently urged Zhao Fu. "Emperor Qin, you're becoming more and more arrogant," Wu Qingyang said as she walked in, dressed in a stunning red dress. Zhao Fu helplessly smiled and said, "I've been quite busy recently and haven't had much time." "Is everyone here?" Nulu went up and said softly, "Everyone is here, we just came to hurry you up." After saying this, Nulu helped Zhao Fu change into a red dress, and Wu Qingyang also went up and helped Zhao Fu tidy up his clothes. Looking at how considerate and virtuous the two women were, Zhao Fu could not help but smile. In actuality, if these peaceful days could continue and he could take care of politics and have beauties by his side, his days would be quite comfortable. Wu Qingyang rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "Why are you suddenly smiling at us?" Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and hugged Wu Qingyang as he said, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit happy." Hearing this, Wu Qingyang hugged Zhao Fu and leaned her head against Zhao Fu's chest as she smiled and lightly nodded. Nulu lightly laughed and went up to hug Zhao Fu, saying, "Husband, we know that there are a lot of things going on right now, and you're under a lot of pressure, but don't overwork yourself." Zhao Fu responded with a smile. "Husband, why aren't you done yet?" Tina Pendragon, who was dressed in a silver-white knight's dress, walked in with Masanori Hana, Asani, and a few other women, and they saw the sweetly hugging each other. Nulu was slightly embarrassed, but Wu Qingyang's expression did not change. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before coming out of the palace with the women. The people waiting at the tables outside all respectfully called out, "We greet your majesty." The banquet officially began. In addition to Qin's imperial palace, other villages and towns were also in a festive atmosphere. Red window papers and couplets were pasted everywhere, and red ribbons were hung. People's faces were full of happy smiles. Even though the interior of Qin was incredibly festive, Qin's soldiers guarded the borders to prevent anyone from attacking Qin during this time. In actuality, most races in the Heaven-awakened world celebrated the new year. After all, it was the arrival of a new year and the passing of an old one. As such, the factions around Qin, such as the Devil Horn Empire, the Second Wind God Empire, and the allied factions all started to celebrate. This included the Flame Army. Li Baiqing was currently thinking about how to destroy Qin, so he did not have much time to celebrate. However, every soldier wanted to celebrate, and he could not stop them. As such, he could only allow the army to celebrate. The various faction celebrations caused the surroundings to become quite lively. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and they did not feel as tense or depressed as before. It was as if they were in a paradise. However, this sort of atmosphere only lasted for a day. After that day, the various factions gave off powerful killing auras and once again faced off, causing the atmosphere to become quite tense and oppressive. However, there had been no battles recently, and Zhao Fu had been dealing with the reports from the various factions. Over the past few days, the V-shaped channel to the outer world had been constructed, and Zhao Fu came to the outer world to take a look. This V-shaped channel had walls that were 150 meters tall and 30 meters thick. They were all made of materials that countered chaos creatures, and there were also restrictions that gave the walls incredibly sturdy defenses. The channel led from the crack to the border of Qin's territory, but it did not lead to the outside, or else the insects would be able to charge in. There were also two walls, mainly to increase control. After all, letting the insects into the Heaven-awakened world was an incredibly dangerous thing. The first wall was also for the channel, and it extended to the outside of Qin's territory. Normally, there were many soldiers stationed there, and if the insects were allowed in, they would directly open the first wall's door. After the insects entered the first wall, there would be a large region, and there would be a second door. After the second door was opened, the insects would be able to enter the crack and head to the Heaven-awakened world. If something unexpected happened, such as a large number of insects attacking, and the first wall could not be defended, they could retreat to the second wall. They could also simultaneously close the two walls, cutting off the insect army and preventing things from spiraling out of Qin's control. The first wall's door was made of a large number of high-grade materials that countered the outer world's creatures. It was a few thousand meters tall and 10,000 meters wide, and it had already been installed on the first wall. The door was green and had a few domineering dragons carved on it. It looked quite shocking, and it was called the Green Dragon Door. The second wall was the Fallen Angel Door, which was the final line of defense. It was within Qin's territory and was connected to the other walls. As such, they had to have the best defenses, or else the insects would be able to charge into Qin's territory. Now that the channel and door had been set up, the next step was to set up more restrictions and formations to strengthen the defenses and attacks so that Qin could stop and kill large numbers of insects. Zhao Fu looked around and found that there were no problems, so he returned to the Heaven-Awakened world and went to the crack. There was now a space that was tens of thousands of meters wide, and the crack had become a circular hole that was hundreds of meters wide. It was at the center of the space, and there were magic formations carved out around it. Those magic formations were naturally teleportation formations, and there was a layer of jade to ensure that the magic formations would not be destroyed. Jade was a good material, and if other materials were used, they would affect the teleportation formations. For such a large area to be covered with jade, it looked quite luxurious and exquisite. It looked like a black metal cage that covered that space. Each metal pillar was covered with runes and gave off a powerful and firm aura, making it seem as if no beasts could break through it. There was also a firm stone wall outside the cage, which was also covered with restrictions. It gave off a thick and firm aura and had powerful defenses. Now that the passageway and spatial rift had been set up, Zhao Fu wanted to test it out. It looked like there were no problems, but he had not tested it out yet, so he could not be completely sure. This was to prevent any accidents from happening when Qin used it at a critical moment. If something unexpected happened, the consequences would be severe. After ordering people to prepare everything, Zhao Fu started to test it out. A group of 1,000 Qin soldiers came to the outskirts of Qin's territory and found an insect den with 100,000 or so insects. They attacked it, causing countless insects to charge at the soldiers. These soldiers naturally fled immediately, luring the group of insect beasts to the Azure Dragon Gate. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Gate was already open. Sensing the Heaven-Awakened world's aura, the insects became incredibly excited and became even more ferocious. They had already fused their instincts into killing Heaven-Awakened world's people, and they did not hesitate to rush in. The second Fallen Angel Gate also opened, and the insect beasts rushed in and entered the passageway. At that moment, something happened. The insectoids didn't continue to move forward. Instead, they started to attack the walls on both sides. Some insectoids had already climbed up the walls. Some of the insects climbed up the walls and quickly attacked. The soldiers on the walls immediately acted, shooting out arrows that slashed out with sharp lights and killed the insects. In an empty area in the Heaven-Awakened world, Zhao Fu and some soldiers were standing guard here. This was just a test, so they did not teleport to the outside and instead teleported here to see the results. By now, Zhao Fu heard about what had happened in the outer world and felt quite surprised. Why had the insects not taken the passageway and instead attacked the city walls? After coming to the outer world, Zhao Fu personally asked about the situation and found a problem. Why had the insects followed the passageway and not followed the passageway? They had charged into the city walls because there were people on the city walls, and they naturally wanted to kill those people. However, after charging into the city walls, Zhao Fu found that there were two passageways on either side of the city walls. On one side, he could not see anything, and on the other side, there were people from the Heaven-Awakened world. Without even thinking about it, it was obvious that the insects would not continue to advance and would instead attack the people on the city walls. This was an important problem, and if they could not resolve it, the insects would be useless. If they did not follow the passageway and directly attacked the city walls, what would be the point? Luring the insects in would only harm themselves, and it would be a waste of time and soldiers. Zhao Fu suddenly realized that the reason the insects had come here from the den was because someone had used them as bait. If someone had lured them into the crack, they would have followed them into the crack. However, there was another problem. A small group of people attracting a small group of insects was not a problem, but to attract a large group of insects, they would need many people. Facing countless insects, most people would not be able to escape, and they would have to be lured to the crack. There would be no chance of survival, and it would be equivalent to sending countless people to their deaths. If experts went to lure them, they would not be able to solve this problem. Even an Emperor Heaven Realm expert would only be able to run when facing a large group of insects. What should we do now? Their plan had been quite good, but they had never thought that something like this would happen. Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu personally flew above an insect den and exploded out with a powerful aura. He then attacked the insect den, causing all of the insects to furiously rush at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu flew forwards unhurriedly, luring the insects towards the Great Qin territory, and the insects furiously followed behind Zhao Fu. Soon, the insects were lured to the Azure Dragon Gate, and Zhao Fu stood in the air and started to observe. Sensing the auras of the Heaven Awakened World people, the insects on the ground became even more excited and ferocious. They quickly rushed towards the Azure Dragon Gate, completely ignoring Zhao Fu. It was evident that the Heaven Awakened World people in the city were more attractive to them. Zhao Fu was quite concerned about this. Since the Heaven Awakened World's aura was so attractive to the insects, it would be better to use the Heaven Awakened World's aura to attract the insects. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu casually killed the insects and went near the crack to the outer world. This place led to the Heaven Awakened World, and there was already a lot of Heaven Awakened World's aura flowing in. However, there were also formations and restrictions here, because once they were all opened, all of the insects in the region would sense it. At that time, there might be hundreds of billions of insect beasts attacking. Who would be able to resist them? Even higher beings would not be able to. Zhao Fu did not want to undo the seals here, and he only wanted to draw a portion of the Heaven Awakened World's aura along the passageway. The countless insects would be attracted by the Heaven Awakened World's aura and obediently enter the crack. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu immediately called over many formation masters and talisman masters to discuss how to do that. An hour or so later, they came up with a method, which was to set up a magic formation belt on the passageway and use the magic formations to draw out the aura here, forming a river of aura. This way, the countless insects would obediently follow the river of aura and enter the crack. Zhao Fu ordered people to set up magic formations before ordering people to attract another wave of insects. Soon, hundreds of thousands of insects were attracted over, and sensing the Heaven Awakened World's aura, they became incredibly excited and savage as they rushed towards the Azure Dragon Gate. At that moment, the magic formations on the ground of the passageway were activated, and a formless aura flowed out from the crack to the Azure Dragon Gate. Sensing the Heaven Awakened World's aura and not the Heaven Awakened World's aura, the countless insects seemed to go crazy. They exploded out with powerful auras and became incredibly ferocious as they rushed through the passageway. They did not stop at all and did not look like they could stop them at all. This scene was quite frightening, because the crazed looks of the insect beasts were quite terrifying. Seeing how berserk the insects were, Zhao Fu understood that they were doing something incredibly dangerous. To the ruler of the outer world, destroying the Heaven Awakened World was their greatest goal, which was why the insects were so berserk. Countless insects madly rushed through the passageway, and soon, they rushed into the crack. After entering the crack, the insects quickly appeared within the Heaven Awakened World. After coming out and sensing the Heaven Awakened World's aura, the insects became even more berserk and rushed in all directions, wanting to destroy everything. At that moment, the magic formations on the ground were activated. The insects that had charged out of the cracks and those that had not yet charged out were sucked in by a massive formless energy before disappearing and reappearing where Zhao Fu had been waiting. Seeing the insect beasts appear, the soldiers guarding here did not hesitate to raise their arrows and kill the insect beasts. Sensing the Heaven Awakened World's aura, the insects madly rushed out and were continuously teleported out. The soldiers who remained there also taught them how to kill the insects. After seeing all of the insects rush into the crack, Zhao Fu returned to the Heaven Awakened World and looked at the results. This time, there were no accidents, and the insects were all teleported out. The soldiers who had been stationed there also killed all of the insects and did not cause any harm to Qin. If the Flame World Army and Devil Horn Empire attacked, they would be able to use this to deal with them. Finally, Zhao Fu had a problem. Even though they had succeeded with the passageway, the method of attracting a large number of insects to Great Qin's territory was not very feasible. First, there was the problem of numbers. If a battle broke out, a small number of insects would be useless, and there would be at least 1 billion insects. If they knew that there was a large-scale insect nest, it would not be a big deal. However, if they did not know that there was an insect nest, how would they attract a large number of insects? Zhao Fu and the other formation masters and talisman masters did not have much difficulty researching this. They were researching an aura ball, which was a ball formed from countless traces of Heaven Awakened World's aura. If this aura ball exploded, a large amount of Heaven Awakened World's aura would spread out. Sensing this massive Heaven Awakened World's aura, countless insects would madly gather, and they would be lured into the passageway. This would avoid the problem of not being able to find the insect beasts in the future when the situation was urgent. Now that this matter had been resolved, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. With this method, Zhao Fu felt more confident against the Fire Flame Kingdom and Devil Horn Empire. After that, Zhao Fu came to another place. This place was in the sky, and it was as big as a region. Below it were hard rocks, and above it were countless grass and trees. There were even mountains and rivers. The scenery was quite good. It floated in the sky and gave off an incredibly powerful aura, as well as an oppressive feeling. As it flew through the sky, countless beasts would be frightened and run away. Zhao Fu had arrived at the war god's path. Ever since he had obtained all of the materials, the war god's fury had been under construction. Because the region was so big, construction was quite complicated and difficult. Every part of the war god's fury had to be inscribed with magic formations and runes, which were connected to the core of the war god's fury. There were also all sorts of defensive structures and offensive abilities that needed to be constructed. However, if Zhao Fu wanted to use it, he could use it, but it would not be very effective. The combined power of 500 million soldiers would be able to stop it. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu's face. A group of world realm experts would be able to cause a lot of damage, so Zhao Fu did not use it. He wanted to completely refine it and use it. The reason he had come here was because Zhao Fu had suddenly thought about whether he could make the war god's fury into something like a war god beast. Regardless of whether it was the ground, the rocks below, or the walls, they were all mechanized. Then, cannons were mounted on them. 1,000-meter-long Saint War Beast could mount hundreds of cannons, and a single region could have at least several million cannons, or even more. A single war god's fury was comparable to the power of 10,000 war sacred beasts. Thinking back to the terrifying effect created by 5,000 war sacred beasts and the effect created by 10,000 war sacred beasts, it was definitely beyond imagination. Moreover, with millions of cannons, they could not only attack one place but also attack from all directions. Of course, Zhao Fu had not come alone. He had brought some formation masters and talisman masters, as well as Mu Minxian. Zhao Fu brought her to the core region, which was under a 100-meter-tall peach tree. This peach tree's canopy was like an umbrella, and its leaves were jade green like jade. The branches gave off a trace of spirit qi, and the entire peach tree gave off a faint celestial light and a refreshing fragrance. This peach tree was not simple at all. It was a 9,000-year celestial peach tree, the one that Zhao Fu had planted back then. As the core of the war god's fury, it provided the war god's fury with powerful life force. Because the war god's fury was continuously being built and strengthened, the celestial peach tree was also quickly growing. However, it would take a long time to grow celestial peaches. Take a look at the core of the war god's fury and understand its structure. See if you can use alchemy to forge it into a war god's fury, Zhao Fu said to Mu Minxian. Mu Minxian nodded and looked at the core of the war god's fury, which was under the peach tree. There were countless magic formations and talismans there, and there were 10,000 gravity origin stones, god ray stones, and earth souls. After a while, Mu Minxian returned to Zhao Fu's side and said seriously, "Your Majesty, this war god's fury is quite special and complicated. This war god's fury is quite special and complicated. It's possible to create something similar to a war god beast, but it'll be quite difficult because it's too big. If it's made into a war god beast, it'll be even more terrifying than 10,000 war god beasts." Zhao Fu smiled, feeling quite delighted. As long as it could be forged, it would be fine. If it was a bit difficult, it would be acceptable, and if it succeeded, its power would be even greater. You can start researching it then. Zhao Fu smiled as he said to the Formation Master and Talisman Master beside him. The Formation Master and Talisman Master obeyed. Zhao Fu planned to leave Mu Minxian here because things would be easier with the goldsmith race's people here. After all, they understood alchemy. However, he felt that the goldsmith race did not have enough people and many places needed them, so Zhao Fu could not help but ask Mu Minxian to bring a few people back. Zhao Fu thought about it and agreed. Hearing this, Mu Minxian felt slightly relieved. Those people had been used as experimental materials, but they had captured many alchemist soldiers. Mu Minxian had used her power to temporarily protect them, allowing them to live. Now, she took this opportunity to ask Zhao Fu to use them. She naturally had her own plans. Facing the massive Qin Empire, she felt that she was too weak by herself and would not be able to gain a foothold in the Qin Empire. She desperately needed help, and she knew the people in the Great Prison, so she trusted them. Zhao Fu did not bother with the matters here and went to the Sea of Flowers. He wanted to ask the teachers' wives how much their cultivations had recovered. They were people who could rival higher beings, and if they recovered their cultivations, the 12 higher beings would be able to help Qin Empire sweep through everything. Who in the outer regions could stop the 12 higher beings? After coming to the Sea of Flowers, Zhao Fu saw a 3-meter-long, milky white skin, and a pair of large, watery eyes. After coming to the Sea of Flowers, he saw a 3-meter-long, milky white insect with large, watery eyes. It was quite chubby, and it jumped about within the Sea of Flowers, kicking up many petals as it chased after the 3 flower spirits. The 3 flower spirits happily smiled and gave pleasant laughter as they played with the large insect, and the large insect seemed quite happy. Suddenly, seeing Zhao Fu arrive, the large insect happily leapt high into the air. Before Zhao Fu could react, he was pressed down by the large insect. The cute insect affectionately rubbed its head against Zhao Fu's face, causing Zhao Fu to lightly laugh. This large insect was the world-cleansing butterfly from before, and it was still in its insect form and had not become a butterfly. "Your Majesty, you're here. You've come," the 3 flower spirits smiled as they flew over. Zhao Fu smiled and patted Kai Dai's head. Kai Dai was reluctant to move away from Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood up and smiled. The 3 flower spirits happily talked about all sorts of interesting things around Zhao Fu. Even though they were talking about ordinary things, it was still quite interesting. Seeing how carefree and happy they were, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel a bit envious. There was also the world-cleansing butterfly. It was a world beast of the human world and had immense power. It was born with the world source energy. In addition to it, the human world's inheritors had once been selected from more than 8 billion people, and 8 people with the function of inheritance had been selected. The 8 of them were the legatees of the human world and stood at the peak of the world. They controlled the future of the human world, and they should have been remembered by all of humanity. However, because of Zhao Fu's appearance, these 8 people had either died, fled, or surrendered. Those who surrendered to Qin included Tina Pendragon, the British legatee, Jeffrey, and Masanori Hanno, the devil legatee. They also had terrifying creatures, such as Tina Pendragon's Sky Desolation Azure Dragon, which was a world-protecting holy beast. Zhao Fu had personally seen its terrifying power and had even tried it before. Jeffrey had obtained one of the 4 holy beasts, the 9 celestial enchanting deer, and Masanori Hanno had obtained a powerful pet that also had terrifying power. It was an existence that came from legends, which was the Yamata no Orochi. These 3 creatures all had immense power, and there was also the world-cleansing butterfly. Zhao Fu could not waste their power. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu patted the world-cleansing butterfly's head and had them continue to play. He would deal with them later. Zhao Fu's flower domain palace was at the center of the flower domain and gathered the most flower energy. This was especially so for the Heaven Awakened World's 7 wondrous flowers, the World Flower, the Evil Spirit Abyss Flower, and the Dark Night Flower. As one of the Heaven Awakened World's 7 wondrous flowers, they all had terrifying power. It was just that for some reason, they had not bloomed yet. This was especially so for the World Flower, which Qin had nurtured the earliest. It had grown bigger and bigger, but it had not bloomed yet. This was the best place for the madams to recover their power, as their core power was the Evil Spirit Abyss Flower's power. Zhao Fu went to where the madams were cultivating and saw them sitting on a stage, forming a circle. Their bodies continuously gave off a black aura that gathered at the center, forming a black flower. It was the evil spirit abyss flower. Sensing Zhao Fu's arrival, the madams slowly opened their eyes and gave a trace of a smile. Yi Er, you're here. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before asking, how long will it take for the madams to recover their full power? The Grandmaster's wife smiled as she said, how can it be that fast? It will take at least decades to recover power that rivals higher beings. Yi Er, did something happen to you? Why do you want our power so much? That's right? Yi Er, hurry up and tell us. A few madams came over and hugged Zhao Fu's body as they smiled and asked in concern, giving off a trace of charm. Zhao Fu gave them a simple explanation of what had happened. The madams understood Qin's situation. They normally stayed in the flower domain and did not care about Qin's matters, so they did not know about Qin's situation. Zhao Fu could occasionally accompany them, and they were quite happy. The Grandmaster's wife said seriously, Yi Er, we can't help you right now. We can't help you right now, but as your master's legatee, your master is the first evil spirit abyss flower, and he was the person who caused a catastrophe in the demon domain. You haven't used his power yet. For example, your master has a method to nurture an evil demon army, which will be faster than developing evil flower emissaries. There will also be more of them, which should be useful to you. After hearing this, Zhao Fu's mind went blank because he did not know about the evil demon army at all. Perhaps because he was not the true legatee, the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor wanted to kill him, so he naturally would not tell him about the evil demon army. However, the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor would not tell him, but as his evil flower emissaries, the 12 madams, they most likely knew about the method to nurture an evil demon army, which might be useful to Qin. Now that Qin had a human race army, devil race army, death race army, and the god race fallen light angel army, it would be a good time to nurture a demon race army. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu smiled as he said, however, because we were in a rush, my master did not tell me about it, so I don't have any information about it. Please explain it to me, madam. The 4th madam laughed and took off her clothes, saying, of course, that's no problem. Let's talk about it on the bed. Some of the madams were flirtatious, some were happy, and some were shy. They all took off their clothes, and the usually dignified madam did the same. Following this, Zhao Fu found out about the evil demon army. It was developing at a shocking speed and was not weak at all. To the current Qin, it would be of great help. Zhao Fu felt quite regretful that he had not asked earlier, or else the evil demon army would have already developed. This method was actually quite simple. One needed to find a large number of flower seeds and use the evil spirit abyss flower's power to give those seeds the evil spirit abyss flower's power, turning them into half-evil spirit abyss flower seeds. Even though these half-evil spirit abyss flower seeds were not as powerful as true evil spirit abyss flower seeds, they had the ability to control people. No matter who or what creature it was, they could all be controlled, and they could be mass-produced. With this method, Qin could turn enemy soldiers into Qin's soldiers, allowing Qin to have a large army in a short period of time. Moreover, the half-evil spirit abyss flower seeds could absorb life energy from living creatures, allowing them to sprout and form half-evil spirit abyss flower seeds. These living creatures also had the ability to spread seeds, and they could directly place the evil spirit abyss flower seeds into other living creatures' bodies to control them. This made it so that Zhao Fu did not even need to directly nurture them. Moreover, this seed could control all cultivators, not just Stage 1 soldiers, Stage 2 soldiers, and Stage 3 soldiers, but even Saint Realm and Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators could be controlled by the seed. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to cultivate seeds of the same level. In other words, he had to cultivate Stage 1 evil flower seeds, Stage 2 evil flower seeds, and Stage 3 evil flower seeds. He would use the evil flower seeds of the same level of people he wanted to control. Zhao Fu heard from Big Mistress that the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor had used a very high-grade evil flower seed to control a higher being. This made Zhao Fu feel quite excited. Higher beings were the most terrifying existences in the world, and yet they could be controlled by evil flower seeds. This showed just how powerful the evil flower seeds were. Moreover, Zhao Fu did not have to nurture these evil flower seeds himself. After all, the first batch of evil flower seeds could absorb life energy from living creatures and germinate. During this process, if the life energy absorbed was powerful, it would automatically form higher-grade evil flower seeds, and higher-grade evil flower seeds could be planted in soldiers of the same cultivation, causing higher-grade evil flower seeds to sprout. So on and so forth, the seed would only become more and more advanced. There was no need for Xiaofu to do anything. However, this was not the end. Evil flower seeds could devour each other and grow, forming higher-grade evil flower seeds that could control higher-grade creatures. From this, it could be seen how great the potential of the evil demon army was. That was why Xiaofu regretted not asking earlier. If he had asked earlier, Qin would have cultivated the first batch of seeds of the evil flower and would have been more likely to use them on the battlefield. Now that Xiaofu knew this method, he didn't waste time and quickly set it up. He first needed a place with powerful demonic qi. Xiaofu chose the dark demon world because that was the demon race's world and contained a massive amount of essence. Because it could be mass-produced, Xiaofu wanted to make as many as possible and set it up on a large scale. The magic formation that gathered massive amounts of demonic qi covered 10% of the continent and gathered an ocean of demonic qi. Now, the demonic qi there was extremely dense, and it had already vaporized and liquefied. Xiaofu stood at the center of the magic formation. The demonic qi here had already started to crystallize, and the ground was covered with black crystals that contained powerful demonic qi. They covered the plants and the surroundings, giving off a dark sense of beauty. Boom, a powerful wave of demonic qi exploded out of Xiaofu's body as a black aura flame ignited around him, sending out gales that spread out. Xiaofu's eyes became pure black, and his pupils became blood-red flowers. His body gave off an evil, devilish, and bewitching aura. Xiaofu squatted down and gathered the evil spirit abyss flower's power in his hand. He vigorously pressed it against the ground, and a terrifying wave of black light spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, massive pale white roots giving off ferocious auras flowed out from around Xiaofu and stabbed into the ground, spreading out in all directions. The ground continuously cracked as a terrifying aura spread out, causing the surroundings to become icy cold. Those rhizomes continued to expand. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to count them clearly. They occupied the ground within a radius of 10 miles. A huge pale white branch grew out, and it also continued to rise. Following this, pale white leaves grew out and formed a massive flower bud, which gave off boundless demonic light that covered the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. Massive amounts of demonic qi continuously flowed into the flower bud, and the massive flower bud slowly bloomed. Its petals opened, and the images of countless peerless demon women floated out. In the end, the flower completely bloomed, giving off a black light that seemed to cover the heavens and earth. The beautiful demon beauties flew about in the sky, dancing, laughing, seducing, and speaking. They gave off a bewitching aura that could bewitch all creatures. This evil spirit abyss flower was 10,000 meters tall and its flower was 1,000 meters wide. It gave off a faint black light and gave off a shocking aura. No one could get close to this place because anyone who did would be bewitched and turned into a puppet, unable to break free from the illusion. Summoning such a massive evil spirit abyss flower greatly affected Xiaofu's source energy. Now, Xiaofu's body was quite weak, and his face was quite pale. However, it was all worth it. This was because Xiaofu wanted to nurture 10 billion evil flower seeds, which was a shocking number. If he succeeded, he would be able to control 10 billion people, so any sacrifice would be worth it. Xiaofu took out these seeds, which were all produced by flowers in the flower domain. They were a bit better than ordinary seeds because they had a trace of the flower domain's power. Not only were their life force stronger, but their flowers were also brighter. After taking out the seeds, Xiaofu looked at the evil spirit abyss flower with his evil spirit flower eyes. The evil spirit abyss flower gave off a massive attractive force, causing the surrounding demonic qi to flood into it. A powerful aura spread out, and the flower at the top gave off an intense demonic light. Xiaofu flew into the sky and scattered out the flower seeds. After the flower seeds were scattered, they did not fall to the ground and were instead controlled by the demonic light. They scattered and floated near the evil spirit abyss flower. Soon, Xiaofu scattered out countless flower seeds. There were roughly 10 billion seeds, and each of them was as big as a soybean. They did not touch each other and floated near the evil spirit abyss flower, covering the evil spirit abyss flower like a fog and seeming to cover the entire sky. The evil spirit abyss flower continuously absorbed the demonic chi around it and gave off an intense demonic light. The seeds also absorbed the demonic light's power and started to go through changes. A satisfied smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he could only wait. In actuality, if it wasn't for the fact that the evil spirit abyss flower Zhao Fu controlled was too weak and he could only summon a 10,000-meter tall evil spirit abyss flower, Zhao Fu could nurture even more evil flower seeds. Back then, the evil spirit abyss flower ancestor had nurtured billions of stage 4 evil flower seeds and implanted them into countless stage 4 soldiers. Adding on the evil flower bewitching world's buffs, the stage 4 soldiers exploded out with unprecedented power, causing a terrifying catastrophe. It was impossible for Zhao Fu to have that kind of power, or else he would have long since unified the surrounding regions and swept through the outer domains and middle domains. Now, Zhao Fu only wanted 10% of his power, which would be enough for him to dominate the outer domains and not fear any royal kingdoms or factions. These were all ordinary flower seeds, and after absorbing the evil spirit abyss flower's power, they would slowly become stage 1 evil flower seeds. If he wanted higher-grade evil flower seeds, he would need to nurture them for a long time. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu returned to the flower domain and called Tina Pendragon, Masanori Hano, and Jeffrey over. "Husband, what is it? Is something the matter?" Tina Pendragon looked at Zhao Fu with a confused expression. Masanori Hano and Jeffrey were the same, they did not know why Zhao Fu had brought them to the flower domain. At that moment, the world-cleansing butterfly, which was that cute big bug, intimately rubbed against Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I want to see what your legacy beasts look like. Release them for me to see." Hearing this, Tina Pendragon and the others nodded and waved their hands. 3 rays of light flew into the sky and turned into 3 figures. The first figure gave off an intense azure light and gave off a powerful dragon's might. It was a 100-meter-long dragon and was covered with azure jade-like scales. It had a pair of metallic dragon horns and gave off a dignified and noble aura. The second figure was a deer that was 100 meters long. Its fur was 9 different colors and its antlers were like crystals. It gave off a celestial spiritual aura and a might that made people feel respect and fear. The third figure was a large snake with 8 heads and was 100 meters long. It was covered with white scales and had a pair of black snake eyes that gave off an evil and cruel look as well as a ferocious aura. The first was the desolate azure dragon, the second was the 9 celestial deer, and the third was the 9 serpent. Looking at the 3 massive figures in the sky, the large insect did not seem to be afraid and looked at the 3 massive beasts with curiosity. Looking at the 3 massive figures in the sky, the large insect did not seem afraid and looked at the 3 massive beasts with curiosity. Zhao Fu smiled as he patted its head, saying, "Why aren't you as strong as them? You only know how to eat all day, look at how fat you've become." The big insect happily rubbed its head against Zhao Fu's head, seeming quite carefree and silly. Zhao Fu knew that the world-purifying butterfly was not as simple as it seemed. It was a world beast that was more powerful than legacy beasts, and it ate large amounts of spirit medicines every day. The flower fairy had said that she had sent some of her flower fairy's power into the world-purifying butterfly. This meant that the large insect was quite powerful, but it did not seem to be dangerous at all and liked to act cute. At the same time, Zhao Fu did not know what the large insect's path of evolution would be like. Zhao Fu looked at Tina Pendragon and the others and said, "I want to gather all of Qin's power to nurture these war beasts and have them become Qin's kingdom beasts." Tina Pendragon lightly laughed, "That's no problem, this will be of great help to Little Green, and it will be quite happy." Masanori Hano smiled and nodded, saying, "Husband, I have no objections." "I have no objections." Jeffrey gave a trace of a smile. If his legacy beasts became Qin's kingdom beasts, they would be able to help even more people and protect the Qin Empire. It would be better for the legacy beasts to be used to their fullest potential than in his hands. This suited his personality and the church's teachings, so he did not have any objections. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "These legacy beasts will still stay by your side and fight with you. I won't be taking them away, I just wanted to let you know." Tina Pendragon and the others understood and smiled as they nodded. Following this, the 3 of them left, and Zhao Fu gave the order to give all of the items needed to nurture the legacy beasts to the three of them. Apart from these legacy beasts, Qin also had 8 terrifying creatures, which were the 8 aquatic beast kings. Now that there was no longer any fighting, they had returned to the fish-scale world's oceans. Zhao Fu gathered them together. They were now 15,000 meters long and were much more powerful than before. However, in the face of battles involving billions of people, they were not as effective. These 8 aquatic beast kings were the war beasts that had dominated Qin back then, and they had long since been classified as kingdom beasts by Zhao Fu. Even though Qin had greatly nurtured them, it was very difficult for them to become stronger. Zhao Fu gathered them together because he wanted to continue to increase their power. The Spirit Maiden had already fused with 80% of the world's consciousness, and she could use the world's core energy. The world's core energy was the world's core energy, and it was many times more powerful than ordinary source energy. If he fused the world's core energy into the aquatic beast kings, it would give them a portion of the world beast's power. That way, the aquatic beast kings would become even more powerful, and they would be able to explode out with even more terrifying power on the battlefield. The 8 aquatic beast kings were quite delighted. They had always wanted to quickly increase their power, but they did not have the ability to do so. Zhao Fu put the 8 aquatic beast kings into his spirit pet ring and brought them to the ceiling heaven-suppressing earth formation. He gave the 8 aquatic beast kings to the Spirit Maiden and asked her to use the world's core energy to help the 8 aquatic beast kings evolve. After resolving this matter, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Now, Qin had all sorts of methods, but he was still in the process of nurturing them, so he needed time. By now, the inner regions of the ancient stem domain were also paying attention to this matter. In actuality, ever since the Aeolian Empire had come, in order to avoid trouble, they did not provide any help to the Devil Horn Empire and Qin Empire, and they paid less attention to this matter. However, the current situation was something that no one had expected. Originally, the 3 great powers and the alliance had already caused the situation to become tense and oppressive. Now, the Fire Flame Kingdom had joined the fray. This sort of scene was quite rare, as it was very rare for so many large factions to appear in one place. The battles between the factions were incredibly intense, and the surrounding worlds could only sigh in amazement. The most eye-catching of them all was naturally Qin. Back then, it had charged out of the human world and attacked 3 continents, facing off against the powerful Devil Horn Empire and the even more terrifying Aeolian Empire. The 3 factions had been forced to form an alliance, and now, the Fire Kingdom had joined in. Not only was Qin being attacked by 2 forces, but he also had to face the threat of 2 other great forces. It was really surprising that Qin could resist such great pressure. Because the situation here was simply too complicated, the inner regions of the ancient stem domain did not have the heart to support anyone, and it was possible that they would waste resources and materials. However, there were also a few forces that extended an olive branch to Qin. If Qin was willing to submit to them and become their vassal state, they would be willing to help Qin. In the face of the current situation, Qin really needed help. Otherwise, he might really die. It was the best time to subdue Qin. As for the Fire Kingdom, they were not afraid because they were also an inner region empire. Only the Second Aeolian Empire made them slightly afraid. However, the First Wind God could not even protect itself, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Yu Xiangshan Kingdom and the Ancient Sword Sect were both enemies of Qin's, as well as the Greenwood Kingdom, the Ancient God Sect, the Wine Cloud Kingdom, and the Icefield Kingdom. Finally, the 8 Origin Dragon sect had become a royal kingdom-level faction in the ancient stem domain before Qin. Perhaps some people were unfamiliar with this faction, but their young sect master was Long Yang, the person who had brought his 7 beautiful princesses around to play. However, after entering the historical remnant, his 7 beautiful princesses had become Zhao Fu's. Long Yang seemed to have fled back to the 8 Origin Dragon sect. They originally had 6 worlds and a deep foundation, and they had advanced by leaps and bounds over the past few years, conquering 4 worlds and becoming a royal kingdom-level faction. Long Yang had found 8 beautiful princesses and cultivated the 8 Origin Dragon sect's divine art. He had defeated the 6th-ranked person on the ancient STEM rankings, becoming the 6th-ranked genius, and was worshipped by countless people. After all these years, Long Yang had become a lot calmer and colder. He had put in a lot of effort to get to where he was today, because he could never forget the scene of his 7 beloved women having sex with other men. Long Yang swore that he would find that person, cut him into pieces, extract his soul, and torture him. Otherwise, he would never be able to vent his anger. Apart from him, the third prince of the Bear Mountain Kingdom, Xianxia, had also come, and he had become the heir to the throne. At the same time, there were also some familiar faces, such as Bing Qixue, Qing Mu, Jiao Xiaoyun, and Gu Qingyue. Finally, there was a young man called Jianin, who gave off a sharp sword qi that made it so that no one dared to get close. He was the new genius of the ancient sword sect, and it was said that his talent and strength were even greater than Gu Jian's. Gu Jian had been the most terrifying genius of the ancient sword sect back then, and he was extremely famous in the ancient STEM domain. It was a pity that he had been crippled by Zhao Fu. The number one faction in the ancient STEM domain, the Dao Cultivation sect, had remained in seclusion because of the commotion that Zhao Fu had caused at the Emperor Path College. This caused the ancient sword sect's strength and reputation to greatly rise, and it had become the most influential faction in the ancient STEM domain. After rapidly developing over the past few years, it could even compare to the Dao Cultivation sect in terms of strength. The various factions had sent them here as a test to see if they could subdue Qin. If they could, their positions in the factions would be unshakable, and Qin would be handed over to them. At the same time, they had sent the legatees to show their sincerity. If Qin was tactful, he would most likely agree, and if he did not, they might add more fuel to Qin's fire and speed up Qin's destruction. Zhao Fu personally received them. He sat in the palace and gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Why have you all come to Qin?" They did not pay their respects and stood in the palace. Xianxia and Long Yang were quite displeased. Zhao Fu was sitting on the throne and talking to them. From how they saw it, without their interference, Qin would be destroyed sooner or later, so Zhao Fu should have been more respectful to them and personally received them. However, they understood that they had come to subdue Qin, so they did not show it. Jianin looked at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "I don't want to waste words. With the current situation in Qin, you most likely have no hope. The ancient sword sect has become the number one faction in the ancient STEM sect, and if you submit to the ancient sword sect, no one will dare to touch you. This is the best choice for Qin. Jianin was the first to say this, making it difficult for the others to say anything. They all feared the ancient sword sect, as the ancient sword sect was simply too powerful. Zhao Fu was quite displeased with his attitude. No one in Qin had dared to speak to him like this, and he was the king of 9 worlds. Moreover, the ancient sword sect had great enmity with Zhao Fu, so how could Zhao Fu agree? Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he said, "Right now, Qin has no intention of submitting to anyone. If this is your goal, please leave." Jianin coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Are you sure? Don't regret it in the future. Right now, the ancient sword sect is the most powerful faction. No other faction can compare to the ancient sword sect." These words caused the others to feel quite displeased, as Jianin evidently showed disdain towards their faction. Qing Muji lightly harumphed, "Your ancient sword sect is quite arrogant. If it wasn't for the Dao Cultivation sect not coming out for some reason, would it be your ancient sword sect's turn? Moreover, no matter how powerful the ancient sword sect is, can it fight against all of the royal kingdoms in the ancient STEM domain?" Xianxia also said somewhat angrily, "Jianin, you're too arrogant. Back then, even the ancient sword sect was not as arrogant as you. Be careful that you don't end up like the ancient sword sect. It seems that you haven't even resolved the matter with that mysterious emperor." Long Yang coldly laughed as he said mockingly, "Is the ancient sword sect very powerful? It seems that many people have been captured by that mysterious emperor, and it seems that even the sect master's wife has been captured. Who knows if she's moaning under that mysterious emperor?" Xing. Jianin coldly looked at them and gave off dense killing intent as he said, "You're all seeking death." The others also exploded out with powerful auras, causing wild gales to blow out in all directions as they fearlessly looked at the sword hum. Xianxiao coldly said, "Do you think we'll attack you?" The two sides gave off massive auras as they faced off, causing the atmosphere to become quite heavy and making people feel quite afraid. Jianin coldly looked at the people in front of him and gripped the sword at his waist. The battle was about to begin. Boom, a massive emperor's aura flooded down from above, inundating the people below. Everyone's expressions fell and they felt as if they had fallen into icy water. They felt a wave of terror as they looked at Zhao Fu on the throne. Zhao Fu looked quite angry because these people did not place him in their eyes at all. He said, "If you want to fight, immediately leave Qin City." If it wasn't for the fact that they had royal kingdom factions behind them, Zhao Fu would have already taught them a lesson. Only now did Jianin and the others understand that they were still in Qin City's court and that they were in another faction, so they retracted their auras and dispersed them. However, they were quite surprised this time. They had heard that Qin City's legatee was very powerful, but they had never seen him before. Now that they had personally experienced it, they felt that he was indeed quite powerful, and no one here was a match for him. At the same time, Zhao Fu gave Long Yang, Bing Qixue, and the others a sense of familiarity, as if they had seen him before. Jianin did not like staying here and said, "I'll say this one last time, the Ancient Sword Sect is your best choice. If you've thought it through, you can come and find the Ancient Sword Sect at any time." After saying this, Jianin did not even look back as he turned and left. Seeing Jianin leave, the others gave a trace of a smile. From how things were going, the Ancient Sword Sect was the most advantageous competitor. Xianxia smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "My Bear Mountain Kingdom's treatment will definitely not be inferior to the Ancient Sword Sect's, please consider it." Long Yang said, "Our 8 Yuan sect has only just risen to a royal kingdom, so we need a faction like you. As such, we'll give you the most equal treatment. Those other factions are just subordinates to your faction." Zhao Fu frowned and replied somewhat rudely, "I've already said that Qin City will not submit to any faction. If that's your goal, please leave." A trace of anger appeared on Xianxia's face, but he did not say anything and turned to leave. He could not continue to be mistreated here. Xianxia looked quite angry and did not say anything else as he turned and left. He did not want to continue. Long Yang looked at Zhao Fu seriously and did not want end. "Zhao Xiongqin," he said, "I, Zhao Xiaoyu, Chen, I said, I Zhao, he Emperor, Qin Chen, Emperor, I said, I Xiao a and an a. Zhao Fu replied, "You might be mistaken, I've always been in Qin City, so how could I have time to leave?" Bing Qixue gave an apologetic smile as he said, "I come from the Ice Origin Kingdom, and I sincerely want to invite Qin City to join the Ice Origin Kingdom. The Ice Origin Kingdom's offers are not bad, so I hope your excellency will consider them." This lowly one will take his leave now. At that moment, Qixue walked up and raised his head. He said with a trace of pride, "My imperial father said that as long as you join the Greenwood Kingdom, I'll marry you. Now that I'm interested in you, if you pursue me properly, perhaps I'll agree." Zhao Fu said rudely, "Apologies. I'm not interested at all." Hearing this, Qixue Qin felt quite angry and glared at Zhao Fu before leaving. Jiao Xiaoyun flirtatiously smiled and said, "I know that your Majesty Qin City does not like that little girl. In actuality, I'm quite interested in your Majesty, there seems to be an aura that attracts me. Your Majesty should be interested in me, right?" Zhao Fu looked at Jiao Xiaoyun's flirtatious face and seductive figure, and he did not lie, so he nodded. Jiao Xiaoyun's flirtatious smile became deeper as she said, "If your Majesty is interested in me, I'll marry you and you'll become the Emperor's son-in-law. In the future, you can consider whether or not to join the Wine Cloud Kingdom. You'll still be the Emperor of Qin City, and your authority will not change. Moreover, the Wine Cloud Kingdom will help you. What do you think, Your Majesty?" Zhao Fu did not directly agree. Even though she had said that he could not only obtain beauties but also the Wine Cloud Kingdom's help, there was no free lunch in this world. However, the Wine Cloud Kingdom was the most sincere. The Ancient Sword Sect, Bear Mountain Kingdom, and 8 Origin Dragon Sect all asked for Qin City to submit, while the Greenwood Kingdom and Ice Origin Kingdom only asked for Qin City to join. Even though the Wine Cloud Kingdom wanted to join them, they did not ask for anything from Qin City. Instead, they wanted to provide help and marry their princess over. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu politely refused. If he agreed, Qin City would not be Qin City in the future. Jiao Xiaoyun lightly laughed and was not too disappointed as she said, "If your Majesty changes your mind, you can come and find me. Your Majesty is welcome at any time." After saying this, Jiao Xiaoyun left. In the end, only Gu Qingyue was left. Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "Will you also say that you'll marry me if I join the ancient god sect? Also, will you ask if I'm interested in you?" "I'll say yes, a little." Gu Qingyue felt quite speechless and rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said, "I'm not the kind of woman you think I am, and I'm not interested in you. My man will definitely be a genius that will shock the world in the future. Even though you're strong, you're too ordinary. I came to ask you to join the ancient god sect. If you're willing, then agree. If you're not, then forget it." Zhao Fu's expression was quite awkward. His current appearance had changed, and it was just his ordinary appearance from before. Hearing Gu Qingyue's words, Zhao Fu also refused directly. Gu Qingyue didn't say anything else and directly left the palace. Li Si said worriedly, "Your Majesty. At this time all the kingdoms have joined in, trying to subdue Qin. Now that His Majesty has rejected all of them, will they do something bad to Qin? They are the forces of the inner area kingdom and are very powerful. If they join in, Qin's situation will become more dangerous." Zhao Fu also nodded solemnly. This was also something he had been worried about. Li Baiqing and Yao Ming knew that the large factions from the inner regions were heading to Qin City. They knew that the large factions wanted to use this opportunity to subdue Qin City, a faction with limitless potential. However, they were not worried. After all, if Qin City submitted so easily, it would not be Qin City. They had fought with Qin City for many years and naturally understood Qin City's personality. In actuality, if an inner region royal kingdom's faction interfered, they could indeed save Qin City. After all, they would not oppose the inner region royal kingdoms, as they did not have the strength to do so yet. Moreover, if an inner region royal kingdom joined in, the second wind god faction and the alliance faction would not participate, and Qin City would be safe. However, Qin City had rejected the various factions. Even though he was quite courageous, this gave them a chance to destroy Qin City. They could not hesitate anymore and immediately gathered their forces to attack Qin City. They could not allow anything unexpected to happen. They did not plan to attack Qin City from two sides, as they did not have the ability to dispel the cursed region that Qin had set up in the north. As such, they could only gather in the west and attack Qin City together. The Devil Horn Empire did not send out so many soldiers because they had to head to other places and not attack Qin City from their borders. If they sent out too many soldiers and gave the Alliance faction or Second Wind God faction an opportunity, they might be able to heavily wound the Devil Horn Empire. The Devil Horn Empire did not feel at ease with them, so they only sent out 20 billion soldiers and left 200 million soldiers to defend the Devil Horn Empire. Now that they had gathered together, their attacks would be even more powerful. They might be able to break through Qin City's defenses in one fell swoop and slaughter their way into Qin City. They would slaughter Qin City's residents and take Zhao Fu's head as a sacrifice to the heavens. The Flame Army and Devil Horn Army gathered together, forming a massive army that gave off a heaven-shaking killing aura as they charged towards Qin City unstoppably. By now, the Alliance faction and Second Wind God faction had also received this news. They stopped what they were doing and gathered their forces, waiting to see how things would develop. Jianyin and the others also received this news. They stayed nearby and did not return to their kingdoms. Their mission was to subdue Qin City, so how could they return so easily? Even if he did that, he would definitely be ridiculed when he returned, and the elders of his clan would also look down on him, thinking that he had no ability to resolve this matter. Now, they were waiting for Great Qin to be unable to hold on and for Great Qin to run to them and beg them. They were humiliating each other, because Qin asked for it. He deserved it. His Majesty Qin had treated them badly. If he had surrendered to them earlier, he wouldn't have ended up like this. At this time, they had smiles on their faces as they thought about how to humiliate the high and mighty Emperor Qin. Zhao Fu had immediately received news that the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom had allied together to attack, and he had been on guard against this. Facing 7.6 billion Stage 2 soldiers, 20 billion Devil Horn soldiers, and countless devil beasts and flame beasts, the pressure they faced was immense. It seemed that no one in the outer domains could stop them, but Zhao Fu did not feel any fear. He quickly led his men to the western battlefield. Before the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom's army arrived, their massive aura caused the weather to change. Countless birds were startled and countless beasts ran, and a terrifying aura flooded out. Xiaofu was expressionless as he stood on the city walls. Behind him, there were countless people dressed in green. These people's auras were not very powerful, but they were quite strange and could cause people's hairs to stand on end. They were curse masters nurtured by great Qin, and they were people who specialized in casting curses. After all, casting such a large-scale curse required specialized people to cast it, or else they might suffer a backlash. Xiaofu looked ahead with a profound gaze and said, "Begin." As he gave the order, the curse masters took out insect eggs and orderly placed them around them, forming a circle. There were roughly 30 insect eggs around each curse master, and the curse masters lined up in an orderly row that stretched as far as the eye could see. Qin had collected many insect eggs over the past few days in preparation for this day. Xiaofu understood that Qin needed time to develop, so he did not want to fight with them and chose to defend. The curse masters sat cross-legged on the ground and put their palms together as they closed their eyes. A green magic formation appeared below them, giving off waves of green light. This green light entered the insect eggs, causing them to also give off green light. Within the insect eggs, there were many insects moving about, creating a terrifying scene. Boom, 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 their bodies also silently ignited with green aura. One after another formless power spread out from the spell master's body. Those insect eggs emitted one after another green aura. One after another insect's illusory image emerged from the eggs. There were praying mantises, ants, butterflies, mosquitoes, beetles, and moths, and they densely floated in the air. At that moment, the Devil Horn Empire and Fire Kingdom's army gave off heaven-toppling auras as they appeared in front of Qin. Li Baiqing and the Devil Horn Empire did not waste any time and directly attacked. Roar! Roar, roar! Massive devil beasts giving off terrifying auras gave off roars that shook the surroundings before ferociously charging at Qin. Kill! Countless Fire Kingdoms and Devil Horn Empire soldiers gave off powerful auras as they roared and flooded towards Qin, giving off shocking sounds. Xiaofu stood in front of the defensive walls with his hands behind his back. Facing the millions of soldiers, he did not change at all. At that moment, the curse masters behind the defensive walls opened their eyes and stretched out their hands and pushed forwards. Countless insect eggs exploded and liquid splattered everywhere, but in the next moment, they fused into the ground. Countless images of insects floated in the air and flooded forwards, passing through the defensive walls and rushing towards Qin. Countless soldiers attacked, sending out cold lights towards the images of insects, and some formed defensive barriers to defend. Arg! Pained cries continuously sounded out as the images of insects passed through the sharp lights and defensive barriers, leaping onto the soldiers' bodies and tearing at them. There was no blood, but countless wounds appeared on the soldiers' bodies. Boom! Another massive explosion sounded out as countless traces of green aura rose up from the ground, and even more formless insects rushed out from the ground. Seeing this scene, Li Baiqing and the Devil Horn Empire naturally understood what was going on, and their expressions were cold as they gave the order to retreat. Xiaofu's expression did not change at all as he looked at the retreating army. He had already expected this, and Qin had left some insect eggs to deal with the two armies. Xiaofu did not need to manage things here, and Xiaofu asked his subordinate to be on guard and strengthen the curse's power. When the surrounding factions heard about this, they felt quite surprised. They had never thought that the two ferocious armies would be stopped so easily by Qin. This Qin was quite powerful. Some people had looked down on Qin's cursed land, but after personally experiencing the terrifying curse power, they had nothing to say. Sword Cry and the others were quite disappointed. They had been waiting for Qin to be defeated and then beg them for help. Now, their plan had failed, but they did not leave. They planned to continue to put pressure on Qin and force him to submit to them. At the same time, they became more interested in Qin, and they felt that Qin was not simple at all. He had great potential, and if they could subdue such a faction, it would be of great help to them in the future. Xiaofu did not have the time to care about these people. After returning to Qin City, he focused on politics. The new year had just passed, and the people were all smiling and energetic. They worked hard on everything, and Qin City was in a good mood. Seeing this, Xiaofu was quite satisfied. However, soon, Xiaofu received news that the alchemist army had once again attacked Qin City. After hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite angry. This was the fourth time that they had attacked Qin City, and Zhao Fu felt that they should teach them a heavy lesson so that they would remember that Qin City was not to be trifled with. Zhao Fu took his people and the war beasts to the city walls. Bai Qi reported earnestly, "Your Majesty, there are about 2 billion alchemist soldiers this time. This time, there are about 2 billion alchemy soldiers, 800 million more than the last time, and the number of war sacred beasts has also reached 7,000. Zhao Fu nodded solemnly. He was not afraid at all, because this time, Qin would continue to show a lot of skills, and the purpose was to severely injure Qin the alchemist. Now, Zhao Fu did not have much fear. Rumble, another massive sound rang out as 2 billion soldiers flooded out, giving off terrifying auras. They were so densely packed that it was impossible to see how many of them there were. The massive war saint beasts also moved forwards, giving off shocking auras. This aura was incredibly terrifying, and it flooded towards Great Qin's side like a tsunami. All of Great Qin's soldiers looked incredibly serious and did not dare to be careless. They all knew how terrifying the alchemist army was. The alchemy army soon arrived in front of Zhao Fu. They were led by two people. One was ice and the other was fire. Last time, Zhao Fu had killed ice with a single strike, but he had not been able to destroy his philosopher's stone in time. It was said that the philosopher's stone contained a soul within the alchemist's body, and if it was given some flesh and blood power, it could be revived. Ice had used the philosopher's stone to revive again, but this time, his strength had fallen greatly and he did not have as much power as before. "We meet again." Ice's expression was cold, and he gave off an intense killing intent as he spoke to Zhao Fu on the city walls. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "You're a bit fast, and you still dare to attack Qin? You still dare to attack Great Qin? Aren't you afraid of dying here again? This time, you won't be as lucky as last time." Ice said angrily, "Today, I'm going to slaughter all of Qin's people and not leave a single one alive. Otherwise, I won't be able to appease the hatred in my heart." Zhao Fu said provocatively, "Is that so? If you have the ability, then come and try." Ice did not continue speaking. He looked at Fire Ghost beside him and immediately gave the order to attack. Countless war saint beasts and massive cannons pointed towards Qin's city walls. The cannons lit up and a terrifying and dangerous aura spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, rays of light containing terrifying power shot out, giving off massive sounds as if they could pierce through the sky. They were incredibly fast and shot towards Great Qin's defensive walls like bolts of lightning. Boom, on Qin's side, a powerful aura exploded out as countless traces of black light once again appeared, forming a massive defensive barrier that gave off a firm aura. Bang, bang. Bang, the beams of light containing terrifying power smashed against the massive defensive barrier, resulting in massive sounds. Gale spread out, and the defensive barrier gave off a powerful aura as it blocked the countless beams of light. However, the countless powerful beams of light still contained immense power as they destroyed the defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. Zhao Fu inwardly sighed. The reinforced defensive barrier was unable to withstand a round of attacks from countless war saint beasts. Kill. The countless alchemist soldiers gave off massive auras as they rushed at Qin city walls, seeming unstoppable like a flood. The alchemist soldiers were the first to attack, and sharp light slashed towards the ground, causing the ground to continuously collapse. The alchemist soldiers quickly discovered the deep trenches hidden beneath the ground, and they continued to attack the ground, causing it to collapse and fill in the trenches. The alchemist army had suffered here before, and they would not fall for this again. Behind the alchemist army, ladder builders appeared. They squatted on the ground and pressed a hand against the ground, causing a massive wave of alchemist energy to spread out. An alchemist magic formation appeared, and alchemist energy continuously gathered. Metal stairs quickly stretched out from the ground, giving off powerful auras as they stretched towards Qin city walls. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive chaotic aura of destruction spread out. A massive black magic formation appeared on the ground of Qin city walls, and a chaos world's power spread out. The metal stairs quickly disintegrated and turned into powder. The alchemist soldiers felt quite uncomfortable, and they circulated their power to defend. Boom, a rumble echoed on the alchemist army's side, and a huge alchemist magic formation appeared. A huge amount of alchemist energy gathered in the surroundings, and an invisible power spread out. The metal stairs immediately stopped disintegrating, and the alchemist soldiers also felt uncomfortable. The huge magic formation eliminated the influence of the Chaos World's magic formation. This time, the alchemist army was not attacking blindly. They had come prepared. Swish, 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 the alchemy soldiers at the front held a metal spear in their hands and used the momentum of their charge to throw it out. The metal spears shot into the void, and one alchemist magic formation after another appeared. Alchemist energy gathered in the surroundings, and the alchemist formations emitted light. Qin's shield bearers went up and formed a shield wall. A wave of power exploded out as the shield wall gave off boundless black light, forming a black barrier of light that blocked the incoming spears. By now, the countless alchemist soldiers had rushed up the metal stairs and gave off powerful auras as they rushed towards Qin's city walls. At the same time, the Saint War beasts once again aimed their cannons at Qin's city walls. Boom, boom. Boom, powerful rays of light containing destructive power shot towards the great Qin town's defensive walls. Facing the attack of 7,000 Saint War beasts, just the tens of thousands of holy light emissaries and the shield wall of Qin's soldiers would find it very difficult to defend. However, Qin had long since expected this. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out, and a massive black defensive barrier giving off a powerful aura appeared. Bang, bang. Bang, terrifying beams of light containing shocking power slammed against the defensive barrier, and the second defensive barrier that Qin had prepared was shattered by the countless beams of light. Because of time constraints, the second defensive barrier was not as strong as the first one. Many beams of light shattered the defensive barrier and continued towards Qin's soldiers on the city walls, causing explosions to sound out. Some of the soldiers' shields were able to block the beams of light, while others were blasted away. However, because the beams of light were weakened by the defensive barrier, there were not many casualties. The leader of the alchemist army gave a trace of a smile. This attack had been quite successful, and they had been able to counter all of Qin's methods. Bang, bang. Bang, 100-meter-tall holy light emissaries giving off intense holy light auras appeared. They raised their hands towards the countless metal stairs and powerful beams of light containing terrifying power shot out, hitting the metal stairs and causing explosions. The metal stairs were shattered, and the countless alchemist soldiers on them fell from the sky and crashed to the ground. Swish, swish. Swish, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as Qin's side shot out arrows that contained immense power towards the alchemist soldiers. They formed a massive arrow aura that covered the countless alchemist soldiers. Chi, chi. Chi, arrows rained down, piercing through the bodies of the soldiers. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out. It was unknown just how many soldiers had died. But in the next moment, the alchemy soldiers took out fist-sized metal balls and threw them at Qin's city wall. After these metal orbs were thrown out, they gave off intense light and a dangerous aura as they flew towards Qin city's walls. Bang bang bang, explosions sounded out as the metal balls flew onto the city walls and caused massive explosions. The massive explosions sent many soldiers flying, and some were even blasted apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as screams continuously sounded out. Xiao xiao xiao, the alchemist soldiers seized this opportunity and shot out arrows that contained immense power towards the defensive walls. Qin's side also hurried to resist. Block with a shield or block with a weapon. At this time, the metal stairs were built again. The alchemy soldiers rushed up the stairs and attacked Qin. There were also alchemy soldiers on the ground who did not rush up the metal stairs and instead rushed towards Qin. They quickly came to Qin's city wall and took out metal ladders, flying locks, and all sorts of other methods to scale the city wall. Qin's side did its best to counterattack, shooting out arrows that continuously sent out sharp lights towards the alchemy soldiers. The alchemy soldiers also shot out arrows that sent out sharp lights towards Qin's city wall. The battle was quite intense, and blood flew everywhere as screams continuously sounded out. There were alchemy soldiers who fell from the sky after being hit by arrows, Qin's soldiers who were sent flying by sharp lights, and Qin's soldiers who were climbing up the city wall were smashed down by heavy objects. Boom, boom. Boom, the war god beast's cannons once again shot out countless terrifying beams of light towards Qin's city wall, causing explosions to sound out. The holy light emissaries on Qin's side quickly exploded out with powerful power and unleashed powerful protective barriers. Qin's soldiers quickly raised their shields and sent power into them, forming a barrier of light. Bang, bang, bang. However, the beams of light were too terrifying, and they contained shocking power as they pierced through the defensive barriers and the black barrier of light before slamming into Qin's city wall, resulting in a series of explosions. These explosions killed many of Qin's soldiers, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, dyeing the city wall blood red. Roar, roar, roar. Massive roars sounded out as ferocious war god beasts gave off terrifying auras as they quickly rushed to the city wall and ferociously attacked it. Some of Qin's soldiers were cut in half by the massive claws, sent flying by the claws, and turned into charcoal by the war god beasts' beams of light. Roar, roar, roar. Countless dragon roars sounded out on Qin's side as countless fire and ice wyverns once again flew out and attacked the ferocious war god beasts, and the battle between the two sides once again began. At that moment, Qin's soldiers once again pushed out 300-meter-long dragon-slaying ballistae. There were tens of thousands of them, and there were arrows as thick as arms on them, giving off an incredibly dangerous aura. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows gave off all sorts of lights and gave off terrifying power as they drew rainbow-colored rays of light behind them. They seemed to be able to pierce through everything as they shot towards the war god beasts, giving off terrifying sounds. Last time, the alchemist soldiers had seen how powerful those arrows were. They had caused great damage to the war saint beasts, causing countless people's hearts to ache. Now, facing such arrows again, the alchemist soldiers hurriedly defended. Not only that, but the war-sacred beasts burst forth with powerful auras, forming many sturdy defensive barriers around them. The magic formations on the ground were quickly activated, and massive amounts of golem power gathered, forming metal shields that blocked in front of the countless war god beasts. The golem soldiers did not want to lose so many war god beasts this time. Bang, bang, bang. Massive sounds rang out as the arrows gave off terrifying power and pierced through the metal shields, causing countless sparks to explode out. They landed on the defensive barriers, causing them to tremble, and the massive arrows turned into dust and dissipated. The golem soldiers felt quite startled. Even though these arrows were powerful, they were not as powerful as last time. These were indeed not arrows that Qin had socketed with disaster pearls. After all, Qin's relationship with the four major factions was not very good, so they could not obtain many disaster pearls. As such, it was impossible for there to be so many disaster pearls socketed in arrows. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the alchemist army dispersed their defensive barriers, before they could react, massive dragon roars sounded out throughout the sky. Massive mechanical wyverns appeared in the sky, flapping their massive mechanical wings and sending out wild gales. At that moment, the leaders of the alchemist army were all dumbfounded as they looked at the mechanical wyverns in the sky. How come Qin also has saint war beasts? Moreover, there are 4,000 of them, while the major factions only have 7,000 of them. Seeing Qin release so many mechanical wyverns, the alchemist army immediately felt that the situation was bad and hurriedly gave the order to construct defenses, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. The mechanical wyverns opened their mouths and shot out terrifying beams of light that contained destructive power towards the saint war beasts, illuminating the entire sky and making people feel incredibly terrified. Bang, bang, bang. The massive beams of light slammed into the saint war beasts' bodies. Even though the saint war beasts had explosive power and released defensive barriers, they were instantly pierced through by the beams of light, causing massive explosions to sound out. Some of the countless saint war beasts' bodies had large holes pierced through them, while others directly exploded. In total, they had lost 1,600 or so saint war beasts. The leaders of the alchemist army felt incredibly pained. Those were saint war beasts that they had nurtured for countless years, and yet 1,600 of them had been destroyed in an instant. They furiously ordered the saint war beasts to counterattack, and massive cannons aimed at the mechanical wyverns in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful beams of light containing terrifying power shot towards the mechanical wyvern in the sky at high speed. The wyvern also released a defensive barrier that enveloped its body as it dodged the incoming attacks. The beams of light struck the defensive barrier, causing some cracks to appear on it. However, because it was able to dodge quite a few of the attacks, it didn't cause much damage to it. Roar! Roar, roar! The countless mechanical wyverns furiously roared as they once again shot out massive beams of light that contained terrifying power and shocking auras towards the Saint War beasts on the ground. The Saint War beasts on the ground immediately released powerful defensive barriers and dodged to the side, not gathering together. Bang, 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 some of the beams hit the ground, creating craters that were 10,000 meters wide. Some hit the Saint War beast's defensive barrier, shattering it. However, because the defensive barrier was formed from all of its power, it was extremely tough. Although the light beam shattered the defensive barrier, it only caused a bit of damage to the holy beast. It was not as terrifying as last time. However, some of the weaker war saint beasts were also destroyed. Boom boom boom, the alchemist soldiers on the ground also looked furious, and they controlled their war beasts to fire their cannons at the mechanical wyverns. The densely packed beams of light shot down some of the mechanical wyverns. The battle was also extremely intense. Explosions continuously sounded out, and strong winds blew, causing sand and stones to fly everywhere. The leaders of the alchemists had serious expressions. They felt as if they weren't fighting the human world, but a powerful alchemist family. They didn't know how Qin had gotten so many war saint beasts, which were extremely terrifying and agile. No one was controlling them. They didn't know that they weren't war saint beasts, but they looked like war saint beasts. His expression was icy as he said, "Use the ice refining eyes." The three people giving off powerful icy auras took out fist-sized mechanical eyeballs and cut their palms, allowing blood to flow out. The mechanical eyeballs continuously absorbed the blood and gave off an intense icy light. The three mechanical eyeballs started to rise into the sky, and a large amount of alchemy power flowed into them. The metallic eyeballs absorbed a large amount of alchemy power, and their bodies continuously grew until they were 10,000 meters wide. The eyeballs were an icy color, and their pupils were silver. There were circles of runes around the eyeballs, and they gave off a terrifying icy aura. The surrounding temperature quickly fell, and ice clouds started to form in the sky. The three people raised their hands, and a powerful wave of power gathered in their palms. Their palms gave off an icy light, and the massive eyeballs in the sky exploded out with an icy aura. The eyeballs seemed to have their own consciousness, and they looked towards Qin City's city walls. Boom! 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 Countless traces of alchemy power continuously flowed into the eyeballs, causing them to give off an intense icy light. Circles of runes started to spin, and an icy aura spread out. The eyeballs gave off boundless icy light as they stared at Qin City's city walls. The temperature suddenly fell, and a thick layer of ice started to form around Qin City's city walls. Qin's soldiers on the walls were also frozen. Zhao Fu's eyes slightly narrowed and gave off an icy intent as he looked at the icy eyeballs. A savage smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. Now, not only were the leaders standing on the 10,000-meter-long saint beasts, but there were also two 10,000-meter-long saint war beasts protecting them. It would not be like last time, where not only had the ice refining eyes been destroyed, but he had also been killed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu ordered people to bring out three 1,000-meter-long dragon-slaying ballistae. Because they were too big, they did not place them on the city walls and instead placed them on the ground behind the city walls. Hundreds of 100-meter-tall corpse soul guards pulled their bowstrings with great difficulty and placed a 1,000-meter-long arrow on it. These 1,000-meter-long arrows were densely covered in runes and veined patterns. There were also disaster pearls and legendary grade talisman stones embedded within them. After seeing how terrifying the ice refining eyes had been, Zhao Fu could not be on guard against Zhao Fu's next use. Those three ice refining eyes had already frozen a large portion of the city walls and countless soldiers. Boom! 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 Three massive explosions sounded out as the three massive arrows shot out. A massive energy exploded out, causing spatial ripples to tear apart. Boom! 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 The runes on the three arrows lit up, and the disaster pearls and talisman stones gave off intense light as an annihilating power spread out. The three arrows gave off colorful lights and turned into three rays of light that shot out towards the three ice refining eyes. They seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth, bringing with them an intense gale. The three people controlling the ice refining eyes exploded out with their full power. Their bodies ignited with icy flames, and the three ice refining eyes gave off a powerful attractive force that poured in the surrounding alchemy power. The runes on the ice refining eyes quickly revolved, and the ice refining eyes gave off intense icy light. Their gazes gave off a cold intent that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Boom! 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 Three shocking explosions sounded out as the three arrows brought with them rainbow-colored rays of light as they shot into the frozen world. The terrifying power instantly tore the frozen world to shreds, and they shot towards the three 10,000-meter wide eyes of ice. Bang! 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 Three massive explosions sounded out as the three 10,000-meter wide eyes of ice exploded, causing countless ice crystals to shoot out. Countless traces of icy chi ferociously spread out in all directions, sending out massive gusts of icy wind. The soldiers standing on the war saint beasts hurriedly activated their defensive barriers to block the icy chi and ice crystals. However, some of the metal refiner soldiers in the surroundings were affected. The icy chi spread out and froze everything, and those soldiers were frozen to death. Bing Han looked furious as he gave the order to attack. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the metal refiner soldiers once again shot out metal spears, which contained immense power as they shot into the air. Formation after formation appeared, and metal energy continuously flowed in from the surroundings, causing the formation to give off intense light. Swish, 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 swish. Arrows containing terrifying force shot towards Great Qin's soldiers, forming a black mass that was simply uncountable. It was incredibly terrifying. The Qin soldiers hurriedly raised their shields to block the spears. The metal refiner soldiers took this opportunity to attack the Qin city walls, and both sides started to fight at close range. The battle was incredibly intense, and sounds continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. A metal refiner soldier rushed up the city walls and used a mechanical arm to smash the head of a Qin soldier. Another metal refiner soldier vigorously stabbed out with a spear, piercing through a Qin soldier's body. Another metal refiner soldier held a large sword and split a Qin soldier in half. A Qin soldier vigorously swung his hammer, sending another metal refiner soldier flying. A Qin soldier vigorously chopped down with a massive axe, splitting a metal refiner soldier's body in half. A Qin soldier held a saber, sending out a saber light as he chopped off a metal refiner soldier's head. The battle was slightly more advantageous for Qin because there were 2.6 billion Stage 2 soldiers on Qin city walls. Some ice fire wyverns were also helping, spewing out icy blasts and flames, sealing countless metal refiner soldiers in ice. Bang bang bang, a few 100-meter void beasts appeared in the army and attacked the soldiers. With a swipe of their claws, countless soldiers were sent flying, and their huge bodies smashed into the soldiers. However, the void beast had only attacked a few times before countless attacks landed on it, forcing it to hide in the void again. They wanted to dodge and continue attacking the alchemy soldiers, but as soon as they appeared, they were injured by the many attacks. The alchemy soldiers were constantly on guard against them. At that moment, Dmoji and Moluf wanted to sneak over and assassinate the leaders. However, before they could get close, the three 10,000-meter-long war saint beasts sensed them and shot out terrifying beams of light, making it so that the two of them could not get close at all. Naturally, the assassination attempt failed. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two shocking explosions sounded out as a terrifying destructive power spread out, destroying everything. The ground continuously trembled as a shockwave spread out, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. Two 1-million-meter-wide holes appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and they were surrounded by rubble. The city walls had also collapsed, and there were all sorts of broken corpses, including the corpses of Qin's soldiers and alchemy soldiers. Flame Ghost could not help but loudly laugh. This time, he did not personally release the destruction orb and instead sent two alchemy experts to hide within the army to find a suitable opportunity to use it. Now, those two people found an opportunity and threw the destruction orb to a place with fewer alchemy soldiers, causing two sides of Qin's city walls to collapse. Zhaofu was expressionless as he gave the order for everyone to retreat. After receiving Zhaofu's order, Qin's soldiers quickly retreated. The Icefire Wyverns, which had been fighting with the rapidly typed war saint beasts, flew into the sky, leaving the battle. On the other side, the mechanical wyverns stopped attacking and flew towards Qin's soldiers. The alchemy leaders had never thought that Qin's soldiers would directly retreat without even trying to resist. However, now that two sides of the city walls had been destroyed, even if Qin's soldiers wanted to stop them, they would not be able to do so. This time, they had won. Everyone looked delighted. They had stopped the army from attacking Qin 4 times, and now, they were finally going to destroy Qin. This was not simple at all, and everyone could not help but feel happy and excited. Ice Han also smiled and yelled, "Slaughter all of Qin's soldiers, don't leave a single one alive. Kill." The alchemy soldiers looked incredibly excited. They were finally going to destroy this Heaven-Awakened world faction. They roared, and their auras became even more ferocious as they charged at Qin's soldiers. No one could stop their slaughter. Ice Han and Flame Ghost both stared at Zhao Fu and aimed their 3 cannons at Zhao Fu. They had already said that they would kill Zhao Fu and continuously torture him. They could not let him escape. "You won't be able to escape now. I'll listen to your screams, and I'll let you understand the consequences of being my enemy." Ice Han gave a cruel smile as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not look afraid or nervous, and he coldly laughed as he said, "Is that so?" Ice Han and Flame Devil sensed that something was off because Zhao Fu did not seem afraid at all despite them breaking through Great Qin's defenses. Something was definitely off, and when they thought of that, their hearts tightened. Boom! Boom! Waves of aura spread out as magic formations suddenly appeared from the ground, covering the ground. Before the alchemy soldiers could react, their bodies were dragged away by a wave of energy and disappeared. "Hurry and retreat!" Ice Han hurriedly yelled. The alchemy soldiers felt that something was off, and they quickly stopped attacking Qin's soldiers and retreated. However, it was too late. The alchemy soldiers had lost more than half of their numbers. And their ferocious aura had completely disappeared. The magic formations on the ground were, of course, force transmission formations. Zhao Fu had not lied when he said that he would teach the alchemy army a lesson. Ice Han and the alchemy leaders' faces darkened. Originally, they had 2 billion soldiers, and about 200 million of them had died. Now, there were only about 500 million soldiers left, which meant that 1.3 billion soldiers had disappeared. This was really a heavy blow, and it had directly caused them to lose so much combat power. This Qin was too terrifying. How could they fight with 500 million soldiers? The leaders did not hesitate and ordered a full retreat, or they would not be able to escape later. Zhao Fu saw that the alchemy army had retreated. After such a heavy blow, he estimated that they would not dare to attack Qin's soldiers for a while. He ordered people to chase after them, but not to go too deep. At the same time, he ordered people to repair the 2 collapsed walls as soon as possible. There were massive magic formations here that gave off all sorts of lights and gave off imprisoning power. There were alchemist soldiers within, and they were bound by the imprisoning power, unable to move. There were not many people in each magic formation, only a few thousand. Some of the alchemist soldiers wanted to break free but were unable to do so at all. After so many battles, Qin had lost many Stage 2 soldiers. If this went on, there would be fewer and fewer Stage 2 soldiers, which was not good. The alchemist soldiers who had been forcefully teleported over had been teleported here. With so many alchemist soldiers, they would be of great help to Qin, so Zhao Fu did not kill them. Zhao Fu had already thought of how to deal with these people, which was to wait for the evil flower seeds to be developed before controlling them. Zhao Fu had come here mainly to see if anything unexpected had happened. Since nothing had happened, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and left. After returning to Qin, there were no political matters to take care of. Moreover, before the Fire Kingdom and Devil Horn Empire found a way to break the curse, they most likely would not attack Qin. The northern and western sides had cursed areas, and the eastern side was where the Second Wind God Empire was. Zhao Fu had to keep an eye on it and set down a cursed area as well. That way, all 3 sides that could attack Great Qin would be sealed off. Zhao Fu felt that the Wind God Empire was quite powerful. The alchemist world had been heavily wounded, and it would be difficult for them to attack Qin in a short period of time. At that moment, Zhao Fu thought of something that he had not done yet, which was sword obsession. In actuality, a long time ago, the Emperor Killing Sword had satisfied the requirements to level up. It required 100,000 swordsmen with decent talent, but there had been some things that had delayed it until now. After such a long time, the Emperor Killing Sword world did not rely on the killing chi from the 100,000 swordsmen and instead relied on the killing chi from the 10,000 or so people in sword obsession to level up. Now, they no longer needed 100,000 swordsmen but 1 million. More accurately speaking, they needed 1 million swordsmen. With so many swordsmen, they could not make the requirements too high. After all, finding 1 million swordsmen with high talent would take a lot of time. This time, they only needed a swordsman with slightly better aptitude and strength. As for their target, it was naturally the ancient sword sect. The ancient stem domain's most talented swordsmen were gathered there, and they were not weak. Now that the Dao Cultivation sect had closed its doors, the ancient sword sect was incredibly powerful and had almost become the #1 faction in the ancient stem domain. Zhao Fu had seen the ancient sword sect's disciple Jianin before, and he was incredibly cold and arrogant, not putting him in his eyes at all. There was indeed a gap. Qin's current strength didn't even have many stage 2 soldiers, and there was no way to quickly make up for the deaths of stage 1 soldiers. If Qin had the ability to mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone, Qin would have countless stage 1 soldiers. However, Qin did not have the ability to mass-produce the Philosopher's Stone. The ancient sword sect was much more powerful than Qin, and if it attacked, Qin would not be able to defend. Qin already had many enemies, and if the ancient sword sect joined in, he would definitely die. This was why Jianin was so cold and arrogant and did not put Qin in his eyes at all. This time, Zhao Fu decided to collect interest from the ancient sword sect and suppress the ancient sword sect's morale. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu immediately started to move. This time, Zhao Fu did not bring the ancient sword sect's Madame Ling Feishue and Lin Yan'er, and he went to the ancient sword sect by himself. He first gathered information about the ancient sword sect and thought about the changes in the ancient sword sect over the past few years before making a plan. By now, the ancient sword sect's development was quite shocking. It now had 14 worlds, and it was much more powerful. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. After leveling up to a royal kingdom, there was a limit to what worlds they could devour, and they could not expand as they pleased. As such, many royal kingdoms could only have 10 worlds. Now that the ancient sword sect could devour other worlds, it seemed that the Heaven Awakened world had loosened the restrictions on royal kingdoms to increase their strength. Zhao Fu guessed that this was most likely to be to deal with other worlds. After all, in the outer world, royal kingdoms were the main force, and even though there were many dukedom kingdoms, they were too weak and could not compare to royal kingdoms. Right now, the ancient sword sect had a lot of soldiers, and some of the sect's soldiers weren't made up of disciples. This was because swordsmen could form an army but could not form a comprehensive force. There were shield-bearers, archers, cavalry, spearmen, and other types of soldiers to deal with all sorts of situations on the battlefield. Furthermore, it was not suitable for swordsmen to take care of everything else, such as defending and attacking. Apart from disciples, the ancient sword sect also had a large number of soldiers. These soldiers also cultivated the ancient sword sect's arts and had sword energy within their bodies. However, this was not Zhao Fu's target, as the ancient sword sect's demonic energy would be too weak. As such, Zhao Fu's target was the ancient sword sect's disciples. Not only did they have excellent talent, but their sword energy was also not weak. Now, the key thing was how to capture the 1 million ancient sword sect disciples. This was the ancient sword sect's territory, so Zhao Fu did not dare to do anything rashly. Even though his nation armament had 9 worlds, if he was surrounded by an army, he would not be able to escape. Zhao Fu continued to ask around, but nothing had happened in the ancient sword sect recently, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to find an opportunity. If he tried to sneak into the ancient sword sect, it would be quite dangerous. Zhao Fu had already done this twice and had become a humiliation to the ancient sword sect. The ancient sword sect's defenses were quite tight, and if he tried to sneak in, he would be discovered very quickly. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu decided to control the elders and secretly gather some disciples into the Emperor Killing Sword world, which would be quite easy to complete. At a time like this, he had to be careful and control as many elders as possible and gather disciples in different places. If he gathered too many disciples, he would be discovered. If he spread them out, it would be quite normal. With the ancient sword sects. 13 World strength and population of more than 500 billion, 1 million disciples was a very small number to them. A while later, Zhao Fu received news that there were 10 or so elders who often came out to play. This meant that Zhao Fu did not need to sneak into the ancient sword sect and could directly capture them. Their positions in the ancient sword sect were not too high, but they were not too low either. They could gather some disciples without attracting too much attention. The peach trees here were in full bloom, forming a forest of flowers. The air was filled with a faint fragrance of flowers, and colorful butterflies danced in the air. The grass on the ground was green, the sky was blue, and the sun was bright and beautiful. It was a beautiful scene of spring. 7 women and 4 men arrived with smiles on their faces. Of the 4 men, 1 was dressed in green and had a scholarly temperament, 1 had a heroic face, 1 had a handsome face, and 1 had a charming appearance. Of the 7 women, 1 had a charming temperament, 1 had a mature figure, 1 looked lively, 1 looked gentle and quiet, 1 had a hot figure, 1 looked dignified, and 1 had a pure face. Senior brother. Look, it's so beautiful here. The lively woman smiled happily and pulled the handsome man's arm. The handsome man nodded with a smile. A voluptuous woman looked quite jealous as she hugged the handsome-looking man's arm and coquettishly smiled as she said, "Senior apprentice brother. Who do you think is more beautiful, Hualin or me?" The handsome-looking man turned to look at the woman and smiled as he said, "Of course junior sister is the most beautiful. Senior brother Zhang. I'm really lucky to have 2 beautiful junior sisters like me," the handsome youth said with a smile. The handsome-looking man lightly smiled as he replied, "Don't you have a senior sister? The 2 of you are so sweet that it is enviable. I wonder when I will be able to drink your wedding wine." The flirtatious woman in the handsome man's embrace lightly laughed and said, "It should be soon, our families have agreed to marry us." The handsome-looking man was a bit surprised and said with a smile, "So fast? When the time comes, I will definitely send a big gift to celebrate." It was a scholarly man and a dignified woman. The 2 of them walked side by side at the back. The scholarly man smiled warmly and asked, "How have you been recently? Is there anything bothering you?" The dignified-looking woman said with a smile, "As usual, there's nothing to worry about. It's just some small things. What about you? I heard that you've comprehended the book Sword Intent, congratulations." The scholarly man chuckled. "Do you know about this?" "Actually, it's nothing much. I've only grasped the basics." A mature and quiet woman and a handsome man walked to the side. The mature woman smiled and teased, "You're all in pairs." "That's right, how enviable. It's just that junior sister Ye, junior brother Nan, and I haven't found anyone we like. It seems that in the future, we won't be traveling with you." Hearing this, the scholarly man and the others felt slightly embarrassed. The handsome-looking man chuckled and said, "Actually, junior sister Ye and junior brother Nan are quite suitable. They can be a pair. As for senior sister, I don't know what to do with her." The mature woman angrily glared at the handsome man, "You are a senior sister, you are so beautiful, with so many men pursuing you, I can't handle it. Hee hee. I'm interested in you." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. A cloaked figure walked out from the side, causing everyone to immediately become wary. This person gave off a baleful aura, and even though he seemed to be smiling, his gaze was icy cold. Because of his appearance, the surrounding atmosphere became much heavier. This person was incredibly dangerous. "May I know who you are?" The scholarly man was the first to step forward and speak with a serious expression. His cultivation level was the highest among the group. "Me? I'm an old acquaintance of your ancient sword sect, so you should know me," Zhao Fu said calmly as he gave a trace of a smile. Everyone looked quite confused because Zhao Fu was wearing a cloak, so they did not know who Zhao Fu was. The mature woman thought of something and her expression fell as she pointed at Zhao Fu and said, "You're that mysterious emperor?" Hearing this, everyone felt quite startled. Everyone in the ancient sword sect knew about that mysterious emperor. Not only was he incredibly powerful, but he had also humiliated the ancient sword sect greatly. The ancient sword sect had been constantly searching for him, but that mysterious emperor seemed to have disappeared, and they could not find any information about him. Now, after such a long time, that mysterious emperor had appeared before them. The scholarly man immediately said, "All of you, hurry and leave. Hurry and report to the sect, I'll stall him." Boom, a powerful aura exploded out of the scholarly man's body, bringing with it a gale as a green aura flame appeared around the scholarly man's body. Facing the mysterious emperor, who had once been the #1 genius of the ancient STEM domain, the scholarly man did not dare to be careless and directly exploded out with his full power. He drew the sword at his waist and sent a powerful wave of power into the sword, causing it to give off an intense sword light and a formless sword intent to spread out. Sheets of paper floated in the air and gave off a faint light, giving off the concept of books. A formless might spread out, causing the air to seem like it was going to freeze. The scholarly man vigorously swung the sword in his hand. Boom, the countless sheets of paper gave off immense power and a massive aura as they rushed towards Xiao Fu like a sea of books. In front of this power, everything seemed incredibly small and insignificant, and it was quite terrifying. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand, and the 6 paths of reincarnation's power gathered in his hand, causing his arm to turn into a pale ghostly claw. Bang, facing the ocean of books, Xiao Fu vigorously slashed out with his ghostly claw, and 5 massive claw images containing power that seemed to be able to tear through everything tore apart the ocean of books. The scholarly-looking young man was sent flying, and 5 claw marks appeared on his chest, from which blood continuously flowed out. Things had developed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could escape, the scholarly man had lost. "All of you, hurry and leave." The handsome-looking man was actually quite a good person, and he was still thinking about others. He exploded out with a powerful aura as he rushed at Xiao Fu. The handsome-looking man and the valiant-looking man also exploded out with powerful auras, telling the women to leave first. Even though the women looked quite reluctant, they still ran in other directions. Facing such a terrifying and mysterious emperor, all resistance was futile. Only by running and reporting to the sect and having the sect's experts and army hurry over would they have a chance at survival. 3 men held swords and gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's expression gave off a trace of disdain as he stretched out his ghostly claw and vigorously pushed at the 3 men. Boom, a formless and terrifying power spread out incredibly quickly and slammed into the 3 men's bodies, causing them to fly backwards and cough up a large mouthful of blood. Who knew how many of their bones were broken, and they did not even have the strength to crawl back up. Shing, shing, shing. Xiao Fu waved his hand, and the chains pulled the women in front of Xiao Fu. The women fell to the ground and looked at Xiao Fu in fear. They didn't know what Xiao Fu would do to them, but the result would definitely be very miserable. This was because those who had fallen into Xiao Fu's hands in the past had either died or disappeared. The handsome-looking man looked furious as he yelled, "Let them go. If you dare to do anything to them, I won't let you off." Xiao Fu turned his head and looked at the handsome-looking man. A wave of ghostly chi flowed out as a powerful-looking devil ghost appeared beside the handsome-looking man. It stepped on the young man's body with 1 foot and grabbed his arm with the other, forcefully pulling. The handsome man let out a mournful scream as his arm was torn off bit by the evil spirit. Blood continuously gushed out. The pure girl's eyes were filled with tears as she begged, "Please let senior brother go. You can do anything to me." Xiao Fu ignored her. He stretched out his hand, and chains shot out, dragging the 4 men in front of him. Seeing the heavily injured man and the terrified woman bound in chains, the mature woman's expression became quite unsightly. She thought for a moment before making a decision and saying, "Didn't you say you were interested in me? I can serve you, but you have to let them go." Everyone else looked quite surprised. They had never thought that the mature woman would offer to serve that mysterious emperor just for their safety. Their faces were filled with gratitude, as well as guilt for making a mature woman pay such a price. The dignified woman could not help but persuade with tears in her eyes, "Senior martial sister. Don't be like this." Matured looked straight at Xiao Fu and replied, "You don't have to try to persuade me. If I could trade my body for yours, it would be worth it." He then said to Xiao Fu, "What do you think? As long as you let them go, I will serve you well right now. I'm still a virgin, so you should be satisfied." Xiao Fu lightly laughed and came before the mature woman. He stretched out his hand, grabbed her head, and lifted her up. A trace of pain appeared on the mature woman's face, but she forced a smile and said, "I will make you feel comfortable and happy. We can start somewhere else now." Zhao Fu chuckled. "You're overestimating your charm. Although you're not bad looking, it's just that you're my type. That's why I'm a little attractive, but that's all. Also, do I need your permission if I want your body?" The mature woman's heart sank and her face turned pale. At that moment, Zhao Fu's eyes turned pure black, and a pair of flower-like eyes appeared. Countless black auras surged out of Zhao Fu's eyes and entered the woman's eyes. The woman struggled a few times, but she soon stopped moving. He was like a puppet. "What did you do to our senior sister?" The woman with the fiery figure shouted angrily. Zhao Fu glanced at her and replied with a smile, "It'll be your turn soon." He ignored her and threw the mature woman to the ground. Zhao Fu grabbed the scholarly-looking young man's body and countless traces of black aura flowed into his eyes, turning the young man into a puppet. Following this, Zhao Fu used the evil demon flower eyes to control them. There were 11 of them, and if each of them gathered 100,000 disciples, they would have 110,000 disciples, which would be enough to complete the quest. Some of them were injured, and in order to avoid being seen through, Zhao Fu helped them heal their injuries so that they looked as if they were back to normal. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, "You can go now." "Yes." The 11 people replied in unison. Now that they were under Zhao Fu's control, their expressions were not as wooden, and their movements were not like puppets. Zhao Fu went to a hidden place and waited. After the 11 people returned to the sect, they did not sense anything strange, and they used their authority to gather disciples. Last time, Zhao Fu had used the command medallion to draw out some genius disciples. If he used it again, it would be easy for the ancient sword kingdom to detect it. However, this time, Zhao Fu controlled the ancient sword sect's people to bring disciples over, making it difficult for them to detect it. Firstly, they did not know who would betray the ancient sword sect. Moreover, there were 1,000,000 disciples, which was quite small. The two cities only had 1,000,000 people, and the ancient sword sect now had 14 worlds. "Elder, where are you taking us?" Some of the people who had been ordered to gather followed behind the scholarly-looking man and asked in confusion. The scholarly-looking man warmly smiled as he said, "You'll know when you get there, it will be of great benefit to you." By now, it was not the scholarly-looking man who was speaking but Zhao Fu controlling the scholarly-looking man to speak. Hearing the scholarly-looking man's words, the disciples looked quite delighted. A while later, the scholarly-looking man led the disciples to an empty area. There were dense forests all around, making this place seem quite hidden. "Elder, is it here?" Some disciples had not sensed any danger and looked around curiously, but they could not see anything special about this place. The scholarly-looking man turned and gave a gentle smile as he said, "It's here. I'll let you all experience what an extremely powerful sword intent is." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive crack appeared in the sky and countless traces of black and blood-red sword chi flowed out. The surroundings became icy cold, and within the crack was another blood-red world. Sensing that massive sword chi, the countless disciples felt both terrified and excited. They had never sensed such terrifying sword intent before. However, some people sensed that something was off and hurriedly retreated. Boom, at that moment, the massive crack exploded out with a powerful suction force, and countless disciples were sucked into the crack before they could react. Some disciples tried to struggle, but they were unable to resist at all, and they were all sucked into the crack. Some of the people on the outskirts were not as affected by the suction force, and they had long since sensed that something was off, so they quickly ran elsewhere. Clang, 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 chains quickly shot out, binding their bodies before throwing them into the blood-red crack. Not a single one of them was able to escape. After dealing with these 100,000 disciples, Zhao Fu used this method to send the remaining disciples into the Emperor Killing Sword world. After these disciples entered the Emperor Killing Sword world, their bodies would be corroded by the Killing Sword intent, and they would be submerged in the Killing Sword lake. There was no need for Zhao Fu to care. After a while, Zhao Fu would be able to go into sword obsession with 1,000,000 or so more. Boom. The person who had come was someone familiar. Even though the aura he gave off was incredibly terrifying, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear. In fact, he felt a bit excited, and he gave a trace of a smile. The person who had come looked furious and was filled with killing intent as he said, "You dare to come to the ancient sword sect and kill my ancient sword sect's disciples? Today, I'll tear you to pieces and settle all of this hatred." Zhao Fu coldly laughed, "You want to settle all of this hatred? Do you think I'm still as weak as I was back then? Do you think you can kill me?" Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, causing a wild gale to spread out. Countless trees and flowers swayed as a massive might spread out. The ancient sword sect master felt quite startled, and sensing Zhao Fu's aura, his expression became serious. Back then, he had felt that Zhao Fu was a disaster, and after not seeing him for a few years, his power had become so terrifying. By now, the ancient sword sect master regretted not killing Zhao Fu back then. If he had, none of this would have happened. The ancient sword sect master suddenly thought of his wife and said angrily, "What have you done to my wife? If you dare to do anything to her, I'll make you regret it." Thinking of Ling Feishue, Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "Your wife is doing quite well, so don't worry. I'll often enjoy your wife's body, it's quite good." Boom, hearing this, the ancient sword sect master felt infuriated. He raised his hand and slammed out a palm, sending out a terrifying energy towards Zhao Fu. Bang, Zhao Fu coldly laughed and disappeared. The energy slammed into the ground, causing a massive crater that was dozens of meters wide to appear, and dust filled the air. Sand and rocks shot everywhere. Swish, Zhao Fu appeared beside the ancient sword sect master and held the emperor killing sword as he vigorously slashed out. A massive black sword light containing ferocious power slashed towards the ancient sword sect master. The ancient sword sect master coldly harumphed and drew his sword, sending out a white sword light that gave off an incredibly sharp aura as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the black and white sword lights gave off immense power as they clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. Sword light shot everywhere, sending out a storm of sword chi. The ancient sword sect master casually waved his hand, and the countless sword lights and sword chi disappeared. Zhao Fu also disappeared. Clang, a sword hum sounded out, and the ancient sword sect master looked up at the sky and saw Zhao Fu giving off an intense sword light, his sword containing terrifying power. It slashed down towards him. The ancient sword sect master sent a massive wave of power into the sword in his hand, causing it to give off countless rays of white sword light as a terrifying sword energy spread out. Boom, Zhao Fu gave off a black sword light as he slashed downwards, while the ancient sword sect master vigorously slashed out with his sword. The two swords collided, and two powerful waves of energy collided, causing a terrifying shockwave to ripple out. The ancient sword sect master took 4 or 5 steps back, while Zhao Fu took more than 10 steps back. The ancient sword sect master coldly laughed, "Trash. Do you think it's because you've become stronger? Haven't I become stronger? Right now, you're still my opponent. This time I definitely won't let you run away." Zhao Fu replied coldly, "Is that so?" Boom, a massive aura once again exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and a massive black aura flame appeared, causing Zhao Fu's power to skyrocket. The ancient sword sect master's gaze became slightly cold, he had underestimated Zhao Fu. He sent a powerful wave of sword energy into his sword and vigorously slashed out, and an enormous white crescent containing shocking power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and sent powerful power into the emperor killing sword. The emperor killing sword gave off an intense black light as he vigorously slashed out. Bang, the gigantic white crescent was shattered by the sword, and countless white sword lights scattered in all directions, forming a strong gale. Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded out as the ancient sword sect master raised his sword, and a white sword light rushed into the sky. The surroundings were filled with white sword light, and a white dragon of sword chi circled around the pillar of sword light. An extremely sharp power spread out, and waves of sword wind spread out. The heavens and earth were filled with a sharp aura, and it felt as if their bodies were going to be cut. Roar. Roar, roar. 9 dragons' roars sounded out from within Zhao Fu's body as his divine blood started to burn. The aura flame around his body became black and blood-red flames, and Zhao Fu raised his sword. 9 savage black dragons appeared behind him, and a terrifying power spread out. Countless traces of black light spread out, causing the surroundings to become black. At the same time, a formless emperor's might descended, causing all creatures to submit. Xing, the ancient sword sect master vigorously slashed out, and a massive sword hum tore through the sky. The white pillar of sword light seemed to tear apart the heavens and earth as it slashed towards Xiaofu. Boom, Xiaofu also slashed down, and a massive explosion sounded out, shaking the surroundings. The 9 black dragons gave off massive roars and gave off destructive power as they attacked towards the ancient sword sect master. Bang, the 2 terrifying attacks collided, forming a massive black and white orb of light that exploded. A destructive power instantly spread out, causing the ground, rocks, and trees to all collapse, and a 10,000-meter wide crater appeared in the ground. Xiaofu and the ancient sword sect master were both sent flying by the shockwave, and a trace of blood leaked out of their lips. The ancient sword sect master looked furious as he cursed, "Trash." The ancient sword sect master gave off a terrifying aura as he once again rushed at Xiaofu, continuously slashing towards Xiaofu as if he wanted to cut Xiaofu into countless pieces. Xiaofu's expression was cold as he continuously slashed out. Bang, bang. Bang, the sword lights clashed together, resulting in massive explosions. Waves of sword wind spread out, causing rocks to shatter and countless trees to snap. Arg! The ancient sword sect master roared as an even greater power exploded out from him. His body gave off countless rays of sword light as he sent Xiaofu flying back. Bang, Xiaofu was slammed into the ground by that attack, smashing open a 10 or so meter wide crater, and blood leaked out of his lips. Boom, the ancient sword sect master vigorously slashed out with his sword, and a massive white sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards Xiaofu. Celestial mode. Activate. A powerful celestial-like power exploded out from Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu's eyes gave off a rainbow light as a rainbow magic formation appeared on his forehead, and a rainbow rune circle appeared. Boom, Xiaofu turned into a rainbow ray of light and gave off a terrifying power as he rushed forwards, shattering the incoming sword light and shooting towards the ancient sword sect master. The ancient sword sect master looked quite startled, and a white energy barrier appeared around his body. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the rainbow-colored ray of light gave off terrifying power and sent the energy barrier flying. The colorful light dissipated, and Xiaofu stood in the air with a cold expression. The ancient sword sect master glared at Su Bai and erupted with all of his power. Countless rays of light radiated from his body, bringing with them a terrifying pressure and an extremely sharp aura, causing the surroundings to become extremely cold. At this moment, the ancient sword sect master stood in the sky like a sword god. It was as if he was invincible. Xiaofu's expression also became somewhat serious, and his entire body gave off a celestial glow, making him look like an immortal. Both of them stood in the air, exuding powerful auras. The 2 auras constantly collided, forming a violent wind. The ancient sword sect master's expression became serious. After not seeing Xiaofu for a few years, he had actually forced him to use his full strength, or else he would definitely lose to Xiaofu. Clang, the 2 of them turned into a ray of sword light and rushed towards each other with a powerful force. They collided together, causing countless rays of sword light to shoot out. The light scattered, and the ancient sword sect master's sword pierced towards Xiaofu's throat. Xiaofu dodged to the side and swung his sword at the same time, bringing out a sharp arc of light. The ancient sword sect master flipped in the air and dodged Xiaofu's attack. He appeared above Xiaofu's head and slashed down with a powerful sword force. Xiaofu blocked the ancient sword sect master's sword with his sword, causing sparks to explode and a sonorous sound to ring out. Arg! The ancient sword sect master roared, and a wave of power surged out. Borrowing this massive power, the ancient sword sect master pressed down on Xiaofu. Under this massive power, Xiaofu's body began to fall quickly and directly hit the ground. The ground instantly collapsed, and a large crater appeared. The ancient sword sect master released an even stronger power, and his body gave off countless strong lights as he continued to press down on Xiaofu. Boom, a rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around Xiaofu's body as a massive power exploded out. Xiaofu gripped his sword and vigorously slashed out, sending the ancient sword sect master flying back. The ancient sword sect master's body quickly flew back. Xiao Fu stretched out a palm and a 3-meter-wide, rainbow-colored magic formation appeared. The surrounding heaven and earth power quickly gathered, and the rainbow-colored magic formation gave off an intense light. Boom! A powerful rainbow-colored ray of light containing terrifying power shot out, bringing with it a gust of wind as it shot towards the ancient sword sect master. The ancient sword sect master stopped himself and faced the incoming beam of light. He spun his sword and vigorously slashed out, and a sharp sword light split the incoming beam of light in half. Bang! Bang! The two rays of light landed on the ground behind the ancient sword sect master and exploded, blasting open two large craters. The ancient sword sect master's expression was cold as he pointed his sword at Xiao Fu. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth dimmed and clouds swirled. World energy quickly gathered, forming a white sword of light above the ancient sword sect master's head. This sword of light continuously absorbed the power in the surroundings and slowly became larger. In the end, it became a 10,000-meter-long sword of light that gave off a faint sword light. It gave off an incredibly terrifying power and a terrifying might, and the surrounding ground started to sink. Xing! Xiao Fu raised his sword and a sword light shot into the sky. The surrounding heaven and earth power quickly gathered, and a rainbow-colored sword formation giving off a sharp aura appeared in the sky. The surrounding heaven and earth power continuously gathered, causing the rainbow-colored sword formation to give off an intense light. An aura of annihilation spread out, giving off an extremely dangerous feeling. Boom! The ancient sword sect master swung the sword in his hand, and the 10,000-meter-long sword of light gave off terrifying power as it shot towards Xiao Fu. It seemed to be able to destroy anything, and everything collapsed. Boom! Boom! Xiao Fu vigorously slashed down with his sword, and the magic formation in the sky spun as terrifying sword lights containing world-rending power descended, seeming to split the world apart. Bang! The two terrifying powers clashed together, and a blinding sword light covered everything. A terrifying shockwave spread out, destroying the ground, grass, trees, and rocks, and causing the ground to tremble. A massive gust of wind blew, bringing with it countless pieces of stone and wood that flew in all directions, creating a terrifying scene. After the shockwave settled, the ancient sword sect master lay within a large crater. There were many bloody wounds on his body, and his hair was somewhat disheveled, making him look quite wretched. Xiao Fu stood in the air and pointed his sword at the ancient sword sect master as he coldly smiled and said, "Today, I'll return the humiliation you suffered back then tenfold." The ancient sword sect master's expression was quite unsightly. His cultivation was now at the divine realm, but he was still not a match for Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's strength had grown too quickly and was simply too terrifying. As expected from the person who had once ranked first on the Heaven's Pride rankings. Now, the ancient sword sect master understood just how terrifying Xiao Fu's potential was. If he was given a few more years, he would become even more terrifying, and perhaps he would be able to easily kill him. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to kill Xiao Fu. The ancient sword sect master raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as heaven and earth power continuously gathered, forming dense clouds. The light dimmed, and an oppressive feeling filled the air. Boom! An explosion once again sounded out as a terrifying sword energy tore through the clouds, creating a large hole. A massive, ancient sword slowly descended from the sky, giving off an incredibly powerful sword aura. This was the ancient sword sect armament, the Eastern Flow ancient sword. Seeing that the ancient sword sect master had taken out his sect armament, Xiao Fu did not hesitate and raised a hand, causing a formless energy to spread out. Boom! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as an azure light covered the heavens and earth. Massive waves of killing intent flooded out like a flood, causing the entire world to fall into an icy coldness. 12 bronze soldiers wearing armor and holding sharp swords appeared beside Xiao Fu, giving off a terrifying might, causing everything to fall silent. The ancient sword sect master grabbed at the air, and the Eastern Flow ancient sword, which was giving off terrifying power, turned into a ray of light and flew into the ancient sword sect master's hand. It was the same size as a normal sword. Boom! At the same time, an incredibly terrifying sword energy exploded out from the ancient sword sect master's body, causing the space below to instantly shatter. The space within 10,000 meters seemed to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu also grabbed at the air, and the 12 bronze soldiers turned into rays of light and entered Zhao Fu's body. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive azure aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, instantly inundating everything. The world seemed to freeze, and it was incredibly terrifying. Boom, the ancient sword sect master raised the Eastern Flow ancient sword and vigorously slashed out. A massive crescent containing world-destroying power slashed towards Zhao Fu, as if nothing could stop it. Zhao Fu held the emperor-killing sword and a massive wave of his nation armament's power flowed into it, causing it to become an azure sword that gave off an intense sword light. He vigorously slashed out, and a massive azure sword light containing terrifying sword energy slashed out. Bang, a sky-shaking explosion sounded out as the two sword lights collided with terrifying power. A devastating shockwave instantly spread out. The ground, mountains, rocks, trees, and creeks were instantly obliterated without any resistance. The ground violently trembled, and a terrifying aura caused all godly spirits in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers to fall into despair. However, energy barriers automatically appeared around Zhao Fu and the ancient sword sect master, blocking that terrifying shockwave. In the next second, the ancient sword sect master disappeared and reappeared in front of Zhao Fu. His sword contained terrifying sword energy as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also slashed out with shocking power. The two swords collided, resulting in a clanging sound that sounded out in all directions, and countless sparks flew out. The ancient sword sect master put away his sword and once again slashed towards Zhao Fu, sending out a terrifying sword light. Zhao Fu used his sword to blocking the sword strike. The ancient sword sect master continuously swung his sword, sending out terrifying sword lights containing terrifying power. They continuously slashed out, bringing with them sword winds that were incredibly ferocious and gave off sword hums. Zhao Fu continuously blocked with his sword, and an azure energy barrier appeared around him, blocking the countless sword lights. Arg! The ancient sword sect master roared as an even more powerful aura exploded out and entered the sword. The sword gave off an intense sword light that seemed to be able to cut through space, and the ancient sword sect master vigorously slashed out. Bang, even though Zhao Fu blocked with his sword, his body was still sent flying back 100 or so meters. The ancient sword sect master gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu snorted coldly, "It's my turn." A green aura spread out as 12 bronze swords containing shocking power appeared around Zhao Fu. A massive aura of killing and conquering spread out, filling the heavens and earth with a sense of danger. Clang 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 clang, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and pushed forwards, causing the 12 bronze swords to give off green sword lights and give off terrifying power as they shot towards the ancient sword sect master incredibly quickly. The ancient sword sect master's expression fell as he rushed towards Zhao Fu. He sent a large amount of power into his sword, causing it to give off a terrifying sword energy. The ancient sword sect master quickly swung his sword, sending out sharp arcs of light. Clang 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 clang, the sound of metal colliding could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. The bronze swords slashing towards the ancient sword sect master were all sent flying. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's figure appeared in front of the ancient sword sect master, and the emperor killing sword gave off boundless azure sword chi, giving off destructive power. Boom, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a terrifying sword energy containing destructive power slashed out. The ancient sword sect master hurriedly blocked with his sword, but his body was sent flying like a rubber ball and heavily smashed into a mountain, causing it to collapse. The ancient sword sect master coughed up a large mouthful of blood and crawled up from the rubble, looking at Zhao Fu with killing intent. Zhao Fu pointed his sword at the ancient sword sect master and said coldly, "I said I'd make you pay back tenfold. Do you feel like you can't defeat me? As the sect master of the ancient sword sect, you can't even defeat someone who has only cultivated for a few years, shouldn't you feel ashamed?" Boom, the ancient sword sect master exploded out with a terrifying aura and turned into a massive sword light that gave off destructive power as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu raised the sword in his hand and sent a powerful wave of power into it. The sword gave off boundless azure sword light that covered the surroundings, and Zhao Fu's expression became savage as he slashed down with all of his strength. Boom, The ancient sword sect master, who had turned into a terrifying sword light, was slashed to the ground by Xiao Fu, smashing open a massive crater. Countless rubble flew everywhere and dust rose up. The ancient sword sect master coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and furiously roared, "Trash! I haven't seen you in a few years, and you're indeed very powerful. However, I wield the ancient sword sect armament, you'll definitely die at its hands today." Xing. A massive sword hum tore through the sky as the Eastern Flow ancient sword gave off countless rays of sword light. The image of a ferocious surging river appeared in the surroundings, giving off massive sounds of water. Everything in the surroundings started to collapse. This was the Eastern Flow ancient sword's sword intent. Xiao Fu's expression was serious as he raised the emperor-killing sword. Boundless azure light shined out as 12 massive bronze swords giving off massive auras appeared behind Xiao Fu, and an intense sword chi storm spread out. The ancient sword sect master gripped the sword with one hand and slashed out with all of his strength. Boom! The image of the river gave off power that seemed to be able to drown out everything as it ferociously rushed towards Xiao Fu, seeming as if nothing could stop it. Xing, 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 Xiao Fu vigorously swung the sword in his hand, and the 12 bronze swords behind him gave off large amounts of azure sword light that gave off power to slash through everything as they shot towards the ancient sword sect master. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted as the two attacks collided, resulting in an incomparably loud explosion. An orb of destruction instantly spread out, devouring everything and turning it into nothingness. Bang! Xiao Fu was sent flying by that power and heavily smashed into the ground, opening up a large crater and causing rubble to fly everywhere. Ha ha ha, now you've seen how powerful my sect armament is, right? Even though I'm not as strong as you, my sect armament has the support of 14 worlds. Your nation armament is too weak, so prepare to die. The ancient sword sect master stood in the air and madly laughed as he spoke to Xiao Fu. A trace of anger appeared on Xiao Fu's face, and he vigorously pressed against the ground, causing a massive formless energy to spread out. Clang, 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 massive azure chains on the ground gave off power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as they shot towards the ancient sword sect master in the air. There were hundreds of thousands of them. The ancient sword sect master quickly swung his sword, sending out rays of sword light that destroyed the countless incoming chains. The shattered chains continuously fell like rain, creating a shocking scene. Xiao Fu's eyes locked onto the ancient sword sect master, and blood slowly leaked out of his left eye. A black and blood-red sword-shaped pupil gave off a faint blood-red light as a crack appeared on it, and a terrifying forbidden power seemed to be released. Clang, 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 clang. The sky, ground, space, grass, trees, and everything else was destroyed by the sword chi. Countless traces of black and red sword chi flooded out, seeming to be able to destroy the heavens and earth as they shot towards the ancient sword sect master. The ancient sword sect master's expression fell, and he raised his sword and sent all of his power into it. Tens of thousands of rays of white sword light containing terrifying power shot towards Xiao Fu like bolts of lightning. Bang! The two powers once again clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. Countless strands of sword chi shot out in all directions, piercing through everything in their surroundings. The scene was extremely terrifying. However, in the end, the blood-red sword chi was slightly stronger. It destroyed the countless rays of white sword light and sent the ancient sword sect master flying back. His body was covered with wounds and blood, and he looked quite wretched. Xiao Fu coldly smiled and held his sword as he walked towards the ancient sword sect master. Xing, Xiao Fu swung the sword in his hand, and an azure sword light containing a sharp aura slashed towards the ancient sword sect master. The ancient sword sect master hurriedly blocked with his sword. Even though he had blocked the attack, he was still sent flying back. The ancient sword sect master crashed to the ground and tried to get up. Zhao Fu once again slashed out, sending the ancient sword sect master flying back. Arg! The ancient sword sect master furiously roared and exploded out with all of his power. A massive wave of white sword chi spread out, bringing with it a gale. Xing, 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 white swords of light appeared around the ancient sword sect master's body, pointing towards Xiao Fu. They gave off an incredibly sharp aura, and the air around them seemed to be able to kill people. The ancient sword sect master's expression was savage. He looked at Zhao Fu in front of him. Swish, 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 the white swords of light gave off faint sword lights and gave off immense power as they quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, bang. Bang, Zhao Fu quickly brandished the sword in his hand and slashed out sword lights, shattering the countless white swords of light and causing explosions to sound out. The white swords of light turned into countless motes of light and dissipated, looking like a rain of light. The scene was quite beautiful. The ancient sword sect master stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu, and a massive wave of power spread out. Countless white swords of light once again appeared in the surroundings, many times more than before, and they gave off an even greater sword aura. The ancient sword sect master stretched out his hand and pushed forwards. Shio shio shio, white swords of light continued to fly towards Zhao Fu with powerful force. Facing so many swords of light, even Zhao Fu was somewhat unable to block them. The sword lights that he brandished were unable to shatter the white swords of light that quickly. A gigantic cyan energy barrier immediately appeared. Bang bang bang, the light swords quickly slashed at the azure energy shield, producing loud sounds. The huge azure energy shield withstood so many attacks that some cracks appeared. Shing, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as the ancient sword sect master's sword shot out countless sword lights. The ancient sword sect master vigorously slashed out, and a gigantic white sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang, the terrifying sword light gave off shocking power as it slashed against the azure defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. Zhao Fu's body was sent flying back and crashed to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. The ancient sword sect master turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zhao Fu, appearing in front of Zhao Fu in just a second. At that moment, Zhao Fu was just about to get up from the ground. The ancient sword sect master's expression was savage as he swung his sword, slashing out with terrifying power, directly cutting Zhao Fu in half and causing blood to fly everywhere. This caused the ancient sword sect master to feel quite startled. He had never thought that he would be able to kill Zhao Fu so easily. However, looking at the corpse that had been cut in half, the ancient sword sect master could not help but feel wild joy. He had finally killed this threat. However, in the next second, the ancient sword sect master was given a big fright and sensed immense danger. He hurriedly turned and used his sword to block. Bang, Zhao Fu appeared behind him, and his glass-like eye gave off a strange light. The sword in his hand gave off an intense sword light as he vigorously slashed out, sending the ancient sword sect master flying back. The ancient sword sect master was unable to block, and a massive gash appeared on his back. Blood continuously flowed out, and the ancient sword sect master's face became pale. That attack had dealt great damage to him. Now, he could only fight with his life on the line, or else he might really die at Zhao Fu's hands. Thinking about that, the ancient sword sect master did not hesitate and raised his sword. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the ancient sword sect master's body gave off boundless white light, forming a massive ray of white light that shot into the sky with immense power. The source energy of the 14 worlds that the ancient sword sect controlled madly gathered, and the countless residents looked up at the sky in shock. The surrounding heaven and earth power continuously flowed into the white pillar of light, and the pillar of light gave off an extremely terrifying power. Shing, 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 white swords of light appeared in the sky, densely covering the entire sky. All of the swords were extremely sharp, and they spun around the white sword pillar, giving off a world-destroying sword aura. Massive sword winds blew out, destroying countless trees and rocks, and the ground was covered with sword gashes. Even people far away could sense the terrifying power coming from the sword winds. Seeing the ancient sword sect master release out all of his nation armament's power, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and raised his sword with both hands. The source energy of the 9 worlds that Qin controlled madly gathered and flowed into Qin City. Boom, boom, boom. 12 bronze sword-wielding soldiers dressed in armor gave off heaven-toppling might as they appeared in the sky. Time and space seemed to be forcefully locked down, and countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, causing them to uncontrollably tremble. They seemed to come to life, and their expressions were cold as they gripped their bronze swords with both hands. They raised their swords and pointed them towards the sky as they gave off a warlike voice. Valiant old Qin, we fight together against our nation's calamity. valiant old Qin, we restore our rivers and mountains. Until our blood runs dry, we fight to the death. Qin is in the west, rising like the sun, 100 years of national hatred, difficult to pacify. How can there be peace when the world is in chaos? Qin has elite soldiers, who dares to contend with them? Boom. Boom. Boom, heaven-shaking explosions sounded out as a world-destroying aura rushed into the sky, sweeping out in all directions. Azure flames ignited on the bodies of the 12 bronze colossi, and the space around them was unable to withstand it and continuously tore apart. The ancient sword sect master's expression was savage as he roared and slashed down with his sword. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth continuously shattered. The densely packed swords of light in the sky all shot towards Xiao Fu like a boundless ocean of swords, and nothing could stop it. Xiao Fu's eyes lit up. Xiao Fu loudly roared as he raised his sword with both hands and slashed out with all of his strength. Clang, 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 the 12 bronze soldiers sent terrifying power into their swords, causing them to give off a sky-piercing sword light that dyed the heavens and earth azure. They used all of their strength to slash down with their swords, giving off 12 heaven-shaking sword hums. 12 massive azure sword lights slashed out with thunderous power, seeming to split the world into 12 pieces. Bang, a shocking explosion sounded out as the boundless sea of white swords was slashed into 12 pieces by the 12 azure sword lights. Countless white swords of light shattered and turned into motes of light, causing a rain of light to descend. As the 12 azure sword lights slashed out, the massive sword energy slammed into the ground, causing the ground to continuously tremble. 12 sword gashes that were hundreds of thousands of meters long appeared. Xiao Fu stood in the air and looked down at the ground, searching for the ancient sword sect master. Xiao Fu was unable to determine if the ancient sword sect master was dead or alive. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as waves of powerful auras rushed over, as well as an army giving off sharp auras. Xiao Fu's expression slightly fell as he understood that it was the ancient sword sect experts and an army rushing over. He did not hesitate and turned into a ray of sword light as he disappeared over the horizon. A while later, people giving off powerful auras stood in the air, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Just what sort of terrifying existence was their sect master fighting with? Even though they had not personally witnessed the battle, from the scene before them, it was definitely on the level of destroying the heavens and earth. Moreover, both sides seemed to have used terrifying nation armaments. A white-bearded elder wearing robes had an unsightly expression as he hurriedly called out, "Hurry and find the sect master, we can't allow anything to happen to him." The experts quickly searched, and the ancient sword sect's army also hurried over and joined in the search. In the end, everyone found the ancient sword sect master within a deep valley. The ancient sword sect master was on the verge of death. Everyone hurried over to save the ancient sword sect master, feeling quite shocked. Just who could injure the ancient sword sect master so heavily? With the ancient sword sect master's power, only the Tao Cultivation sect master could rival him. In other words, the ancient sword sect master's strength was ranked first in the ancient STEM domain. However, not only had he been defeated, but he had also been so heavily injured. No one in the ancient STEM domain could do such a thing. Could it be someone from another domain? The ancient sword sect experts did not stay here for too long and quickly carried the ancient sword sect master back to the ancient sword sect. This news quickly spread and shook the entire ancient STEM domain. The ancient sword sect was the most powerful faction in the ancient STEM domain, and it was about to become the #1 faction in the ancient STEM domain. However, the ancient sword sect master had been defeated by someone and had almost died at someone else's hands. This was incredibly shocking. At the same time, they felt even more curious about who had done this. With the ancient sword sect master's cultivation and sect armament, who could defeat him? Then, an even more shocking piece of news spread. The mysterious emperor who had disappeared for a few years had once again appeared. Not only had he captured many of the ancient sword sect's disciples, but he had also defeated the ancient sword sect master. Just how terrifying was that mysterious emperor? Back at the ancient STEM banquet, that mysterious disciple had been beaten up by the ancient sword sect master, and in just a few years, the situation had completely reversed. That mysterious emperor's growth was simply too shocking. Now that the mysterious emperor had the power to defeat the ancient sword sect master, the ancient sword sect's situation was quite dangerous. He now had the power to threaten the ancient sword sect and could take revenge. He might even mobilize a terrifying army to destroy the entire ancient sword sect. When the Tao Cultivation sect heard this news, they were shaken. The thing they had been guarding against had finally happened. In actuality, they had long since expected this to happen because they knew that the mysterious emperor had caused a massive stir in the heaven domain. Even Emperor Path College had personally taken him in as a student, and he had connections with higher beings. It would be strange if such a terrifying person didn't have his current terrifying strength. That was why the Tao Cultivation sect was wary of him and chose to stay in seclusion. On a stone stage on a mountain peak, Baiharan's expression was quite unsightly as he said to an elder, "Master, what should we do now? What should we do? That mysterious emperor has appeared in the end, and after a few years, his power has become so terrifying to the point that he can even defeat the ancient sword sect master." The Tao Cultivation sect master sighed, "What should come has come. I wonder what the Tao Cultivation sect will be like in the future. Back then, I regretted not stopping him, and I even caused enmity between your big brother and him. That's why we're in such a situation now. If we had stopped him back then, none of this would have happened, and the Tao Cultivation sect would not have stayed in seclusion because of him. In fact, we might have become friends with him, and the Tao Cultivation sect might have been able to help us in the future. Since he has once again appeared with such terrifying power, the Tao Cultivation sect needs to be even more careful. Soon, he will cause a storm of blood in the ancient stem domain. I just hope that he will let the Tao Cultivation sect off and not drag us into this," Jiaofu said. Baiharan's face was pale, but he nodded in understanding. If it was anyone else, they definitely would not understand why such a large sect would fear a single person so much. However, Baiharan knew how terrifying that person was. He could also predict that the mysterious emperor would cause a bloodbath in the ancient stem domain, and he felt quite worried. Right now, the Tao Cultivation sect just wanted to be well-behaved and silently stay by the side, hoping that the mysterious emperor would not come. Otherwise, even if his big brother, Bai Xingjun, returned as a higher being's disciple, it would be useless. An order was given out, and the Tao Cultivation sect became even more careful. They tightly closed their sect and even activated their sect formation, not allowing any disciples to go out or receive visitors. They completely cut off all contact with the outside world. This made everyone feel quite surprised, and they could not help but think about why the Tao Cultivation sect had tightly closed their sect and did not care about what happened in the ancient stem domain. This was because as soon as news of the mysterious emperor's appearance had spread, the Tao Cultivation sect seemed to be afraid and became even more careful. This was simply too much of a coincidence. It was as if the Tao Cultivation sect had long since expected this and feared that mysterious emperor, which was why they had chosen to remain in seclusion. Perhaps they knew something that others did not. This caused countless people to feel quite shocked. The Tao Cultivation sect was the true number one faction in the ancient stem domain, and yet they feared that mysterious emperor. Just how terrifying was that mysterious emperor? Within a simple and unadorned building, Ruoshi said seriously, "Master, I said before that if you had saved him back then, it would have been greatly beneficial to the heavenly music sect. However, Master, you were too worried and missed this opportunity. Now, that person has defeated the ancient sword sect master in just a few years." The heavenly music sect master's expression became slightly unsightly as he said, "I made the wrong choice this time, and now I feel some regret. If I had known that this mysterious emperor was so terrifying, I would have saved him back then. I wonder what his attitude towards the ancient stem domain is." Imuroshi shook her head as she said, "I don't know what his attitude towards the ancient stem domain is, but I'm sure that the ancient stem domain will not have a day of peace in the future." The heavenly music sect master nodded seriously as he said, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in regretting it. The heavenly music sect should make some preparations in case anything happens." Imuroshi nodded. If the heavenly music sect can subdue the Qin Empire, it will be of great help to the heavenly music sect. "Sure, go and give it a try." Hearing this, Imuroshi nodded and said, "I understand." The heavenly music sect master thought of something and smiled as he said, "With Sure looks, if she marries Great Qin's legatee, Great Qin's legatee will definitely agree to submit to her. It's just that Prince Qin is too lustful, and he has more women in his harem than an entire empire. He's quite ordinary, and even though he has great potential, I can't bear to give you to someone like him. Imuroshi slightly frowned as she said, I've seen that Prince Qin before, he's a very ordinary person, and I don't know what abilities he has. As the emperor of the Qin Empire, he doesn't match the rumors. However, I don't like him taking in countless beauties as concubines, and he doesn't even spare the wives and mothers of his enemies. I can't accept such a man. The Heavenly Music sect master smiled as she said, Sure I knew you wouldn't like him. Also, Sure what do you think of that mysterious prince? With his strength, mysteriousness, and his looks, I'd be very happy to see him become your husband. If you become his wife, our Heavenly Music sect will have a great relationship with him, and you won't have to worry about what he will do to our Heavenly Music sect in the future. Sure if you follow such a man, it will be of great benefit to you in the future. Imuroshi's face became slightly red as she said, Master. With that terrifying existence of his, it's possible that he won't be interested in me. The Heavenly Music sect master looked at Imuroshi in surprise and smiled as she said, So you're interested in him as well, Sure Imuroshi's face became red and she did not hide it as she lightly nodded and said, I do have a trace of good feelings towards him. If such a man becomes my husband, I won't object. The Heavenly Music sect master felt quite happy as she smiled and said, I can help with this matter. With Shure's looks, I'm sure that no man will not be moved. Imuroshi's face became slightly red as she lightly nodded and did not say anything else. However, they did not know that the mysterious emperor was Great Qin's emperor, who they did not like, so they naturally did not know. Within a gloomy palace, Xianxia's expression was quite unsightly as he said, Father. You shouldn't have acted back then and offended such a terrifying person. Even the ancient sword sect master was almost killed. If Father comes to find you, you won't have any hope of surviving. The cold-looking middle-aged man's expression was quite unsightly and gave off a savage look as he said, Back then, I thought he was definitely going to die, which was why I acted. There is an Een world supreme within his body, and if I could obtain it, the benefits would be unimaginable. Now, I don't regret acting against him. Instead, I regret not killing him back then. If I had killed him, none of this would have happened. Perhaps I would have obtained the underworld sovereign and become the #1 expert in the ancient STEM domain. Xianxia said, Then what should Father do now? That mysterious emperor has taken revenge on the ancient sword sect many times, and it's possible that he will make a move against us as well. The cold-looking middle-aged man coldly harumphed, The Netherine dynasty has increased its vigilance. As long as I stay within the Netherine dynasty, I will naturally be fine. With that boy's strength, I'm not a match for him, but he will not be able to defeat an entire royal kingdom. I just want him to come quickly. I can gather the Netherine dynasty's army and experts to surround and kill him and obtain the underworld sovereign. When that time comes, not only will I be the #1 expert in the ancient STEM domain, but the Netherine dynasty will also be above the ancient sword sect. Xianxia looked quite worried. If that mysterious emperor was so easy to deal with, he would not have lived for so long. He would not be so stupid as to fight head-on with the Netherine dynasty. However, if he really did come, the Netherine dynasty would suffer a calamity. Even though the Netherine dynasty's king did not fear that mysterious emperor, Xianxia had personally seen how terrifying that mysterious emperor was, so he felt quite worried. Within a luxurious room, the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king sat with a cold expression as he listened to the people below report to him. He felt a headache. It had been a few years, and if that mysterious emperor had not appeared, he might have forgotten about that matter. At the same time, he regretted not killing that mysterious emperor earlier. Now that he had caused such a big incident, the threat he posed was terrifying. Even the ancient sword sect master was not a match for that mysterious emperor and had almost died at his hands. With his own strength, he definitely would not be a match for that mysterious emperor and might even die at his hands. He could not be careless now, and the Bear Mountain Kingdom's king said coldly, Everyone in the kingdom, be on guard to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Also, pay attention to everything regarding that mysterious emperor. Yes, the person below obeyed and turned to leave. A beautiful and noble-looking woman sitting next to him said, even if he defeated the ancient sword sect master, he's just a single person. A few 100 million Bear Mountain Kingdom soldiers would be able to kill him. Is there a need for the kingdom to treat him so seriously? The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king said seriously with a cold expression, there's a need. You haven't seen him before, that mysterious emperor is extremely terrifying. Back then, he was someone I could easily crush to death, but after not seeing him for a few years, he has the power to kill me. I didn't forget that when he was escaping, he revealed 3 terrifying emperor stars, which is why he has such potential. If he has more time, even I might become an ant in front of him, Zhao Fu said as he looked at Zhao Fu. The beautiful woman asked in shock, 3 emperor stars? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, is it really that terrifying? The Bear Mountain Kingdom's king nodded seriously. They did not know that Zhao Fu already had 6 emperor stars. In an icy palace, a group of people in long robes sat together, discussing something with serious expressions on their faces. AI. That mysterious emperor's growth speed is simply too fast. He actually has the power to kill the ancient sword sect master, and he can be said to be the #1 expert in the ancient STEM domain. Let's see if the Dao Cultivation sect master is a match for him. That's right. Now that I think about it, I feel quite regretful. Back then, abandoned school asked me to help that mysterious emperor, but I did not agree. Back then, abandoned school had some relations with him, and we have an advantage over the other factions. We can form a deeper relationship with him, which will be of great help to us in the future. However, we did not grasp this opportunity. What should we do now? Tell me. Let's increase our vigilance as well. Back then, we saw that mysterious emperor being humiliated by the ancient sword sect master. Who knows if he will bear a grudge against us? It was not just them, the Greenwood Kingdom, Windcloud Kingdom, Ancient God Sect, and other large factions also became more vigilant in order to prevent that mysterious emperor from taking revenge against them. The most vigilant faction was naturally the Ancient Sword Sect. Such a thing had happened. All of their soldiers and disciples were gathered to defend the surroundings, and the entire sect was filled with an austere aura, and no one dared to get close. This matter had a great impact on the Ancient Sword Sect. It suppressed the Ancient Sword Sect's morale and once again made the Ancient Sword Sect lose face. At the same time, this greatly threatened them. Even though the various large factions became vigilant, they could not understand why the Dao Cultivation sect was so afraid of that mysterious emperor. They directly cut off all contact with the outside world. After all, they were the #1 faction in the ancient STEM domain. They felt a trace of fear, but they would not act like this. However, they did not know just how terrifying Zhao Fu was, nor did they know about the commotion that Zhao Fu had caused in the heaven domain. Otherwise, they would have been the same as the Dao Cultivation sect. Seeing all of these terrifying factions become vigilant because of a single person, the ordinary people in the ancient STEM domain could not help but feel shocked. There had never been such a person before, and all of the large factions in the ancient STEM domain felt a trace of fear. They could not help but be on guard against him. Fudge! That person is so powerful, such a terrifying person suddenly appeared? You don't know? Back then, he was incredibly famous and caused a massive commotion. He was the one who ascended to the 10,000 dragon stage, and he was the #1 genius of the ancient STEM domain back then. His power is incredibly terrifying, and I heard that he's an emperor. Is that so? I've been in the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain for a few years, but I've never heard of this person. With how famous he is, how could I know him? Haha, you newcomers don't know about this. Back then, at the ancient STEM banquet, that mysterious emperor accidentally injured the ancient sword sect's genius and was humiliated by the ancient sword sect master. In the end, the ancient sword sect master wanted to kill him, but he escaped. Since then, there has been no news of him. Oh. So it's like that, no wonder he appeared in such a domineering manner. However, that mysterious emperor is so powerful, he was actually able to defeat an expert of the ancient sword sect master's level. That battle was simply apocalyptic and was super terrifying. However, no one was able to personally witness it. However, many people have gone to look at the traces of the battle, and they are still quite terrifying. I really admire this kind of expert, he actually has this kind of power. Back then, the ancient sword sect master used his own strength to bully others. Now, he's simply a scourge. It's not just the ancient sword sect, the Netherine dynasty and Bear Mountain dynasty have also acted. This time, it's possible that the mysterious emperor will take revenge on all three of them. I don't think it's just the three major forces. Now, all of the large factions in the ancient STEM domain are on guard, they're all worried about that mysterious emperor's revenge. I feel that he's incredibly domineering, just him alone can cause all of the large factions in the ancient STEM domain to feel fear. I think so too. I'm starting to worship that mysterious imperial prince now. Sword Chant and his fellows, who were near Qin, had planned to put pressure on Qin and force Qin to surrender to them. However, they didn't expect to hear this news. Jian Yin's expression became quite unsightly. He had never thought that even their ancient sword sect master would almost be killed. Just who was that mysterious emperor? After thinking about it, Jian Yin did not stay here and decided to immediately return to the ancient sword sect. Xianxia also received orders, and her expression became quite serious because her imperial father wanted her to immediately return. After all, Xianxia and Zhaofu had enmity, and Xianxia was the Bear Mountain Kingdom's legatee. It was possible that Zhaofu would act against her. With Zhaofu's current strength, if he wanted to kill someone, who could stop him? As such, they immediately called Xianxia back. Xianxia had never thought that the person who she had enmity with back then would become so terrifying and cause the entire ancient STEM sect to be on guard. Even though she was quite unwilling, Xianxia thought about it and decided to quickly return to the Bear Mountain Kingdom. Jian Yin and Xianxia left. Qing Muji lightly harumphed, "Are you afraid? Hurry up and leave, perhaps that mysterious imperial prince will come and kill you." Jiao Xiaoyun lightly laughed, "Little girl. Aren't you afraid? You want us to leave and conquer the Qin Empire by yourself? Keep dreaming, perhaps the first person that mysterious imperial prince will kill will be you." Qing Muji raised her head and said confidently, "I'm not afraid. I've never offended him, and he's an imperial prince, right? I can't casually make a move against innocent people. Moreover, I'm so cute, how could that imperial prince bear to kill me?" Jiao Xiaoyun could not help but loudly laugh, "Indeed, little girl, you're so childish and pure. If that mysterious imperial prince catches you, he might do that to you. However, with how you don't have any breasts or buttocks, he might not be interested in you." Qing Muji puffed up her cheeks and glared at Jiao Xiaoyun as she said, "That's right. You're the best at seducing people. Do you think that Qin's imperial prince was seduced by you?" Jiao Xiaoyun coquettishly laughed as she said, "Of course. I think you should go back." Qing Muji crossed her arms and lightly harumphed, "I don't believe you. If you seduced him, you wouldn't be here." "Humph. Is it because he doesn't like you, you vixen?" Jiao Xiaoyun and Qing Muji once again started to bicker. Bing Qishu sighed and looked at Gu Qingyu as he asked, "Now that the entire ancient STEM domain is on guard, are you going to stay here or return to the sect?" Gu Qingyu thought about it before replying, "I think we should go back. Based on the current situation, it seems that we won't be able to subdue Qin. I've seen that mysterious imperial prince before, and he's not a good person. His killing aura is too heavy, and he might really act against us. Back then, his power was already so terrifying, and in just a few years, he's become an existence that we can't even hope to reach, making us feel despair." Bing Qishu nodded as he said, "It would have been great if those things had not happened back then, and things like this would not have happened." Gu Qingyu nodded and laughed as she said, "Now that things have come to this, there's no point in thinking about it. Also, I'll be leaving now." Following this, Gu Qingyu left. Bing Qishu thought about it and left a letter for Zhao Fu. If he changed his mind and wanted to work together with the Ice Origin Kingdom, he could find the Ice Origin Kingdom at any time, and the Ice Origin Kingdom could help him. Following this, Bing Qishu left. Jiao Xiaoyun and Qing Muji did not leave, but they did not stay either. Instead, they headed to Qin, saying that they wanted to be guests at Qin City. In actuality, they wanted to stay at Qin City. This was because it was safer there, and that mysterious imperial prince would not dare to openly act in a kingdom's capital. They could also use this opportunity to convince Imperial Prince Qin City. Zhao Fu returned to Qin City in a good mood. He knew that the ancient sword sect master had not died, and he felt that it was a pity that he had not been able to kill him. However, there was not much point in killing him now. Zhao Fu wanted to destroy the entire ancient sword sect and have the ancient sword sect master personally witness its destruction. Only then would he feel even more pain and be able to vent his hatred. Zhao Fu had entered the Emperor Killing Sword world and found that the 1 million or so ancient sword sect disciples were immersed in the Killing Sword Lake, continuously absorbing massive amounts of slaughtering qi. They slowly started to go through changes, and they would be able to go through sword obsession after some time. In actuality, sword obsession was far more terrifying than the alchemy giants. After they matured, even if they were blasted into dust, they would not die. Moreover, their attacks were incredibly powerful and unstoppable, and very few people would be a match for them. If 10 million people went into sword obsession, they would not have to fear hundreds of millions of soldiers and would be able to slaughter them. Even though the Emperor Killing Sword did not have the power to cause a catastrophe, it was possible to create an army of people who went into sword obsession. Such an army would be incredibly terrifying and would be of great help to Qin City. After returning to Qin City's imperial palace, Zhao Fu knew that Jiao Xiaoyun and Qing Muji had stayed behind. After thinking about it, he did not mind too much. In actuality, Zhao Fu did not plan to kill these legatees, as they were near Qin City. If he killed them, it might have a negative effect on Qin City. Following this, Zhao Fu started to deal with administrative matters. There was not much for Qin City to do, so he could only wait for time to develop. Soon, it was time for the Emperor Path College to recruit students. The Rising Qin Academy's gate was made of wood, but it was carved with the image of a bright moon illuminating the mountains and rivers. It was extremely exquisite, and it gave off an ancient and poetic feeling. The words Rising Qin Academy were elegantly written on the plaque above the gate. The Rising Qin Academy was simple and elegant, and it was different from Qin City's murderous and domineering aura. Even though there was a martial institution, the Rising Qin Academy was more elegant. At that moment, there was a sea of people in front of the Rising Qin Academy. There were students from previous years who had come back to study, and they were older. There were also parents who had brought their children to register, and they were younger. As mentioned before, there were many academies in the Qin Empire. However, the Rising Qin Academy was the #1 academy in the Qin Empire. It was established by Qin's Majesty himself. It was also the main production place for the civil and military officials of the Qin Empire. Countless people crazily wanted to send their children here, hoping that they would have a bright future and become officials of the Qin Academy. It wasn't just parents, even ordinary youths knew that those who entered the Rising Qin Academy could become generals or high-ranking officials in the future, so they all looked up to this place. The Rising Qin Academy was split into 2 classes. One was for children under 12 years old, and the other was for children over 12 years old. The Rising Qin Academy could be nurtured from a young age, allowing the children's talent and potential to develop. Of course, there was also an examination system, and those who did not meet the standards would be transferred out of the Rising Qin Academy. In other words, they would no longer be students of the Rising Qin Academy. Because there was only one Rising Qin Academy, there were so many people who wanted to enter, so the system was quite strict. If one was not outstanding, there was no need to continue nurturing them. Within a small village, an elderly man looked quite delighted as he put on new clothes and called out, "Lil Cow, hurry up." "Understood, Grandpa," a little boy's voice sounded out from within the room. Beside him, an elderly woman also looked quite happy as she said, "My grandson is about to go to the Rising Qin Academy to study, he'll definitely have a bright future. Also, old man, be careful when you take Lil Cow to the imperial capital, there are too many major figures there. Also, we have to thank that lord, if it wasn't for him, how could Lil Cow go to the Rising Qin Academy to study?" The elderly man smiled and nodded as he said, "I know, I'll definitely thank that lord properly." A little boy carrying a small bag happily ran out, and beside him was a delicate-looking woman who also smiled as she walked out. "Grandpa. Let's go," the little boy said impatiently as he smiled and held the elderly man's hand. To him, an ordinary city was already quite grand, and now that they were going to the imperial capital, he was incredibly excited and curious about what it would be like. The elderly man smiled as he held the little boy's hand and walked forwards. After arriving at the village's teleportation channel, the elderly man and the little boy were teleported to a small town, then to a city, and then to a larger city. Finally, they arrived at the capital of the Qin Empire. Looking at the bustling crowds on the streets, the tall buildings around them, and the patrolling soldiers wearing black armor with cold expressions, the elderly man and the little boy felt quite shocked. Both grandfather and grandson were a little shocked. They felt that it was too prosperous and grand. The little boy was filled with innocence and curiosity as he ran towards the streets, wanting to see what the imperial capital of the Qin Empire was like. The elderly man hurriedly went up and pulled the little boy back. This was the imperial capital of the Qin Empire, and there were many people with high statuses. Even the ordinary residents were not people that these villagers could compare to, so it was best to be careful. Following this, the elderly man took the little boy's hand and started to walk on the streets. The little boy grinned as he looked around, feeling quite curious about everything. A while later, the elderly man came to the imperial capital for the first time and did not know where the Rising Qin Academy was, so he could only hold the little boy's hand and ask a peddler, "Boss, can you tell me how to get to the Rising Qin Academy?" The peddler looked quite surprised and looked at the elderly man and the little boy as he smiled and said, "You're not from here, right? The Rising Qin Academy is in the northern part of the city, and it's quite far from here. You should find a carriage and go there, or else it'll take some time." The elderly man smiled gratefully as he said, "I understand. Thank you, boss." The peddler smiled as he said, "No need. Also, why are you taking your grandson to the Rising Qin Academy?" The elderly man happily smiled as he said, "My grandson is going to study at the Rising Qin Academy." The peddler looked at the little boy in shock as he said, "What? Your grandson is going to study at the Rising Qin Academy? That's a place that only geniuses from the Qin Empire can go to. Everyone who goes there has a chance of becoming a high-ranking official and being respected by others." The elderly man felt quite proud and smiled as he replied, "That's right." The peddler said in delight, "Then your grandson will become a big figure in the future. Do you want me to take you there?" The elderly man felt quite bad, but thinking about how big the imperial capital of the Qin Empire was, even if he knew where it was, it would take at least a day to find it, so he agreed. Following this, the peddler asked a young man next to him to help him take a look before leading the elderly man and his grandson away. The grandfather and grandson were quite surprised and excitedly nodded. "Little cow. This is Rising Qin Academy, you have to perform well here and don't disappoint us. Don't disappoint that lord, or else I won't forgive you." The elderly man held the little boy's hand and lowered his head as he said in a serious tone. The little boy earnestly nodded and replied, "Grandpa, I understand. I'll definitely perform well in Rising Qin Academy." At that moment, the luxuriously dressed little fatty passed by with a few servants. Hearing this, he felt quite displeased as he said, "Humph. I don't believe that this little bumpkin can enter Rising Qin Academy." Hearing this, the little boy said angrily, "You little fatty. I'll be a student of Rising Qin Academy in the future, I don't need you to believe me." Hearing this, the little fatty felt quite angry and stretched out his chubby hand as he said, "Take it out and let me see your notice." The little boy looked quite confused as he asked, "What notice?" The little fatty loudly laughed as he said, "So you're a fake. You don't even know about the notice and want to come to Rising Qin Academy to study. Don't you know? Rising Qin Academy will give out a notice to those who pass the examination, and with this, you can study at the academy." The little fatty delightedly stretched out his hand towards the servant. The servant took out a silver-white booklet and handed it to the little fatty. The little fatty held the booklet and waved it in front of the little boy, saying, "Do you see this? This is the notice. I'm called Qian Wuli, and my grade is S grade. Moreover, I've already read quite a few books. Don't you think I'm super amazing?" The little boy felt quite shocked and nodded as he said, "You're indeed amazing. My grade is only B grade and I don't know many words." Hearing the little boy's approval, the little fatty happily smiled and did not hate the little boy as much anymore. He went up and patted the little boy's shoulder as he said, "I kind of like you now, be my little book attendant. I'll show you what Rising Qin Academy is like, and I'll give you 50 silver coins every month." The little boy immediately refused, saying, "I don't want to, I'm here to study, I'm going to be a general in the future." The little fatty said in disbelief, "You don't even have a notice, how can you study at Rising Qin Academy?" The little boy replied, "An adult who can fly came to our village. He gave me a token and said that I could come here to study." When the little fatty heard this, he still didn't believe it and said, "Then which lord gave it to you? I want to see what that token looks like." The little boy turned to the old man and said, "Grandpa, take out the token the Lord gave me." Of course, the old man wouldn't take it out. That token was made of black gold, which was enough to prove how noble the person was. How could such a precious thing be displayed in front of everyone? Furthermore, the old man saw that the little fatty had brought a few servants with him. His identity was obviously not simple. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend at all. He smiled and said, "Young master, my grandson doesn't know any better. Please don't argue with him." After saying that, the old man pulled the little boy forward. The little boy was pulled forward by his grandfather. He looked a little unhappy, but he didn't struggle or say anything. The little fatty lightly harumphed and felt quite displeased, but he didn't do anything. After all, this was Rising Qin Academy's main gates, and no one dared to act recklessly here. As such, he followed behind the old man. The old man pulled the little boy to the main gates and was stopped by a black armored soldier. "Show me your notice." Hearing this, the old man felt quite surprised and said, "We don't have a notice." The Qin soldier coldly said, "Then please leave. You can't enter without a notice or a pass." Hearing this, the little fatty smiled. He had told them that they needed a notice, yet they dared to come without one. They would definitely be stopped. The vendor looked at the old man, feeling quite unsure as to whether the old man had lied to him or not. The old man felt quite troubled and hesitated before saying, "I don't have a notice or a pass, but a lord said that if you have his token, you can come to Rising Qin Academy to study." The Qin soldier thought about it and said, "Please show me your token." As such, the old man took out an item wrapped in cloth. The little fatty, the vendor, and everyone else's gazes were filled with curiosity as they looked at the item wrapped in cloth. The old man carefully and slowly opened the cloth, revealing a palm-sized, black gold token with a ferocious and domineering black dragon carved on it. Seeing this token, the Qin soldier's expression fell and he hurriedly half-knelt on the ground as he respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty." Seeing this token, the other Qin soldiers' expressions also fell as they half-knelt on the ground and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty." Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on the token in the old man's hand. Even though they didn't know what token it was, they could tell who it belonged to based on the Qin soldier's expression. There was only one person who could make the Qin soldier act like this, and that was Qin's Majesty. Thinking to there, everyone's expressions fell as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live His Majesty." The vendor's voice was so loud that it shook the surroundings. He didn't expect that the lord the old man mentioned was His Majesty. He quickly knelt down as well. "Young master, kneel." The servants behind the little fatty knelt on the ground and pulled the little fatty, who was looking at the token in surprise. The little fatty also came to his senses and knelt on the ground. He didn't expect that the little boy had a relationship with His Majesty Qin. He couldn't help but feel a bit envious, because that was His Majesty Qin. Qin was the most distinguished person in the Qin kingdom. Not only them, but the little boy and the old man were also shocked. They didn't expect that the person who came to their small village was the majesty of the entire Qin kingdom. Seeing everyone kneeling on the ground, the old man raised the token and pulled the little boy to kneel on the ground. He didn't dare to stand while holding the token given by His Majesty Qin. After a while, the soldier said respectfully, "Sir, you'd better stand up first. You can go in now." The old man stood up with the token in his hand. If he didn't stand up, no one present would dare to stand up. This was the majesty of His Majesty Qin and the respect of many people to His Majesty Qin. The elderly man felt quite uncomfortable being surrounded by so many people, as he could tell that these people were all quite extraordinary. Some of them tried to curry favor with him. "Sir, can you give me some face? I want to treat you to a meal and give you some gifts. I hope you can agree." "Sir, I have a jade pendant here that's worth a few thousand silver coins. If you like it, I can give it to you. Uncle, you are really lucky to have met Our Majesty in person. Your grandson also looks pretty good. I have a granddaughter who is very beautiful. Why don't we get married? The elderly man looked quite troubled and felt quite uncomfortable. He understood why these people were trying to curry favor with him. Seeing this, the soldiers went up and blocked those people as they said, "Sir, you should go in first." Hearing this, the elderly man nodded and understood that he could not stay here. The little fatty smiled and went up and put his arm around the little boy's shoulder as he said, "Let's be good friends. I'll treat you to a good meal." Even though the little fatty was young, he was quite smart. The person in front of him was someone who had connections to His Majesty Qin, and that person was a major figure. Ordinary people like them did not even have the right to meet His Majesty. The little boy happily nodded and did not refuse. Within the Qin Imperial Palace, Zhao Fu was reading through memorials when a soldier came in and reported that an elderly man and a child had come to the Rising Qin Academy with his command medallion. Zhao Fu smiled and naturally knew who it was, but he did not say anything. He had given him an opportunity, and it was up to him to see how he would perform in the future. Zhao Fu did not pay too much attention to this matter, and he once again focused on his political affairs. A while later, another Qin soldier came in and reported that there were changes in the devil world. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and immediately thought of something. He smiled and soon arrived at the devil world. The devil world had expanded many times, and there was a square barrier separating the devil world from the normal world. That place was incredibly twisted and cruel, and it contained devil qi that could cause creatures to mutate. Before Zhao Fu even entered the fiend world, he could already hear terrifying cries echoing in all directions, sending chills down his spine. Hearing those cries, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear and instead smiled as he entered the devil world. On the blood-red sky and the black earth, terrifying people were undergoing terrifying mutations. A person lay on the ground and howled as scales grew out of his body. His back bulged and gradually became bigger as a pair of bat wings grew out of his body and a powerful aura spread out. A person covered his face with both hands as he screamed. His eyes and nose had disappeared, leaving behind only a large mouth with fangs growing out. That person also stopped screaming and let out a strange laugh. A person roared towards the sky and held a sword. His eyes became black and his body gave off a blood-red aura. His appearance became completely cold and he gave off a powerful aura, making him look like a murderous demon. A person screamed as his body quickly grew. His body became 3 meters tall and his hands became sharp claws. His face became savage and a tail grew out from his back, and his body gave off a ferocious aura. After Zhao Fu came to the devil world, Mama Jiggery smiled as she came up and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Tamamonome flirtatiously smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu and said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, these people have finally completed their transformations. These people have finally completed their transformations and will be a very powerful force for Great Qin. We've spent a lot of effort on this, you can properly reward us later." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, with the current situation, they are indeed very important to Qin. After such a long time, we've finally transformed them. I know that you've spent a lot of effort, and I'll properly reward you later." Tamamonome happily hugged Zhao Fu and lightly nodded. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he hugged Tamamonome and brought Mama Jiggery and the other devil leaders to the mutated people. These people could no longer be called people but a group of devils. They looked all different and were incredibly terrifying. These people's origins were not simple at all, they had been soldiers of the Aeolian Empire, and all of them had stage 3 cultivation. Before, the First Aeolian Empire had fought against Qin but had been defeated by Qin. Before, it would have been very difficult for Qin to defend against the Aeolian Empire because they were all stage 3 soldiers and had Emperor Heaven Realm experts. The decisive reason why Qin had defeated the Aeolian Empire was because Qin had used a teleportation formation to send 1.5 billion wind god soldiers into the devil world. Back then, Qin had only used his devil qi to suppress them but did not turn them into devils. They all had stage 3 cultivation, so how could it be so easy to transform them? As such, Qin took a long time to transform them. During this period of time, the devil leaders continuously activated the devil formation and gathered countless traces of devil qi to send into the Aeolian Empire soldiers' bodies, causing them to turn into devils. Even though the devil leaders gathered the devil chi day and night to transform them, it still took them a long time to finally succeed. Even though there were only 1.5 billion of these devils, they all had stage 3 cultivation from the start, which was equivalent to 15 billion stage 1 soldiers. Now that they had become devils, their power was not only strange, but it was also more brutal and more powerful than ordinary stage 3 soldiers. As such, these 1.5 billion devils were equivalent to 16 billion stage 1 soldiers. Now that Qin had gained 16 billion soldiers, with Qin's current situation, he needed a large number of soldiers. How could Zhao Fu not feel delighted after suddenly gaining so many soldiers? Back when he had heard about the devil world's abnormal changes, Zhao Fu had thought of this. Zhao Fu used the devil lord's power to gather the devils in front of him. They were densely packed like a flood, and it was impossible to see how many there were. However, these devils had just been transformed and were too wild. They gave off powerful auras and gave off low roars as if they wanted to challenge Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear, and a terrifying power exploded out from his body as a black and blood-red aura flame appeared around him. A powerful might descended, pressing down on the countless devils' bodies like a massive hand. Those wild monsters had faces full of fear. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on the ground. None of them dared to stand. Now, Zhao Fu not only used the devil lord's power but also his divine bloodline's power, causing the devils to feel extreme terror. They did not even have the courage to resist. After looking at the devil army, Zhao Fu smiled. Now, Qin felt much more confident, and he did not feel as much fear facing the Fire Kingdom and Devil Horn Empire. Not too long after returning to the Qin Imperial Palace, news came from the underworld that they had discovered another historical remnant. The monsters inside were quite dangerous, and with Huang Quanling and the others' strength, they would not be able to deal with them. From the historical remnant, it seemed that it was a godly spirit historical remnant. Now, Qin was only 3 godly spirits away from being able to open the divine spirit door and go to the godly spirit world. Zhao Fu was quite curious about that place. Perhaps he would be able to find a large amount of time attribute items. It was quite difficult to obtain time attribute items in the underworld and heaven awakened worlds because the requirements to form them were quite harsh. However, it would be relatively easier to obtain them in the godly spirit world. For example, there were many godly spirits that controlled time, and with their abilities, they would be able to create many time attribute items. After opening the divine spirit door, they would be able to obtain time attribute items from them. That way, Qin would be able to mass-produce philosopher's stones, and Qin's overall strength would greatly increase. Qin's stage 1 soldiers would also be able to become commonplace. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu quickly went to the underworld. Huang Quanling smiled as she leaned against Zhao Fu and said, "Husband, you're here. You're here." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before asking, "Where is that historical remnant? What are the specifics?" Huang Quanling replied, "It's at a boundary region." A small faction that just submitted to the Yellow Springs Kingdom reported this information. They accidentally discovered this historical remnant but did not have the ability to explore it, so they reported it to us. The Yellow Springs Empress and I tried the historical remnant, and the ghosts within were very powerful. There were also all sorts of restrictions, and with our strength, we could only explore it for a bit before retreating. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Take me there then." Huang Quanling smiled and nodded before bringing Zhao Fu to the historical remnant. This historical remnant was located in a very deep canyon, and light could not reach this place. It was completely dark all around, and there was not even a trace of sound. It gave off a chilling feeling, making people feel quite terrified. Huang Quanling hugged Zhao Fu's arm and waved her hand, causing a blue fireball to appear, giving off a faint blue light that lit up the surroundings. The two of them continued onwards and came to the deepest part of the canyon. There was a massive bronze door here, and there was a powerful monster carved on it. It wore armor and held a saber in one hand and a sword in the other, giving off a ferocious aura. Huang Quanling let go of Zhao Fu's arm and pressed a hand on the door. A wave of power surged out from her palm and flowed into the large bronze door. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the bronze doors gave off light and a powerful aura as they slowly opened. Zhao Fu said to Huang Quanling, "You stay here, I'll go in and take a look." Huang Quanling smiled and nodded. She knew how terrifying this historical remnant was, so she did not want to go in and make trouble for Zhao Fu. After entering, Zhao Fu felt quite wary. It was a very large space inside, and the walls were made of bricks. It was quite dark inside, but Zhao Fu's eyes were quite special and he could see things in the darkness. There were indeed many restrictions here, and not only could one not use their nation armaments, but they could also suppress one's cultivation. Zhao Fu was originally a great Earth Realm cultivator, but he was now suppressed to the Saint Realm. Moreover, with the divine bloodline weakening the restrictions, his cultivation would have been suppressed even more. Suddenly, a group of well-built monsters wearing armor and holding weapons gave off powerful auras as they rushed over. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he took out the emperor-killing sword and lightly cried out, "Sword Master!" Xing, a massive wave of sword chi flowed out from the emperor-killing sword and spread out, bringing with it a sword wind. The 10 or so monsters gave off immense power as they leapt into the air and raised their weapons as they hacked towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu vigorously swung the sword in his hand and a massive sword light slashed out, giving off terrifying power as it slashed forwards, cutting the 10 or so monsters into countless pieces. The surrounding monsters continuously flooded over, and Zhao Fu continuously slashed out, cutting the monsters into pieces without feeling any pressure at all. However, a while later, Zhao Fu found that something was off. The chopped-up corpses had all disappeared, and the monsters giving off powerful auras did not decrease at all. These monsters were not corporeal, nor were they created by formations, they were illusions. No wonder Huang Quanling and the others were unable to break out of this place. If they could not find the source, no matter how many monsters they killed, it would be useless. The monsters would just endlessly attack and exhaust their strength. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu sent a wave of power into the glass pupil in his left eye. The glass pupil opened and gave off a glass light, and Zhao Fu looked at the monsters. The monsters in front of him had all changed, they were no longer monsters but balls of grey gas. These were not illusions but monsters created by a formation. Roar! Roar, roar! At that moment, the monsters gave off powerful roars as they flooded towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent a massive wave of power into the sword, causing it to give off boundless light. A terrifying sword chi spread out, and looking at the incoming monsters, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. Boom, an incredibly terrifying sword energy, bringing with it the power of a thunderbolt, slashed towards the ghosts. The ghosts were slashed into countless pieces, and the ground was dyed red with blood. However, within Zhao Fu's glass pupil, the pieces of flesh turned into gas and started to condense. Soon, more monsters were formed. At that moment, Zhao Fu took out a crystal sword. This sword was called the Heaven Sealing Sword, and it had powerful sealing power. However, Zhao Fu did not use it often. An intense wave of power entered the Heaven Sealing Sword, causing it to explode out with terrifying power and give off an intense sword light. Zhao Fu held the sword and vigorously stabbed it into the ground. Boom, the sword stabbed into the ground, and a 10-meter-wide magic formation giving off a powerful aura rose up from the ground. A massive sealing power gave off an unstoppable aura and instantly spread out. The countless devil ghosts ferociously charging at Zhao Fu turned into balls of black aura and were absorbed into the ground. Not a single devil ghost was able to resist, and in just a few moments, all of the devil ghosts disappeared and the surroundings became empty again. The magic formation had been forcefully sealed by Zhao Fu, and it could no longer create monsters. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and drew out the Heaven Sealing Sword. However, he left the magic formation behind and continued to seal the countless monsters. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu came before a bronze door. This bronze door was at the center of the space, and it was 10 meters tall. It gave off an ancient and cold aura and there were countless armored and weapon-wielding ghosts carved on it. Zhao Fu went up and took a look and found that this was the source of the ghosts. This door was known as the Ghost Door, and the evil spirits that had appeared before were all products of this door. Moreover, this door was a powerful treasure. Not only did it have powerful defensive abilities, but it also had the ability to condense a large number of ghosts. It also had a ghost domain, and anyone who entered the domain would be weakened. The reason why Zhao Fu's cultivation had been weakened just then was because of this ghost door. Zhao Fu felt that this ghost door was quite useful, and he gave a trace of a smile. He waved his hand and put the ghost door into his spatial ring before continuing onwards. Following this, Zhao did not encounter anything else and arrived before another door. This door was the same as the one he had come from, and Zhao stretched out his hand and sent out a wave of power to push the door open. Behind the door was a very large space, but the scene was a bit strange. This was because there were many bronze doors in that space. These bronze doors were 3 meters tall and about 2 meters wide. There was also a ferocious ghost carved on the door. It looked a little different. Some looked like a leopard, some looked like a human, some looked like a cow, and some looked like a man. There were roughly 1,000 bronze doors, and they stood on the ground, giving off an eerie and strange aura. Zhao started to be careful. This place was evidently not simple and seemed quite strange. After thinking for a while, Zhao walked towards the corners of the space. The doors were all in the center, and there were no doors in the corners. If he went around, he would be able to go around the bronze doors. However, things were different to what Zhao had expected. Just as Zhao stepped in, the doors gave off a faint light and started to move. They lined up and ghosts giving off powerful auras walked out. These ghosts were very powerful and all had Saint Realm strength. Now that Zhao was no longer suppressed by the ghost door, his strength had returned to the Earth Realm. Facing these powerful ghosts, Zhao did not feel much fear and held the Emperor Killing Sword as he walked towards them. The ghosts looked at Zhao coldly and cruelly, and their bodies moved as they charged at Zhao. They were incredibly fast, and in just a few moments, they had arrived in front of Zhao. Boom, Zhao exploded out with all of his power, and a terrifying aura exploded out, bringing with it a massive gale that sent the monsters flying back. The ghosts were 10 or so meters away from Zhao and surrounded Zhao. Their expressions became serious as they understood how terrifying Zhao was. A humanoid ghost roared and charged at Zhao. It quickly reached Zhao and a ghostly claw containing immense power grabbed towards Zhao, seeming to want to tear Zhao apart. However, Zhao held the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to give off an intense sword light. Zhao vigorously slashed out and a sharp sword light slashed out, cutting the ghost in half. Swish, 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 a few ghosts quickly arrived in front of Zhao and gave off immense power as they started to attack Zhao and Zhao. A tiger-like ghost ferociously leapt at Zhao, and Zhao kicked it away. A snake-like ghost shot out like lightning, and Zhao dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. A humanoid ghost ferociously punched towards Zhao, but Zhao sword gave off a sword light as he chopped off its head. A wolf-like ghost attacked Zhao from behind, but Zhao spun and slashed out, splitting the ghost in half. 10 or so monsters gave off powerful auras as they leapt into the air and attacked Zhao. Zhao held the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing it to give off boundless sword light. He vigorously slashed out, and a crescent containing shocking power flew out in all directions. Chi, chi, chi. The monster that leaped into the air was directly sliced in half by the sword light, and blood splattered on the ground. Roar! Roar, roar! At that moment, the countless ghosts roared and gave off ferocious auras as they leapt into the air and sprang at Zhao. Facing the countless ghosts, Zhao gaze was cold as he lightly cried out, "Celestial mode. Activate!" A celestial-like aura exploded out from Zhao body as a rainbow-colored aura flame appeared. A rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on Zhao forehead, and his eyes gave off a rainbow-colored light as a rainbow-colored rune circle appeared. Looking at the countless ghosts charging at him, Zhao gave a trace of a cruel smile and stretched out his hand towards them. A powerful wave of energy gathered in his palm, causing it to give off an intense rainbow-colored light, and he vigorously pushed out. The rainbow-colored rune circle around Zhao body gave off a terrifying power and spun a few times before giving off shocking power and instantly expanding outwards. Chi, chi, chi. The countless ghosts were directly cut in half by the rainbow-colored light, and none of them were able to resist at all. Dismembered corpses and blood fell like rain, covering the ground, looking incredibly bloody and cruel. However, these dismembered corpses turned into grey aura that flowed into the bronze doors. Boom, boom. Boom, the bronze doors gave off powerful auras and intense ghostly lights, and ghosts once again came out. Zhao eyes slightly narrowed, just like the bronze doors from before. These ghosts could not be killed, and he needed to find their true bodies. Swish, 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 the terrifying ghosts gave off ferocious auras and once again charged at Zhao Fu. They were different from before, and they seemed to contain a trace of power similar to Zhao Fu's. However, it was only a trace because Zhao Fu's body's power could not be replicated by anything. Seeing the incoming ghosts, Zhao Fu half-squatted on the ground and pressed a hand against the ground. A mass of rainbow-colored energy flowed into the ground, and a rainbow-colored magic formation appeared as the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun. Clang, 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 the rainbow-colored chains gave off immense power as they shot towards the ghosts incredibly quickly. The ghosts' bodies were pierced by the chains, and they gave off pained cries. After piercing through the ghosts, the rainbow-colored chains did not stop and shot towards the bronze doors behind them, quickly binding them. The bronze doors gave off terrifying power and gave off intense light, wanting to break free from the rainbow-colored chains. The chains gave off powerful sealing power and slowly sealed the bronze doors. Zhao Fu went up and looked at the bronze doors' stats, and he found that not only could they release ghosts, but they could also copy other powers. However, they could not copy powers that were too high grade. For example, those ghosts only had a trace of power similar to Zhao Fu's and could not truly copy Zhao Fu's power. Even though they could not copy high-grade powers, they could still copy ordinary experts' powers. As long as the doors were not destroyed, the ghosts would not be able to truly kill them. Zhao Fu felt that this ability was quite good. Zhao Fu put them away and decided to go back and refine them for himself. Zhao Fu continued onwards. He still did not encounter anything, and Zhao Fu came to a massive cave. It was even darker ahead, and it gave off a faint might as well as a godly spirit's aura. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile, he could tell that there was a godly spirit ahead. After walking into the cave, Zhao Fu walked for 10 or so minutes, and he once again came to a large space. This place was tens of thousands of meters wide and 1,000 meters tall. The ground was quite empty, and there was a 100-meter-tall stage at the center. There was a throne at the top, and there was a woman sitting on it. The woman had a graceful figure and wore black armor. She had long, green hair and her eyes were closed. She was quite beautiful and gave off a powerful aura. Her aura was also quite powerful, and she gave off a dense godly spirit aura. There was a bronze saber stabbed into the ground next to her, which gave off a faint green light and a sharp aura. There were bronze doors floating above the space. Each door was 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and they gave off faint green light and auras. There were over 10,000 of them, and they looked quite majestic. Zhao Fu walked in. The woman slowly opened her green eyes and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Who are you? You actually dared to barge in here." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "I'm the ruler of the Qin Empire and the true ruler of the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Also, what godly spirit are you?" The woman slightly frowned and found that Zhao Fu was not simple at all. She replied, "I'm the guardian god of the ghost gates. You've disturbed my slumber, so please leave." Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure. But I want to take you with me. How about you submit to me now? I'll give you everything you want." The woman felt quite angry and coldly replied, "I'm a godly spirit, how could I become you?" Zhao Fu chuckled, and his tone turned cold, "Then you can't blame me." Clang clang clang, chains containing immense power shot out from where Zhao Fu was and quickly shot towards the woman. The woman's expression became cold as she grabbed the bronze saber and sent a powerful wave of godly spirit power into it. She rushed up and vigorously slashed out, causing a massive saber light to slash out, cutting the countless chains into countless pieces. Zhao Fu held the emperor killing sword and gave off a powerful aura as he turned into a ray of light and rushed in front of the woman. His sword gave off a sharp sword light as he slashed towards the woman. The woman raised her saber and blocking Zhao Fu's sword. Zhao Fu put the sword away and once again slashed out with terrifying power and a sharp sword wind towards the woman. The woman sent a wave of godly spirit power into her saber, causing it to give off an azure light as she vigorously slashed out. Clang, the two weapons clashed together, resulting in the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere as a gale spread out. The woman retreated a few steps and her expression was quite unsightly. She found that she was not a match for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Now that you know the difference in strength between us, it's best to surrender as soon as possible to avoid suffering. The woman angrily harumphed and raised a hand. A wave of power flowed out as the bronze doors in the sky gave off azure light and gave off terrifying power as they smashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out again and again, destroying the incoming bronze doors, causing countless fragments to fly everywhere. The woman stretched out her hand and spun, causing the bronze doors in the air to give off shocking power as they smashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again activated celestial mode and a rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around his body as a rainbow-colored ring of runes floated out. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a ring of runes flew above Zhao Fu, giving off shocking power and forming a circular energy shield. Bang, bang. Bang, the bronze doors smashed against the circular energy barrier, causing massive sounds to ring out. Strong gales spread out, but the circular energy barrier blocked the countless bronze doors. The woman looked quite startled. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to block the countless bronze doors so easily. Following this, the woman rushed at Zhao Fu and slashed towards Zhao Fu with shocking power. Zhao Fu disdainfully swung his sword and a rainbow-colored sword light containing terrifying power sent the woman flying back. She crashed to the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking at the bronze doors, Zhao Fu vigorously pushed and the circular energy shield sent the countless bronze doors flying. The woman got up from the ground and exploded out with a terrifying aura as she sent large amounts of power into the saber in her hand. The saber gave off a blinding saber light and an intense saber wind that spread out. Boom, the woman vigorously slashed out and a massive saber light containing terrifying power slashed towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu raised the Emperor Killing Sword and a massive wave of power entered it. The Emperor Killing Sword burned with a rainbow-colored aura flame, forming an intense sword wind. The sword wind ferociously blew out in all directions. Xing, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out and a massive rainbow-colored sword light containing power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything slashed towards the woman. Bang, the two attacks collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A powerful shockwave blasted out, instantly destroying the ground. Zhao Fu's body released a rainbow-colored energy shield, blocking the shockwave. The woman was sent flying back and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, unable to even get up. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he walked towards the woman. The woman's face was pale as she cried out. "Don't come over." Zhao Fu smiled and ignored her words as he continued to walk towards her. The woman tried to stand up with great difficulty, but it seemed to be incredibly difficult. Zhao Fu walked in front of her and a wave of energy restricted her power before lifting her up and walking out. The woman vigorously struggled as she cried out, "You bastard, let go of me." Zhao Fu did not mind and continued to walk outside. He planned to bring her back to Qin before subduing her. Soon, Zhao Fu walked out with the woman's body. After returning to Qin City, Zhao Fu quickly ordered people to help the goddess of protection repair the temple and carve a statue before throwing her inside and saying, "I can now give you a large amount of faith power, will you consider submitting to me?" The goddess of protection coldly harumphed. Even though she was quite tempted by faith power, she would not easily submit to Zhao Fu. Moreover, Zhao Fu's attitude towards her was quite bad. She was a godly spirit, a high and mighty godly spirit who was respected by countless people, and no one had ever treated her like this before. Seeing her like this, Zhao Fu lightly laughed. "Do you really want me to use certain methods to make you submit?" The goddess of protection coldly looked at Zhao Fu without any fear. Zhao Fu did not do much either. He waved his hand and a few chains shot out, binding the goddess of protection's hands together and hanging her up. He first used his god-killing power to turn into lightning and hit the goddess of protection's body. The god-killing power could suppress godly spirits and could cause great pain to godly spirits. The goddess of protection hung in the air, enduring the pain, and looked stubbornly at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. He had never thought that she would endure such intense pain and not submit. Zhao Fu did not use his god-killing power and opened his hand, causing 6 orbs of demonic qi to float around his palm. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked towards the goddess of protection. The goddess of protection had a bad feeling and hurriedly called out, "What are you doing?" Zhao Fu did not reply and walked in front of her. He stretched out his hand and pressed against her abdomen, causing the 6 orbs of demonic qi to flow into her body. The goddess of protection's face immediately became red and she started to pant. Now that she knew what Zhao Fu had done to her, she angrily cursed, "Perverted thief." Zhao Fu ignored her and smiled as he looked at her. In the end, the god of protection's reaction became more and more intense. His face turned red, and his body twisted in the air. There was already a puddle of water on the ground. In the end, the guardian god begged Zhao Fu for mercy and was willing to submit to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled as he sealed the 6 desires demonic chi and started to ask about her. She was the guardian god of the Ghost Gate, and she was actually a door god, a type of Ghost Gate god in the underworld. She received relatively little faith, and most people did not pay much attention to her. She was mainly in charge of guarding a certain place, and she had great defensive power. Zhao Fu also understood. No wonder there were so many bronze doors in the ruins. It turned out to be a ghost door god. At the same time, the Ghost Gate god also mastered the method of making the bronze door. With her help, Qin could also make the bronze door. Zhao Fu also felt that developing her power would be of great use to Qin. After all, she was the Ghost Gate god and could build bronze doors. Zhao Fu could use her power to increase Qin's defensive power. Zhao Fu looked at the Ghost Gate god, whose face was still red, and he smiled as he said, "I said that if you surrendered earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer." The Ghost Gate god did not say anything. She had never thought that she would choose to submit to Zhao Fu. She could only blame Zhao Fu for being too despicable. Zhao Fu continued to smile as he said, "In the future, you can stay here and absorb faith power. I'll also send a few god messengers over. Don't worry, submitting to Qin will be of great benefit to you." The Ghost Gate god turned her face away, not wanting to see Zhao Fu's expression. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite displeased and walked forwards. The Ghost Gate god immediately said in fear, "This god understands and will listen to Qin's orders. Don't use that kind of method against this god." After going through that kind of torture, not only had her body been destroyed, but her mind had also been destroyed. Thinking about doing it with the man in front of her, she felt quite afraid. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a satisfied smile and turned to leave. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, the Ghost Gate god let out a sigh of relief. Following this, a few beautiful ghost race women came up and knelt. They were the god messengers. Following this, many of Qin's residents came to pay their respects and provide faith power. Sensing the endless faith power, the Ghost Gate god felt quite delighted. She turned into a ray of light and shot into the statue, quickly absorbing the faith power. Zhao Fu returned to the Qin's imperial palace. After taking care of some matters, he thought about how he could deal with some matters in the underworld. Before, the 4 factions of the underworld had allied together to attack the Yellow Springs Kingdom, but they had failed. The Ghost Tiger Kingdom in the west had been destroyed by the Yellow Springs Kingdom, but there were still 3 factions that had not been dealt with. Back then, because Qin's forces had been quite tight and it had devoured all of the factions in the west, it had obtained a large number of people and resources. As such, Zhao Fu had stopped attacking those 3 factions. Now that so much time had passed, the Yellow Springs Kingdom had completely digested the western factions, and there were no battles in Qin. There were no battles in the Heaven Awakened world, the Outer world, or the Alchemy world, so they could send out forces to destroy those 3 factions. The Yellow Springs Kingdom's population had reached 40 billion or so, which was as big as 2 worlds. Now that they had digested the western factions, their population had reached 50 billion, and their territory was as big as 2.5 worlds. If they could destroy those 3 factions, the Yellow Springs Kingdom's forces would greatly increase. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu quickly led his soldiers to the Yellow Springs Kingdom. After coming to the Yellow Springs Kingdom, Zhao Fu did not immediately act and instead investigated the situation of the 3 factions. Ever since their last defeat, the 3 factions had adopted defensive measures. Not only had they built tall and thick defensive walls, but they had also roped in more factions to join them. Now, each faction had 3 billion soldiers, and the 3 factions had a total of 9 billion soldiers. The Yellow Springs Kingdom originally had 4 billion soldiers, and after devouring the western factions, it had gained another billion soldiers, making it 5 billion soldiers. This time, Zhao Fu had brought 3 billion soldiers. Even though it was not as many as the other side, Zhao Fu had brought many beasts, so the Yellow Springs Kingdom was in an advantageous position. Zhao Fu immediately made preparations to attack. He split his forces into 3 groups and simultaneously attacked the 3 factions. The various factions of the Yellow Springs Kingdom also started to move, providing resources and preparations for this battle. This allowed the army to fight at full strength. With such a big movement, the 3 factions immediately noticed it and fell into panic. Ever since they had lost last time, they had been worried that the Yellow Springs Kingdom would attack, and now, it had finally come. However, the 3 factions did not have the same opinion. Some felt that they could not defeat the Yellow Springs Kingdom, so they wanted to see if they could ask for peace and give up some benefits in exchange for their safety. Others insisted on fighting. They understood the Yellow Springs Kingdom's ambitions and would not let them off. Only by fighting would they have a trace of safety, and they felt that the situation was advantageous to them. The people on both sides started to move, gathering a large number of soldiers to defend the defensive walls, and some people also sent people to ask for peace. Xiaofu did not refuse and received them. When these people came in and saw Xiaofu, they felt quite surprised. They knew that the Yellow Springs Kingdom had a terrifying faction supporting it, and that faction was from the Heaven Awakened world. They did not know what the relationship between the Yellow Springs Kingdom and that faction was. It could be a partnership or a subsidiary, or perhaps that faction was the true ruler of the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Seeing that it was Xiaofu who received them while the Yellow Springs Queen just stood by his side, they could deduce that the Yellow Springs Kingdom was either a subsidiary or a puppet controlled by that faction. They had thought that they would be able to see the Yellow Springs Queen and had brought 100 or so handsome men, and they had planned to share them with the 12 Yellow Springs Queens. However, it seemed that the high and mighty Yellow Springs Queen was also that faction's plaything. They naturally did not dare to say that they were going to give up the handsome men. However, even if they did not say it, Xiaofu already knew because they had brought the 100 or so handsome men to the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Xiaofu sat at the top and said, "What do you want? Hurry up and say it." There were 3 messengers below, and they were all middle-aged. One of them bowed to Xiaofu and smiled as he said, "We have no intention of fighting with your powerful Yellow Springs Kingdom, so please don't start a war. We will satisfy all of your requests." Xiaofu could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Back then, they had attacked first, and if it wasn't for Qin, the Yellow Springs Kingdom might have been split up by them. Now that they were facing the even more powerful Yellow Springs Kingdom, they were saying that they did not want to fight and that they would let them off this time. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Xiaofu did not show any expression and smiled as he said, "What I want the most is naturally your 3 factions' population and territory. As long as you're willing to submit to the Yellow Springs Kingdom, I'll definitely treat you well. However, if you dare to resist, you'll know the consequences." The 3 people looked quite troubled. They definitely could not agree to this request. The messenger said, "Sir, we can't do what you want. Apart from this, what else does Sir want?" Xiaofu's expression turned cold as he shook his head. The 3 people's hearts sank, and they dryly laughed as they said, "We're willing to immediately go back and pick over 10,000 beauties, treasures, and resources to give to our people. Sir, please reconsider." Xiaofu was no longer interested in them and said, "You can all go back. I have only one request, submit or perish." The 3 of them returned to their factions with ugly expressions. At the same time, Xiaofu started to attack, not giving them any time to breathe. The 3 armies gave off massive auras as they flooded towards the 3 factions like 3 ferocious floods. Xiaofu led the soldiers in charge of attacking the east. The other 2 armies were handed over to the Yellow Springs Queens and the generals to attack. On the other side, the 3 armies gathered on the city walls, waiting for Xiaofu's army to attack. Both sides did not have much to say. Xiaofu immediately launched an attack. Xiao xiao xiao, arrows containing great power quickly flew out, drawing arcs in the air as they shot towards the city walls like a torrential downpour. Charge! Qin's soldiers roared and gave off terrifying auras as they flooded forwards. Boom! A massive aura spread out on the defensive wall as a massive blue energy barrier containing immense power appeared. Bang, 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 the countless arrows that were shot over were either deflected or broken, falling down like rain. Swish, 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 on the defensive side, the Mountain Charm Kingdom shot out arrows, which contained immense force as they flew towards Great Qin's soldiers. They were densely packed and formed a black mass. Great Qin's army exploded out with shocking power, giving off countless rays of black light that formed a black barrier in front of them, blocking all of the incoming arrows. Zhao Fu looked at the firm defensive barrier and ordered his soldiers to push out countless ballistae. Arrows that were as thick as fingers were placed on the ballistae, and there were talisman stones embedded into them. Boom, boom. Boom, the arrows turned into countless rays of light as they shot out, bringing with them an incredibly sharp aura as they shot towards the city walls. They were incredibly fast, leaving behind white traces and bringing with them strong gales. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of loud sounds rang out as the streams of light collided with the barrier. The barrier cracked open and then completely shattered with a bang. The instant that the massive defensive barrier shattered, Qin's soldiers grasped this opportunity and shot out arrows towards the city walls. The expressions of the Xianxia Kingdom's soldiers became quite unsightly. They had paid a great price to make this defensive barrier, yet it had been destroyed so easily. However, they had made preparations, and a massive power once again spread out. Massive blue magic formations appeared on the city walls, and Xianxia quickly flowed in, causing the blue magic formations to give off intense blue light as round blue shields of light appeared. Bang, bang. Bang, the countless arrows that Qin's soldiers shot out were once again blocked by the shields of light and fell to the ground. Zhao Fu slightly frowned and did not continue to use talisman arrows, as he did not have many talisman arrows to begin with. Looking at the blue shields of light, it seemed that the Xianxia Kingdom's defensive measures were quite powerful. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered the army to condense their soldier qi. If they were not afraid of the shields of light shattering, they would not be able to break through the city walls. Boom, an explosion sounded out as countless Qin's soldiers gave off a black aura, forming a large black saber that gave off an intense saber light and a terrifying power. Boom, an explosion once again sounded out as countless traces of black aura condensed, forming an enormous fireball that gave off an intense heat. A heat wave spread out, seeming to be able to incinerate everything. Boom, another explosion sounded out as countless traces of black aura gathered, forming an enormous snake. Its eyes gave off a cruel and cold gaze, and its body gave off a might that could cause people to feel fear. Massive creatures gave off powerful auras as they floated in the sky above the army, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. Under the control of the army, the countless massive creatures gave off shocking power as they ferociously charged at the city walls. Boom, boom. Boom, the Xianxia Kingdom could predict what Zhao Fu was thinking, and the countless Xianxia soldiers exploded out with their power. Countless traces of blue aura flowed out, forming terrifying massive creatures. Bang! Bang, the massive objects gave off shocking power as they collided together, resulting in massive sounds. The collisions caused gales to spread out, causing trees to sway and rocks to fly into the air. Many soldiers were affected by the shockwaves and fell backwards. Now that the two massive beasts clashed, shocking shockwaves exploded out, but the blue shield of light could not be broken. If the blue shield of light could not be broken, Qin's soldiers would not be able to attack the other side. With the shield of light blocking them, they would not be able to charge up the city walls, while the Mountain Charm soldiers would be able to attack Qin's soldiers. The Mountain Charm Kingdom's soldiers smiled, the situation was in their favor. They had already stopped Qin's attacks, and if they could hold on for a while longer, they would definitely be able to win. Qin's soldiers would not be able to keep attacking. Roar! Roar, roar. Massive beast roars sounded out, shaking the surroundings. This caused the Mountain Charm Kingdom's soldiers' expressions to fall, and they looked towards where the roars were coming from. They saw 100-meter-long beasts giving off terrifying auras, seeming to be able to destroy everything as they rushed towards them. There were ferocious birds flying in the sky, massive spiders, and ferocious wolves. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and directly released the Qin beasts, planning to destroy the blue shield of light. The Mountain Charm Kingdom's soldiers' expressions were quite unsightly. Facing so many terrifying beasts rushing at them, the Mountain Charm Kingdom's soldiers could not help but feel terrified, and their bodies trembled. Fire! The Xianxia Kingdom's general roared, and the soldiers drew their bows to their limits. Arrows containing immense force shot out, looking like black blurs as they shot towards Great Qin's beasts. Facing the incoming arrows, the Qin beasts exploded out with terrifying power. An aura flame burst out from their bodies, causing wild gales to spread out. The arrows that were shot out with great force were first weakened by the strong wind, and then they were blocked by the flames. Most of the arrows were unable to hit the beasts. Only some of the more powerful soldiers were able to hit the beasts, but they were not very effective. Bang, bang. Bang, the ferocious beasts gave off shocking power and massive auras as they smashed against the blue shields of light, giving off massive sounds as the blue shields of light started to tremble. The hearts of everyone from the Mountain Charm Nation sank. If these beasts continued to attack, the blue light shield would definitely be broken. They understood that it was impossible for the Yellow Springs Kingdom to possess such terrifying beasts, as it had only been established for a few years. It was impossible for it to nurture such terrifying beasts, and these beasts were definitely from the Yellow Springs Kingdom's supporters. Was this the power of the supporters? They were simply too terrifying, and they were definitely a terrifying faction in the Heaven Awaken world. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch as the Qin beasts broke through their light shields. Boom boom boom, they also took out their final trump cards. Countless people dressed in robes gathered together and raised a hand as a massive aura burst forth. Massive pillars of gray light containing shocking power shot into the sky, giving off massive sounds. Massive amounts of yin qi gathered in the surroundings, forming thick dark clouds that covered the sky, and a massive cold wind blew out. Zhao Fu knew what the Mountain Charm Nation was going to do, so he ordered the beasts to quickly attack the blue light shield. After receiving Zhao Fu's order, the countless beasts exploded out with even more ferocious auras and madly smashed against the blue light shield. The blue light shield continuously trembled, and some cracks appeared on it. Arg! Howls sounded out in the sky as 100-meter-tall ghosts that looked like humans and beasts appeared from the dense clouds in the sky, giving off cold and eerie power as they charged at the Qin beasts. Facing the countless ghosts, the Qin beasts gave off shocking power and fearlessly charged over. Boom, boom. Boom, the two sides started a ferocious battle, resulting in massive explosions and terrifying shockwaves. Swish, 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 at that moment, countless Qin soldiers shot out powerful arrows that tore through the air. The countless arrows quickly hit the blue light shields. The arrows contained immense power as they hit the blue light shields, causing more and more cracks to appear on the blue light shields. The Mountain Charm army felt quite startled and quickly started to attack the Qin soldiers. By now, great Qin shield bearers had already gone up, giving off powerful auras as they raised their shields, forming a shield wall that blocked the countless arrows. Swish, 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 the Qin soldiers once again shot out countless arrows, bringing with them immense power as they slammed against the blue light shields. The blue light shields were now covered with cracks and were about to shatter. In the sky, the massive creatures formed from soldier auras fought, and the Qin army gradually gained the advantage. This was because the Qin army was a complete army, and the massive creatures formed from soldier auras were more powerful and more cohesive, as well as purer. On the other hand, the Mountain Charm Kingdom's side was a faction led by the Mountain Charm Kingdom and had all sorts of soldiers. As such, their soldier auras naturally could not compare to those of the Qin army. It was not just in terms of soldier auras. Even though the ghosts that the Mountain Charm Kingdom summoned were incredibly ferocious, the Qin beasts had experienced countless battles and were even more ferocious. Moreover, the beasts had corporeal bodies, while the ghosts had no corporeal bodies. Arg! The ghost's howl sounded out as a ghost was bitten by a massive wolf, and its body was torn apart, turning into ghostly qi and dissipating. A spider used its blade-like legs to cut open the ghost's body, causing it to dissipate into ghostly qi. An eagle-like beast swooped down, its claws giving off ferocious power as it pierced through a ghost's chest, causing it to turn into ghostly qi and dissipate. The Mountain Charm people's faces became pale because they understood that they were not a match for the Qin soldiers. It was only a matter of time before the ghosts and creatures in the sky were destroyed by the Qin soldiers. Bang, bang. Bang, the arrows landed on the blue light shields, causing the blue light shields to shatter and give off massive sounds. Now, the Mountain Charm Kingdom was completely defenseless and was completely exposed to the Qin soldiers. Kill! The Qin soldiers roared and gave off a terrifying aura as they flooded towards the city walls and started to attack. Even though the Mountain Charm Kingdom's side did their best to counterattack, the Qin soldiers quickly reached the city walls. The ferocious beasts gave off ferocious auras as they swooped down from the sky. Their massive bodies brought with them wild gales, sending countless people flying. Their claws tore apart mountain charm soldiers' bodies, looking incredibly terrifying. The 100-meter-long spiders were quite afraid of the defensive walls, and their blade-like legs rushed into the army of soldiers, tearing apart their bodies. No one could stop them. The massive wolf rushed up the defensive walls and savagely looked at the soldiers. It bit many soldiers' bodies to pieces and swung its claws, tearing apart many soldiers' bodies. The Qin soldiers who had rushed up the defensive walls started to ferociously slaughter. A Qin soldier held a saber and vigorously slashed out, sending out a saber light that sent a mountain charm soldier flying. A Qin soldier vigorously stabbed out with his spear, killing another mountain charm soldier. One of the mountain charm soldiers vigorously resisted and stabbed his sword into a great Qin soldier's chest. However, he was immediately killed by a saber strike. A mountain charm roared and gave off a powerful aura as it held a spear and vigorously rushed at a Qin soldier. However, before it could attack that soldier, an arrow pierced through its chest. A Qin soldier savagely laughed as he held a massive axe and vigorously slashed out, sending out a sharp cold light and splitting two mountain charm soldiers in half. Cries continuously sounded out on the defensive walls as blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the defensive walls red. There were corpses everywhere, and the scene was incredibly gruesome. It was like a scene of carnage, and there was a bloody and nauseating stench. Soon, the mountain charm army's defensive line did not collapse, and the soldiers started to retreat in terror. The leaders understood that they had lost and quickly retreated. The faction they were facing was simply too terrifying. They did not have the strength to defend against such a terrifying faction, so they could only run. The scenes on the other two sides were similar. The beasts wantonly slaughtered on the defensive walls, devouring or tearing apart corpses, while the Yellow Springs soldiers ferociously slaughtered their enemies. Cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. People continuously fell to the ground, and the ground was covered with corpses. The Yellow Springs empresses gave traces of smiles as they attacked the two factions. Kill. The two armies gave off incredibly ferocious auras and were unstoppable as they flooded into the two factions. Terrified screams sounded out, and the commoners understood that they had lost. The Yellow Springs Kingdom's soldiers had already charged in, and countless people ran in terror. Some hid in their rooms and trembled. The two armies charged into the two factions and continuously conquered the regions, and Zhao Fu's side did the same. However, Zhao Fu's army was even faster. Not only had they conquered one city after another, but they had also directly attacked the capital of the Mountain Charm Kingdom. Qin's soldiers in black armor barged into the houses of the commoners and dragged out all the people who were hiding. They made them kneel on the side of the street. If anyone resisted, they would be killed with a single slash. There were also some Qin soldiers who were hunting down some commoners who were running. Cold lights flew out, killing those commoners, and spears pierced through their chests. There were also some commoners who were running away who were blocked off in a corner. Arrows containing immense force shot out, piercing through their bodies and causing blood to fly everywhere. Those commoners all died, and not a single one was able to survive. By now, the Mountain Charm Kingdom's capital was no longer as prosperous and peaceful as it had been before. Cries and cries could be heard everywhere, and blood spurted everywhere. There were corpses lying on the ground, and an aura of despair spread out. Arg! A mournful cry sounded out as a manly young man was hung at the entrance of a house. His clothes had been taken off, and a Qin soldier was currently peeling off his skin from his neck. This young man had just resisted and killed a Qin soldier, so he had to be punished. His family was also dragged out, and there was a wife, an elderly father, and a 5-year-old boy. They were all hung next to the young man, and their skin was peeled off, revealing bloody muscles. The screams of the children, women, and elderly people became even more ear-piercing, and they could not help but feel pity. The neighbors kneeling next to the family felt cold, and their heads were lowered. Their bodies trembled in fear, and they did not dare to do anything. They were afraid that they would end up like that family. There was even a child next to them who was so afraid that tears continuously flowed out of his eyes. He wanted to cry out, but his mother covered his mouth and pressed down on his head, not letting him move at all. This was because she knew that if she let him cry out, the Qin soldiers would go up and kill him, and their family would die. At that moment, Zhao Fu was leisurely walking on a street. The ground was in a mess, and there were some fruits and vegetables, as well as some clothes, stones, and wood. He looked at the commoners kneeling on the side of the street. Because of their extreme fear, their bodies continuously trembled, and they did not dare to move or make a sound. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and did not pay them any mind as he slowly walked towards the Xianxia kingdom's palace. The commoners knew that there was a person walking past them, but they did not dare to look up because they knew that this person was the cruel and inhumane commander of the soldiers. He was an existence even more terrifying than murderous demons, and even though he did not give off any aura, he made them feel even more fear. "Sir, do you still remember me?" Just as Zhao Fu reached a rather grand house, a man knelt on the ground and said carefully. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked over and found that it was the envoy from before, and he smiled and nodded. The man said in delight, "Sir, I'm willing to submit to you, and I know quite a bit about the palace. I'll tell you anything you want to know." Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Follow me then." After saying this, Zhao Fu walked forwards, and the man hurriedly got up from the ground and gave a flattering smile as he followed by Zhao Fu's side, telling him about the kingdom's treasures and how beautiful the empress and princess were. Zhao Fu did not mind too much, and he came to the Xianxia kingdom's palace. The guards here were all Qin's soldiers, and there were large amounts of blood on the ground. However, there were no corpses, and it seemed that the corpses had been temporarily taken care of. Zhao Fu did not mind much, and he walked towards the palace. Some people were already kneeling in fear, and when Zhao Fu arrived, they were all ministers of the Xianxia kingdom, and they had submitted out of fear. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked to the top and sat on the golden throne, looking down at the people below. The ministers hurriedly bowed and greeted Zhao Fu. After a while, reports came that Qin's soldiers had not only conquered the entire Xianxia kingdom, but they had also conquered the entire north side. The north side was now the Yellow Springs kingdom. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and waited for news from other directions. Soon, news came that they had conquered those regions. At this moment, he could announce the end of this war. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the ministers standing timidly in the hall and said, "Since you've submitted to me, I won't mistreat you. Follow the army back to the Yellow Springs kingdom." The ministers all let out sighs of relief and knelt down to thank Zhao Fu for not killing them, and they praised Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had them leave and ordered people to bring in the women from the royal family. There were about 40 or so women in total. Among them, 3 of the women were the most beautiful. One was tall and slender, and she had light green hair. She gave off the aura of a motherly figure, and the other had a seductive figure and beautiful face. The third was slim and had a cold face. She had long black hair and wore a white dress, and she was very beautiful. Now, the women all looked at Zhao Fu with hatred or fear. The messenger next to Zhao Fu smiled as he introduced them, saying, "Sir, that's the number 1 beauty of the Xianxia kingdom. That is our Xianxia kingdom's number 1 beauty and also our empress. The second beauty is also a famous beauty and is our imperial concubine. The third beauty is our kingdom's eldest princess." "Sir, I'm right. They're all very beautiful, and the other princesses, imperial concubines, and princesses are all top-notch beauties." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and nodded. He did not say anything else and gave the order to return to the Yellow Springs kingdom. Great Qin soldiers gathered all of the treasures, resources, and beauties and placed them on carriages and transported them to the Yellow Springs kingdom. There were many of them, and the entire northern side was about half the size of a world, so it looked quite majestic. After returning to the Yellow Springs kingdom's great hall, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction as he listened to the reports from all sides. They conquered the Yellow Springs kingdom from 3 different directions, gaining 10 billion people from each direction. In total, they had 30 billion people. The Yellow Springs kingdom already had 50 billion people, and with 30 billion people, it had 80 billion people. They were only 20 billion away from 100 billion people. Other than that, there were also countless resources and treasures, and there was no need to go into detail. After conquering all the factions in 3 directions, the Yellow Springs kingdom's territory greatly increased. Now, the Yellow Springs kingdom's territory was as big as 4 worlds. After obtaining so many people and territories, the next step was to properly digest them. After dealing with these matters, Zhao returned to Qin City and stood on a high platform. Below the high platform stood many women. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to count them clearly. These were all underworld women that he had just brought back from the underworld. Zhao held an imperial edict and his expression was calm as he said, "Today, we will confer upon all of you the title of concubine." Just as he spoke, the black and gold imperial edict in Zhao hand turned into countless rays of black light that shot into the beautiful women's bodies. Countless traces of golden phoenix qi flowed out of their bodies, forming golden seas of qi that ferociously flowed towards a certain direction. Scree! A massive phoenix cry sounded throughout the entire Qin Empire. On the 1,000-meter-tall Black Heaven prayer platform, a crystal phoenix absorbed countless traces of phoenix qi and gave off a phoenix cry. Countless traces of golden light spread out from the Heaven prayer platform, and a massive aura spread out. The crystal phoenix gave off intense golden light and turned into a 50,000-meter-long phoenix that flew into the sky. The heaven and earth spirit qi quickly flowed into the golden phoenix's body, and the massive phoenix gave off a powerful aura. Countless traces of golden light spread out, covering the sky and slowly covering the entirety of Qin City. The people from the Fire Kingdom, Devil Horn Empire, Alliance, and Second Aeolian Empire all sensed this aura. The horizon became golden as a boundless, noble, and stable aura flowed out. Within the Fire Kingdom's territory, Li Baiqing frowned and said, "What is Qin doing to cause such a great disturbance?" Su Yan said seriously, "That power is Phoenix Qi. I don't know what method Qin is using to cause such a great disturbance, but the surrounding fate is gathering towards Qin City, and Qin City's fate is increasing." Li Baiqing's expression became cold. If Qin City's fate continued to increase, the Qin Empire would become even more powerful, and it would be even more difficult to destroy it. Suddenly, Li Baiqing thought of something and said, "Was this the reason why Qin City took countless women into his harem and made them concubines?" Su Yan nodded. "Back then, the Qin Empire captured many women and took them into its harem, most likely using their phoenix qi to increase Qin City's fate. No wonder Qin City's fate was so powerful and stable back then. It's not what everyone thinks. Qin City's emperor is licentious and has taken in all of Qin City's beauties. This has always been Qin City's goal. Now, this phoenix qi is simply too great and has covered 9 worlds. I wonder how many women have gathered to have such a massive amount of phoenix qi." Li Baiqing's expression was cold. He could not replicate Qin City's method because he was still living under someone else's roof and did not even have true military power. If he dared to betray that princess, he would die a horrible death. A trace of savageness appeared on the Devil Horn Empire's Yao Ming's face as he said, "I can't lose to Qin City. Since Qin City has such a massive amount of phoenix qi, the Devil Horn Empire must have it as well. Send out my orders, all women with phoenix qi are to be made concubines." An elderly minister said, "Your Majesty, it's not as you think. It's not what you think. Look, the phoenix qi has already gathered into a ball. The fluctuation is caused by this ball of phoenix qi. This is also the most crucial point." Yao Ming looked quite startled as he asked, "Tell me in detail." The elderly minister explained, "Phoenix qi is beneficial to a kingdom and can stabilize an empire's fate and strengthen the empire's foundation. However, there can't be too many of them. If there are too many concubines, even though there will be a lot of phoenix qi, they will devour the empire's fate. Not only will there not be any benefits, but it will also cause the empire to quickly decline and perish. I don't know what method Qin used to become immune to this kind of backlash, but he gathered countless traces of phoenix qi to give off those ripples. Without this method, if your Majesty wants to be like Qin City, it will be a great threat to the Devil Horn Empire." Yao Ming coldly harumphed, "My Devil Horn Empire must find this method and cannot fall behind Qin City. I'll leave this matter to you." The Alliance people looked at the golden sky in shock and sensed that vast, noble, and stable aura. This aura is simply too great. What kind of terrifying things is Great Qin doing to cause such terrifying ripples? I heard that there are countless beauties in Qin's imperial palace, and all of this phoenix qi comes from those women. There are so many of them. Even though my reputation is not good, I actually want to be like Qin's imperial prince and collect all of the beauties in the world. Every time I conquer a faction, I'll capture their women and enjoy them. Those empresses and princesses are especially attractive. Qin has suddenly given off such massive ripples. I'm afraid that Qin has done something big recently. If the cursed lands disappear, do you think Qin will be able to resist the attacks of the two factions? I'm not sure, we don't know what Qin has up his sleeves. Right now, Qin's fate is quickly increasing and becoming more stable. It will be quite difficult to destroy him. I think we'll know what will happen when the two factions destroy the cursed lands. However, for Qin to cause such massive ripples at such a critical moment is quite exciting. Qin is definitely using some demonic arts. As a woman, I actually want to join Qin and fuse with his phoenix chi. Qin, that bastard, only knows how to harm women. We can't allow such a faction to exist. Ha ha ha, I also envy Prince Qin's imperial prince for having so many concubines. Let's not talk about this. I feel that Qin is becoming more and more dangerous. We'll see after the cursed lands are destroyed. If those two factions can't destroy Qin, I might join them. I don't think that's necessary. Let them attack each other, and we'll collect the spoils of war in the end. Outside the palace, Xianxia hugged a beautiful woman as she looked to the side. There were 10 or so handsome men squatting there like dogs with a leash around their necks. The beautiful woman in Xianxia's arms lightly laughed as she said, "Your Majesty. Judging from the huge amount of phoenix chi in the Qin Empire, there are countless beautiful women. If your Majesty breaks through the Qin Empire, those women will all be your Majesties. For example, Great Qin's most famous figures, the Queen of Knights, Tina Pendragon, the Lord of Devils, Masanori Hanno, Great Qin's minister, Li Muqing, the 4 female generals, the demon spider Queen Elise, the 3 business geniuses, Ba Qing, Xiao Yuan, Su Yanran, and the imperial teacher, Xianru." Xianxia gave a domineering smile. "I've long since taken a fancy to these women, they'll be mine one day. However, now is not the time, I need to wait for a suitable opportunity. Now I also want to have a few more imperial concubines to strengthen and stabilize the fate of the Second Wind God Empire. Unfortunately, although I am the female emperor, I can't have more imperial concubines like Qin." At this moment, looking at Qin's phoenix chi causing such a huge fluctuation, and the strengthening and stabilizing effect, I am really a little envious. I wonder how Qin did it. Hearing that Xianxia wanted to have a few more imperial concubines, the beautiful woman looked quite worried. Xianxia smiled and lifted her chin, saying, "Don't worry, you'll always be my favorite empress." The beautiful woman immediately gave a brilliant smile and hugged Xianxia. She suddenly thought of something and said, "Your Majesty, I'm quite curious. If Qin made an empress, the effects of the phoenix chi would be even stronger. Why hasn't Qin had an empress yet?" Xianxia thought about it and smiled as she replied, "I don't know either. Who knows what Emperor Qin is thinking and why he hasn't made an empress." The beautiful woman nodded in Xianxia's embrace. Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "Now that Qin's phoenix chi is giving off such a huge fluctuation, perhaps he'll do something big soon. Perhaps the danger he's facing will be resolved, so we should make some preparations as soon as possible." The beautiful woman smiled as she said, "Then I'll help your Majesty, our race is quite powerful." Xianxia smiled and nodded as she hugged the beautiful woman and walked to the side. The 10 or so handsome men beside her crawled like dogs and followed behind Xianxia, fawning smiles on their faces as if they were pets trying to curry favor with their owner. Within Qin's capital, Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun looked at the massive golden phoenix in the sky in shock. Sensing the boundless power that it gave off, everyone seemed as small as ants in front of it and could not resist at all. This power was even greater than that of a royal kingdom's nation armament, and everyone could not help but feel shocked. A royal kingdom's nation armament had the support of 10 worlds and was incredibly terrifying. How could this phoenix be even more powerful than a royal kingdom's nation armament? In terms of aura and might, it did not lose out to a royal kingdom's nation armament at all. Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun had long since heard that Qin was not simple at all and was very dangerous and mysterious. Now that they had seen it for themselves, they were truly shocked by the Emperor Phoenix statue. This was the Qin Empire's method. It actually had such terrifying power. What other terrifying methods was Qin hiding? Thinking about that, Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun stopped looking down on Qin and became serious. They felt even more curious about Qin. They were sure that Qin was not as simple as it seemed. At the same time, they felt quite glad that they had stayed and not left like everyone else. Otherwise, they would not have been able to see such a shocking scene. At that moment, the massive golden phoenix elegantly flew in the sky, and there were countless birds of various sizes following it in the sky, covering the entire sky and giving off clear and pleasant cries. Countless traces of golden light fell on the ground, and the first to benefit were the countless women within Qin's imperial palace. Traces of golden threads descended from the sky and fused into their bodies. The traces of golden threads turned into a warm energy that spread through their bodies, and the women felt their bodies go through changes. Some impurities were expelled, and they looked younger, and their skin became smoother and supple. Moreover, their aptitudes had also been greatly improved. Now, none of the women had low aptitudes. Most importantly, they had grasped a type of power, which was called Phoenix power. It was a very high-grade power. Not only could this power make them powerful, but it could also make them more beautiful and younger. In fact, if this power was powerful to the extreme, they could be reborn like true phoenixes. Now that Zhao Fu stood on the stage, he felt a massive baptism of power. As the owner of the Emperor Phoenix statue and the owner of the countless concubines, the power Zhao Fu received was even greater. Countless golden threads flowed into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to give off a golden light and give off a massive aura. Images of phoenixes appeared around him. Zhao Fu felt a searing power spread out from his body as his body started to go through changes. Even though Zhao Fu's bloodline was now extremely high-grade, this power was much more useful to Zhao Fu. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out as a pair of platinum-colored wings spread out from Zhao Fu's back. A silver-white dragon tail grew out, and platinum-colored scales appeared on Zhao Fu's skin. This was the white golden dragon phoenix within Zhao Fu's body. It was absorbing the massive amount of phoenix power, causing Zhao Fu to have even more phoenix power and the ability to undergo nirvanic rebirth. Apart from Zhao Fu and the concubines, the countless residents of Qin City were also bathed in the golden light and received many benefits. Some of the illnesses and injuries gradually disappeared, and their minds became better. They no longer felt depressed or sad and were instead filled with optimism, causing the residents to smile. Within the ocean, a deep blue power was slowly gathering and continuously going through abnormal changes. Deep underground, a yellow power was also intensely gathering and continuously going through abnormal changes. Within a volcano, a red power was continuously going through abnormal changes. Within a valley, a green power was continuously gathering and going through abnormal changes, and the fire-colored power in the sky was also slowly gathering and going through abnormal changes. These were all disaster powers, and once they gathered to a certain degree, they could cause terrifying natural disasters. Moreover, these powers were all hidden in extremely hidden places, and ordinary people would not be able to detect them unless they also had disaster powers. However, even they would not be able to detect them 100% of the time, there was only a slight chance of finding them. Normally, only after natural disasters erupted would they know where the source of the disaster was. However, the golden light covered the entire world. The power of the calamity slowly dissipated before the golden light, not leaving any behind. However, even though this was a good thing for others and was something that they really wanted, Qin didn't need it. This was because he needed to condense countless calamity pearls. Without natural disasters, how could he condense calamity pearls? Apart from these, countless grains, vegetables, and fruits had also undergone changes. The golden light shined down on the rice paddy, and the withered rice paddy, yellow leaves, and sickly branches all changed. The rice paddy gradually became more vigorous, and the yellow leaves became a deep green. The sickly appearance disappeared, and they became filled with life. The golden light shone on the countless vegetable fields, and the yellowing leaves and blackening roots of the vegetables slowly disappeared. The leaves became emerald green, and the roots were filled with vitality. The golden light shined on the countless fruit trees. Some of the bare branches grew lush green leaves, and some of the thin fruits slowly became plump and full. Some of the sickly trees regained their vitality. Apart from Qin, it wasn't just the women in the underworld outer world who felt a wave of golden energy enter their bodies, causing their bodies to go through changes. The soldiers in the underworld, outer world, and alchemy world also felt a wave of energy enter their bodies, causing their injuries to gradually disappear, and their strength to slightly increase. The Emperor Phoenix statue had obtained countless traces of Phoenix Qi and once again became stronger. This greatly affected all of Qin. Whether it was the residents, soldiers, territory, flowers, or trees, they all received benefits, and its power was quite shocking. In fact, in some aspects, it was even more powerful than ordinary nation armaments. Moreover, the Emperor Phoenix statue wasn't weakened because of the changes in the heavens and earth. In fact, it didn't change at all, and it was still just as powerful. After the changes in the heavens and earth, countless powers had been weakened, including nation armaments, and nation fate. The reason why the Emperor Phoenix statue's power hadn't been weakened was because it didn't rely on the heavens and earth. No matter what happened to the heavens and earth, it wouldn't be affected. What affected it was the countless women's Phoenix Qi, which was the Emperor Phoenix statue's core power. Without those women's Phoenix Qi, the Emperor Phoenix statue wouldn't have any power. However, as long as those women weren't affected, the Emperor Phoenix statue wouldn't be affected either. This was an advantage. The women were all in the Qin Imperial Palace, so they wouldn't be affected, and the Emperor Phoenix statue's power would continue to be powerful. A while later, the light and aura around the massive phoenix in the sky gradually weakened, and its body gradually became smaller. In the end, it landed on the heaven prayer platform and turned back into a crystal phoenix statue. The golden light in the sky disappeared, and the countless birds scattered, and the heavens and earth became calm again. The platinum-colored wings and dragon tail on Zhao Fu's back had disappeared, and his aura had also dissipated, returning to normal. Zhao Fu grinned. He was naturally the one who had benefited the most from the Emperor Phoenix statue's upgrade. His power, bloodline, lifespan, constitution, and other stats had all been greatly increased. At the same time, Zhao Fu had grasped the Phoenix's power, and it wasn't an ordinary Phoenix's power but the Phoenix King's power. It was a power that only a Phoenix King had, and it was far more powerful than ordinary Phoenix's power. After coming down from the stage, the beauties around the stage all looked at Zhao Fu with fear or hatred. Most of them had not come willingly and had been captured by Qin, and some of their relatives had died at the hands of Qin's soldiers. However, after being attracted by the golden light, the beauties could not feel any fear or hatred towards Zhao Fu, and they instead felt like relying on him. This was naturally the effect of the Emperor Phoenix statue's power. Your Majesty. There were also some women who were willing to go to Great Qin, and they smiled and bowed, looking quite flirtatious, wanting to receive Zhao Fu's favor. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, but he did not say anything else and ordered people to take these women away to settle them down. After returning to the palace, Li Si came in and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The Emperor Phoenix statue's increase in power had greatly benefited Qin, and it had benefited all of Qin. Qin's fate had greatly increased, and it had become more stable. This was something to be happy about. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu told Li Si to make preparations and celebrate at night. Li Si accepted the order with a smile and left. Now, the Emperor Phoenix statue had become one of the most important items to protect Qin. After seeing its power, Zhao Fu received many reports about the benefits that Phoenix Qi had brought to Qin. What made Zhao Fu happy was that the growth of crops had greatly improved. Although it had not recovered to its previous state, the number of disasters had been greatly reduced. At this moment, a guard came up and reported, "Your Majesty. The princesses of the Greenwood Kingdom and the Wine Cloud Kingdom tried to break into the areas of Qin that are not open to the public. Now they have been stopped. They said they want to see you." Zhao Fu chuckled and thought for a moment. "Then let them in." The guard acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Then, Qingmu walked in angrily. Beside him was Jiao Xiaoyun with a smile. Qingmu glared at Zhao Fu, "Why are you stopping me? Can't I just go in and take a look? I'm the princess of the Greenwood Kingdom. How dare you treat me like this?" Ever since they had seen the huge Emperor Phoenix, they had been very curious about Qin. They thought Qin's big secrets must be hidden in those places where outsiders were not allowed to enter. Maybe they would find something amazing. The two of them wanted to sneak in quietly, but with Qin's army guarding the place and all kinds of formations and restrictions, it would be easy for them to be discovered. Hearing Qingmu's words, Zhao Fu said with a smile, "That place is forbidden to me, Qin. Of course, I can't let you enter." My purpose is very clear. I will not submit to anyone, nor will I accept an unfair contract. You can go back now. Princess Qingmu said somewhat angrily, you actually rejected such an opportunity to marry this princess? Moreover, you could even wait for the Greenwood Kingdom to put you in an important position. You actually rejected it? You'll regret it in the future. Also, I don't want to leave. Jiao Shaoyun smiled and said, since your majesty doesn't want to cooperate with us, it doesn't matter. We'll wait for your majesty to change your mind at any time. I think the scenery and customs of Qin are not bad, so I want to stay for a few more days. Your majesty, please allow me. Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded, not making things difficult for them. After all, they were the legatees of two royal kingdoms. Princess Aoki snorted and reminded him, let me tell you, many kingdoms want to subdue you and put pressure on you. You'll come back to me sooner or later. Zhao Fu's expression turned serious as he replied, I know about this. Mu Qingmu did not say anything else. She turned around and left. Jiao Shaoyun also turned around and left with a smile. Now they wanted to know more secrets about Qin, so they wanted to go back and collect all the information about Qin. It would be best if they could find out everything about it from its appearance until it ruled the 9 worlds. Watching them leave, Zhao Fu had a headache. If so many countries really put pressure on Qin, he might not be able to bear it. However, there was no need to think too much. As long as Qin had enough time and enough strength, those kingdoms would not dare to do anything rashly. Following this, after taking care of some administrative matters, Zhao Fu looked through all sorts of things, such as nurturing flying swords, creating war god's fury, nurturing evil flower seeds, the gold alchemist race's research, and nurturing blood demon snake mosquitoes. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu received 2 more pieces of news. 3 god temples had been discovered in a row, 1 in the heaven-awakened world and 2 in the outer world. Zhao Fu could not help but feel delighted because he was only 2 godly spirits away from opening the god spirit door. When that time came, Zhao Fu would be able to head to the godly spirit world. And now, he had discovered 3 temples. There was 1 more temple than he had expected. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu headed to the god temple. The first god temple he went to was the heaven-awakened world god temple. It was a god temple that he had found in the deep sea in the fish scale world. After coming to that place, Zhao Fu found that the god temple was in a large mountain at the bottom of the sea. It looked quite run down, and some places had collapsed. Water plants had grown out, and there were some small fish swimming around. After entering the god temple, it was completely dark and the space was quite small. However, there was no water inside, as there was a barrier that kept the seawater outside. There was also a powerful aura within. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu sensed this aura, he would have thought that this god temple was just an abandoned structure. Zhao Fu continued onwards. At that moment, squid rushed out and swam in the air. They were 3 meters long and were blood red. They gave off powerful auras and all of them had stage 3 or stage 4 strength. The squid rushed out and started to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was somewhat disdainful as he held the emperor-killing sword and swung it. A sharp sword light containing sharp power slashed out, splitting all of the squid's bodies in half. Their corpses littered the ground, and blood burned the ground. Zhao Fu continued onwards. Squid continuously rushed out, and they became stronger and stronger. However, facing Zhao Fu, they were unable to retaliate at all and were easily killed by Zhao Fu. The ground was covered with squid corpses. Finally, Zhao Fu came to a very large space that was over 10,000 meters wide. It looked like a large hall and was surrounded by walls. At the top was a circle, and there were some blurry pictures on them. At the center of the space lay a squid that was dozens of meters long. It was dark red and seemed to have 3 eyes. It seemed to be sleeping on the ground and gave off a powerful aura. This aura was the aura of a godly spirit. There were not just humanoid godly spirits, there were also beast-shaped godly spirits and other strange shapes. This was the squid god. Zhao Fu did not dislike beast-shaped godly spirits, so he planned to subdue it. However, when he opened the godly spirit door, this squid god would not be able to join, as the others were all humanoid godly spirits. At that moment, the squid god sensed Zhao Fu and slowly opened its 3 blood-red eyes. It viciously looked at Zhao Fu and exploded out with a terrifying aura as it rushed towards Zhao Fu, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu's gaze became slightly cold. This godly spirit did not seem to have much intelligence and only had savage instincts. There were indeed godly spirits like this, but even though they had godly spirit power, they did not have any intelligence and were like wild beasts. Facing the ferociously charging squid god, Zhao Fu raised his sword and softly said, "Sword Master." Xing, a massive wave of sword qi exploded out from the emperor killing sword, forming a sword wind that spread out. Bang! Facing the ferociously charging squid god, Zhao Fu slashed out, sending out a terrifying sword energy that sent the squid god flying back and crashing to the ground. A massive gash appeared on the squid god's body, from which blood continuously flowed out. Roar! Seeing this, Zhao Fu lost interest in subduing the squid god because it was so ferocious and had no intelligence. Even if he subdued it, it would not be very useful. Boom! A powerful aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body as Zhao Fu did not hold back and used his true power. The squid god's body gave off blood-red light and ghost-like images appeared around it. They gave off mournful howls and charged at Zhao Fu with the squid god, creating a chilling scene. Zhao Fu sent all of his power into the sword, causing it to give off boundless sword light and shocking sword wind to spread out, giving off an incredibly dangerous feeling. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, and an enormous black sword light containing destructive power slashed towards the squid god. The squid god gave off countless ghost-like images and gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed at Zhao Fu. Bang! The two sides clashed, resulting in a massive explosion. The countless ghost-like images were shattered by the sword light, and the massive squid god was sent flying back. It crashed to the ground with a massive gash on its body, from which blood spurted out. After suffering such heavy injuries, the squid god could barely stand up. Its body gave off blood-red light as its injuries started to slowly recover. At that moment, Zhao Fu appeared in front of it, and the squid god shot out its tentacles, bringing with it a ferocious force. It shot towards Zhao Fu. Boom! Zhao Fu disdainfully coldly laughed and once again vigorously slashed out, slashing apart the tentacles and sending the squid god flying. Following this, Zhao Fu unleashed a few more attacks, killing the squid god. He cut open its body and took out a blood-red finger-sized crystal. This was the squid god's divinity. Divine deity was a very precious treasure. Although the squid god was not very strong, its divine deity had many uses, such as making all kinds of destructive weapons, or giving it to Zhao Fu to swallow. Within Zhao Fu's mind was a divinity, and it was a darkness divinity. Back then, he had devoured a demon god's divinity, and after continuously developing it, he had condensed this divinity. It was very likely that it would be the most important item for awakening the god race's emperor star. He would keep this divine spark for now and deal with it later. As for the squid god's corpse, Zhao Fu also put it into his storage ring with a wave of his hand. When he returned, he could ask Chef to make a feast. As a divine spirit-level squid, it should taste good. After dealing with this god palace, Zhao Fu went to the primal chaos world because there were 2 god palaces here. They arrived at the first shrine, which was located in a valley. It was made of white bricks, and it looked quite dilapidated. Some parts of it had collapsed, and the surroundings were filled with weeds. There were even a few insects and beasts. After arriving here, Zhao Fu sensed the godly spirit's aura here. It was the aura of the heaven-awakened world, and he gave a trace of a smile. Before, Zhao Fu had been worried that it would be a godly spirit from the primal chaos world. Even though it was a godly spirit, it did not belong to the same world and its power was different. As such, it would not be able to open the divine spirit door. After coming here, the insects and beasts sensed Zhao Fu's aura and immediately ran away in fear, as Zhao Fu's aura was simply too terrifying. After Zhao Fu entered the god palace, a stone door appeared in front of him. This stone door was 10 meters tall, and there was a handsome-looking man carved on the left side and a beautiful woman carved on the right. They gave off powerful godly spirit auras, and there were protective restrictions on the door. If one wanted to enter, they had to destroy the restrictions. Zhao Fu took 5 or 6 steps back and took out the emperor-killing sword. A terrifying wave of power entered the sword, causing it to give off intense sword light and a terrifying sword energy to spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, and a massive wave of sword energy containing shocking power slashed against the stone door, resulting in a massive sound. The stone door gave off a powerful aura and gave off intense light, blocking the terrifying sword energy. The terrifying sword energy gradually weakened and was blocked by the light, but the light from the stone door also became much weaker. Boom, Xiaofu once again slashed out, and a terrifying sword energy containing shocking power slashed against the stone door. The stone door once again gave off an intense light, blocking the sword energy. In the end, the sword energy was once again blocked by the intense light, and the light became much dimmer. Boom, boom. Boom, Xiaofu continuously swung his sword, sending out terrifying sword energy that gave off sharp auras as they continuously slashed against the stone door. The light that the stone door gave off continuously blocked the sword energy, and the light became dimmer and dimmer. Bang, a massive sound rang out as a powerful sword light slashed against the stone door, causing it to be blasted into countless pieces. After finally destroying the protective restrictions, Xiaofu directly entered the depths of the God Palace. It was not dark inside, and it was quite big and exquisite. The ground was made of smooth stone bricks, and there were murals on the walls. There were also some carvings at the top, and there were a few gems embedded into them, giving off light that illuminated the surroundings. Xiaofu looked at them but did not pay them much mind and continued to walk into the God Palace. At that moment, countless soldiers charged out from within. These soldiers were dressed in dark red armor and were expressionless. They gave off powerful auras and did not say anything as they directly attacked Xiaofu. Xiaofu's expression did not change because these soldiers were all very weak. He casually slashed out and a sharp sword arc flashed out. Chi, chi, chi. The countless soldiers' heads were chopped off and blood spurted out as countless headless corpses powerlessly fell to the ground. After killing these soldiers, Xiaofu continued onwards. A while later, another stone door appeared in front of him. This stone door was the same as the previous one, but the protective restrictions were even more powerful. Xiaofu did not say anything and slashed out with his sword. The stone door gave off an intense light as it blocked. Boom, boom. Boom, Xiaofu continuously swung his sword, sending out terrifying sword lights that slashed against the stone door. Massive sounds rang out as a gale spread out. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the stone door was once again slashed open, turning into countless pieces of rubble that shot out. The scene inside appeared before Xiaofu's eyes. It was a circular hall. Xiaofu walked in and saw that there were beautiful murals on the walls, but there was nothing. There was only a 100-meter tall platform with 2 red wooden coffins on it, and they gave off powerful godly spirit auras. Looking at the 2 coffins, Xiaofu did not dare to be careless. He waved his hand and a formless energy swept out, lifting the 2 coffins. However, there was no reaction and nothing happened. After looking at them, Xiaofu came before the female god's corpse and pressed his hand against her head. A wave of energy flowed out of his hand and entered the female god's corpse, and he sensed some things. Xiaofu checked if there was a divinity within the corpse and if there was any remnant of a soul within the divinity. It was not easy for godly spirits to die. Unless one directly blasted them into dust and destroyed their divinity, they would not be able to revive. Otherwise, they would be able to revive again. This was because they would fuse a portion of their soul into their divinity. As long as their divinity was not destroyed, they would not die. Even if they were heavily injured or if their bodies were already dead, they could enter a deep sleep and use time to slowly recover and revive again. Xiaofu examined the female god's corpse and found that even though her body was dead, her body still had a divinity, and the divinity contained a soul. This meant that the female god had not truly died and only needed a large amount of power to revive. Xiaofu then went to the male god's corpse and examined his body. The situation was the same. In order to prevent anything unexpected from happening, Xiaofu used sealing power to seal the 2 god corpses before putting them into his ring. Finally, Xiaofu came to a god hall within a mountain cave. Xiaofu entered the cave and came before a coarse god hall. This god hall was made of large rocks, and there were 2 stone statues at the entrance. They were of 2 tigers and looked quite ferocious. The god hall's doors also had restrictions, and they felt quite thick. However, they were weaker than the stone doors from before. Xiaofu stood in front of the stone doors and sent a large wave of power into the emperor killing sword. The emperor-killing sword gave off an intense sword light and a massive wave of sword chi flowed out, bringing with it a massive sword wind. Boom, he slashed out with his sword and a massive sword light containing destructive power slashed onto the stone door, causing it to shatter and turn into countless pieces of rubble that shot out. Zhao Fu walked into a passageway that was 20 meters wide and 700 meters tall. It was completely dark ahead, and Zhao Fu had no idea what was inside. Zhao Fu continuously advanced through the passageway. Roar! Roar! Tiger roars could be heard coming from the front. Then, a group of black tigers charged out ferociously. These black tigers had black fur and green eyes. They also had 2 fangs in their mouths. After charging out, they ferociously glared at Zhao Fu and quickly charged towards Zhao Fu. There was some disdain in Zhao Fu's eyes because these black tigers were not as strong as the previous soldier. Zhao Fu casually swung out a few sword lights and killed many of the black tigers. Leaving behind a field of corpses and blood, Zhao Fu continued forward. Finally, they came to a large cave. This cave was thousands of meters wide and hundreds of meters tall. It was surrounded by black rock walls, and there was a platform in the middle of the cave, on which a woman was lying. This woman had a fiery figure and a pair of tiger paws and a tiger tail. She was quite beautiful and wore beast hide armor. She gave off a ferocious aura and a powerful godly spirit aura. The woman in front of Zhao Fu was a beast god and a tiger goddess. Zhao Fu walked over and thought that it was another godly spirit corpse. However, the woman opened her eyes and stood up from the platform. She looked at Zhao Fu furiously and wanted to attack Zhao Fu. However, sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying aura, she stopped. I don't want to become enemies with you. There's nothing good here, so please leave. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said, I don't want anything, I just want you. Leave with me. The tiger goddess said angrily, I won't give it to you, nor will I leave with you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and asked, Are you sure? The tiger goddess coldly replied, Yes. I know that you're very powerful, but I won't submit to you so easily. Swish, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and appeared in front of the tiger goddess in the next second. The tiger goddess was given a big fright, and before she could react, Zhao Fu heavily punched out, hitting her abdomen. The tiger goddess flew back dozens of meters and crashed to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, With your strength, you won't be able to resist me. It's best for you to submit to me. The tiger goddess coldly harumphed and exploded out with a powerful aura. A black aura flame appeared around her body, forming a massive black tiger that gave off a terrifying might and could make people feel terrified. Giving off this terrifying aura, the tiger goddess quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not even use his sword and instead clenched his fist, causing a massive wave of divine power to explode out. A black aura flame covered his fist, and a savage and domineering black dragon appeared behind him, giving off a powerful aura. The tiger goddess quickly arrived in front of Zhao Fu and clawed at Zhao Fu. The black tiger behind her roared and gave off shocking power as it leapt at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile as he vigorously punched out. Roar! The black dragon behind him gave off terrifying power and a powerful aura as it rushed towards the tiger goddess. Bang! The black tiger and black dragon collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A black shockwave spread out, causing the ground to crumble. Zhao Fu stood there unscathed, but the tiger goddess was sent flying back and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It was as if a few of her bones had been broken, and she did not even have the strength to get up. Seeing that she had lost the ability to fight, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he walked towards the tiger goddess. The tiger goddess looked furious and tried to get up from the ground, but she was unable to do so. Zhao Fu walked to her side and sent a restriction into her body, restricting her power, before carrying her body and walking out. The tiger goddess struggled as she cursed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu ignored her and brought her back to Qin City, and he quickly ordered people to build 2 god temples. One of them was for the woman, while the other was for the tiger goddess. He also ordered people to carve statues of them according to their appearances. Zhao Fu did not have any plans to nurture a male godly spirit. If the male godly spirit that he had obtained from the second god temple did not have the tiger goddess, he might have been able to open the godly spirit gate. However, now that he had the tiger goddess, he did not need him anymore. After the god temples were built, Jiaofu first tamed the tiger goddess and made her obedient as Qin City's godly spirit before dealing with the other goddess. For example, a deity with a dead body would need something that contained a large amount of life force, or a large amount of faith. After successfully reviving the goddess, she looked quite wary when she saw Jiaofu. She asked him why he was here, who Jiaofu was, and where her husband was. Jiaofu simply told her that he had opened the historical remnant and that he was the king of the human world. Moreover, her husband was in his hands, so she had to obey him or he would kill her and her husband. The goddess quickly submitted and asked Jiaofu to let her see her husband. Jiaofu agreed and released her husband's coffin. Seeing her husband, the goddess felt much more at ease and smiled. Jiaofu asked her about some things and obtained some information about her. This goddess was a starry goddess and had the power of the stars. Her husband was also a starry god. Following this, Jiaofu left because the tiger goddess and the starry goddess needed to recover their power before they could open the god spirit gate. After 4 or 5 days, with the massive amount of faith from Qin, the 2 goddesses and the previous goddess, the ghost gate god, had recovered some of their power and could open the god spirit gate. Jiaofu couldn't help but feel quite delighted. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and it was finally going to happen. He gathered 24 goddesses. Water goddess, light goddess, elf goddess, dark goddess, god of fallen angel, demon goddess, agriculture goddess, ghost god, naga goddess, evil god, desolate god. The 24 goddesses came to a massive platform that was 10,000 meters wide and had 24 sides. It was only 9 meters tall and was made of black metal ore. This ore was a material that could be used to forge equipment, and Jiaofu had found it to strengthen the god spirit gate. There was a massive magic formation engraved on the platform. It was white and looked quite mysterious and complicated. Jiaofu had asked a talisman master to engrave this magic formation according to the method given by Emperor Stream, which was the golden dragon in his body. The 24 goddesses each stood on one side, and the ghost god stood in the middle. Because she had the most powerful divine power out of all the goddesses, she was even more powerful than Ericina, the god of fallen angels, so she was in charge of this magic formation. Jiaofu stood beside her and said, "Let's begin." The ghost god nodded seriously and looked at the huge white formation on the ground. Then, it slowly closed its eyes. The other goddesses also slowly closed their eyes. Their bodies emitted a faint glow of different colors. Some were yellow, some were blue, some were black, some were white. They slowly spread out their hands and a massive godly spirit aura spread out. Godly spirit power started to flow into the white magic formation, and the white magic formation absorbed the goddess's power and gave off an intense white light. Boom 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 boom, the goddesses opened their eyes and rays of divine light shot out as powerful waves of godly spirit energy exploded out of their bodies, turning into massive pillars of light that shot into the sky with shocking power. 24 different colored pillars of light formed from the ground to the sky, and a massive godly spirit aura spread out like a flood. The surrounding heaven and earth energy frantically gathered together. Winds and clouds surged as a terrifying ripple spread out. The people nearby all felt a chill run down their spines from the shockwaves, and they all looked in that direction. Princess Qingmu and Jiao Xiaoyun were currently at a restaurant in Great Qin's imperial capital. They had ordered a pair of delicious dishes, and they had been bickering like normal. They had been bickering as usual, but they suddenly sensed this terrifying ripple and could not help but feel quite startled. They went outside the window and looked at the source of the ripple. Princess Qingmu looked quite serious as she said, "This Qin is not simple. He caused such a huge ripple before, and now he's causing such a huge commotion. Just what are they hiding?" Jiao Xiaoyun walked over to her side and looked quite serious as she said, "Before, our understanding of Qin was only the surface of Qin, we did not know what he truly contained. However, from the current situation, it seems that Qin is far more mysterious and powerful than we thought. We should report this matter to our higher-ups and have them pay more attention to Qin." Princess Qingmu nodded in agreement. Then, she turned to look at the godly spirits. Heaven and earth energy continuously flowed into the 24 pillars of light, causing them to explode out with terrifying power. They rushed upwards, and a massive wave of godly spirit power seemed to flow into the sky. On the ground, a magic formation gave off intense light, forming a white magic formation. This magic formation continuously rose up along with the pillars of light before reaching the sky. The surrounding heaven and earth energy continuously flowed into the magic formation, causing it to give off intense light and ripples before fusing into the air. Now that this magic formation was connected to the godly spirit world, Zhao Fu could use this magic formation to directly enter the godly spirit world. The 24 goddesses withdrew their power, and the pillars of light disappeared. The abnormal signs disappeared, and the heavens and earth returned to normal. The ghost god gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Husband, the godly spirit door has already been opened." Zhao Fu felt quite happy and smiled as he nodded. He then told the goddesses to go and rest while he prepared to head to the godly spirit world. While Zhao Fu was away, Li Si was in charge of internal affairs, and Bai Qi was in charge of military affairs. The women were quite reluctant to see Zhao Fu go to the godly spirit world, as they did not know how long Zhao Fu would be gone for. However, they understood that they could not stop him, so they could only allow Zhao Fu to stay with them for a night. The next day, Zhao Fu prepared all sorts of things and went to the black stage. He had 2 goals this time. The first was to find time attribute items, and the second was to see if he could awaken the God Race Emperor Star. Now, Zhao Fu only had the Water Race, God Race, and Spirit Race's Emperor Stars that he had not awakened yet. If the God Race's Emperor Star awakened, Zhao Fu would have 7 Emperor Stars, and his bloodline and fate would become even more powerful. Zhao Fu did not know how to awaken the Water Race and Spirit Race's Emperor Stars, but Zhao Fu had some ideas. The core item was the divinity in his mind, and it was possible that he would be able to awaken the God Race's Emperor Star during this trip to the godly spirit world. Of course, things were not so certain, and it was possible that he would not be able to awaken it. The most important goal this time was to find something with time attribute items. After confirming these 2 goals, Zhao Fu once again went through the things he had prepared before activating the magic formation. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The deep blue sky was filled with fluttering white clouds, and the bright sunlight shined down on the ground. On a lush green grassland, a valiant-looking young man knelt with his hands crossed and said devoutly, "O glorious godly spirit, I beg you to save my father." Suddenly, a white magic formation appeared on the ground, and a black-cloaked figure appeared in front of the young man. The young man looked quite confused. He had only come to pray and had never thought that a person would appear. Moreover, this person's aura was that of a godly spirit. The young man immediately excitedly cowed out and said, "Greetings, Lord Godly Spirit." Zhao Fu did not come to his senses and looked at the young man kneeling in front of him. Because he had come to the godly spirit world, the divinity in his mind had become quite lively and gave off a godly spirit aura. Now that he had appeared here, Zhao Fu did not know anything, so he could only rely on the young man in front of him to find out. As such, he said, "Rise." The young man nervously and excitedly stood up and looked at Zhao Fu with hopeful eyes as he said, "Lord Godly Spirit, did you hear my prayers and come to save my father?" Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and thought back to how the young man had prayed. He understood what was going on, but he did not reply and instead asked, "Where is this place?" The young man had not expected Zhao Fu to ask this question, and he looked quite surprised. However, he quickly came back to his senses and replied, "This is Langdong City's grassland." Zhao Fu frowned and asked, "Where is Langdong City? Tell me more clearly." The young man could sense that Zhao Fu was quite displeased and said nervously, "Langdong City is a city in the Yuli region, and it belongs to the Jade God." Zhao Fu continued to ask, "Tell me about this place first." The young man felt quite confused as to why a godly spirit like Zhao Fu did not know about these things. He did not dare to think too much and obediently told Zhao Fu about this place. There were no kingdoms or sects in the godly spirit world, but there were godly factions. Each faction had at least one god. As the master of the faction, each faction divided the divine spirit world into pieces. The people living in them had to pray to the gods 3 times a day in the morning, afternoon, and evening to provide enough faith power for the gods. There would also be wars between the gods, mainly to compete for more territory and people's faith. The other gods did not have much need for it. This was the Jade God's territory, and the Jade God was only a small, weak godly spirit, and it only controlled 5 or 6 regions. This place was also the periphery of the divine world. If it was in the middle or the depths of the divine world, there wouldn't be such a weak divine spirit. Even if there was one, it would only be a lowly divine spirit. Finally, there was the young man's identity. The young man was called Takemi, and he was 17 years old. He was the child of a shepherd, and his father had accidentally offended an official in the city, causing him to be imprisoned. Takemi had no choice but to come to this place to pray. Coincidentally, Xiaofu had appeared here. Here, the godly spirits were not omnipotent. They could only give you blessings, reduce pain, and help you recover. These were the main things that ordinary godly spirits did. They did not care about other things. For example, if someone wanted to kill you, it would not work. If you were hungry, it would not work. If you were lost, it would still not work. Even if it was a small matter, the godly spirits could do it, but they did not have the ability to respond to every believer's request. This was because there were millions of people, so the godly spirits would not respond to these requests. However, in order to increase the faith of their believers, the godly spirits would occasionally respond to the prayers of some lucky people. This way, the godly spirits did not have to work too hard, and they did not have to consume too much godly spirit. This way, the believers would feel that the godly spirits were by their side, and they would naturally be more devoted to the godly spirits. Sir Godly Spirit, can you save my father? Takemi nervously asked Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly chuckled and nodded. After obtaining so much information from this young man, there was no problem in helping him. Takemi knelt on the ground in delight and said gratefully, "Thank you, Sir Godly Spirit." A trace of white faith power could be seen coming out of Takemi's body and flying towards Xiaofu. As a commoner of the godly spirit world, his body was constantly affected by divine power. As such, he could provide more faith power than commoners from other worlds, and it was purer as well. However, as the trace of faith power floated towards Xiaofu, it was blocked outside and dissipated, unable to fuse with Xiaofu's body. Even though Xiaofu had a godhood and could give off a godly spirit's aura, Xiaofu was not an ordinary godly spirit. Not only did his godhood contain god-killing power, but he was also an emperor and had a kingdom's fate. This made it so that Xiaofu could not absorb faith power like other ordinary godly spirits. As such, he could only choose between a godly spirit or an emperor. However, even though Xiaofu could not absorb faith power, he could still absorb godly spirits from other godly spirits. Moreover, Xiaofu also had his own reasons for helping Takemi, which was to establish a faction in the godly spirit world and secretly increase Xianxia's strength, as well as help Xianxia's development. Now that Xianxia had established a faction in the underworld, it had already been of great help to Qin Kingdom, providing more people and troops. Moreover, what Xiaofu cared about was the Earth Book and the Human Book. Last time, when he had used the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation in the underworld, the Book of God had absorbed a large amount of fate and turned into the Human Book. At the same time, a portion of the Book of God had fallen into the underworld, and that portion had absorbed a large amount of underworld fate and turned into the Earth Book. If he developed his faction in the godly spirit world and activated the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation, the godly spirit world would most likely form the Heaven Book. When that time came, the Heaven Book, Earth Book, and Human Book would form, and perhaps the Heaven Awakened World, Underworld, and Godly Spirit World would become the Heaven, Earth, and Human Worlds, and these three worlds would be controlled by Qin Kingdom. Just thinking about this made Xiaofu feel quite excited. He had read about the legends of the Heaven, Earth, and Human Worlds in the past, and perhaps there really would be a Heaven, Earth, and Human Worlds created by Qin Kingdom. Of course, all of this was just Xiaofu's guesses. When the time came, things might develop in other ways. Following this, Xiaofu followed Takemi to Langdong City. Xiaofu asked Takemi, "Where is the city hall?" "Don't you dare." When the Jade Goddess heard this, she was infuriated and said. Xiaofu lightly laughed and a powerful aura exploded out from his body. He turned into a ray of light and shot towards the Jade Goddess, stabbing out with his sword. He slashed at the Jade Goddess with a streak of sword light. The Jade Goddess' expression changed, and she hurriedly took out a jade sword to defend herself. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Jade Goddess flew back a few meters. Her expression became quite unsightly as she found that it was indeed not Xiaofu, the priest's opponent. Xiaofu smiled and said, "Now you understand." You're no match for me, and if you serve me, you'll get more than you can imagine. Benefits and status. The Jade Goddess snorted angrily. Don't even think about it. I will never submit to you. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything else. An even more intense aura exploded out from his body and shot towards the Jade Woman. Deity rushed over and fiercely chopped at the Jade Goddess with his sword. The Jade Goddess sent all of her power into the Jade Sword, but she could only block one sword at a time. She was unable to attack Zhao Fu. Bang! Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, bringing with it a massive sword energy and an intense sword wind that sent the Jade Goddess flying. To bleed from the corner of his mouth there was a trace of blood. Boom boom boom, this faction's experts also arrived, and they gave off powerful auras that turned into a wild gale and spread out. After they appeared and saw that the Jade Goddess was in a bad situation, they attacked Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu. There were dozens of them, and they gave off great power as they charged towards Zhao Fu from all directions. However, with their strength, how could they be a match for Zhao Fu? The swords in their hands contained terrifying power as they ferociously slashed out. A huge wave of sword energy sent countless people flying. There were even a few who weren't able to resist at all. Their bodies were chopped into several pieces, and blood sprayed everywhere as they fell to the ground. Blood dripped from the corners of their mouths as they looked at Zhao Fu with unsightly expressions. The person in front of them was too terrifying. How could he suddenly appear? They didn't dare to recklessly attack, so they turned their gazes to the Jade Goddess. At this time only the Jade Goddess had the strength to resist. If the rest of them rushed forward, they would most likely die. The Jade Goddess' expression was cold as a powerful godly spirit's power exploded out, and she stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu. Many jade granules appeared, forming jade swords. There were over 10,000 of them, and all of them gave off powerful sword energy as they shot upwards. The 10,000 jade swords formed a terrifying sword aura. The Jade Goddess stretched out her hand and pushed at Zhao Fu. Clang clang clang, the jade swords gave off light and gave off terrifying sword energies as they flew towards Zhao Fu. It was extremely shocking. Zhao Fu did not feel any fear. He raised the Emperor Killing Sword and sent a massive wave of power into it as he muttered, "Sword, Master." Boom, a terrifying sword chi gushed out, forming a huge storm of sword chi that wreaked havoc in the surroundings. Facing the incoming jade sword, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, and a massive black sword light containing shocking power slashed out, sending out Jiangwu's sword. The jade swords were shattered, and the jade swords shot out in all directions. The jade swords also gave off immense power, and it was not something that ordinary people could defend against. The people in the surroundings all unleashed defensive barriers. Bang, bang. Bang, many pieces of jade smashed against the defensive barrier with great force, causing loud sounds to ring out. Some of them directly shattered, while others fell to the ground. The Jade Goddess' expression was quite unsightly. She had used all of her strength to attack, but Zhao Fu had been able to break through it so easily. Just how terrifying was this man's power? Why did someone suddenly appear in her territory and even wanted to snatch her territory? Furthermore, he even wanted to be her master, Zhao Fu looked at the Jade Goddess, and the golden pupil in his left eye suddenly started to quickly spin. Clang clang clang, chains containing immense power shot out from all directions towards the Jade Goddess. The Jade Goddess was shocked. She swung the jade sword in her hand and slashed out a few massive sword lights, cutting the chains into countless pieces. However, there were still quite a number of chains that shot over and bound the Jade Goddess in midair. The surrounding experts' expressions changed, and they gave off powerful auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and a terrifying power swept out, sending everyone flying. With a smile on his face, Zhao Fu arrived in front of the Jade Goddess who was tied up in midair. He stretched out his hand and lifted her chin. Now. Can you submit to me now? Otherwise, I'll have to use other methods. The Jade Goddess started to hesitate. Should she submit to the man in front of her? His power was too terrifying, and she was at a disadvantage. If he didn't agree, he might die here. Lord Godly Spirit. Seeing that their Lord Godly Spirit had been taken advantage of, the experts furiously rushed at Zhao Fu, wanting to slash Zhao Fu to death. Kill him. Zhao Fu turned to look at the charging people, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. His voice was as cold as ice as he said, "If you take another step forward, I'll kill you all. I'll kill you all." Immediately, the charging people's bodies froze as they felt a chill, and they could not help but feel terrified. Zhao Fu looked at the Jade Goddess and smiled as he said, "What do you think? If you don't agree, I'll take action." "All right." The Jade Goddess was still hesitating. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and 6 terrifying waves of demonic qi flowed out, forming 6 balls of demonic qi, and an evil aura spread out. The Jade Goddess felt an intense sense of danger and made a decision. "All right. I agree to submit to you." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile, but the hand with the 6 balls of demonic qi pressed against the Jade Goddess' abdomen. The 6 balls of demonic qi flowed into the Jade Goddess' body. The Jade Goddess felt a fiery power spread out, and she had an intense reaction. Her face became red as she cursed at Zhao Fu, "You, shameless." Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as a wave of power flowed out of his palm and entered the Jade Goddess' body, sealing the 6 desires demonic qi's power. It was sealed. The Jade Goddess felt the fiery power disappear, and her body returned to normal. She let out a sigh of relief, but she still felt quite angry. She said, "I've already agreed to submit to you, so why are you still treating me like this?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "That's a restriction to control you. If you don't listen, I'll make you experience how terrifying this power is." The Jade Goddess angrily looked at Zhao Fu, and she understood that Zhao Fu did not believe her. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the chains binding the Jade Goddess were released. The Jade Goddess regained her freedom, and Zhao Fu brought her back to the surface. Sitting in the main hall of the city hall, Zhao Fu looked down at the Jade Goddess and said, "Tell me about your faction in detail." Now that Zhao Fu had gained control of this faction, he had to understand it well. He needed it to develop and expand until it became a faction like the Yellow Springs Kingdom. The Jade Goddess did not hide anything, after all, she had already submitted to Zhao Fu, and the faction belonged to him. In actuality, she felt quite expectant. If her faction was given to a powerful person like Zhao Fu, how would it develop in the future? Before, Zhao Fu had said that he would give her better treatment and status than she had now. Zhao Fu listened attentively to the Jade Goddess and found that this faction was quite weak. Just as Zhao Fu estimated, it had around 6 million people and 800,000 soldiers. Zhao Fu could easily destroy such a small faction. In the Heaven Awakened world or the Underworld, there were very few godly spirit factions like this. However, the Heaven Awakened world and the Underworld had fewer godly spirits, while the godly spirit world was filled with godly spirits. Because of the godly spirit world's power, it was easier to become a god here, and the residents provided more and purer faith energy. For example, the Jade Goddess faction only had 6 million or so people, but it could provide faith energy equivalent to 10 million people. Now, Zhao Fu was thinking about how to develop this faction. After this faction was developed, he would gather information and find things with time attributes. In the end, he would see if he could awaken the god race's emperor stream. However, this faction was simply too weak. It was quite ordinary in all aspects and did not have any special advantages. Even though the Underworld's Yellow Springs Kingdom had declined, it was still a legacy kingdom. After inheriting it, Zhao Fu had a good advantage and formed a specialized Yellow Springs army. Even though the Yellow Springs Kingdom was not as powerful as Qin, it was more powerful than ordinary factions. This was one of the reasons why it had developed so quickly. Now, what should he do with the Jade Goddess faction? Perhaps he should find a powerful legacy and develop it more easily, as that would give him an advantage. However, where could he find a legacy? Powerful inheritances were not cabbages that could be found anywhere. At the thought of this, Zhao Fu looked at the Jade Goddess and said, "Your faction is too ordinary and has no value in developing it. Have you heard of any place where we can obtain powerful inheritances?" Hearing Zhao Fu talk about her faction like this, the Jade Goddess looked quite awkward. Zhao Fu was right, her faction was quite ordinary. Hearing Zhao Fu ask about powerful legacies, the Jade Goddess felt quite surprised. The Jade Goddess pondered for a moment. She had stayed here for many years, but she had not heard of any powerful inheritances, so she shook her head and said, "No." Zhao Fu felt a headache coming on. Not only was this faction too ordinary, but it also did not have any powerful legacies. How was it supposed to develop? He continued to fall into deep thought. After a while, Zhao Fu looked at the Jade Goddess. The Jade Goddess was startled, not understanding why Zhao Fu was suddenly looking at her. However, she had a vague feeling that Zhao Fu had his eyes on her. Suddenly, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a formless energy spread out, pulling the Jade Goddess into his embrace. The Jade Goddess' face became slightly red and she panically struggled to stand up. However, Zhao Fu pressed a hand against her abdomen and sent the 6 desires demonic qi into her, causing her body to become limp. Her face became red, and her eyes became watery as she lightly panted. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he slightly raised his hand against the Jade Goddess' abdomen. A massive wave of Jade godly power flowed out and into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and the divinity within his mind absorbed the godly spirit's power. Soon, Zhao Fu opened his eyes. Because the Jade Goddess' divine power had been drawn out by Zhao Fu, her face was quite pale, and her body was limp in Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and once again sealed the 6 desires demonic qi within the Jade Goddess' body, causing her to return to normal. She glared at Zhao Fu as she said angrily, "You bastard, you took away so much of my divine power and didn't even ask for my permission before using such domineering methods." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I just wanted to test out a theory of mine. As for the divine power that I lost, I just need to absorb some faith power to recover. Also, how long have you been a godly spirit? Do you have your own legacy power?" A godly spirit's legacy power was the same as a kingdom's legacy. After accumulating for a long time, it would become a legacy power. As a new god, or a god who had just become a god, his divine power did not have the function of inheritance. Only old gods who had existed for a long time would have their own inheritance power. Others could obtain this kind of inheritance and become a god like the old god. Although the Jade Goddess looked angry and her heart was full of resentment, her body, for some reason, still enjoyed the feeling of sitting in Zhao Fu's arms. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the Jade Goddess asked with some doubts, "You've been a god for 160 years and already have the legacy power, but it's a very ordinary god's legacy. Why are you suddenly asking this?" Zhao Fu said with a smile on his face, "Then give me a part of this legacy power." The Jade Goddess looked at him and asked, "With your strength, you shouldn't need my legacy power. Also, you seem to have a godhood. Can you still accept my legacy power?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Don't worry about it. If my idea is verified, your force will obtain one of the most powerful inheritances in the god world." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the Jade Goddess was a little incredulous because Zhao Fu had exaggerated it too much. The most powerful inheritance in the god world was shocking and admirable. How could it exist just because he said so? She asked Zhao Fu, "Is it true? Is it really that strong?" Zhao Fu nodded with a smile. Hearing this, the Jade Goddess did not continue to ask and simply said, "Then come with me." Afterward, Zhao Fu followed the Jade Goddess to the temple in the city. In front of a statue carved from jade, which was 6 meters tall and looked exactly the same as the Jade Goddess. The Jade Goddess stood in front and said to Zhao Fu, "I'll start giving you legacy power, but I have to say this in advance. If you fail, you can't blame me. Also, you can't use that method to deal with me." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The Jade Goddess closed her eyes, and a loud roar sounded. The statue erupted with a powerful momentum and emitted a strong light. The countless power of faith of the entire force gathered here like a tide. At that moment, the Jade Goddess opened her eyes and stretched out a hand towards Zhao Fu. A wave of power gathered in her palm, and a formless power spread out. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the statue shot out a powerful ray of light that contained terrifying power and landed on Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of legacy godly spirit flow into his body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and focused on quickly absorbing that wave of power and condensing it into the divinity in his mind. A while later, the light from the statue dimmed and disappeared. Zhao Fu had completely absorbed the godly spirit and had successfully obtained the Jade Goddess legacy. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and stretched out a hand. A wave of godly power flowed out of his palm, causing some jade granules to appear in the surroundings and gather above Zhao Fu's palm, forming a green jade orb. This was the Jade Goddess legacy power, and after obtaining her legacy power, Zhao Fu had also grasped this type of jade power. The jade goddess looked at Zhao Fu in surprise. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to obtain her legacy power. At the same time, she felt quite confused. Didn't Zhao Fu have a divinity as well? Wouldn't the two types of godly powers clash? Looking at Zhao Fu, the jade goddess felt that this man was not only powerful but also quite mysterious. Suddenly, the jade goddess thought of something and asked, "Can you tell me what's going on? Why did you say that you can obtain the most powerful legacy?" Zhao Fu smiled as he explained, "My divinity is quite special and can absorb all sorts of godly spirits' power. It's quite different from what you think." Right now, Zhao Fu's idea was to create a terrifying legacy since he did not have a powerful legacy. Back then, Zhao Fu had wanted to create a pantheon temple, which was to subdue countless godly spirits for his own use. At this time, Qin only had more than 20 gods, so he didn't think too much. These gods were not easy to subdue, so the idea of the pantheon temple was simply far away. He didn't know when he would be able to build a pantheon temple. One of the main reasons was that there were very few godly spirits. There was nothing that could be done about the heaven-awakened world having very few godly spirits, but the godly spirit world was filled with godly spirits. Perhaps the Pantheon Palace could be established there. At this time, Zhao Fu's plan was to absorb the divine power and legacies of countless gods and create his own pantheon legacy. Thinking about it, with so many god-spirit legacies fused together, even an ordinary god-spirit legacy would be very terrifying when gathered together. This was why Zhao Fu said that this was one of the strongest god-spirit legacies. Moreover, with this inheritance as a foundation, it continued to expand in the divine spirit world, attracting more divine spirits to join. At that time, imagining the scene of the sky being filled with deities, one couldn't help but feel excited and shocked. However, right now, Zhao Fu had only absorbed one god-spirit legacy and had not absorbed a second god-spirit legacy yet. He wasn't 100% sure if he would be able to create the Pantheon Palace. The jade goddess looked at Zhao Fu in shock. It was the first time she had heard of such a thing. How could a divinity absorb the divine power of countless gods? Moreover, from Zhao Fu's aura, he didn't seem to be someone from the godly spirit world. Thinking about that, the jade goddess stared at Zhao Fu and asked, "Just who are you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "You'll know in the future." "That's right, if there's a godly spirit nearby who's on good terms with you, you can call her over." "I don't want to go to her," the jade goddess said somewhat angrily. "Don't even think about it, I've jumped into this pit of fire myself, how could I drag my good sister into it?" Zhao Fu couldn't help but laugh as he said, "How is this a pit of fire? Don't worry, after the Pantheon Palace is established, I won't mistreat you. You'll become one of the Pantheon Palace's palace masters, which will be of great help to you. Do you want to become a higher-level god spirit? Also, with your current power, you'll be easily killed by others. Are you going to refuse such a good opportunity?" The jade goddess felt quite tempted. Everyone wanted to become stronger, as this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Even if you call your good sister over, I'll go over myself. When that time comes, your good sister will still be mine, and I'll kill many people. Those people's deaths will be for nothing." After hearing Zhao Fu's words, the jade goddess sank into her thoughts before nodding and saying, "Treat her well and don't treat me like you treat me, or else I'll be very angry." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "If it's easy to subdue her, I'll try not to use force." The jade goddess let out a sigh of relief and said, "The faction to my left is my good sister's faction. She's the Iron Goddess and has Iron God power. We've known each other for 100 years, and whenever we encounter danger, we'll band together. I'll help you call her over." Zhao Fu smiled and lightly nodded. Following this, the jade goddess left. Zhao Fu waited at the temple and thought of something, which was about Takami's father. As such, Zhao Fu ordered people to release his father. The jade goddess had long since informed him that Zhao Fu was now the ruler of this faction, and no one dared to disobey Zhao Fu's orders. Takami had never thought that the person he had brought would replace the godly spirit he believed in and become the ruler of this faction. However, he felt that he had been blessed by the godly spirit, as he had been fortunate enough to meet Zhao Fu. As such, he felt even more respectful towards Zhao Fu. He brought his father to the temple and expressed his immense gratitude towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had given him a small opportunity, allowing him to become a minor official in the city. This made Takemi feel even more grateful towards Zhao Fu. A few hours later, the Jade Goddess brought a woman to the temple. This woman had long, metallic black hair and a pair of black eyes. She was incredibly beautiful and gave off a sharp aura. She wore black armor and gave off an intense godly spirit aura. She was most likely the Iron Goddess. The Iron Goddess's expression was cold as she looked at Zhao Fu and said, "You're that person?" This Iron Goddess had quite a personality, and Zhao Fu felt a trace of interest towards her. He nodded and said, "The Jade Goddess should have told you everything. What do you think? Are you willing to submit to me and become one of the future temple masters of the Pantheon Temple?" Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the Iron Goddess body, turning into a gale as she said coldly, "Now that you've defeated me, I'll submit to you." Zhao Fu did not feel angry at all and said confidently as he smiled and said, "Sure. Feel free to use all your strength." The Metal Goddess said coldly, "Let's go outside, it's not good to use it here." Zhao Fu nodded, and the two of them rose into the sky. The Metal Goddess power was slightly stronger than the Jade Goddess power, and she gave off a metallic sharpness, making her incredibly offensive. The Metal Goddess held an iron spear and gave off a powerful godly spirit aura as she quickly rushed in front of Zhao Fu. Her spear gave off a cold light as she vigorously stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and had a trace of a smile on his face. Facing the Metal Goddess spear, he casually swung his sword, sending out a sharp black sword light that slashed towards the spear. Clang, a metallic collision sound could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. The spearhead and sword collided, causing a massive gale to spread out. Zhao Fu did not move from his spot. The Metal Goddess retreated a few steps and her expression became serious. She now understood that Zhao Fu was indeed very powerful. Boom, the Metal Goddess exploded out with her full power, and a terrifying aura spread out. With this aura, the Metal Goddess once again rushed at Zhao Fu and vigorously stabbed out with her spear. A massive black spear light, giving off a terrifyingly sharp aura, quickly shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stood his ground and did not move at all. He sent some power into his sword and vigorously slashed out, causing a ferocious sword light to slash out, destroying the incoming spear light and causing black light to shoot everywhere. Suddenly, the goddess of iron and stone appeared in the sky and gripped her spear with both hands as she gave off a shocking aura as she slammed down towards Zhao Fu. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he raised his sword and blocked the incoming spear. The Metal Goddess looked quite startled, as she had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to block her attack so easily. Suddenly, the Ironstone Goddess body turned into countless bits of iron sand and dissipated. However, in the next moment, she appeared beside Zhao Fu and ferociously stabbed her spear towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu didn't even spare her a glance. With a wave of his hand, a sword light slashed out, directly repelling the spear thrust by the goddess of iron and stone. The goddess of iron and stone's body dissipated into countless grains of iron sand and reappeared behind Zhao Fu, thrusting her spear at Zhao Fu again. Clang, Zhao Fu still did not look behind him and slashed behind him, sending out a sword light that repelled the iron goddess spear. After failing to hit Zhao Fu a few times, the Ironstone Goddess looked quite furious as she raised her spear and pointed it at Zhao Fu. Boom, the goddess of iron and stone exploded out with a powerful aura, forming a powerful gale. She gripped her spear and sent all of her power into it. The spear gave off an intense light and a terrifying power flowed out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. An incredibly sharp aura spread out, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Boom, the Metal Goddess vigorously threw the spear in her hand towards Zhao Fu. The spear gave off an intense black light and a power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything as it shot towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and flashed past. Zhao Fu's expression did not change as he raised his sword and sent a massive wave of power into the Emperor Killing Sword, causing a terrifying sword intent to spread out. Clang, just as the black spear was about to reach Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out with his sword. A shocking sword light slashed out. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as a powerful gale spread out. The spear, which contained immense power, was sent flying back by the sword strike, and it soon disappeared without a trace. The goddess of iron and stone looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Now, she truly understood how powerful Zhao Fu was. That attack had been her full-powered attack, but it had been easily blocked by Xiao Fu, unable to harm him at all. Xiao Fu raised his sword and pointed it at the goddess of iron and stone as he gave a domineering smile and said, "Do you still want to try? I'm going to attack now." The goddess of iron and stone did not hesitate and said, "No need. I'm willing to submit to you." Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he came before the goddess of iron and stretched out his hand. 6 waves of demonic qi flowed out, forming 6 magic orbs. Xiao Fu pressed against the goddess of iron and stone's body, and the 6 magic orbs quickly flew over and fused into the goddess of iron and stone's body. Immediately, the goddess of iron and stone felt a scorching power spread out, and her body intensely reacted. A trace of embarrassment appeared on her sharp face. How could it be so intense? The goddess of iron and stone felt quite panicked. Even though the jade goddess had told her that Xiao Fu would use a very vulgar restriction that would create that sort of feeling, the goddess of iron and stone had been prepared. However, this feeling was simply too intense. Seeing the goddess of iron and stone's red face and breathing become ragged, Xiao Fu gave a trace of a smile and grabbed out with his hand. A formless energy sealed the 6 desires demonic qi within the goddess of iron and stone's body. The goddess of iron and stone inwardly let out a sigh of relief. If she had not sealed that power, she most likely would have leapt into the man's embrace and done those indescribable things. Following this, the two of them returned to the ground, and Xiao Fu started to receive the goddess of iron and stone's legacy divine power. The goddess of iron and stone raised her hand and gave off a powerful wave of godly spirit power. She gathered countless traces of faith energy, and the sky gave off a black light that gave off a massive metallic aura. The black light gathered together, forming a black pillar of light that gave off a powerful aura as it descended and landed on Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu felt a massive wave of power flow into his body, and he closed his eyes and started to absorb this power. However, Xiao Fu immediately discovered that something was off. The goddess of iron and stone's legacy power clashed with the jade goddess's legacy power, and the 2 legacies could not fuse. Xiao Fu had long since expected this, and he controlled the divinity in his mind to give off an intense black light as he used the powerful divinity's power to forcefully fuse the 2 legacies. Under the control of the divinity's power, the 2 legacies were able to fuse together without much difficulty. Xiao Fu continued to absorb the goddess of iron and stone's legacy power as he fused the 2 legacies. A while later, the abnormal signs in the sky disappeared, and Xiao Fu had finished absorbing the goddess of iron and stone's legacy power and fused the 2 legacies into a new legacy power. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and a wave of godly spirit power flowed out. Many jade and iron particles floated out and gathered together, forming a half jade and half iron orb. Now that he had fused the legacy power of 2 godly spirits, Xiao Fu started to build the Pantheon Palace. The first thing he needed was a legacy item. This legacy item would be the core of a faction, and the entire faction would be passed down from generation to generation. For example, Qin's legacy. Stone could be used to establish Qin City, which would eventually grow into the current Qin Empire. If one did not have this legacy, even if one had the corresponding imperial bloodline, the kingdom that one established would not be the Qin Empire. After all, without the corresponding legacy, one would not be able to become the Qin Empire. It could only be considered a new kingdom. The power of a new kingdom definitely would not be as great as that of a kingdom with a legacy. After all, legacies not only included culture and customs, but also the corresponding legacy power. For example, all of the Qin Empire's soldiers cultivated the Qin heart technique and had the Qin power, which could increase the soldier's strength. There was also the massive Qin kingdom fate, which could affect other people's fates. This was something that a new kingdom could not have. The Pantheon Palace that Xiao Fu wanted to establish was naturally a faction with a legacy like the Qin Empire, not a new faction without any legacies. The Jade Goddess and Iron Goddess had both been gods for more than 160 years, and they also had legacy power. Even though they were not very powerful, their factions most likely had some legacy power. Legacies became more powerful the longer they were passed down. Xiao Fu went to the center of the Jade Goddess faction, which was the god palace that she lived in. There was a jade cube that gave off a faint light and floated in the air. Before, this was an ordinary city creation stone, but after being nourished by the Jade Goddess divine power every day and night, it had become a legacy stone with legacy power. Zhao Fu went up and stretched out a hand, and a wave of energy flowed out, covering the city creation stone. However, in the next moment, he withdrew his hand in disappointment. Originally, Zhao Fu had planned on using this legacy stone as the Pantheon Palace's legacy stone. However, he discovered that this legacy stone was too ordinary and could not be used as the Pantheon Palace's legacy. Moreover, Zhao Fu tried to fuse the godly spirit's legacy power into the legacy stone, but the legacy stone already contained legacy power, and Zhao Fu could not fuse that godly spirit's legacy power into it. If he tried to forcefully fuse it in, the legacy stone might be damaged. It seemed that he would have to find another legacy item for the Pantheon Palace, and it had to be extraordinary. It would be best if it could withstand the legacy of the Pantheon Palace, and it had to not have any legacy power. Zhao Fu began to recall if he had such an item on him, but he realized that he didn't. He had the King of Kings sword, which he did not know about. If he used it as the Pantheon Palace's legacy item, it would definitely be incredibly terrifying. However, this sword already contained terrifying legacy power, and even if Zhao Fu wanted to forcefully fuse it, he would not be able to do so. Zhao Fu did not have such an item, so he could only ask the Jade Goddesses and Iron Goddesses, "Do you have an extremely powerful item that can be used as a legacy item?" Hearing this, the Jade Goddess took out a jade statue of a soldier. It was 15 centimeters tall and looked incredibly detailed. The inscriptions on the fur and armor were very clear, and it looked incredibly lifelike, as if it was a heroic soldier. The Iron Goddess also took out an iron orb that was as big as a ball. It gave off a faint light and gave off a powerful aura. It looked quite heavy and weighed at least hundreds of kilograms. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and green and black energy flowed out and entered the two items. The two items started to tremble as they absorbed the legacy power that Zhao Fu sent into them. However, as Zhao Fu sent in more and more power, the two items trembled more and more. Crack, a clear sound rang out as a small crack appeared on the two items. Zhao Fu immediately stopped. It was evident that these two items could not be used as legacy items for the Pantheon Palace. Zhao Fu looked at the two goddesses and asked, "Do you have anything else?" The Jade Goddess shook her head as she replied, "Nothing else. Also, don't send in too much legacy power, just do it slowly. Perhaps it can be used as a legacy item, or you can use your legacy power to slowly nurture it." Zhao Fu immediately said, "That won't do. If I can't even withstand the legacy power of two godly spirits, how can I receive the 10,000 gods legacy in the future? I don't have that much time." The Jade Goddess did not say anything else. The Iron Goddess stood by the side and thought about what would be suitable as a legacy item. She greatly supported the establishment of the Pantheon Palace, and if the Pantheon Palace was truly established, it would be of great benefit to her. Suddenly, the Iron Goddess thought of something and said, "There's a godly spirit forbidden area nearby, and it's quite dangerous. Perhaps there's something suitable for a legacy item there." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "Where is that place?" "Take me there." The Goddess of Iron and Stone nodded and said, "It's really dangerous inside. Ordinary gods can die inside." Zhao Fu understood and responded. After that, Zhao Fu and the two goddesses arrived in front of a wasteland. There was very little vegetation in this wasteland, and there were only some weeds and no trees. The ground was covered with purple sand, and it gave off a very dangerous aura, making people feel uncomfortable. Zhao Fu was about to enter. The two goddesses also intended to follow. Zhao Fu turned to look at them and said, "It's too dangerous inside. You guys should stay here." The Jade Goddess felt quite surprised and gave a trace of a smile. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would care about them, and she replied, "I understand. We'll wait for you here." Zhao Fu nodded and turned into a ray of light as he shot into the forbidden area. The Iron Goddess looked at the Jade Goddess with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, "Do you have feelings for him?" The Jade Goddess's face became slightly red as she smiled and said, "A bit, but I have a feeling that it's not just me, but you will also become his woman in the future." The Iron Goddess replied in disbelief, "Is that so?" The Jade Goddess stepped forward and hugged the Ironstone Goddess' arm. She smiled and whispered in the Ironstone Goddess' ear, "Of course. For example, although the power in our bodies has been sealed by him, don't you want to do it with him?" The Iron Goddess's face became red and she felt quite embarrassed to look at the Jade Goddess. The jade goddess hugged the iron goddess's arm and gave a trace of a smile. She did not say anything and looked at the forbidden area. However, after flying for a while, Xiaofu realized that something was off. He found that he had not flown very far and was instead flying around in circles. Xiaofu frowned. Had he been hit by an illusion or a magic formation? Thinking about that, Xiaofu stopped in the air and gathered a wave of energy into his left eye. A glass-like pupil opened, giving off a glass-like light. However, the scenery in front of him did not change at all. Xiaofu had used the glass illusion eye, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. This meant that this was not an illusion or a magic formation, or else the glass illusion eye would have sensed that something was off. However, if it was not an illusion or a magic formation, why was he flying around in circles? Xiaofu could not understand. It seemed that he had underestimated this godly spirit forbidden area. Following this, Xiaofu flew around a few more times before returning to his original location. By now, even if Xiaofu wanted to leave, there was nothing he could do. What should he do now? Xiaofu stood in the air and thought to himself with a troubled expression. Facing this situation, there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, a group of monsters appeared in front of Xiaofu. These monsters had the upper bodies of humans, disheveled hair, and savage-looking faces. They had the lower bodies of snakes that were 4 or 5 meters long and could fly in the sky. The group of monsters looked at Xiaofu's eyes and evilly smiled as they flew towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu felt quite delighted. He had been afraid of going around in circles in the same place. Now that he had seen this group of monsters, perhaps things would take a turn for the better. The monsters flew over to Xiaofu and did not directly attack. Instead, they opened their mouths and sang a beautiful song. Hearing this song, Xiaofu's consciousness became hazy and he felt quite dizzy. Xiaofu understood that this was a hypnotic ability, so he immediately used his divine bloodline's power. His blood flowed quickly within his body and a formless energy spread out. Xiaofu immediately became clear-headed and the dizziness disappeared. Although Xiaofu had regained consciousness, he was not in a hurry to attack. He was waiting to see what the monsters would do. Right now, they might be the key to leaving this place. Monster and Xian saw that Xiaofu was on the verge of fainting. Xiaofu's body was unstable in midair, and it looked like he was about to fall to the ground. The group of monsters revealed malevolent smiles, opened their mouths, and rushed forward, wanting to divide and devour Xiaofu. At this moment, Xiaofu suddenly opened his eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face as the golden pupil in his left eye began to spin. Clang clang clang, chains containing immense power shot out from around Xiaofu, giving off ferocious auras as they shot towards the monsters. The monsters were shocked and hurriedly tried to escape, but they were still bound by the chains. They struggled in the air and roared, but they were unable to break free at all. There weren't many monsters in this group, only a dozen or so. Xiaofu smiled as he came before them. As creatures of the forbidden area, they most likely had the ability to leave this place. Xiaofu tried to communicate with them and have them take him away, and he would let them go. However, these monsters were quite unintelligent and could not understand what Xiaofu was saying. They either wanted to run or wanted to attack Xiaofu. Facing this situation, Xiaofu thought about it and made the chains very thin, making them even smaller than a pinky finger. He bound the monsters' waists and did not restrict their movements. The monsters immediately ran, and the chains binding them continuously became smaller. Xiaofu followed them along the chains, and soon, they left the forbidden area. Xiaofu wanted to kill these monsters, but he was worried that without them leading the way, he would once again fall into a cycle. However, following them was not a good idea either, as they were not running towards the inner regions of the forbidden area while Xiaofu was heading towards the inner regions. After thinking about it, Xiaofu allowed the monsters to continue running. After all, with the chains binding them, none of them would be able to escape. Xiaofu did not follow them and decided to fly by himself to see if this place was the same as before. If it was different, Xiaofu would be able to kill those monsters, as they were completely useless. However, after trying a few times, the result was the same. He could not follow the monsters and fell into a cycle again. Xiaofu felt quite frustrated and could only follow the chains to find the monsters. Xiaofu followed the chains and did not fall into a loop. An hour or so later, he arrived at a gathering place for monsters. This place was in ruins, and there were some simple buildings made of stone and wood. They were quite simple and crude, and there were roughly 1,000 monsters. Seeing Zhao Fu, the group of monsters gave evil smiles and opened their mouths, giving off beautiful and pleasant songs. Zhao Fu once again felt dizzy, but following this, a powerful divine aura exploded out, turning into a wild gale that swept out, and a might covered the surroundings. The dizziness disappeared, and Zhao Fu gave a cold smile as he looked at the monsters below. Sensing Zhao Fu's monstrous power, the countless monsters looked terrified, and some immediately ran in other directions. Zhao Fu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and prepared to slaughter this group of monsters. Perhaps he would be able to find something to break that cycle, and even if he could not find it, he would be able to leave a few alive. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was the common language of the Divine Spirit world. "Sir Divine Spirit, please don't kill us." Zhao Fu stopped, feeling quite delighted. He had finally encountered a creature that he could communicate with. Zhao Fu looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was an old man. Compared to the others, he looked much more normal. "Sure. However, I need you to take me to the depths of the forbidden area. If you agree, not only will I not kill you, but I can also give you some benefits." The old man's expression was somewhat serious as he said, "Sir Divine Spirit, are you here for that item?" "That item?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. There was indeed something in this forbidden area. He nodded and said, "I'm here for that item. Do you know what it is?" The old man replied, "This lowly one does not know. The depths of the forbidden area are dozens of times more dangerous than the outer regions, and this lowly one's strength is too low to go there. However, I know that because of that item's power, we became like this. We were originally ordinary people." Zhao Fu's expression became serious. That item was most likely not simple, and he said, "Then take me there, I will guarantee your safety." The old man did not hesitate and nodded, because if he did not go, everyone here would die. Roar! Roar, roar. After coming to the depths of the forbidden area, it was much more dangerous here than outside. Monsters madly attacked Zhao Fu. These monsters were all sorts of wild beasts, lions, tigers, wolves, horses, and pigs. They all had one thing in common, which was that their eyes were black and their bodies were covered with scales. They all gave off evil auras. The elder followed behind Zhao Fu, and facing so many monsters, he could not help but look terrified. Zhao Fu's expression did not change at all. He held the Emperor Killing Sword and sent massive amounts of power into it, causing the Emperor Killing Sword to give off an intense sword light and a sharp sword aura. Xing, 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 Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand, sending out massive sword lights that killed countless monsters. Blood flew everywhere and cries continuously sounded out. The ground was covered with corpses, and a dense stench of blood spread out. The elder stood behind Zhao Fu and looked at Zhao Fu's massacre in shock. It was incredibly savage. Soon, all of the beasts had been killed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu and the elder continued onwards, going deeper and deeper. They would soon reach that thing's location. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura flooded out, seeming to be able to inundate everything. A 10,000-meter-long monster appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This monster had the upper body of 3 people, and they were all well-built men. They had savage expressions and had bone horns on their heads. The lower body was a snake's tail and was covered with pale white scales. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he said to the elder, "Get far away for now." The elder understood that the following battle would be quite terrifying, so he obediently retreated far away. Zhao Fu had left behind restrictions within his body, so he could not run. Boom! 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 The monster's 3 eyes ferociously stared at Zhao Fu. It opened its mouth and 3 massive pale white rays of light containing destructive power shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the 3 terrifying beams of light struck Zhao Fu. Countless pale white rays of light shot out in all directions, and rainbow-colored immortal clouds spread out. Zhao Fu did not move at all, and his eyes became rainbow-colored. A rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on his forehead, and a rainbow-colored rune circled around Zhao Fu. His body gave off rainbow-colored light and a terrifying aura, making him seem like a celestial. The monster was also stunned. The 3 terrifying attacks had clearly hit Zhao Fu head-on, but Zhao Fu seemed to be completely fine, easily blocking its attack. Roar! 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 The monster furiously roared 3 times and gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed in front of Zhao Fu. It threw out a few punches containing terrifying power, causing space to twist as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he raised the sword in his hand. A massive amount of celestial power entered the sword, causing it to become 7-colored and give off an aura flame. Boom! Zhao Fu slashed out, and an enormous rainbow-colored crescent sword light containing power that seemed to be able to slash apart everything slashed out. Bang! 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 The terrifying fist energies were destroyed by the sword light, and an intense gale containing terrifying power spread out, causing countless rocks to be blown into the air. The monster's massive body was sent flying by the sword light and heavily crashed to the ground, opening up a large crater. A gash appeared on the monster's fist, and blood continuously flowed out. Roar! The monster furiously roared as it crawled up from the ground and opened its mouth. Countless traces of pale white light came out as a terrifying power spread out. The monster spat forwards. Boom! 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 Countless terrifying pale white rays of light containing shocking power shot towards Zhao Fu, giving off intense gales. The sounds they gave off were incredibly terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Zhao Fu did not move as a terrifying power exploded out from his body. A rainbow-colored aura flame appeared around Zhao Fu, and it gave off intense light as it spun with terrifying power. Bang! 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 The countless pale white rays of light were deflected by the rainbow-colored runes and hit the ground, opening up large craters and giving off massive sounds. However, they were not able to harm Zhao Fu at all. Seeing that it was unable to attack Zhao Fu, the monster furiously gave off a terrifying aura as it rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and raised his sword, causing a sword light to shoot into the sky. Heaven and earth power madly gathered in the surroundings as a rainbow-colored sword formation containing terrifying power appeared, giving off intense light. A boundless sword aura covered the heavens and earth, causing countless creatures to feel terror. Zhao Fu slashed down with his sword. Boom! 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 The rainbow-colored sword formation started to spin as an aura of annihilation spread out. Terrifying sword lights containing power that seemed to be able to slash apart the heavens and earth slashed towards the incoming monster's body. The monster exploded out with all of its power, wanting to defend against the incoming sword lights. However, it was unable to stop them at all, and its body was chopped into pieces by the sword lights. Blood flew everywhere, making it look like a rain of blood. In the distance, the elder's body uncontrollably trembled. The godly spirit in front of them was simply too terrifying. After killing this monster, Zhao Fu called the elder over and continued onwards. In the end, they came to a 100,000-meter wide crater. It was deathly silent within the crater, and there was a stone spear at the center. The stone spear looked very long and simple, and it was a gray-white color. There were runes on the surface of the spear, and the end of the spear was rhombus-shaped. It gave off an extremely evil power that could cause people's bodies to feel a chill. Sensing that this stone spear was extraordinary, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and prepared to go up and pull it out. The elder kindly reminded him, "Lord Godly Spirit, that stone spear is extremely dangerous, everything here was caused by that stone spear." The elder kindly reminded him, "Lord Godly Spirit, that stone spear is extremely dangerous, everything here was caused by that stone spear." Zhao Fu nodded and entered the crater. He came before the stone spear and stretched out a hand and grabbed the spear. An extremely evil power madly flowed out of the spear and entered Zhao Fu's body. It wanted to make Zhao Fu mutate. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu exploded out with all of his divine bloodline's power. A black blood-red flame erupted around his body, forming an intense gale. Zhao Fu's divine bloodline's power blocked the evil power, and Zhao Fu sent his divine bloodline's power into the spear to suppress the evil power before vigorously pulling it out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as a pale white light containing terrifying power rushed into the sky. A terrifying shockwave spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. After pulling out the spear, Zhao Fu could sense the immense power within it. This was a power that had been sealed for a long time, and it could cause the heavens and earth to change. It was definitely a terrifying item. If he could use this item as a legacy item for the Pantheon Palace, the effects would be quite shocking. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as the abnormal signs around him gradually calmed down, and the forbidden area's power seemed to gradually disappear. At that moment, Zhao Fu found out what kind of power was causing him to continuously fly in circles. There was a power here that could disrupt one's senses, which was why even if one had been flying west, that power would cause one to circle back to where one had started. As for the monsters living here, they were not affected at all. Congratulations, godly spirit. Seeing that Zhao Fu was fine after pulling out the terrifying spear, the elderly man felt quite shocked and immediately came over to congratulate him. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before taking out a piece of legacy equipment and throwing it to the elderly man as he said, "I said that I would give you benefits, this is what I promised." The elderly man caught the equipment in delight, but after thinking about it, he looked quite troubled as he said, "Godly spirit, can this lowly one not accept the equipment and exchange it for a place where you can protect us?" Apart from being able to hypnotize others with their voices, these monsters were quite weak. Without the protection of the forbidden area, they would quickly die. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt that this was a small matter, so he nodded and agreed. The elderly man was delighted and hurriedly thanked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu told him to lead his people to the Jade Goddess territory and to remind them to control the Jade Goddess territory. If they harmed ordinary residents, they would be severely punished. The elderly man nodded and promised that he would not harm the innocent residents before quickly leaving. He planned to take his people to pack up and head to a new place of protection. Zhao Fu held the spear and flew out of the forbidden area and came before the two goddesses. Seeing Zhao Fu fly out with the stone spear, the Jade Goddess and Iron Goddess understood that the matter in the forbidden area had been resolved and that Zhao Fu had obtained what he wanted. The Jade Goddess gave a trace of a smile as she looked at the stone spear and said, "This thing is so powerful, is it what formed this forbidden area?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Yeah. I also plan to use it as a legacy item. It should have a very powerful effect." The goddess of iron and stone frowned slightly and said seriously, "The power of the stone spear is a bit too evil. Is it suitable as a legacy item?" Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "This stone spear's attributes won't be like this in the future, it will need to be nurtured by the 10,000 god legacy and become a 10,000 god spear. Not only will it have evil power, but it will also have other powers." The goddess of iron and rock nodded in understanding. After that, Zhao Fu brought the two goddesses back to the temple of the Jade Goddess. By now, Zhao Fu had ordered people to build the Pantheon Palace, which was a hall that could hold over 10,000 statues. The building was incredibly big, and there was a platform in the middle that was responsible for placing legacy items. There would also be statues of gods around it. That would be the future Pantheon Palace, where countless gods resided, and it would be the core of the entire faction. The statues there were not ordinary statues either, they were statues that had the strongest connection with the gods. They were usually the first statues that were placed after a god became a god, and they had the greatest divine power. Zhao Fu would use their divine power to continuously nurture the 10,000 god spear. When that time came, the 10,000 god spear's power would surpass ordinary people's imaginations. However, there was no need to think too much about it for now. Zhao Fu had only subdued 2 gods, and he was still a long way from being able to subdue 10,000 gods. Now, it was time to fuse with the legacy. Zhao Fu came to a platform that had just been built and stabbed the stone spear into the groove at the center. Following this, he took a few steps back and stretched out a hand towards the spear. Boom, an explosion sounded out as a massive aura spread out, and a massive wave of legacy power flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm. It was a green and black power, and after flowing out, it continuously entered the stone spear in the ground. The stone spear was not simple at all, and it continuously absorbed the legacy power without reacting at all. After a while, Zhao Fu stopped. It was not that the stone spear was not powerful enough but that it was too powerful. It was not enough to fuse with 2 godly spirit legacies, it needed at least 3 godly spirit legacies before it could become a legacy spear. Zhao Fu asked the Jade Goddess next to him, "Are there any other godly spirits nearby? It's best if they're related to ores." Before the Jade Goddess could speak, the Iron Goddess replied, "There's also the Metal God, Silver God, and Bronze God. The one with the strongest power and faction is the Metal God. It's also the largest faction here." Hearing this, Jiaofu nodded and said, "Tell me where it is, I'll go right now." After the Iron Goddess told Jiaofu, Jiaofu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. Boom, in the air above a shining golden palace, a massive aura suddenly descended, and a massive might covered the entire city. Countless people felt terror as they looked up into the sky, and a cloaked figure appeared in the sky. A valiant-looking big man dressed in golden clothes furiously walked out from the god palace and looked at Jiaofu in the sky as he said, "Who are you? You dare to barge into my territory and act so fearlessly?" Jiaofu gave a trace of condescension as he stood in the sky and looked down at the big man as he said, "I'll give you two choices. Either you die, or you submit." The big man felt furious and exploded out with a powerful godly spirit aura as he held a large golden saber and rushed at Jiaofu. The other godly spirit soldiers gathered from all directions and surrounded this place. The big man quickly arrived in front of Jiaofu and sent a massive wave of divine power into his saber, causing it to give off an intense golden saber chi as he vigorously slashed towards Jiaofu. Jiaofu took out the emperor killing sword and sent a wave of power into it, blocking in front of him. Clang, a metallic collision sound rang out as Jiaofu's sword blocked the big man's saber, causing a gale to spread out. The metallic god was indeed more powerful than the jade goddess and iron goddess, but he was not a match for Jiaofu. Jiaofu looked at the metallic god and smirked as an even more powerful aura exploded out from his body and he pushed his sword towards the metallic god. The metallic god did not believe that Jiaofu was so powerful, and he roared as he exploded out with an even more powerful aura and pressed towards Jiaofu with his golden saber. Bang! Swish, 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 the countless soldiers below could tell that their godly spirit was not a match for Jiaofu, and they shot out arrows that contained immense power towards Jiaofu. Jiaofu unleashed a defensive barrier, blocking the countless arrows. The arrows hit the barrier but were unable to affect it at all, and there was not even a crack on it. Arg! The metallic god roared as an even more terrifying power exploded out from his body. He gripped his saber with both hands and sent powerful power into it, causing the saber to give off an intense golden saber light. Boom, the metallic god vigorously slashed out, and an enormous golden saber light containing enough power to slash apart everything slashed towards Jiaofu, as if nothing could stop it. Jiaofu gave a disdainful smile and raised his sword. He sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing the emperor killing sword to give off an intense sword light. He vigorously slashed out, and an enormous black crescent brought with it an intense wind as it slashed out. Bang, the two attacks collided, resulting in a massive sound. The ferocious golden saber light was shattered by the sword light, turning into motes of light and dissipating. The black sword light continued onwards, slashing the metallic god to the ground and opening up a massive crater. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as 600,000 or so golden armored soldiers exploded out with a golden aura. The golden aura gathered together and formed a golden hammer that was nearly 100 meters wide. The soldiers controlled the golden hammer and raised it high into the air, and it gave off terrifying destructive power as it smashed towards Jiaofu from the side. Jiaofu's expression did not change at all. He gripped his fist and gathered power as he vigorously punched out. Bang, the golden hammer was blasted apart by Jiaofu's punch, and the boundless golden aura turned into a wild gale. The golden armored soldiers coughed up a mouthful of blood and their faces became pale. The golden hammer was connected to their bodies. Jiaofu looked at the countless soldiers and raised his sword. He vigorously slashed out, and a sword hum sounded out as an enormous black sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards the soldiers. Puff puff puff, as the black sword light slashed out, countless soldiers were cut down like weeds. Countless soldiers' bodies were cut open, and blood sprayed everywhere, dyeing the ground red. Jiaofu gave a cold smile and once again swung his sword, sending out sword lights and slaughtering those soldiers. Boom! A massive aura rushed towards Jiaofu, and Jiaofu blocked with his sword. Clang! The metallic god looked furious, and his body gave off a golden light. Jiaofu's gaze became cold as he vigorously slashed out, once again sending the metallic god flying. He gave off a powerful aura as he chased after it and raised his sword, slashing down with terrifying sword energy. Bang! The god of metallic stone was slashed to the ground, smashing heavily into a crater, creating a crater that was over 10 meters wide. There was also a massive wound on its chest, from which blood kept gushing out. By now, the metallic god was heavily injured and had become incredibly weak, and he did not even have the strength to crawl up. Xiaofu flew down from the sky and landed next to the metallic god as he coldly laughed and said, "I gave you a chance before, but you asked for it." The metallic god looked at Xiaofu furiously as if he wanted to chop up Xiaofu and feed him to dogs. Xiaofu squatted down and gathered a wave of power in his palm as he grabbed towards the metallic god's abdomen. His hand pierced into the metallic god's abdomen, causing blood to fly everywhere. Arg! The metallic god howled in pain as Xiaofu grabbed a golden rhombus-shaped stone and pulled out his blood-stained hand. The metallic god's power quickly declined because what Xiaofu had taken out of his body was his godhood. After suffering such terrifying injuries and having his godhood extracted by Xiaofu, the metallic god was on the verge of death and did not have any power left. The jade goddesses and iron goddesses quickly arrived with their armies. Looking at the corpses on the ground and the metallic god's pitiful state, they could not help but feel afraid. Xiaofu's methods had been incredibly savage. If they had not chosen to submit, they might have ended up like the metallic god. By now, the metallic god's life force had been completely drained and he had died. There was a look of unwillingness and hatred on his face. Xiaofu sent a wave of power into the golden godhood, obliterating the metallic god's remnant soul within it, and he started to forcefully absorb the legacy power. The golden divinity gave off an intense light as the divine power within it was continuously absorbed by Xiaofu. After a while, a golden aura flame exploded out of Xiaofu's body, and he had successfully absorbed the divinity's legacy power. By now, the jade goddesses and iron goddesses people had taken control of this place, and they had brought a woman and a young man. From what the jade goddess had said, the woman was the metallic god's wife and the young man was the metallic god's son. Xiaofu's gaze fell on the woman. She was quite beautiful and had a tall and slim figure, and she gave off a noble aura. She looked at Xiaofu nervously and fearfully because it was possible that Xiaofu would kill her and her son. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Do you want to live or die?" Hearing this, the woman inwardly let out a sigh of relief and understood that she had a chance to live. Even though her husband had been killed by this person, protecting her and her son's lives was the most important thing right now. She nodded and replied, "Sir, please spare us mother and son." Xiaofu lightly laughed and said, "Do you think I'll spare you?" The woman's expression fell and she felt quite confused. Hadn't Xiaofu asked her if she wanted to live or die? Xiaofu threw the golden godhood to the woman and said, "You will be the metallic god from now on. If you want to live, be obedient and listen to me." Xiaofu had only absorbed a portion of the legacy power from the metallic godhood, and it contained immense divine power. If anyone absorbed and refined it, they would be able to create a new metallic god. Xiaofu found that the woman and the young man both had the same metallic god's power within their bodies. If he gave the godhood to one of them, they would be able to refine it more quickly and have a higher fusion rate. The young man felt that it was not suitable, so Xiaofu chose the woman to be the next metallic god. The woman received the godhood in delight. She now understood Xiaofu's goal and thanked Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly laughed and did not say anything else as he turned into a ray of light and shot over the horizon. Boom! In the air above a palace made of silver, a massive aura once again descended, and a massive might covered the entire region. "Who are you?" the Silverstone goddess asked seriously as she looked at Xiaofu. She knew that Xiaofu was incredibly terrifying, and he gave off a bloody stench as if he had just killed someone. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he replied, "I'm here to subdue you." The Silverstone goddess coldly harumphed, "You want to subdue me? Show me what you've got." Xiaofu smiled and exploded out with a powerful aura as he rushed in front of the Silverstone goddess and slashed towards her with terrifying sword energy. The Silverstone goddess was given a big fright and hurriedly used her spear to block. Bang! The Silverstone goddess was slashed to the ground, creating a 10-meter wide crater. Rubble flew everywhere and dust filled the air. Lord God! The soldiers in the surroundings were given a big fright and exploded out with auras, preparing to attack Xiaofu. Xiaofu disdainfully laughed and prepared to start another massacre. "All of you, back down." Within the crater, the Silverstone goddess stood up, a trace of blood at her lips. If her soldiers charged over, they would only be committing suicide and would not be able to harm Xiaofu at all. The difference in strength was simply too great. Xiaofu looked at the Silverstone goddess. "Arg! The silver stone goddess raised her spear and cried out, exploding out with all of her power. Countless silver arcs of lightning flashed out, covering the surrounding 10 or so meters. A massive wave of power entered the spear, causing it to give off a faint silver light. Arcs of lightning wrapped around it, giving off an aura of destruction and causing the soldiers in the surroundings to feel terror. The Silverstone goddess held her spear and vigorously threw it towards Zhao Fu. Boom! The spear gave off terrifying power as it shot out like a massive silver bolt of lightning, giving off an unstoppable aura as it quickly flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu raised his sword and a massive wave of power entered it, causing it to give off boundless black sword light and give off a terrifying aura. Xing! Just as the spear reached Zhao Fu vigorously slashed down with his sword, sending the spear flying and causing countless sparks to fly out. Bang! The spear, which had been sent flying, flew hundreds of meters and stabbed into the ground, causing the ground to crack. Zhao Fu held the Emperor Killing Sword and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed at the Silverstone goddess. The Silverstone goddess' expression was quite unsightly as she sighed and said, "Wait. I'm willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu stopped and flew in front of the Silverstone goddess and sent a wave of 6 desires demonic chi into her body. The Silverstone goddess' face became red, but Zhao Fu quickly sealed that area. Next, a suction force burst out from Zhao Fu's hand to forcibly suck out the legacy power within the Silverstone goddess' body. The Silverstone goddess did not resist. She knew that Zhao Fu only wanted to absorb some of her power, he had no intention of killing her. However, she did not understand why Zhao Fu wanted to absorb her inherited divine power. An enormous silver light burst out of Zhao Fu's body, successfully absorbing the power of the Silverstone goddess' inheritance. The Silverstone goddess' face became somewhat pale. Zhao Fu looked at her and said, "Soon, the Jade God and Iron God's people will come to take over your territory. Don't resist, they are also mine." The Silverstone goddess felt quite shocked and found that the other godly spirits had long since submitted to this person. Was this person's goal to unify this region? Now, the Silverstone goddess felt a bit better. Since the other godly spirits had already submitted to him, there was no need for her to care about this. Submitting to a person was a very shameful thing. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon, heading towards the final godly spirit faction. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out from a bronze god palace, and a ferocious aura swept out like a wild gale. Sensing this terrifying aura, the residents in the city ran to the side in terror or hid in their houses. Other soldiers gave off powerful auras as they quickly rushed over. A tall and slim woman wearing a green palace dress and giving off a powerful godly spirit aura walked out of the god palace. Zhao Fu stood in the air and gave a trace of a domineering smile as he said, "In this place, the Jade God, Iron God, Metal God, and Silver God have all submitted to me. You're the only one left, so hurry up and submit to me." The Bronze God said in disbelief, "Is that so? What proof do you have? Those 4 factions are all more powerful than me. If you show me proof, I'll immediately submit to you." Even though she could send people to investigate and find out that the 4 factions had already submitted, Zhao Fu did not want to go through so much trouble. Boom! A massive aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and colorful lights shined out from his body. They were gold, silver, green, and black, representing the godly spirit's legacy power. The bronze god looked at Zhao Fu in shock. How could a single person have so much legacy power? Moreover, the auras that the legacy power gave off were the auras of the other 4 godly spirits. It seemed that the 4 of them had truly submitted to the person in front of him. The bronze god thought about it, since the 4 of them had submitted to Zhao Fu, she had to resist as well. After all, she was the weakest of the factions, and if the other 4 could not stop Zhao Fu, she would be even more powerless. As such, it was better to surrender and suffer less. Zhao Fu stood in the air and said, "Can you believe me now?" The bronze god gave a trace of a smile and nodded to express that she was willing to submit. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and flew down from the sky. He used restrictions to lock down the bronze god and absorb the bronze goddess' legacy power. The bronze god felt quite shocked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu could absorb godly spirit legacy power. After Zhao Fu finished absorbing the legacy power, he brought the bronze god back to the Pantheon Palace. A few days later, the woman had refined the metallic stone godhood and become the new metallic stone god. Zhao Fu came to the Pantheon Palace's platform and stretched out a hand. A five-colored wave of power flowed out and continuously entered the stone spear, and the stone spear continuously absorbed the legacy power. A while later, the stone spear continuously absorbed the legacy power but was not full yet. Zhao Fu looked at the 5 women beside him and had them also send their legacy power into the spear. Boom, a massive aura exploded out from the stone spear, giving off 5 different lights and a powerful godly spirit aura. The stone spear continuously absorbed everyone's legacy power, and the light it gave off became brighter and brighter. It then turned into a 5-colored pillar of light and shot into the sky, and the surrounding heaven and earth power continuously flowed into it. The stone spear started to turn metallic, and the stone color gradually faded and became a white gold color. The power it gave off became more and more terrifying. Looking at the 10,000 god spear on the stage, which gave off powerful ripples and a brilliant 5-colored light, Zhao Fu smiled and went up to hold the spear, and a powerful wave of legacy power flowed into his body. It could be said that even an ordinary person with this 10,000 god spear would become a monstrous expert. In the future, the more godly spirit legacies he absorbed, the more terrifying his power would become, and it might even become a supreme godly weapon. Right now, its power was only a small part of its power, and its true power had not been unleashed yet. By now, 5 or 6 days later, the Pantheon Palace's preliminary construction was complete. The walls and roof were made of pure white marble, and there were exquisite carvings on the walls. There were 9 domineering dragons carved on the ceiling, and the ground was made of black jade. Right now, the Pantheon Palace was only 1,000 meters wide, and it would definitely be expanded in the future. Right now, it was only in its initial stages, so it was quite spacious inside. There was only a stone platform that was 10 meters wide and 2 meters tall, and there were 5 statues around it. Each statue was made of a different material and color. They were all 10 meters tall. The first statue was carved from jade and was green in color. The second statue was carved from iron and was black in color. The third statue was carved from gold and was gold in color. The fourth statue was carved from silver and was silver in color. The fifth statue was carved from bronze and was green in color. These 5 statues were the first statues of the 5 goddesses, and they contained powerful divine power as well as the might of a deity. By now, Zhao Fu held the white gold spear and looked at the 5 goddesses next to him. The 5 goddesses also understood. They half knelt on the ground and bowed their heads in front of their statues. Zhao Fu gripped the 10,000 god spear with both hands and sent a massive wave of power into it. The 10,000 god spear gave off 5 types of god light, and Zhao Fu held the spear with both hands as he vigorously stabbed it into the ground. Boom, the 10,000 god spear stabbed into the ground and a wave of 5-colored god power exploded out, rippling out like waves of light. Zhao Fu's expression was serious as he said, "Establish the Pantheon Palace." Boom, the 10,000 god spear gave off an intense 5-colored light that turned into a pillar of light and gave off a powerful aura as it rushed into the sky. The entire sky trembled as light spread out and the sky became 5-colored. Zhao Fu also let go of the myriad god spear and retreated to the side. Heaven and earth fate was madly gathering here, and even ordinary people could sense it. It was like a gust of wind blowing in that direction, and they couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions as they looked towards the horizon. The godly spirits in the surroundings also looked seriously into the distance because they could sense how terrifying that power was. At the same time, they felt quite confused as to why that place was giving off such terrifying ripples. A massive amount of fate was injected into the 5-colored light pillar, causing the 5-colored light pillar to emit an even more shocking amount of power. The 10,000 god spear was also continuously absorbing that massive amount of fate, as though it was going through a metamorphosis. After 10 or so minutes, the 10,000 god spear once again gave off a shocking wave of power. The 5-colored pillar of light became even larger and more terrifying. The fluctuations it emitted were also getting stronger and stronger. Boom, an explosion sounded out as the 10,000 god spear sent a massive wave of power into the sky, causing the 5-colored sky to give off a 5-colored light that gently sprinkled down on the ground. The residents within felt their illnesses disappear and their bodies become more energetic, as if they had become younger. That power caused them to feel a sense of devotion from their souls, and their bodies uncontrollably knelt on the ground. Their heads were pressed against the ground as they smiled peacefully. Countless soldiers felt a wave of power flow into their bodies, causing them to go through changes. At the same time, a wave of power caused their souls to give off a sense of devotion, and their bodies also knelt on the ground. After a while, the multicolored light slowly disappeared, and the multicolored sky also dissipated. The multicolored pillar of light also weakened, and everything returned to normal. System announcement. Pantheon Palace has been established. At that moment, a system announcement sounded out in the countless people's minds. They all felt quite confused and did not understand what was going on. They had been residents and soldiers of the 5 factions, so they did not understand. Now that the 5 factions had disappeared, they had reformed to form the Pantheon Palace. They did not know, but soon, people would spread the news. Now that they were residents and soldiers of the Pantheon Palace, everyone would celebrate the establishment of the Pantheon Palace. The platinum-colored spear that gave off a noble, holy, and powerful aura not only contained terrifying power but also a great amount of fate. Zhao Fu had just used it to establish the Pantheon Palace, and it was now a legacy item of the Pantheon Palace. With this platinum-colored spear, he would be able to establish a Pantheon Palace, and Zhao Fu's Pantheon Palace would be a success. Standing by the side, Zhao Fu sensed the 10,000 God Spear's power and smiled. He went up with one hand and lightly pulled out the 10,000 God Spear. The 10,000 God Spear was now a legacy item of the Pantheon Palace, and as its owner and the founder of the Pantheon Palace, Zhao Fu was now the ruler of all gods and had the power to control all gods. The 10,000 God Spear contained Zhao Fu's source energy, and apart from Zhao Fu, no one else could use it. Unless they had Zhao Fu's bloodline or were the legatees of the Pantheon Palace, no one else could use it. Holding the 10,000 God Spear, Zhao Fu looked at the 5 goddesses kneeling around him and slightly tapped the spear forward. A massive wave of power shot out from the 10,000 God Spear, turning into 5 rays of power that shot into the 5 goddesses' foreheads. The 5 goddesses' bodies trembled as they sensed how powerful this wave of power was. It continuously caused them to go through changes, and their auras became more powerful and they gave off the power of 10,000 gods. A mark appeared on their foreheads, giving off a faint platinum-colored light. This mark was circular and there was a picture of a spear at the center, and it looked just like the 10,000 God Spear. This would be the 10,000 God mark from now on. Rise. You are now the 5 palace lords of the Pantheon Palace. I've given you all the power of 10,000 gods and the authority to manage the Pantheon Palace, Zhao Fu said as he smiled at the 5 goddesses. Sensing the power coming from their bodies and hearing Zhao Fu's words, the 5 goddesses grinned and said in unison, "Thank you, God Lord, for your rewards." Now, Zhao Fu was the owner of the Pantheon Palace, so he was called the God Lord. The 5 goddesses got up from the ground and smiled as they looked at Zhao Fu, and the goddess of iron and stone asked, "Lord God, what are you waiting for?" The goddess of iron and stone asked, "God Lord, now that the Pantheon Palace has been established, what should we do next?" The 5 goddesses nodded in understanding. Zhao Fu sent them away to deal with the matter that he had just ordered. The 5 goddesses turned around and were about to leave. Zhao Fu called out to the Goldstone goddess. The Steelstone goddess was taken aback, but she decided to stay behind. The other 4 goddesses, on the other hand, were slightly concerned. They did not know why Zhao Fu had asked the Steelstone goddess to stay behind. Although the 4 of them did not want to admit it, Zhao Fu was the master of Pantheon, so they cared about Zhao Fu very much. They also wanted to gain Zhao Fu's favor and gain more power. The future of the Pantheon Temple was bright. It would definitely become an extremely terrifying force in the future, and they would also become supreme rulers. They were very confident about this. After all, with the Pantheon Palace's legacy attribute, the more godly spirits they added, the more terrifying their power would be, and their growth rate would be beyond anyone's imagination. At the same time, they were quite curious as to who Zhao Fu was and why he had such terrifying power. Moreover, his divine deity was so special that he could absorb the legacies of different gods. Without his ability, it would have been impossible for him to establish the Pantheon Palace. Although the other 4 goddesses were somewhat concerned, they did not ask much and left the Pantheon to deal with those matters. The Steelstone goddess understood that she was different from the other 4 goddesses. She had become a godly spirit after absorbing her husband's divinity, and her husband had been killed by Xiao Fu. Currently, Xiao Fu had left a restriction on her body, making it so that she didn't dare to resist Xiao Fu. Now, the Goldstone goddess understood that Xiao Fu did not feel at ease with her. Now that she had become one of the 5 palace masters, not only would she become incredibly powerful in the future, but she would also wield immense authority. The metallic stone goddess knelt on the ground and said seriously, "God Lord, I will definitely be loyal to the Pantheon Temple and will never betray it. My son will not seek revenge and is willing to submit to the God Lord." Xiao Fu chuckled. "You're quite understanding." The metallic goddess gave a trace of a smile as she looked at Xiao Fu and said, "Since Godly Lord has treated me so well, I should be loyal to Godly Lord. If Godly Lord is willing, I can serve Godly Lord right now." At that moment, the Steelstone goddess felt quite complicated. Her relationship with her husband was quite good, and her husband's death made her feel quite bad. However, Xiao Fu, the person who killed her man, did not kill her and torture her. She was already very glad, but she did not expect that Xiao Fu not only made her a god of a new generation, but also gave her even more power and authority. Xiao Fu treated her so well, and she could not bring herself to hate him. At the same time, her body was affected by the 6 desires demonic qi, and she wanted to receive Xiao Fu's favor. Xiao Fu smiled as he came before her and lifted her chin. The Goldstone goddess looked quite flirtatious as she looked at Xiao Fu in anticipation. Xiao Fu smiled and said, "Since you understand, I don't need to say anything more. You can go and deal with your matters first. Nowadays, there will be a lot of merging of forces, especially your force." The Goldstone goddess looked quite disappointed and lightly nodded before standing up and leaving. Xiao Fu stabbed the 10,000 god spear back into the stage, and the 5 statues around him gave off faint divine light. The divine light condensed on the stage and continuously nurtured the 10,000 god spear. In the future, the more statues there were, the more powerful the 10,000 god spear would be. After establishing the Pantheon Palace, there were indeed many things that needed to be taken care of. Moreover, what a new faction needed the most was cohesiveness and a sense of identity. Without those things, it was possible for the faction to collapse. Xiao Fu went to the Jade God Palace and did not have anywhere else to go. The Pantheon Palace was currently being constructed, and it would be where Xiao Fu would be located. It would be the center of the Pantheon Palace's power. A day later, the 5 goddesses had spread the news to all of the factions. Now, the 5 factions had merged into the Pantheon Palace, and all of the factions' names had disappeared. Only the Pantheon Palace remained. Now, everyone understood that the power that caused their souls to give off a devout feeling was the Pantheon Palace's power. The Pantheon Palace had increased the commoners' cohesiveness. After hearing about this, the commoners did not have any objections, as this was not something they could decide. Their original faction leaders had become members of the Pantheon Palace, and their status had not changed much. They also knew that a God Lord had appeared and that he was the true owner of the Pantheon Palace, and all of the godly spirits had to listen to him. Xiao Fu gave the order to further strengthen the unity of the factions in order to celebrate the Pantheon Palace. On that day, the Pantheon Palace became quite lively. There were ribbons and lanterns on the streets, and there were paintings on the walls. There was laughter everywhere, and it was a festive atmosphere. After the celebration, Xiao Fu would come to take care of matters. The first thing was the Pantheon Palace's current strength. The Pantheon Palace was formed from the original 5 godly spirit factions, and it was not very powerful. They controlled a total of 20 regions, more than 180 cities, a population of about 60 million, and about 4 million soldiers. Even though their combined strength could rival a small kingdom's, in Xiao Fu's eyes, they were still quite weak. With this sort of strength, it would take a lot of time to develop and grow. The most important thing was the soldiers' strength. Xiao Fu needed them to conquer the world. Xiao Fu gathered 1,000 soldiers in front of him. The soldiers understood that Xiao Fu was the owner of the Pantheon Palace, the person with the most authority in the entire faction. Even godly spirits had to listen to him, so they were incredibly respectful to Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's gaze fell on their bodies and sensed their power. The commoners living in the godly spirit world were all part of the god race, and they were affected by all sorts of godly spirits, such as demon gods, devil gods, light gods, darkness gods, ocean gods, mountain gods, and so on. They were split into different god races, and the god races' innate attributes were strengthened by divine power, making their stats slightly better than the human race. The soldiers here were also called godly spirit soldiers, and they contained divine power within their bodies. There were many types of divine power, some strong and some weak, and this was related to the godly spirit they belonged to. If the godly spirit was more powerful, the divine power they would give their soldiers would be more powerful, and the soldiers would rely on this advantage to defeat other soldiers. Of course, godly spirit soldiers also needed to cultivate. Godly spirits only gave them a type of high-grade power and did not give them divine power to raise their cultivation by many stages. Now, the soldiers in front of Xiao Fu had been affected by the 10,000 god spear and had 10,000 god power. Even though it was only the weak 10,000 god power from the 5 godly spirit legacies, it was already quite extraordinary. Apart from this, they also had 10,000 godly power, which gave them resistance to other types of divine power. Those divine powers would be less effective against 10,000 godly power, which was a big advantage. To a certain extent, they would weaken the enemy's strength. 10,000 godly powers' effects were not just this, it also had a terrifying ability, which was to devour other types of divine power, which was quite terrifying. If it could devour divine power, if one fought with it, all of its divine power would be devoured, and the one who would lose in the end would definitely be one. Unless one had great power that could suppress the other party, facing an enemy that could devour power, it was highly likely that one would lose. Moreover, this devouring power did not only devour a single type of godly spirit, but it could devour all godly spirits and suppress all godly spirit armies. Right now, 10,000 godly powers own power, as well as 10,000 godly powers immunity to all types of divine power, as well as 10,000 godly powers devouring power. These 3 powers added together would make a godly spirit a terrifying opponent. However, because Pantheon only had 5 godly spirits, and they were not very strong, these 3 powers were still quite weak. However, if Pantheon's godly spirits increased, these 3 powers would become even stronger. When that time came, not only would they have terrifying 10,000 godly power, but they would also be immune to all types of divine power, making it so that no matter how one attacked them, the effects would be very weak. The most terrifying devouring power would be able to instantly suck a person dry. This sort of army would definitely be able to conquer the world and sweep through everything, becoming the most terrifying army in the godly spirit world. Sensing their power, a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face and his heart was filled with delight. It was a pity that Pantheon had only just been constructed and there were only 4 million godly spirit soldiers. 10,000 godly power was still quite weak, and with its current strength, any slightly larger faction would be able to destroy Pantheon. Right now, Pantheon still needed some time to grow before it could become a powerful faction. Zhao Fu then ordered 1,000 Pantheon soldiers to use another terrifying ability. After looking at the soldiers' stats, Zhao Fu naturally had a purpose for summoning 1,000 soldiers, which was to use that terrifying ability. As Pantheon soldiers, not only did they have many restraints and resistances against ordinary godly spirit soldiers, but they also had abilities that specifically dealt with godly spirits. This was also one of the abilities of the 10,000 god spear. The 10,000 god spear was a legacy item of the Pantheon Palace, so it was in existence above the 10,000 gods. Naturally, it had to have the ability to deal with all sorts of gods. Only then could it shock the 10,000 gods and make them submit to the 10,000 god spear, not daring to resist at all. This ability had to be terrifying to the extreme, or else it would not be able to shock the myriad of deities. That ability was the god-slaying ability, which specialized in killing all sorts of deities. I don't care if you are the god of the sun, the god of demons, the god of stars, the god of plants, the god of rivers, the god of flowers, the god of evil spirits, the god of beasts, the god of evil spirits, the god of ghosts and monsters. Anyone who dares to defy the gods will be killed without mercy. The all-god spear's power had been inherited from Zhao Fu's godhood, and it specialized in suppressing all kinds of gods. It was a power that specialized in killing gods. Now that they were part of the Pantheon Palace's army, they naturally had to have this power to help the Pantheon suppress all sorts of traitorous and evil gods. Zhao Fu gave the order, and the 1,000 soldiers obeyed and exploded out with a silver-white aura. This aura gathered together, causing platinum-colored motes to appear in the surroundings and fuse together to form a platinum-colored spear. It was 10 or so meters long and gave off an intense wave of god-slaying power, causing people's bodies to feel a chill. It looked just like the all-god spear. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and said to the jade goddess next to him, "Go and try this god-slaying spear." The jade goddess nodded seriously and did not look down on it. The god-slaying spear gave off an intense wave of god-slaying power, making her feel a trace of danger. The jade goddess came before the soldiers and stretched out a hand, causing a wave of godly spirit to flow out and form a jade shield. Under Zhao Fu's orders, the soldiers controlled the god-slaying spear and aimed it at the jade goddess. Boom! The 10 or so meter long silver-white god-slaying spear gave off terrifying power as it shot out, leaving behind a silver-white ray of light. It gave off a massive aura and seemed to give off a fatal sense of danger. The jade goddess' expression slightly fell. Facing the incoming god-slaying spear, all of her hairs stood on end and her body felt a chill. Bang! The spear gave off terrifying god-slaying power as it slammed against the jade shield. A terrifying wave of power slammed against the jade shield, causing a few cracks to appear on it. The spear gave off a bright platinum-colored light and gave off immense power as it continued to slam against the jade shield, giving off powerful ripples. Crack, crack, clear sounds rang out as more and more cracks appeared on the jade shield. The jade goddess' eyes narrowed and sent even more power into the jade shield, causing it to stop cracking. The platinum-colored spear lost all of its power and turned into motes of light as it dissipated. The jade goddess' expression was quite serious. Even though it looked like she had easily blocked the god-slaying spear, it was a god-slaying spear formed by 1,000 soldiers. However, this did not mean that the god-slaying spear was weak. She could sense how terrifying the god-slaying spear was. It was specially prepared for god-slaying, and it greatly countered godly spirit power. If hundreds of thousands of soldiers formed a god-slaying spear, if a godly spirit was not careful, it could be insta-killed by the god-slaying spear. This was the god-slaying spear's true power, and the jade goddess looked at Zhao Fu seriously. No matter what, these were her soldiers, and yet they were so lethal to her. That person's soldiers were simply god-slaying soldiers, and that person was simply too dangerous. Zhao Fu sensed the jade goddess' gaze and turned to look at her. The jade goddess immediately gave a trace of a smile, and she no longer looked as serious as before. She felt even more wariness towards Zhao Fu. However, she understood that as long as she obeyed Zhao Fu and did not resist, nothing would happen to her. She was one of the most powerful people in the Pantheon Temple, and she would not have to worry about these soldiers attacking her. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "How powerful is the god-slaying spear?" The jade goddess smiled as she replied, "It's very powerful. It's very lethal to godly spirits, and if I gather more soldiers, I won't be able to stop them." Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile and had the 1,000 soldiers retreat before gathering the 5 women and 4 million godly spirit soldiers. Now that Zhao Fu was the leader of the Pantheon Temple, he naturally had to meet with his soldiers and take control of all of the soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu gathered the various generals and appointed some capable generals to train the soldiers so that the war could start as soon as possible. This was to expand the Pantheon Temple's territory and plunder more resources and people. Zhao Fu also planned to train these soldiers to be like Qin's soldiers. They would not be merciful to their enemies, and they would not even have any feelings towards their enemies. They would absolutely obey orders and fight and kill. Wherever Zhao Fu's sword pointed, they had to fearlessly advance courageously and sweep through everything before them. Whether it was men, women, the elderly, or children, they would not spare anyone they wanted to kill. Even livestock would not be spared. Even when facing high and mighty kings and godly spirits, they would raise their butcher's knives. This required Zhao Fu to start training them. In Qin, Zhao Fu had Bai Qi, who would train the soldiers to be like what Zhao Fu wanted. Moreover, the soldiers of Qin's soldiers had experienced countless battles. Back then, Qin village had only been a small village, and it had only become the current Qin Empire through battles. Now, these godly spirit soldiers lacked fighting and killing, and the generals would not train the soldiers to be like what Zhao Fu wanted. As such, they needed Zhao Fu to train them first. On a very large open space, the godly spirit soldiers gathered here and lined up orderly in square formations. Zhao Fu stood on a platform, and behind him stood the selected generals. The first thing Zhao Fu did was to get them used to blood and gore. There was a wild beast in front of the soldiers, there was a wild boar, a cow, a deer, and a horse. Use the weapons in your hands as quickly as possible and turn the animals in front of you into minced meat. Zhao Fu stood on the platform and looked at the soldiers in front of him as he spoke coldly. The soldiers looked at the animals in front of them and did not hesitate at all. If they did not dare to kill these animals, they would not be soldiers. However, Zhao Fu's orders to turn the animals in front of them into minced meat was something that they had never done before. Roar! Roar! Screams rang out as the soldiers raised their blades, swords, axes, spears and lances to attack the beasts in front of them. Some swung their swords at the wild beasts, causing wounds to appear on the bodies of the beasts, causing blood to continuously splatter. Some stabbed the beasts with their weapons, causing blood to spurt out, causing the beasts to continuously scream. The screams were filled with pain, despair, and pain. Killing a wild beast was different from slaughtering a group of wild beasts. The screams resounded in all directions, and the pungent smell of blood caused people to feel a chill down their spines. Usually, they would kill wild beasts at most, but not like this. The wild beasts were all dead, and the ground was quickly dyed red with blood. The corpses were broken into a pile, and the flesh and organs were indistinguishable. The bloody scene stung the eyes of the soldiers. Some of the soldiers couldn't stand the bloody scene and revealed expressions of nausea. Some even vomited. Zhao Fu stood in front and watched. The general stood behind Zhao Fu and understood what Zhao Fu meant. He wanted to stimulate the bloody scene and make the soldiers numb to it. They would not hesitate to kill and would obey all orders. Using this method to nurture soldiers was to treat them as killing machines. It seemed that the other side was not a good person. Even though they thought this, Zhao Fu was the master of the Pantheon Palace, so they naturally did not dare to say anything. These soldiers were now Zhao Fu's soldiers, and he could do whatever he wanted. At that moment, Zhao Fu spoke. His voice was not very loud, but everyone could hear him. Drag out the people who vomited and give them 10 whips. Everyone present felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would suddenly give such an order. However, they still obeyed and dragged out the people who vomited. The people who vomited looked incredibly regretful and afraid. If they had known this would happen, they would have endured it. Now, they begged Zhao Fu to give them a chance, but Zhao Fu ignored them. The whips of the soldiers landed on the bodies of the soldiers, causing their skin and flesh to turn into mush, causing blood to flow out. Some of the soldiers could not take it anymore and screamed. Following this, Zhao Fu had all of the soldiers return to their square formations. After this, the soldiers started to feel quite nervous and felt a trace of fear towards Zhao Fu. They now knew what kind of person Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu stood where he was and did not say anything. The soldiers continued to stand among the corpses and pools of blood, taking in the bloody stench. Some of them could not help but vomit again. Zhao Fu said coldly, "Drag these people out and give them 20 whips." The soldiers at the side quickly dragged those people out and lashed them with whips, causing those people to scream miserably. Not only was the atmosphere incredibly tense, but it was also quite oppressive, and no one dared to make any noise. The generals behind Zhao Fu started to feel quite nervous and fearful of Zhao Fu. After a few hours, Zhao Fu once again gave the order to bring over 100,000 people. There were men and women, old and young, and their bodies were all tied up in a row. They were all people who would not submit to the Pantheon Palace, and most of them were from the metallic stone god because Zhao Fu had killed the original metallic stone god. Now, in front of the soldiers, they looked terrified and had a bad feeling. Some cried and begged for mercy, some cursed furiously, and some stood their ground, giving off an air of arrogance. "Now, all of you go up and stab your weapons into their bodies," Zhao Fu's voice once again sounded out. The soldiers looked at each other and at the people whose hands were tied up. They could not resist at all and could only slaughter them. There were elderly people who were 60 or 70 years old and had white hair, and there were also 5 or 6-year-old children who looked quite childish. Some of the soldiers could not bear to attack these people and could not bear to do so. Most of the godly spirits they followed were not evil gods, so they had never done such a thing before. Moreover, ordinary godly spirits were not willing to do such things either, as such massacres would affect the hearts of the people and cause faith power to be lost. Zhao Fu frowned and said coldly, "This is an order." Hearing this, some of the soldiers obeyed and coldly held their swords as they walked up to those people and stabbed their swords into their bodies. Blood flew everywhere as those people looked at the soldiers who had killed them with hatred and resentment, and some of them cursed out. Seeing people go up, the other soldiers also went up and stabbed their weapons into those people's bodies. Some soldiers even shouted angrily, "I believe in the good God, our God would never give such a cruel and inhumane order. I will not obey this order." That's right. Killing those tied up men and women is one thing, but killing the elderly and children is something I can't accept. I can't do such a thing. The pantheon god's lord should be a benevolent person. Only then will he be recognized by more people and be loved by more people. After a long time, these people will submit to the pantheon god. This is too cruel. Look at that little girl, she doesn't know anything and looks terrified. If he could do such a thing, he wouldn't be a human. You want me to do this? I want to quit the army. My purpose in joining the army was to protect my family, not to kill innocent people. Me too. I was loyal to our God, and now that our God has become a member of the pantheon god, I don't want to be a soldier anymore. I want to go home and farm. Hearing these people's voices, Zhao Fu had expected this. After all, this faction was not one that Zhao Fu had single-handedly established, it was a faction that had been formed by 5 factions. In fact, not many people knew about his existence, and they had only submitted to the original god. Among these people, there would definitely be some who opposed him and would not obey him. In Qin, Zhao Fu was the ruler of everything. As long as Zhao Fu gave an order, it would resolutely carry it out without any objections or hesitation. After all, it had been personally established by Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu did not care about the Yellow Springs Kingdom in the underworld, it had been established by Zhao Fu, and it had developed from a small faction into the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Even though it was the underworld kingdom, Qin's influence was very deep. They looked up to and respected Zhao Fu's existence and would not have any objections to Zhao Fu's orders. Hearing these objections, Zhao Fu's expression was quite calm as he slowly said, "Those of you who don't want to come out can come out." Hearing that Zhao Fu did not seem to be angry, those people heaved a sigh of relief. If they raised an objection like this, they might be severely punished by Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu was the master of the pantheon. At this time, some people who didn't want to kill the innocent and do such a cruel thing walked out from the square formation. When the others saw someone walk out, they followed suit. Some of them understood that the pantheon god lord was too savage, and if they joined the army, they wouldn't have a good ending. As such, they didn't want to join the army. In any case, if other gods attacked, they could just surrender. The other gods needed faith and wouldn't kill them. In the end, about 100,000 people walked out from the huge phalanx and gathered together, planning to take off their uniforms and go home. Zhao Fu turned to look at the group of generals behind him and said calmly, "Do you have any objections to me?" Most of these generals were talented people who had been promoted by Zhao Fu, and with the positions that Zhao Fu had given them, as well as the fact that they were now his soldiers, they had no reason to object. However, some of them were not used to Zhao Fu's way of doing things. Now that he was so cruel, who knew what the pantheon god lord would become in the future, this was different from what they believed in. Even though they might be stripped of their positions by Zhao Fu, they still stood out. "God Lord, we can't accept this and won't do such an inhumane thing. Even though some of them are rebels, their families are innocent, please spare them. If you're not willing, we can't serve you. What we believe in is the complete opposite, and we're willing to resign from our positions." Zhao Fu did not say anything and took out the Emperor Killing Sword. He sent all of his power into the Emperor Killing Sword, and an intense sword chi exploded out, forming a ferocious sword chi storm that gave off a sharp aura. Sensing this power, everyone's bodies could not help but tremble and feel terror. Before they could react, Zhao Fu slashed out. Boom, an enormous sword light containing destructive power and a ferocious sword wind quickly slashed towards the 100,000 soldiers. Chi, 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 before the soldiers could react, their bodies were cut into pieces by the massive sword light. Blood flew everywhere and their corpses flew everywhere. Seeing this scene, the soldiers who were further away looked terrified and turned to run. However, they were also cut apart by the sword light in the next moment. That terrifying sword light flashed past, and not a single person jumped away. Blood and flesh flew into the sky before falling to the ground, creating a rain of blood. The ground was dyed red, and an extremely dense stench of blood spread out. Zhao Fu's gaze then turned to the generals who had just stepped out. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so cold-blooded and savage as to kill 100,000 soldiers. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu's pupils dilated and a massive sword qi slashed out, cutting those generals into pieces. Blood sprayed everywhere, covering the other generals. Immediately, whether it was the soldiers below or the generals on the stage, their bodies froze and they looked terrified, not daring to move at all. The scene fell into a deathly silence, and no one dared to make a sound. No one had thought that Zhao Fu would directly kill 100,000 people and a few generals. Those people had all been soldiers of the Pantheon Palace, and those generals had been personally promoted by Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu did not say anything and did not give those people a chance to speak, he had directly killed them all. Facing such a person, no one would not feel fear. It was as if they had fallen into darkness, and Zhao Fu was the source of that darkness. Does anyone else have any objections? That extremely cold voice sounded out in countless people's ears, making them feel as if they were being stabbed by ice. Not a single person present dared to make a sound, and the scene was still deathly silent. Zhao Fu was currently quite angry, there had never been so many people who dared to object to him. Even though they were from the Pantheon Palace, those who disobeyed his orders had to die. This was not establishing a free and just kingdom but an empire. As the ruler of an empire, Zhao Fu was the ruler of everything, and he had to obey his orders. If he did not do this, he would not be the ruler of an empire. No matter whose followers you were before, no matter where you came from, you must now understand that I am your master, and you must submit to me. I didn't want to do this, but since you dared to disobey my orders, don't blame me for what I'll do. Zhao Fu's furious voice sounded out, and everyone still did not dare to make a sound as their hearts were filled with terror. Zhao Fu paused for a moment. Zhao Fu looked at the army in front of him and said coldly, "Now, do you know who you're submitting to and who you're serving? We submit to Sir God Lord. We swear loyalty to Sir God Lord to the death." The soldiers and the generals behind Zhao Fu all understood and knelt on the ground as they yelled in unison. Their voices were incredibly loud, shaking the surroundings. They gave off a feeling of submitting to supreme power, a domineering aura, and a cold aura of killing and conquering. Their expressions were filled with awe, as if they were revering their godly spirits. After all, the godly spirit world only had godly spirits and did not have any kingdoms, sects, or other factions. These people would normally obey and be loyal to godly spirits, which was why so many people had objected to Zhao Fu's words. This caused Zhao Fu to lose all of his dignity as the leader of a faction. If he did not kill these people, how would Zhao Fu rule the Pantheon Temple in the future? Once he opened his mouth, anyone would be able to stand up against Zhao Fu. What would Zhao Fu do then? He had to use bloody methods to make them change their way of thinking and understand who they should listen to. Otherwise, after the Pantheon Temple became more powerful in the future, it would become a massive hidden danger. After all, these soldiers would not listen to him and would only be loyal to godly spirits. If a godly spirit rebelled, they would also join in and devour Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could not allow this to happen, which was why Zhao Fu had personally taken control of the army. Seeing this scene of tens of thousands of soldiers submitting to him, Zhao Fu's anger dissipated, and the coldness in his expression eased. Zhao Fu then said, "Rise. Since you have submitted to me, I will not treat you unfairly. Now, each of you will be rewarded with 10 military merits." Everyone couldn't help but smile. They hadn't done anything at all, yet they had obtained 10 military merits. 10 military merits required a lot of effort on the battlefield to obtain. "Thank you, Divine Master." The soldiers shouted in unison with joy on their faces. They had also acknowledged Zhao Fu in their hearts. Humans were like this. First make them afraid, then give them some benefits, and they will be more loyal to you. Zhao Fu didn't say anything else. The rest of the soldiers' training could be handed over to the generals. Then, they would slowly change and become soldiers like Qin's soldiers, fighting for Zhao Fu. He would absolutely obey Zhao Fu's orders and would never disobey again. As for those who had not submitted, Zhao Fu had no interest in caring about them, as he had already achieved his goal. After casually killing some of the more stubborn people, the others saw how terrifying Zhao Fu was and were so scared that their legs became weak. They had long since knelt on the ground and submitted, not daring to say anything. After returning to the Pantheon, Zhao Fu carried out his first major reform. First, he increased the soldiers' privileges and status so that the commoners would be more motivated to join the army. Moreover, Zhao Fu wanted a large number of soldiers. Apart from this, Zhao Fu also needed to strengthen his control over the commoners' thoughts. Just like the soldiers, the commoners would only listen to and serve the gods and support the gods. Towards the commoners, Zhao Fu's methods were much gentler. He didn't kill many people, nor was his methods bloody or cruel. After all, as an outsider, even though Zhao Fu had become the Pantheon's owner and their lord, they wouldn't immediately submit to him. If he killed those who didn't submit, there wouldn't be many commoners left. The first thing that Zhao Fu did was the most important thing, which was to revise the Bible. Every god had a Bible, and every commoner believed in a god and was familiar with the corresponding Bible. The Bible's main purpose was to deepen faith and make the commoners believe in the gods. This would provide more faith power, and the more faith power there was, the stronger the gods would be. Another thing was to spread faith. When a god conquered an area, the commoners didn't know what god it was or what to do. At this time, the Bible would tell the commoners what to do and how to believe in a new god. It would also let them understand what god they were submitting to. Zhao Fu didn't burn all of the Bible. If it was an ordinary ruler, he would definitely burn these books that were detrimental to his rule. He would also list these books as forbidden books and not allow anyone to read them. He would strengthen his control over the commoners and make them submit to the king's power instead of the god's power to prevent any rebels. Zhao Fu had thought about doing this before, but he quickly gave up. This was because the reward was not a kingdom but the Pantheon, a faction formed by many gods. Gods needed faith, and that was the foundation of their existence. If you didn't give them faith, how could the gods submit to you? The Bible was the most important thing about faith, so it couldn't be burned. Zhao Fu also wanted the gods to be powerful, so he also needed faith power. As such, the Bible couldn't be destroyed. However, the Bible was something that could shake the rule. With the Bible, people would only support the gods, not Zhao Fu, and they wouldn't listen to Zhao Fu. The two sides were in conflict. However, Zhao Fu had a very good solution, which was to revise the Bible and unify the Bible into the Pantheon. The core of the content was that the Pantheon submitted to the Pantheon. The Pantheon was an existence that controlled the gods, and the Pantheon was formed by many gods. No matter what god they believed in, they were all gods of the Pantheon, and believing in gods was also believing in the Pantheon. The rest of the content was just to write that the gods' saint realms didn't change. This way, the ideology would be unified and would prevent division. No matter what god they believed in, they would all believe in the Pantheon, and the Pantheon was the existence that ruled everything. As long as the Pantheon's status was the highest, Zhao Fu's status would also be the highest. Only then would the people support him and protect him, and he would also be in existence above the gods. It was similar to the god of creation, who was in charge of many gods. Even though the people believed in other gods, they were more loyal to the god of creation. This strengthened the control of the gods and could also provide faith power to the gods. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Otherwise, if he destroyed the saint realm, he would encounter all kinds of resistance, first from the gods, then from the people and soldiers. It would be very difficult to implement, unless he used bloody methods. Zhao Fu wasn't willing to do this unless he had no other choice. Because the godly spirit world was a godly spirit world, Zhao Fu planned to reform it according to a religion. Just like before, he would recite the 10,000 holy scripture 3 times in the morning, noon, and night, and he would dress neatly. He would not wear brightly colored clothes or clothes that were too revealing, and he would wear dignified black and white clothes during formal occasions. Not only did he have to change the way he dressed, but his buildings also had to be dignified, and he could not build strange or brightly colored buildings. This made the entire faction look dignified, and the people within it would become serious and dignified. There would not be any laughter and would be filled with a sense of holiness. Apart from changing the way he dressed, Zhao Fu also made it so that they could not make too much noise on the streets, talk too loudly, laugh too loudly, or cry too loudly. Not only did he have to change their appearance, But he also had to change their behavior, making the faction look more solemn and dignified. Finally, he had to destroy some books and paintings that did not conform to his rule. They had to be dignified, solemn, tragic, pious, and dedicated. This would change the people's mentality, turning them into dignified, solemn, pious, and pious people who would do anything for the Pantheon Temple. However, Zhao Fu knew that living in such an environment would make life quite boring, and it would be quite depressing. Even though they would provide a large amount of faith power and would not resist Zhao Fu's rule, they would not resist Zhao Fu's rule, and Zhao Fu would become a supreme existence in their hearts. Whenever they saw Zhao Fu, they would madly support Zhao Fu and support Zhao Fu. No matter what Zhao Fu wanted them to do, they would not refuse. However, Zhao Fu was not that kind of ruler, nor did he want to be that kind of ruler. As such, Zhao Fu did not go to the extreme. After all, these people were his people, so Zhao Fu made some changes. There were 7 days in a week, and the first 6 days had to follow the rules. Anyone who broke the rules had to be punished and could not be tolerated. However, on the last day, it was a festival, and they were allowed to wear brightly colored clothes and do as they pleased, so that their lives are not too depressing. Although the solemn effect was somewhat weakened, Zhao Fu still felt that it was worth it. He was definitely not the kind of person who would oppress the people to death. After the new rules were issued, they were quickly implemented. The power of faith had indeed increased a lot, and many people had begun to recognize the ruling position of the Pantheon Temple. They also recognized that Zhao Fu was the supreme existence. The plan was very successful. The army was trained according to Zhao Fu's method, and they already had the cold and murderous aura of Qin's soldiers. The people also provided more power of faith and supported Zhao Fu. In the end, the appearance of the Pantheon will be fixed. You don't have to do anything, and it will be the same. After a few more days, Zhao Fu summoned a few goddesses. Recently, the goddesses had been quite shocked. Their factions and soldiers had become completely different under Zhao Fu's rule. They now gave off a cold, austere, and calm feeling, and their faith energy had greatly increased as well. They were even more curious about what kind of person Zhao Fu was and where he came from. Not only was he terrifyingly powerful, but his ruling ability was also great. He was definitely the leader of a large faction, or else he would not have such power. Zhao Fu had called them over in order to expand the Pantheon Temple. Now that the Pantheon Temple was united and its soldiers had a certain amount of battle power, it was time to start fighting against the other godly spirits. The Pantheon Temple was still so weak, and even a slightly larger faction could destroy it. As such, they had to become more powerful in a short period of time. Zhao Fu would not just stay here, as he still had to find a large number of things with time attributes. This was one of Zhao Fu's most important tasks. As for awakening the god race's Emperor Star, Zhao Fu now had some ideas. He found that every time he fused with a godly spirit's legacy power, not only would the divinity power in his mind become stronger, but it would also cause his body to go through godly transformations. This caused Zhao Fu's body to become more godly, and every part of his body was filled with divine power. Moreover, he also had a slight connection to the god race's Emperor Star in the sky. The more he absorbed, the stronger his connection to the god race's Emperor Star. If he could reach a certain level, he would be able to awaken the god race's Emperor Star. Zhao Fu put these things aside for now. The most important thing right now was the Pantheon Temple. Zhao Fu looked at the goddesses and said, "How much do you know about the factions around the Pantheon Temple? What do you think will happen if we start fighting against them?" The goddess of iron and stone thought about it and said, "There are roughly 13 godly spirit factions nearby, and there are old and new godly spirits. They are about as strong as us, and their factions are the same. As for places further away, I heard that there are very powerful godly spirit factions, but I don't know much about them. We normally stay in the temple to absorb faith and rarely travel far, so we don't know. If we start fighting against the nearby godly spirit factions, the other godly spirit factions further away will sense it. Moreover, with the Pantheon Temple's current strength, we cannot face 10 or so godly spirit factions, so we need to carefully devour them one by one." The Jade Goddess nodded and said, "Now that the Pantheon Temple has appeared, they are already on guard. If we aren't careful, they might attack the Pantheon Temple at any time." The Silverstone Goddess said in agreement, We should discuss how to devour the other factions one by one and minimize the impact of this so that we don't attract too much attention. The goddess of iron and stone and bronze goddesses also greatly agreed with this idea. However, Xiaofu frowned. How long would it take to devour them one by one? He did not have that much time to stay here, and these were all small factions. Even if they devoured them in the end, they would not be very powerful. After thinking for a while, Xiaofu said, "Write a letter to them now. Either join the Pantheon Temple and become one of its gods, or die." The goddesses were shocked and stared at Subai with wide eyes. This was a direct declaration of war against the 13 gods, and it was so overbearing that they could choose death or surrender directly. Was this really possible? The Jade Goddess advised. God Lord. Although none of the 13 of them is weak, if they unite, we can't beat them at all. We still have to be careful about this matter. Xiaofu said, "Don't worry, I'll solve all these things. Just follow my instructions." Within a temple made of wood, an old man with a wizened face and a magic staff sat on the throne. He also had a look of anger on his face. A green-clothed young man next to him said angrily, "This Pantheon God Palace is simply too arrogant. It was formed in such a short time and its foundation isn't even stable, yet it wants us to submit or die." What arrogance? A beautiful woman said with an arrogant tone, "Since they want to die, we'll grant them their wish." Just a small faction made up of 5 godly spirits dares to call itself Pantheon Temple? They're simply too arrogant. A middle-aged man said in agreement, "It's the first time I've seen such arrogant and domineering people. It's best to destroy them and see if they still dare to say such words." A fair-skinned young man next to him lightly laughed as he said, "Everyone, don't be angry. Pantheon God Palace is seeking death. Not only did it send such a letter to our faction, but it also sent such a letter to the other factions. 13 factions will be enough to crush it." Hearing this, the green-clothed young man laughed as he said, "My God, let's act quickly. If we're too slow, the benefits will be taken by others." The elderly man thought for a moment before saying, "Let's gather our soldiers and destroy Pantheon God Palace." Facing this juicy piece of meat, the elderly man wanted a piece of it. In the godly spirit world, faith was the most precious resource, and all godly spirits were tempted by faith. As such, they would definitely fight over faith. The people in the surroundings obeyed, and they all had confident smiles on their faces. Right now, it was simply too easy for 13 factions to destroy one faction. "Who are you?" "This is the Wood Tree God Palace." Suddenly, a berating voice sounded out from the entrance. The people from the Wood Tree God Palace did not pay much attention to it and thought that someone had accidentally barged in. Arg! Pained cries sounded out, causing everyone's expressions to fall. Someone had charged in, and this person was not weak at all. The cries came from the guards. The elderly man holding the magic staff frowned and said to the green-clothed young man, "Go take a look and see what's going on." The green-clothed young man nodded seriously and walked out of the Wood Tree God Palace. Arg! A scream rang out, and everyone's expressions changed. They were no longer able to remain calm, because the scream had come from the azure-clothed young man. Everyone quickly went outside and saw that the azure-clothed young man's body had been slashed open, and his blood and organs were splattered all over the ground. There was also a pile of guards' corpses on the ground, and there was a person standing next to them. He wore a black cloak and held a black sword. He gave off a cold aura and looked like a murderous demon, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The old man stared at Zhao Fu and said coldly, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu looked at the elder and gave a trace of a cold smile as he said, "I am the Pantheon God Palace's God Lord. You have 2 choices, kneel before me and submit to me, or die by my sword." A trace of anger appeared on the faces of the people present. This was the first time someone had been so arrogant. He actually wanted the god they believed in to kneel and submit to him. Did he not know that gods were supreme existences? The elder looked furious as he said furiously, "You're seeking death." The elder gave off a powerful aura and raised his magic staff. Boundless green light shined out as dozens of 3-meter-long wooden spikes appeared, giving off powerful auras. The elder waved his magic staff. Swish, 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 the wooden spikes gave off immense power as they quickly shot towards Zhao Fu, seeming to want to pierce through Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu disdainfully harumphed and raised the emperor-killing sword horizontally. He sent a powerful wave of power into it, causing the emperor-killing sword to give off an intense sword light. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed out and a massive black crescent slashed out, giving off destructive power. The wooden spikes were shattered without any resistance, and wooden shards flew everywhere. The elder's expression slightly fell. At that moment, the people around him gave up on attacking. The middle-aged man gave off a powerful aura and held a saber. He leapt into the air and raised his saber as he hacked down towards Zhao Fu, giving off a powerful aura. Bang, Zhao Fu casually slashed out, sending out a wave of sword energy that sent the middle-aged man flying. The middle-aged man fell to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He did not even have the strength to crawl up, and it seemed that he was heavily injured. A young man rushed at Zhao Fu from the side while Zhao Fu was attacking, and his spear gave off terrifying power as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed the incoming spear. The beautiful woman grasped this opportunity and held a sword as she gave off a powerful aura and rushed at Zhao Fu from the side. Her sword gave off a sharp sword light as she prepared to slash at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent a wave of power into the hand that was holding the spear, and the young man was blasted away. Holding the spear, Zhao Fu vigorously threw it to the side, and the spear shot out with immense power. Chi, the spear flew out and pierced through the beautiful woman's chest. The spear pierced through her body and stabbed into the ground behind her, nailing her to the ground. "I'll kill you." The elder looked incredibly hateful because this woman was his beloved, as well as his concubine. He raised his staff, which gave off a green light. The surrounding heaven and earth power continuously gathered, forming a massive spear that gave off shocking power. Boom, the elderly man waved his magic staff and the wooden spear gave off immense piercing power as it shot towards Zhao Fu. It brought with it a powerful gale and seemed unstoppable. "Sword Master!" Zhao Fu lightly cried out and a massive wave of sword chi flowed out from the emperor-killing sword, forming a massive sword wind that swept out. Shing, Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand and an incredibly sharp sword light instantly shot out, seeming to be able to slice apart everything. The wooden spear was split in half from top to bottom and shot towards either side of Zhao Fu. Looking at the elderly man, a trace of killing intent appeared in Zhao Fu's eyes as he said, "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me." Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and rushed in front of the elderly man. The elderly man felt quite startled and swung his staff, giving off massive power as he smashed it towards Zhao Fu. Boom, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive black sword energy that sent the elderly man flying back. The elderly man crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu came to the elderly man's side and looked at the heavily injured elderly man. His fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the elderly man's abdomen and took out a green divinity. After losing the divinity, the elderly man was once again heavily injured and died. Zhao Fu looked at the young man and sent a restriction into the young man's body as he said, "Use your abilities to control this faction. If you can't do that, I'll kill you when I return." "Yes, yes, yes." The young man knelt on the ground and hurriedly nodded, not daring to refuse. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and turned into a ray of light as he flew into the sky and headed to the next faction. The godly spirit faction's people were sitting together, and a gentle-looking woman was sitting at the top, giving off a powerful godly spirit aura. She frowned and said, "Pantheon has only just been established, so how can they be so domineering? Don't they know that they are no match for 11 factions?" A handsome-looking young man next to her said, "Pantheon is seeking death, so they can't blame others. Do they think that just because they have the name Pantheon, they are invincible? Lord Godly Spirit, I think we should also attack Pantheon." A middle-aged man wearing armor smiled as he agreed, "I also support sending out troops. We won't let others take all the benefits. This time I'll definitely bring back a large number of people for Lord Godly Spirit." At that moment, a gentle-looking woman said worriedly, "I don't think it's that simple. Just from the name, we can tell that it's not that simple. How can a faction be called Pantheon? For a power like that to act in such a tyrannical manner, it's impossible for them to be weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to say such words." The handsome-looking young man said, "You're worrying too much. There are 13 godly spirit factions attacking Pantheon, so we have the absolute advantage. There's nothing to worry about." The gentle-looking woman sitting at the top also looked slightly worried as she said, "Let's wait and see if there's any news from the other factions." Boom, just as she spoke, a massive aura descended and covered the entire faction, causing the air to seem to become heavy. Everyone's expressions fell as they felt a wave of fear. The person who had come was incredibly terrifying. Everyone hurriedly went outside and saw a cloaked figure holding a sharp sword and giving off a bloody stench appear in the sky. He looked down at them in a condescending manner. At that moment, Zhao Fu's cold voice sounded out, "Now, do you choose to submit or die?" The charming woman's face turned solemn. "Are you from Pantheon?" Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the gentle-looking woman's body as he replied, "I'm the Pantheon Palace's godly lord. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. I've already killed more than 2 or 3 godly spirits, I don't mind killing a few more." Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. The smell of blood on that person's body was actually from the forces that had annihilated many divine spirits. No wonder Pantheon Palace dared to say such a thing. The strength of this divine master was too terrifying. However, it wasn't that easy to make a beautiful woman submit to him. The gentle and flirtatious woman thought for a moment before saying, "If you can defeat me, it means that my power is inferior to yours and I will submit to you." A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. "Bring it on." The gentle-looking woman took out a whip that gave off a powerful godly spirit aura. Seeing this, the others also took out their weapons and gave off powerful auras, wanting to follow the gentle-looking woman and attack Zhao Fu. However, the gentle-looking woman had them retreat. With their strength, charging up would just be committing suicide. Everyone could only obey and retreat, while the gentle-looking woman gave off a powerful godly spirit aura and rushed at Zhao Fu. She vigorously swung the whip in her hand, and a powerful energy whipped towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and stretched out a hand, causing an energy barrier to appear and block the incoming energy. The energy looked quite powerful, but when it hit Zhao Fu's energy barrier, it was not affected at all and did not even crack. The gentle-looking woman's expression became even more serious as she sent a powerful energy into the whip in her hand, causing it to give off a terrifying aura. Pa, pa. Pa, the delicate-looking woman vigorously swung her whip, and the whip in her hand turned into many whip images that contained immense power as they lashed against the defensive barrier, giving off cracking sounds. However, no matter how she attacked, she was unable to break through Zhao Fu's barrier. At most, she could only leave a few cracks on the barrier. The gentle-looking woman did not believe this and exploded out with an even more powerful aura. She raised the whip in her hand and vigorously swung it, causing it to give off light as it spun and gave off powerful gales. A tornado giving off terrifying power was formed, giving off a power that seemed to be able to tear apart everything. The gentle-looking woman vigorously swung her whip, and the tornado formed from pure power gave off a might and a powerful attractive force as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu dispelled the barrier and raised the emperor-killing swords around him. He sent a wave of power into them, causing them to give off intense sword light as he vigorously slashed out. Boom, an incredibly terrifying sword light containing shocking power slashed out and quickly slashed towards the tornado, causing it to turn into countless wild gusts of wind that spread out. The wind caused the corners of Zhao Fu's and the gentle-looking woman's clothes to flutter and flutter. Zhao Fu raised his sword and pointed at the gentle-looking woman, who had an unsightly expression, and he gave a trace of a confident smile as he said, "Do you still need me to act?" The gentle-looking woman shook her head and said, "I'm not a match for you. According to our promise, I'm willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu smiled and came before the gentle-looking woman. He stretched out his hand and 6 orbs of demonic qi flowed out, forming 6 orbs of demonic qi. Zhao Fu then pressed his hand against the gentle-looking woman's abdomen and the 6 orbs of demonic qi flowed into her. The gentle-looking woman's face immediately became red and she rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. It seemed that Zhao Fu was quite proper and yet he used such a vulgar method. However, Zhao Fu quickly sealed that power and smiled as he said, "Gather your forces and join the Pantheon army and listen to the Pantheon army's orders. If you perform well, I'll give you the position of Palace Master." Hearing this, the gentle-looking woman gave a trace of a smile and said, "Thank you, God Lord." Zhao Fu did not say anything else and once again turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. The gentle-looking woman looked at where Zhao Fu had disappeared and understood that he had gone to subdue other godly spirit factions. With such a terrifying expert, there would be no surprises in this battle. The gentle-looking woman immediately gathered her forces and headed towards the Pantheon army. Since there were no surprises in this battle, she naturally had to perform well. The position that Zhao Fu had promised her would most likely not be low. Out of the 13 godly spirit factions, 7 of them had gathered together and planned to attack the Pantheon Palace. A grey-clothed man who gave off a ferocious aura said, "Let's hurry up. If we're too late, all of the benefits will be taken by the nearby factions, and we'll have worked for nothing." An elder next to him laughed as he said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry. The Pantheon Palace is made up of 5 godly spirit factions and has some strength. Let them fight for a while and we'll go over to take advantage of them." A vulgar-looking fat man laughed as he said, "That's right, we should go slower and let them fight each other before taking advantage of us. Also, I heard that the Pantheon Palace is made up of 5 goddesses, and they're all very beautiful. It would be great if we could capture them to serve us." A valiant-looking big man said, "That's for sure, I haven't enjoyed having a goddess serve me as a servant yet. This is a good time to enjoy what it's like." The only goddess out of the 7 godly spirits frowned and did not like this group of people. If it wasn't for the fact that they would be able to attack the Pantheon Palace faster and with fewer losses, she would not want to attack the Pantheon Palace with them. Some of these people had bad reputations, and not only did they have perverted personalities, but they also liked to play with all sorts of women. Suddenly, a few guards ran over with flustered expressions and reported, "Lord Godly Spirits, this is bad, something big has happened." Hearing this, the godly spirits looked quite startled, and one of them asked, "What happened?" A guard bowed and said, "According to the information we received, the 5 godly spirit factions near the Pantheon Palace have all been destroyed, and some factions have even joined the Pantheon Palace." The godly spirits felt quite shocked. Weren't the godly spirits supposed to be attacking the Pantheon Palace? The Pantheon Palace was at a disadvantage while they were at a disadvantage. How had 5 godly spirit factions been destroyed so quickly? Just what's going on? Hurry up and explain. The elder's expression was quite unsightly as he hurriedly said to the guard. The guard immediately replied, "A very terrifying expert appeared. He destroyed those godly spirit factions all by himself, and some godly spirits were also killed by him." Hearing this, the godly spirit's expressions became quite serious. Just who was that person and how could he have such terrifying power? Just as a godly spirit was about to say something, boom. A massive sword light giving off a terrifying aura flew over from the distance, and the godly spirits sensed immense danger and hurriedly used their power to defend. Just as he blocked the attack, a figure giving off a powerful aura descended. He wore a black cloak and held a sharp sword in his hand. Sensing that person's aura, the godly spirit's expressions became quite unsightly. He didn't need to think too much to know who the person in front of him was. He was definitely the person who had destroyed so many god-spirit factions. Zhao Fu coldly looked at the 7 godly spirits and gave off a powerful aura as he rushed in front of one of the godly spirits and slashed out with terrifying power. The godly spirit was given a big fright and hurriedly used his weapon to block in front of him, but he was still sent flying. The other godly spirits also used powerful attacks to attack Zhao Divine God. Cold lights containing terrifying power blasted towards Zhao Divine God. A powerful black defensive barrier appeared around Zhao Divine God's body, and the attack slammed into the defensive barrier, resulting in massive sounds and causing gales to spread out. The attacks from the godly spirits were not weak at all, and the defensive barrier was now covered with cracks. Arg! The vulgar-looking fatty roared as he held a large hammer and gave off a ferocious aura as he rushed in front of Zhao Divine God and swung his hammer towards Zhao Divine God. Bang! The sledgehammer smashed into the cracked defensive barrier, shattering it and sending countless fragments flying in all directions. A look of delight appeared on the wretched-looking fatty's face. He had broken the defensive barrier of the person in front of him with a single strike. This person's strength was only SOSO, and they did not have to be too afraid of him. After shattering the defensive barrier, the vulgar-looking fatty swung his hammer at Zhao Divine God. Zhao Divine God gave a trace of a cold smile as he kicked out with his leg, hitting the fatty's abdomen and sending him flying. He heavily crashed to the ground and opened up a large crater. A few godly spirits grasped this opportunity and leapt into the air, giving off terrifying auras as they attacked Zhao Fu with ferocious auras. Zhao Divine God coldly harumphed and said, "Celestial mode. Activate." Boom, a massive aura exploded out from Zhao Divine God's body as a rainbow-colored aura flame erupted around Zhao Divine God's body. A rainbow-colored ring of runes appeared around him, and an intense might covered the surroundings. Facing the incoming godly spirits, Zhao Divine God stretched out a hand and the ring of runes around him started to spin, giving off a terrifying power. Zhao Divine God stretched out his hand and pushed forwards. Bang, bang. Bang, the rainbow-colored ring of runes gave off shocking power as it spread out, sending the incoming godly spirits flying back, and the ring of runes dissipated. Swish, 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 seeing that the godly spirits were not a match for the godly spirits, the soldiers led by the godly spirits started to attack Zhao Divine God. Countless arrows containing shocking power shot out towards Zhao Divine God. Facing the countless incoming arrows, Zhao Divine God stretched out a hand towards the arrows and a rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on his palm. Boom, a formless energy spread out, directly imprisoning the countless arrows in midair. The densely packed arrows were instantly imprisoned in midair. This scene was extremely shocking. Zhao Divine God pushed forwards. Swish, 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 the countless frozen arrows turned around and gave off immense power as they shot towards the countless soldiers. Chi, 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 the arrows descended like a torrential downpour, piercing through the soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere and cries to continuously sound out. It was unknown just how many soldiers there were. Boom, a valiant-looking man exploded out with a powerful aura and rushed in front of Zhao Divine God. He sent a massive amount of power into his saber, causing it to give off an intense saber light as he ferociously slashed at Zhao Divine God. Zhao Divine God's expression was cold as he raised his sword and sent a wave of power into it, causing the sword to become rainbow-colored and give off shocking power. Xing, Zhao Divine God vigorously swung the sword in his hand and a rainbow-colored arc of light containing extremely sharp power slashed out. The valiant-looking man's saber was cut in half, and his body was also split apart by the arc of light, causing blood to fly everywhere. The two halves of the fierce-looking man's corpse fell to the ground, and in that instant, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared in front of a vulgar-looking fatty. The vulgar-looking fatty's heart sank and he felt a wave of fear as he quickly retreated, not daring to fight with Zhao Fu alone. He swung his sledgehammer, giving off ferocious energy and an intense wind as it slammed towards Zhao Fu. It seemed to be able to destroy a small mountain, and the sounds it gave off were quite shocking. Bang, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a sword light slashed out, sending the sledgehammer flying. He then slashed out again, sending out a sharp sword light that slashed open the vulgar-looking fatty's head, causing blood to spurt out. The vulgar-looking fatty's headless corpse fell to the ground, another godly spirit had died. All of the godly spirits present felt quite terrified. Now that two godly spirits had died, it was possible that they would be next. Boom, a massive aura exploded out, the soldiers were filled with hatred after seeing that the godly spirit had been killed, and countless traces of aura flowed out of their bodies. The aura continuously flowed out and condensed together, forming a scorpion-like creature that gave off a powerful aura. Boom, boom. Boom, the other godly spirit soldiers also exploded out with terrifying auras, forming different types of massive creatures. There were lions, tigers, rats, fish, dogs, and snakes, and they all gave off shocking might. The 7 massive creatures gave off powerful auras in the sky, causing the weather to change, creating a shocking scene. Roar, roar. Roar. The 7 massive creatures gave off massive roars that sounded out in all directions, and they gave off terrifying power as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not move, and a wave of power flowed out of his left eye socket. The golden pupil became rainbow-colored and started to spin. Clang, 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 7 colored chains giving off immense power shot out from the ground, binding up the terrifying creatures. The creatures vigorously struggled and roared. Boom, a figure giving off a powerful aura appeared behind Zhao Fu. It was a ferocious-looking big man. He gripped a large sword with both hands and gave off terrifying power as he slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu tilted his head slightly, his body still not moving. Clang clang clang, chains containing immense power shot out from the ground and shot towards the ferocious big man with incredible speed. The burly man was shocked. He had wanted to launch a sneak attack on Zhao Fu, but to no avail. Instead, he had put himself in danger. The big man vigorously swung the large sword in his hand and a powerful sword light slashed out, cutting apart the many chains that shot towards him. The big man quickly retreated. He understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. Suddenly, the sound of chains once again sounded out as chains containing terrifying power shot towards the big man from all directions. It was impossible to tell just how many chains there were. The big man panicked and vigorously swung his sword, cutting apart many of the chains. However, many of the chains gave off ferocious power and pierced through the big man's body. Chi, chi, chi. Following this, even more chains containing shocking power pierced through the big man's body, causing blood to fly everywhere. The big man directly died, and his death was quite wretched. Zhao Fu looked at the enormous creatures in the sky, and he stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed at them. The chains immediately tightened, causing the enormous creatures to explode and turn into countless traces of aura that spread out. The soldiers on the ground were affected, and their bodies trembled as they coughed up mouthfuls of blood and their faces became pale. Zhao Fu looked at the soldiers and his eyes widened as a terrifying power spread out from Zhao Fu's body. The chains containing terrifying power shot towards the soldiers. Arg! Pained cries sounded out as the soldiers' bodies were pierced by the arrows, causing blood to fly everywhere. It was unknown just how many of them had died. The remaining godly spirits looked terrified. The person in front of them was simply too terrifying. Not only was he able to stop 7 godly spirits by himself, but he was also able to stop an army of 7 million soldiers. Seeing how mercilessly he was slaughtering, they could tell that he was an incredibly savage person. Now, the 4 godly spirits did not want to continue fighting with Zhao Fu, and they understood that this was not the time for Zhao Fu. As such, they loudly gave the order to retreat. Hearing that the godly spirits wanted to retreat, Zhao Fu instantly disappeared and appeared behind a young man. He slashed out with a terrifying sword light, and before the young man could react, his body was split in half from head to toe, causing blood and organs to spill everywhere. After killing the young man, Zhao Fu's terrifying gaze fell on a cold-looking woman. The cold-looking woman with a graceful figure felt her hair stand on end as she felt immense terror, as if she was being stared at by a terrifying creature. Zhao Fu once again disappeared and gave off a terrifying aura as he appeared behind the woman. He raised his sword and gave off a powerful sword energy as he slashed towards her. In this moment of life and death, the cold-looking woman hurriedly said, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu immediately stopped and chased after the other 2 godly spirits. The 2 godly spirits were scared witless and desperately tried to run, but after finding that they could not escape, they hurriedly cried out, "We surrender as well, please don't kill us." Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile and flew in the air, giving off a terrifying aura that covered the surroundings, causing the space around him to sink. "Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die." Zhao Fu's cold voice sounded out in the sky. The countless soldiers had been frightened by the massacre just then, and they knelt on the ground in terror, not daring to resist Zhao Fu. It was as if they were submitting to him. The 3 godly spirits also knelt on the ground in fear. Out of the 7 godly spirits that had come out, 4 had died at his hands. If they did not want to die, they could only submit to Zhao Fu. By now, the pantheon godly spirits and soldiers had arrived, and seeing this scene, they felt quite shocked. They did not even need to do anything, Zhao Fu had dealt with all of them by himself. Zhao Fu first destroyed 5 godly spirit factions, and Pantheon could go and subdue them. There was one faction that was surrounded by Pantheon, so they could only surrender. Next, Zhao Fu would take over the 7 godly spirit factions, which meant that he would have control over all 13 godly spirits, and the entire region would be unified. Zhao Fu did not participate in any of this, and he returned to Pantheon to wait for the results. Half a day later, the godly spirits returned to Pantheon and reported their gains. As for the other resources and treasures, there was no need to mention them. Zhao Fu's expression did not change much, as it was just 200 million residents. Qin City had hundreds of billions of people, and Yellow Springs had many people as well, so these 200 million people were not much of a surprise. However, the 5 goddesses were quite happy. The 240 million residents could provide large amounts of faith power, and they would become even stronger. With their abilities, they would not be able to obtain so many people. This was all because of Zhao Fu, and they felt quite pleased that they had made the right decision back then. Pantheon was developing too quickly, and it would definitely become an unimaginably powerful faction in the future. They would receive even more benefits, and their positions would become higher and higher. They would become the 5 temple lords with the most power in Pantheon. The nearby powers quickly received the news. It was impossible for them not to know that 13 powers had been annihilated. Immediately, they also fell into a state of shock. How could such a terrifying person appear here? He used his own power to subdue 5 godly spirits and establish the Pantheon Palace. Then, he quickly destroyed 13 godly spirit factions. By now, they had already unified that region. Pantheon had grown from nothing in such a short period of time, and its development speed was simply too fast. The danger it revealed was also immense. This forced the nearby factions to be careful and prepare to deal with the Pantheon temple that had appeared. The smaller factions were quite afraid of Pantheon, which was rising like a beast, and they were worried that they would be destroyed by Pantheon. If they did not ally together to resist Pantheon, they would seek protection from a powerful backer. Some of the larger factions also gathered people to discuss how to deal with Pantheon Temple. If Pantheon Temple dared to act against them, they would make Pantheon Temple pay a heavy price. They were currently somewhat fearful, but they did not fear Pantheon Temple. Many godly spirits were quite concerned about the name Pantheon. Did Pantheon's god lord really want to rule over all godly spirits? This was quite domineering, but it was also quite difficult. After all, no godly spirit would easily submit to someone else. Now, it was time to see what the Pantheon Temple would do next. They would also come up with corresponding countermeasures. After Zhao Fu heard the news that they brought back, he told the 5 of them to properly manage and stabilize the situation. They had just conquered 13 factions, and it was the most unstable moment, causing the commoners to feel extremely uneasy. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the 5 divine deities and called over 5 people. This time, Zhao Fu had killed 5 godly spirits and needed to find 5 people to become new godly spirits. Even though he could revive the godly spirits that he had killed with the divine deity, Zhao Fu did not want to subdue those godly spirits. As such, he erased the souls within the divine deity and chose 5 people to become new godly spirits. There were 5 people in front of him, 2 women and 3 men, and they were all very young, about 20 years old or so. These people were all related to the previous gods. If they were not the children of the previous gods, then they were relatives. Zhao Fu looked at them and said, "You should know why I'm looking for you, right?" The 5 people looked incredibly excited and nervous because they were about to become high and mighty gods. They knelt on the ground and said in unison, "Understood. Thank you, God Lord, for thinking so highly of us. We are willing to forever be loyal to God Lord." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and tossed the 5 divine deities to them. The 5 people excitedly and nervously caught the 5 divine deities and knelt on the ground, once again expressing their gratitude to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a wave of power flowed into their bodies, turning into restrictions that fused into their bodies. 5 or 6 days later, the situation had stabilized and the 5 people had become new gods. The Pantheon Holy Scripture was also released, and Pantheon Holy Scripture made it seem like Pantheon Holy Scripture. Now, it was time to properly digest these factions and people and have them truly integrate into Pantheon Holy Scripture. By then, Pantheon Holy Scripture would be much more powerful than ordinary godly spirit factions, and they would be able to continue devouring ordinary godly spirit factions and continuously strengthen themselves without needing Zhao Fu to do anything. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the 13 godly spirits he had subdued to Pantheon Holy Scripture. There were now 13 statues here, and they were in the second row behind the 5 statues from before. The owners of these 13 statues were naturally the 13 godly spirits that Zhao Fu had subdued. If they performed well, they could become palace masters. If they did not perform well, they would not be able to become palace masters. Zhao Fu did not directly make them palace masters and give them the authority to rule. Out of the 13 godly spirits, there were old gods and new gods. Only the old gods had legacy power, which could strengthen the 10,000 god spears' legacy power. The reason why the new gods had come was because even though they could not strengthen the 10,000 god spears' legacy power, they could increase the 10,000 god spears' divine power. At that moment, Zhao Fu stood on the stage while the 13 godly spirits knelt below. Xiao Fu stretched out a hand towards the 13 godly spirits and a formless suction force spread out. The 13 godly spirits' bodies continuously gave off different types of divine power, which turned into 13 streams of energy and flowed into Xiao Fu's body. The divine power they had was very useful to Xiao Fu, which was to awaken the god race's emperor star. Xiao Fu closed his eyes and continuously absorbed the endless divine power. His body gave off all sorts of divine light, and his body gave off a powerful godly spirit's might. After a while, the 13 godly spirits' faces became slightly pale. Xiao Fu had finished absorbing the divine power, and his godhood's power had become a bit stronger. Perhaps because the 13 godly spirits were not very powerful, absorbing their divine power did not increase his power by much. Xiao Fu first had them recover some power before having them send their power into the 10,000 god spear. Now, the 10,000 god spear could automatically devour divine power and legacy power, so there was no need for Xiao Fu to personally send that power into it. In the future, after Xiao Fu left the Pantheon Temple, the 10,000 god spear would continuously become stronger. The 13 godly spirits followed Xiao Fu's instructions and formed a circle with the 10,000 god spear at the center. They then stretched out their hands and divine power flowed out of their hands and into the 10,000 god spear. As the 10,000 god spear absorbed the divine power and legacy power, it gave off all sorts of divine light and its aura continuously became stronger. Boom! The 10,000 god spear exploded out with a terrifying aura and boundless divine light shined out as it once again went through changes. The 13 godly spirits' faces became pale and they withdrew their divine power. Xiao Fu went up and held the 10,000 god spear and found that its power had once again become much stronger. Its legacy power had also increased, and if this went on, the Pantheon Temple would definitely become a terrifying faction. Of the factions in the surroundings, the strongest faction had 1 billion people and 10 or so godly spirits, while the weakest faction had about the same population as the Jade Goddess. Those powerful factions were easier to deal with individually, but if they joined forces, Xiao Fu would feel some pressure. As such, he could not use the previous method, as it was possible that he would not be able to destroy them and would instead be destroyed. With Xiao Fu's strength, if those factions attacked, they would not be able to do anything to Xiao Fu, but they would not be able to protect the Pantheon Temple. After thinking about it, Xiao Fu decided that he could only use a softer method. As such, he set his sights on some minor godly spirits. The Pantheon Temple was a religious faction, and it had a high concentration of faith and military power, which gave it some advantages. If godly spirits joined, they would receive more faith, but this would not be enough to attract godly spirits. They were high and mighty in their own faction and were not restricted at all. Why would they be restricted by your faction? In the past, Qin had done something similar. Back then, natural disasters had ravaged the Pantheon Temple, and Qin had relied on his powerful strength and natural disaster resistance to attract many city lords to join Qin. However, there was no pressure to force them to join Qin, so this method obviously would not work. Xiao Fu discussed with the people present for a while and could not come up with any good ideas. This was a sensitive period, and doing anything would make them wary, so it would be quite difficult to succeed. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Fu could only not do anything for now and focus on stabilizing his faction. Now that the population had suddenly increased by 200 million, he needed to properly digest this. Now, Xiao Fu wanted to leave this place and head to the inner region and the central region to find things related to time. However, the Pantheon Temple only had 18 godly spirits and 16 million soldiers, which was not very strong. Once Xiao Fu left, it was possible that the Pantheon Temple would be destroyed by other factions. The Pantheon Temple had been established with great difficulty, and if it was destroyed, all of their previous efforts would have been in vain. He could not do anything to the surrounding factions, nor could he leave. As such, he could only obediently stay here. After thinking about it, Xiao Fu could only helplessly accept the current situation. Moreover, there were indeed some things that needed to be taken care of, such as the current Pantheon army. Even though they had the Pantheon attribute and could restrain other godly soldiers, without other means, they did not have much of an advantage. Also, the Pantheon Palace was empty and looked very cold. There was no one managing it. Xiao Fu thought that there was still a need for priests. Every god had a specialized priest, and the Pantheon was the center of the gods. For various reasons, the Pantheon should not lack the profession of priest. He had to deal with the Pantheon army first. Now that the Pantheon army only had one ability, how could he increase the number of methods he had? Qin now had a lot of means, but he had obtained a lot of inheritances and opportunities. But now the Pantheon temple had not obtained any good opportunities and inheritances, so how could he develop his means? Zhao Fu asked the various godly spirits if they had any special abilities. As godly spirits, they indeed had some special abilities, such as turning things into jade, turning things into metal, and turning things into iron. These were all too ordinary and had no value. As such, Zhao Fu could only think of ways himself. Now that he could not obtain anything useful from the various godly spirits, he could only see what was useful from himself. Zhao Fu had quite a lot of powers, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation power, celestial power, demon lord power, godly spirit power, dragon emperor power, flower power, illusion power, killing sword power. If he used this spirit power to form an army of different abilities, the effects would be quite terrifying. After all, the various powers were extremely terrifying, and there were many of them added together. No one could deal with so much power, and for these powers to be fused into Zhao Fu's body was already a miracle. Now, it was time to see if these powers could be used. Zhao Fu came to the platform where the 10,000 God Spear was and started to fuse different powers into the 10,000 God Spear. Now that the 10,000 God Spear was the legacy item of the Pantheon Palace, Zhao Fu could directly use it to affect everything. He wanted to see if he could use the 10,000 God Spear to give the soldiers some of Zhao Fu's weaker abilities, but the results were not as good as he had expected. Some powers were fused in, but they had no effect. Once they fused in, they would slowly dissipate. Some powers were even harmful to the 10,000 God Spear, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation power, demon lord power, dragon sovereign power, alien race power, etc. Most of these powers were related to Zhao Fu's bloodline or the Emperor Star. After fusing these powers into the 10,000 God Spear, they directly destroyed the 10,000 God Spear's power and could not be used as a legacy power. Even though his plan might not succeed, Zhao Fu did not give up. After all, there were so many powers, and if he tried them all, perhaps one would be effective. In the end, Zhao Fu really did gain something. He found that there was a power that was very suitable for the 10,000 God Spear, and it could give the 10,000 God Spear another ability. With this ability, the soldiers would also be able to grasp this ability. That power was the Eye of the Emperor's power, which was the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye socket. It could release countless chains, and it had originally been a king's crown. After Zhao Fu had fused with it, it had completely fused with Zhao Fu. Through continuous transformations, it had become a part of Zhao Fu's bloodline. By fusing this chain's power, the soldiers would not only condense the god-killing spear but also the god-binding chains. Not only that, but every soldier would also be affected by the 10,000 God Spear and gain the ability to control chains. Of course, the chains they condensed would not be as strong as Zhao Fu's, but to ordinary soldiers, it was an advantage. At critical moments, they could release a chain to attack and use it to capture people. Every soldier had this ability, which would increase the Pantheon army's overall strength and abilities. As for why the chain's power could fuse with the 10,000 God Spear, Zhao Fu guessed that it had to do with the 5 godly spirits' legacy powers. 4 of the godly spirits' power was metal, and the 5th had something to do with it. The 10,000 God Spear's transformation not only fused with Zhao Fu's power but also the 5 godly spirits' legacy powers. As such, the 10,000 God Spear had become a metal spear and not a stone spear, and the chain's power was also a type of metal power. Without wasting any time, Zhao Fu stood 2 meters away from the 10,000 God Spear and stretched out a hand towards it. Boom, a powerful power exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, and the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye rapidly spun, giving off intense golden light. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. The 10,000 God Spear continuously trembled as it absorbed the massive chain's power, giving off clanging sounds as a powerful sealing power spread out. Zhao Fu's chains also had sealing power, and now, the 10,000 God Spear was inheriting this power. After a while, the 10,000 God Spear had absorbed a large amount of chain's power and started to fuse. At that moment, Zhao Fu stopped sending power into the 10,000 God Spear. He looked at the faintly glowing 10,000 god spear and waited for it to finish fusing. Boom, an hour later, the 10,000 god spear gave off an intense light as a terrifying power spread out. Clang, 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 platinum-colored chains giving off terrifying power shot out into the air and continuously extended, covering the entire god palace. They were all made up of platinum chains. Even though these chains were incredibly fast, they did not harm Zhao Fu nor did they destroy the temple or the statue. Zhao Fu looked at the platinum-colored chains in shock. Now that the Pantheon Temple had absorbed the chains' power, their attributes had changed, and they had fused Zhao Fu's chains' power into their own. In other words, these chains' attributes were completely different from the ones that Zhao Fu had released. Even though these chains had the same power as Zhao Fu's chains, their core power was the 10,000 god power. As such, these chains should be called 10,000 god chains. They also had the power to suppress godly spirits, and they would become stronger along with the 10,000 god spear. The more powerful the 10,000 god spear was, the more powerful the 10,000 god chains would be. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he stretched out his hand and gripped the 10,000 god spear, causing the platinum-colored chains to retract into the spear. Following this, Zhao Fu gathered the soldiers who had gone up. The Pantheon Temple soldiers were all wearing a holy white color, which was different from Qin's solemn black color. They were fighting on behalf of the godly spirits, so their armor was filled with holiness and majesty. The myriad god spear now had an additional chain ability. Now that the soldiers' attributes had also been affected, they also gained an additional chain ability, which was condensed from the myriad gods' power within their bodies. At that moment, Zhao Fu ordered the soldiers to use the chains to see how powerful they were. The soldiers obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and lined up in a row. They stretched out a hand, and a wave of 10,000 deities' power gathered in their hand, giving off a bronze light. Clang clang clang, sounds of chains rang out as bronze chains shot out from their palms, bringing with them an immense force as they shot out. The bronze chains could stretch 10 or so meters but could not go any further, and they did not seem to be very powerful. Of course, this was from Zhao Fu's point of view. Let the soldiers use the bronze chains to attack other Stage 1 soldiers. One of the soldiers swung the bronze chain in his hand and whipped it towards another soldier in front of him. The soldier held a large saber and sent a wave of energy into it, causing it to give off an intense light. He vigorously slashed out, sending out a sharp saber light towards the incoming bronze slash. Clang, when the saber light struck the bronze chain, sparks flew everywhere. The bronze chain was not cut apart by the saber light, and it continued to fly towards the soldier, binding him up. The soldier struggled with all his might, but he was unable to break free. From the looks of it, the bronze chains were quite powerful. After all, they contained 10,000 deities' power and could not be easily destroyed by ordinary soldiers. Following this, Zhao Fu called over the Jade Goddess and had the 1,000 soldiers unleash their power. Boom, a powerful aura exploded out from the soldiers' bodies and gathered together, giving off a shocking aura. The Jade Goddess looked quite startled, but she did not dare to be careless and waved her hand, sending out a jade-colored defensive barrier. Clang, 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 the bronze chains gave off immense force as they shot into the sky incredibly quickly, covering the defensive barrier that the Jade Goddess had unleashed and pulling it down. The Jade Goddess' expression slightly changed, and she controlled the defensive barrier to fly upwards. The soldiers below once again controlled the bronze chains to once again pull down the defensive barrier that the Jade Goddess had released. At that moment, the Jade Goddess frowned and felt that these bronze chains were quite difficult to deal with. Not only did they have the power to suppress godly spirits, but they also had some sealing power. Boom, the Jade Goddess used her true godly spirit power, and a terrifying shockwave spread out, destroying the bronze chains. Zhao Fu had the soldiers stop attacking and gave a trace of a smile as he said to the Jade Goddess in the sky, "What do you think of these chains?" The Jade Goddess gave a trace of a smile and flew down from the sky, saying, "It's quite powerful. If many soldiers used it, I wouldn't be able to break free at all." Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile. This ability had not killed Zhao Fu. The Jade Goddess said worriedly, "You always create things that are very harmful to godly spirits, even I'm afraid of you now." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I definitely won't do anything to you. In the future, you'll still be one of the Pantheon Temple's highest-ranking temple masters." The Jade Goddess happily smiled and nodded. She was the first person to follow Zhao Fu, so she had an advantage that others did not have. Now, the Pantheon Temple's army had an additional chain ability, which greatly increased their overall battle power. Moreover, it could suppress godly spirits, so the problem of nurturing godly spirits had been resolved. Now, it was time to decide on the priests. Zhao Fu smiled as he said to the Jade Goddess, "Send out my orders to pick out beautiful women, the Pantheon Temple needs priests." The Jade Goddess faintly looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Why do we need beautiful women? I feel that men are quite good, if you need anything, just tell me." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That won't do. It would be quite strange if the Pantheon Temple only had a group of male priests." The Jade Goddess sighed and said, "All right then." She then looked at Zhao Fu and said with a slightly red face, "However, you can't do anything to them. If you want anything, you can come and find me." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, understanding what she meant. The Jade Goddess's face was red as she happily left and passed on Zhao Fu's orders to start picking out beautiful women in the Pantheon Temple. A day later, the Jade Goddess picked out 100 or so beautiful women with decent talent from the 200 million or so residents and brought them to the Pantheon Temple. Zhao Fu looked at the many beauties that the Jade Goddess had brought. The 4 women standing at the front were the most beautiful. One had a fiery figure and tanned skin, making her look quite alluring. One looked quite quiet and had fair skin, one had a graceful figure and gave off a pure aura, and one had a slim figure and looked quite gentle. The Jade Goddess smiled as she said, "I've helped you choose your people. Aren't they all quite good?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Seeing that Zhao Fu was pleased with them, the women all gave happy smiles and knelt towards Zhao Fu as they said in unison, "We greet the God Lord." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "You can all rise." The women got up from the ground and gave a trace of a smile. Looking at the legendary God Lord, their hearts beat quite quickly. Zhao Fu took out the 10,000 God Spear. Since he had chosen these women to be sacrifices, they would not just be sacrifices in name, they most likely had power. Holding the spear, Zhao Fu lightly stabbed at them, causing the 10,000 God Spear to give off an intense platinum-colored light and a massive wave of power flowed into the women's bodies. The women naturally understood that this was the power that Zhao Fu had given them, and it was a massive opportunity. They excitedly absorbed that wave of power, and as that wave of power covered their bodies, they went through changes. A while later, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. After absorbing the 10,000 God Spear's power, the women's eyes became platinum-colored and their bodies gave off the aura of 10,000 gods. They also became more beautiful than before. What caught Zhao Fu's attention was that there was a mark below their throats. This mark had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake. It was not very big, only a bit bigger than a coin. It was platinum-colored and gave off a strange and mysterious aura. Wasn't this the appearance of the monster that he had discovered in the Forbidden Area? Thinking of this, Zhao Fu almost forgot about the 10,000 God Spear's original abilities. The 10,000 God Spear was the stone spear from before, and it had the ability to mutate people. It would make people ugly and savage, and their lower bodies would turn into a snake's tail. However, it also had the ability to use sound to hypnotize people. Now that Zhao Fu had given the power of the sacrifice to the women, not only did they become more beautiful, but they also became more powerful. He had only used a mark on their bodies and did not cause any changes to occur to them. He didn't know if he had inherited the ability to hypnotize others with his voice. That power was still very terrifying. Back then, even with the support of various powers of Zhao Fu, he still almost fell asleep. If this was used to deal with enemies, it would naturally be very useful. Thinking about it, even Zhao Fu could not block it easily. How could the other soldiers resist it? That was almost impossible. This could become the Pantheon Temple's killer move. Once it appeared, it would obtain the final victory. Zhao Fu did not celebrate too early. Instead, he first asked for confirmation. "Now that you have obtained the power of 10,000 gods, do you feel any other changes? Or did he obtain any abilities?" The woman with a gentle aura smiled as she said, "God Lord. We have obtained an ability that allows us to give off the most beautiful sound and cause people to fall asleep." Zhao Fu felt at ease and smiled. He had indeed inherited that ability, so he said, "Now, show me which ability you have." Hearing this, the women straightened their bodies and postures and gave off beautiful, holy, and dignified voices. They did not seem as evil as before. Immediately, Xiaofu felt his consciousness become hazy, and a wave of sleepiness flooded into his mind. He quickly lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Facing this singing, Xiaofu was prepared. His divine bloodline flowed through his body, and a wave of energy spread out. Xiaofu immediately became clear-headed, and the drowsiness disappeared. Beside him, the jade god's eyes slightly narrowed, and she also felt quite sleepy. However, she released a wave of divine power and quickly woke up. She looked at Xiaofu in shock and said, "What kind of ability is this? It feels quite terrifying. It's a little scary. If I was a little weaker, I might have fallen asleep just now." Xiaofu smiled as he said, "This is one of the stone spear's original abilities. It wasn't like this before, but it has been improved." The jade god responded with an "oh," but he still looked at the women with a shocked expression. Facing their gazes, the women smiled. They understood that not only had they obtained 10,000 gods' power, but they had also obtained a terrifying ability. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he said, "Later, record the singing, it will be the Pantheon Palace's anthem in the future." "Yes," the women said in unison. Xiaofu's gaze fell on the 4 women in front of him and he smiled as he said, "In the future, the Pantheon Palace will be managed by the 4 of you." The 4 women smiled in delight and bowed to Xiaofu as they said, "Thank you, God Lord, for choosing us. We definitely won't let God Lord down." Following this, Xiaofu had them leave. After they left, Xiaofu smiled as he said to the jade goddess next to him, "I'll have to trouble you to pick out some people with good talent. We'll need both men and women." Hearing this, the jade goddess said in delight, "Will there be many more of those priests?" Xiaofu smiled as he nodded, "With the Pantheon Palace's current scale and legacy power, we can have 10,000 more priests. If they go onto the battlefield, they'll be able to produce shocking results." The jade goddess lightly laughed as she said, "I'll go and pick them now." Xiaofu nodded and the jade goddess turned and left. After another day, the 10,000 people were picked. There were both men and women, and they were all in their 20s. They were now standing below a stage, and Xiaofu held the 10,000 god spear as he stood on the stage. "Greetings, God Lord." The 10,000 people all knelt and looked incredibly respectful as they called out in unison. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile as he raised the spear in his hand and sent a massive wave of power into it. Boom, the 10,000 god spear gave off an intense light that covered the countless people below the stage, and a massive wave of power continuously flowed into their bodies. They also felt a massive wave of power flow into their bodies, and they looked incredibly excited. They knew what Xiaofu's goal was. If they could be put in an important position by Xiaofu, their statuses would definitely be incredibly high in the future. The massive wave of power continuously flowed into their bodies, and after a while, Xiaofu put away the 10,000 god spear and the countless people below the stage completed their transformations. His eyes became platinum-colored and his body gave off 10,000 gods' power as a mark appeared below his throat. More than a week had passed, and during that time, Pantheon had been developing peacefully and had not done anything. The situation in the surroundings had gradually stabilized, and the enmity towards Pantheon was not as great as before. By now, the 5 goddesses were lying on the ground, and Xiaofu stood beside them. His eyes had become blood-red roses and gave off a demonic and bewitching aura. Traces of black aura rose up from the ground and continuously flowed into the 5 goddesses' bodies. The 5 goddesses' bodies gave off all sorts of divine light, defending against the invasion of the black aura. Now, Xiaofu was testing to see if he could control the 5 goddesses with the evil demon flower pupils. If he could control the 5 godly spirits, Xiaofu would be able to sneak into some weaker factions and control their godly spirits to have them join Pantheon. The black aura continuously invaded, and the 5 goddesses continuously gave off divine power to defend. It seemed that controlling godly spirits was not easy. Xiaofu was quite careful, and he could control the demonic aura to silently enter the godly spirits' bodies. However, the godly spirits' divinities would give off divine light to defend, making it impossible for Xiaofu to control them. Xiaofu's eyes widened, and an even greater wave of demonic aura flowed out, giving off a powerful aura as it flowed towards the 5 godly spirits' bodies. The 5 godly spirits' bodies gave off even more intense divine light, defending against the invasion of the demonic aura. The powerful demonic aura continuously flowed towards the 5 godly spirits, and even though the divine light blocked it, traces of demonic aura still flowed into the 5 godly spirits' bodies and started to control them. However, this was quite slow, and the traces of demonic aura were not enough to instantly control the 5 godly spirits. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu sent a massive wave of demonic aura into his eyes, and his blood-red rose-like eyes gave off a demonic light. Suddenly, pale white roots that were as big as ropes started to grow from the ground, and they gave off an evil aura as they stretched towards the 5 godly spirits lying on the ground. The 5 divine spirits released divine light to block the pale white roots that extended over, but it was clear that the divine light could not stop them. The countless roots extended over the 5 divine spirits' bodies and wrapped around their bodies, looking densely packed. A massive wave of nefarious devil power flowed into the godly spirits' bodies, and even though the godly spirits' godheads gave off powerful lights, they were unable to resist the nefarious devil power. The demonic power continuously flowed into the godly spirit's body, taking control of every part of its body. It then wrapped around the godhood, invaded the brain, and took control of the godly spirit's soul. Zhao Fu smiled and waved his hand. The countless pale white tendrils wrapped around the goddesses' bodies shrank back into the ground, revealing the bodies of the 5 goddesses. Now that he looked at the bodies of the 5 goddesses, everything was normal. There was nothing special about them. However, Zhao Fu suddenly said, "Get up." When the 5 goddesses heard Zhao Fu's voice, they stood up on their own. Their movements were somewhat stiff, and their expressions were dull. It was as if they were puppets that were being controlled. Zhao Fu started to use his nefarious devil power to control them, and they quickly returned to normal. Their movements were no longer stiff, and their expressions returned to normal. Following this, Zhao Fu controlled them for a while and gave a pleased smile before stopping and dispelling the nefarious devil power, causing the 5 goddesses to return to normal. After coming back to their senses, the 5 goddesses could not help but feel quite fearful. Even though Zhao Fu was controlling them, they knew that facing that kind of control, they could not resist at all. In other words, it could be said that if Zhao Fu did not like them, he could turn them into puppets, and their battle power would not be weakened at all. Now that they understood that Zhao Fu had a terrifying ability, they felt even more shocked towards Zhao Fu. At the same time, they felt even more confused. Just what kind of person was Zhao Fu? From the abilities that he had displayed, his identity was definitely quite terrifying. Perhaps he was quite famous in the godly spirit world. Seeing the 5 goddesses look at him, Zhao Fu smiled as he asked, "What is it?" The jade goddess lightly laughed as she said, "It's nothing. I just feel that you're becoming more and more extraordinary. Also, are you hiding a lot of things? We're the people you trust the most, are you still not going to tell us?" The metal goddess also smiled as she said, "That's right. God Lord, hurry and tell us your true identity, we really want to know. You're definitely not an ordinary person, and your identity must be incredibly shocking." A trace of redness appeared on the bronze goddess' face as she smiled and said, "No, we feel quite lucky to have met you and have completely trusted you. We're even willing to give our bodies to you, are you still going to hide so much from us?" The metal goddess and Silverstone girl looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation, they really wanted to know what kind of major figure Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "All right, I'll tell you now. I'm not someone from the godly spirit world but an emperor in the heaven awakened world. As for the rest, you'll find out in the future." The 5 goddesses felt quite surprised, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would come from the heaven awakened world. Back then, they had sensed the divinity within Zhao Fu's body, so they had thought that Zhao Fu was someone from the godly spirit world. Hearing that Zhao Fu was an emperor, the goddesses were not too surprised. From Zhao Fu's management methods, he would definitely be the leader of a powerful faction. Under Zhao Fu's leadership, that faction would definitely become incredibly powerful. Now, the Pantheon God Palace had a terrifying faction supporting it, making them feel much more at ease. In the end, Zhao Fu finally told them his true identity. This meant that Zhao Fu trusted them greatly, making them feel quite happy. However, they also knew that Zhao Fu was truly terrifying, he was someone who could shake the entire heaven awakened world. The bronze goddess suddenly thought of something and said flirtatiously, "God Lord. Since you're an emperor, you should have many concubines, right? When will you be able to pamper us?" Hearing this, the four women's breathing became ragged, and a faint blush appeared on their faces as they looked at Zhao Fu seductively. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "In the future, follow my orders. Now, according to my orders, release the news that the Pantheon Temple will no longer expand to the outside and sincerely invite all the gods to join. Also, pick out various gifts and send them to the surrounding factions to express the Pantheon God Palace's goodwill and reduce their wariness towards the Pantheon God Palace." The five goddesses could already guess what Zhao Fu was going to do, so they smiled and nodded before leaving. Following this, the Pantheon God Palace's news quickly spread, and all sorts of gifts were sent to the surrounding factions. But why was it behaving in such a friendly and harmless manner, almost like a docile lamb? Perhaps Pantheon really was afraid of them, so they had become well-behaved. Now that they heard that Pantheon would not expand and was willing to get along with everyone, the various factions breathed a sigh of relief. They did not want to be threatened by a faction. They also relaxed their vigilance towards Pantheon. Of course, they were not so stupid as to completely let down their vigilance towards Pantheon. Facing the various gifts from Pantheon, most of the smaller factions did not dare to refuse. After all, Pantheon was a relatively large faction, and they did not want to offend them. As such, they accepted the gifts. Apart from a few small forces with powerful backers, these small forces were not very afraid of the Pantheon Temple because they had the backing of powerful forces. As for the surrounding factions, some were friendly while others were hostile. They were relatively strong, so they did not need to worry about Pantheon. There were even a few factions that did not appreciate the gifts and wanted to start a war against Pantheon. Zhao Fu did not respond to this because they had not attacked yet. Right now, Zhao Fu's mind was on other plans, which were to sneak into the Godly Spirit faction and take control of the Godly Spirit. The sun set and the moon rose. It was now nighttime, and Zhao Fu began to make his move. Zhao Fu had already investigated the surrounding smaller factions, so he could make his move against them. Zhao Fu's first target was a small godly faction closest to Pantheon. It was a beast god, and it was similar to the Jade Goddess. It had hundreds of thousands of troops and millions of people. With Zhao Fu's current cultivation, it would be very difficult for anyone to discover him if he sneaked into his faction. At this time, the godly faction would either be asleep or sitting cross-legged under the statue, absorbing the faith power that had gathered. When Zhao Fu sneaked into this godly faction, the godly faction was already asleep. There were soldiers standing guard outside, and it was the most difficult place to sneak in. However, they were unable to obstruct Zhao Fu in the slightest. At this time, Zhao Fu was hiding in a corner. His eyes had already turned into blood-red roses. His pupils opened slightly, and strands of black demonic energy silently emerged from the ground. It quickly flowed into their feet, and then through their feet, it flowed to every part of their bodies. Immediately, all of the soldiers standing guard outside had black eyes and gave off an evil and strange aura before their eyes returned to normal and the aura around them disappeared. Zhao Fu didn't have any more worries. He walked out from the corner and came to the door of the room. He carefully sent his mind in. A godly spirit with a goat's head and a human body was lying on the bed. A wave of power gathered in his eyes and a demonic light shone out from his eyes. Pale white roots slowly extended from the ground towards the god on the bed. Now, Zhao Fu felt quite nervous. He had only tested it on 5 godly spirits and had not used it on any other godly spirits, so he didn't know what would happen. Perhaps something unexpected had happened, or perhaps he hadn't thought things through. The pale white tendrils slowly stretched onto the bed, and suddenly, the pale white tendrils sped up, wrapping around the sheep god. Without giving it any time to react, a massive wave of demonic energy flowed into it and continuously corroded its body. After a while, Zhao Fu put away the countless pale white roots. The goat godly spirit's body was now controlled by the demonic energy, and Zhao Fu sent a trace of his mind into the goat godly spirit's body. He immediately obtained control of the goat godly spirit's body, and it was as if he had gained another body. Apart from this method of control, Zhao Fu didn't even need to use his own thoughts, he could just use the demonic energy to control it. The benefit of this was that it was like controlling a clone. No matter what happened to the clone, it would not harm Zhao Fu's main body. Moreover, there was no limit to how many clones he could control, and he could control as many as he wanted. That was how terrifying the evil spirit Abyss Flower's abilities were. Of course, only the flower ancestor had this sort of ability. Other people who obtained the evil spirit abyss flower would not have this sort of ability. Who are you? The goat godly spirit's body cried out in terror. It was the voice of the goat godly spirit's main body. Xiaofu smiled as he replied, Pantheon God Palace's Lord God. The goat godly spirit's heart sank and he felt quite terrified because his body had been controlled by this Pantheon God Palace's Lord God. It was said that the Pantheon God Palace's Lord God was an incredibly savage and ruthless person. Anyone who angered him would even kill his own people. Sensing his fear, Xiaofu's smile became even brighter as he said, right now, you only have two choices. The first is to submit to the Pantheon Palace, and the second is for me to wipe out your soul and turn your body into a puppet before controlling your body to join the Pantheon Palace. Facing these two choices, the goat godly spirit was not stupid. Since he had to submit anyway, he was quite decisive. Lord God, I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit to you. Please don't kill me. Xiaofu gave a pleased smile and withdrew his consciousness, and the goat godly spirit regained control of his body. The goat godly spirit let out a sigh of relief, but he did not dare to do anything because the demonic energy had turned into powerful restrictions that covered his body. If he dared to do anything, he would die without a doubt. Xiaofu pushed open the door and walked in, and the goat godly spirit immediately got off the bed and knelt on the ground. I greet Lord God Palace. Hearing this, Xiaofu smiled as he said, don't reveal this for now. Tomorrow, act as if you're willing to join the Pantheon God Palace, remember not to reveal anything. The goat godly spirit did not dare to refuse and obeyed, yes. Xiaofu gave a trace of a smile and did not say anything else before soundlessly disappearing. Only after seeing Xiaofu leave did the goat godly spirit relax and think to himself in shock, was this the terrifying power of the Pantheon God Palace's Lord God? It really wasn't fake, a single person could rule over so many godly spirits. After leaving the goat godly spirits faction, Xiaofu quickly went to another faction. This faction's godly spirit was a river god, and the god palace was near a large river. When Xiaofu snuck in, the godly spirit was not sleeping and was instead sitting cross-legged within the god palace with its eyes closed, absorbing the faith energy around it. The godly spirit was a woman with a graceful figure and tender skin. She wore a palace dress and had light blue hair. She looked quite young and was most likely a new god. There was also a group of soldiers standing guard outside, which made things more difficult. The godly spirit and the soldiers had to deal with them together. This was because if they attacked the soldiers, the godly spirit absorbing faith energy would sense it. Once the godly spirit sensed it and reacted, Xiaofu would be discovered, and the plan would fail. Xiaofu thought about it and went to a hidden corner. His eyes once again became blood-red roses and gave off a demonic light. A demonic aura flowed out from his body, causing him to seem quite terrifying. Xiaofu half-squatted down and placed a hand on the ground. A powerful wave of demonic energy flowed into the ground, and a black magic formation spread out from beneath Xiaofu's body, giving off a faint black light and a dense evil aura. Xiaofu closed his eyes and a formless energy spread out. Everything in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers was within Xiaofu's senses. No matter who it was, what creature it was, even a mosquito, nothing could escape from Xiaofu's senses. Now, Xiaofu was using one of the evil spirit abyss flower's powers. Through this sense, Xiaofu understood all of the information about the god palace. For example, where the godly spirit was and where the guards were. This godly spirit was quite careful. Apart from the guards on the surface, there were also soldiers in some hidden places. However, now that Xiaofu had seen through all of this was useless. Xiaofu once again pressed down with his hand on the ground, and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed out of the ground and slowly spread towards the god palace. Soon, the ground beneath the god palace was covered. At that moment, Xiaofu, who had his eyes closed, gave a trace of a smile. Since they had not sensed anything off, they would not have a chance. Swish, 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 countless pale white roots did not stretch out slowly like before. Instead, they stretched out from the ground at an extremely fast speed, not giving the soldiers and the gods any time to react. They were densely packed and wrapped around them like a cocoon formed by the roots. A massive wave of demonic energy flowed into their bodies, and the ordinary guards were naturally unable to resist at all. The godly spirit exploded out with a powerful aura, and the divinity within his body continuously trembled, giving off intense light as he tried to resist the demonic energy. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and once again pressed down on the ground, causing a massive wave of demonic energy to flow into the ground. Even more pale white vines shot out from the ground and covered the godly spirit's body, and an even greater wave of demonic energy flowed into the godly spirit's body. The godly spirit's body trembled and was unable to resist the demonic energy at all. As the demonic energy continuously flowed in, the godly spirit lost control of his body. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and smiled as he stood up and walked towards the god palace. After of this, Zhao Fu looked at the river god and looked at the countless pale white vines of the god of the god. It revealed the river god who was sitting cross-legged on the carpet. Or were they forced to serve me? The river god said angrily, is there no other choice? Zhao Fu chuckled and said, you've already fallen into my hands. What other choice do you want? The river god fell into deep thought and made a decision. All right. I can submit to you, and give me your hand. Zhao Fu could not help but laugh, and a wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed into the river god's body, causing a wave of heat to spread through his body. The river god's face became bright red and he angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Do you still want me to take my hand off you? Zhao Fu had an evil smile on his face as he caressed the river god's face. The river god couldn't help but reveal an expression of enjoyment. She was too embarrassed to speak because she really enjoyed this feeling. She didn't know what power that bastard Zhao Fu had used. Give them to me. The river deity blushed and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She couldn't help but say this seductively. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and sealed the 6 desires demonic chi within the river god's body. The river god returned to normal, and thinking about his request, the river god felt incredibly ashamed. She angrily looked at Zhao Fu, unable to say anything. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, tomorrow, you'll join the Pantheon Palace, understand? The river god lightly harumphed and did not reply to Zhao Fu's words. Zhao Fu's smile faded and he prepared to once again stretch out his hand. The river god immediately said in fear, I understand, I'll join the Pantheon Palace tomorrow. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he once again disappeared and went to another godly spirit faction. This faction had a flower goddess, but what was strange was that this flower goddess was not a woman but a fat man who was not very good looking. This was because his true form was a type of wolf venom flower, which looked like a lily and was black. However, it was quite bloated and looked quite ugly. It also had a very unpleasant smell and was extremely poisonous. After arriving at his faction, Zhao Fu found that he was sleeping on a bed with 2 handsome men. There were not many guards in the surroundings, and it seemed that this faction was attached to a powerful faction. It did not seem to be worried about anyone attacking it, and this faction did not give any face to the Pantheon Palace. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and sensed that there was no danger around him. He pressed a hand against the ground and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed out. Pale white tendrils shot out from the ground and quickly shot towards the 3 people on the bed. The ugly fatty was not weak and immediately sensed danger. Seeing the countless pale white tendrils shooting at him, the ugly fatty kicked the handsome man beside him and sent him flying towards the countless pale white tendrils. Zhao Fu's gaze gave off a cold intent as he released a barrier around the room, and an even greater wave of demonic energy flowed into the ground. The tendrils shot towards the handsome man, and even more tendrils suddenly stretched out as the ugly fatty exploded out with an aura. However, the tendrils flooded over him. Soon, the ugly fatty was bound by the pale white tendrils and lost the ability to resist. Zhao Fu's consciousness entered the fatty's body. The ugly fatty looked at Zhao Fu in terror and cried out, who are you? Don't kill me. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and did not have any intentions of subduing him, as he had been quite rude to the Pantheon Palace today. Countless traces of black demonic energy devoured the ugly fatty's soul. Zhao Fu had taken over the fatty's body and obtained some of the fatty's memories. He glanced at them and did not pay too much attention. That night, Zhao Fu controlled 12 godly spirits, and seeing that it was already dawn, he stopped. During this time, the plan went quite smoothly, and no one noticed anything. These godly spirits were the weakest in the surroundings, and they were the closest to the Pantheon Palace. After controlling them, they could directly fuse into the Pantheon Palace and greatly increase the Pantheon Palace's strength. As for some godly spirits, they were either quite far away or quite powerful, and Zhao could not control them, so he could only give up. After returning to the Pantheon Palace, Zhao started to wait. The various factions were the same as before, and Zhao looked over at the sheep god's faction. Seeing that the sky had brightened, the sheep god gathered the important figures of the various factions to the Pantheon Palace. After coming here, everyone felt quite confused and did not know what was going on. The sheep god sat on the throne and looked incredibly devout as he said, "I've already sensed the Pantheon Palace's god lord's majestic summons. I believe that he is the god that I believe in and your master." Hearing this, everyone looked quite confused. Yesterday, the sheep god had looked incredibly fearful of the Pantheon Palace and had been worried that the Pantheon Palace would attack them. Why had he changed so much in just one night? Moreover, he looked incredibly devout towards the Pantheon Palace. The sheep god continued, "The reason why I called you all here is to tell you that I plan to submit to the Pantheon Palace and become one of its godly spirits. I will forever be loyal to our great God Lord, and under his radiance, we will definitely live better lives." Hearing this, everyone was not too surprised. After all, the sheep god had said that he wanted to submit to the Pantheon Palace's God Lord, so they naturally thought that the sheep god would submit to the Pantheon Palace. It was just that the sheep god looked like he was sucking up to the Pantheon Palace's God Lord. He was an incredibly noble godly spirit, and everyone had to respect and believe in him. How could this be? Was this still the godly spirit that they believed in? Right now, the sheep god felt incredibly nervous because he could sense Zhao consciousness entering his body. If he did not give the order to submit to the Pantheon God Palace, he would definitely die. Then he would immediately lose control of his body. With Zhao in control, he would die a horrible death. At the same time, the goat god thought about how he had already submitted to Zhao, so he naturally had to put on a good performance. Facing a terrifying person like Zhao, even though he was a godly spirit, he had to flatter him. At that moment, a young man could not help but remind, "Esteemed God, you must understand that submitting to others also means that you will have to listen to their orders. Your status and authority will be reduced." Hearing this, the sheep-headed god coldly rebuked, "Submitting to the great Pantheon God Palace's God Lord is a supreme honor. His appearance is to rule over all gods. Do you think I shouldn't submit to him? Shouldn't listen to him? Is power and status still important?" When the young man heard these words, he was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Respected God, I have no objections. I am also willing to pledge allegiance to the great Pantheon Palace God Master." The people in the surroundings understood that the sheep-headed god was determined to submit to the Pantheon Palace regardless of any obstacles. The sheep-headed god was the leader of a faction, and since he had chosen to submit, they could not stop him. They could only half kneel and say in unison, "We are willing to pledge allegiance to the great Pantheon Palace God Master." Hearing this, the sheep-headed god gave a satisfied smile and gave out all sorts of orders. He collected all sorts of resources and told the commoners not to panic, and he had the soldiers strengthen security and make preparations to submit to the Pantheon Palace. Everyone obeyed the sheep-headed god's orders and turned to leave. "You've done well." Zhao voice sounded out in the sheep-headed god's mind. The sheep-headed god said in delight, "Of course, it is my honor to pledge allegiance to Sir God Master." Zhao lightly laughed and withdrew his consciousness from the sheep-headed god's body. Only then did the sheep-headed god let out a sigh of relief. The river god palace's river god saw that it was already bright and gathered the various city lords and generals. A slim and vivacious-looking woman came first. She had a good relationship with the river god. Seeing that the river god's face was still red, she smiled and hugged his arm as she said, "Sir River God, did you ask that handsome man to serve you last night? He looks so pretty and alluring today." The river god rolled his eyes at the woman and said, "I'm not that kind of woman." The woman came up to the river god's face and gave a teasing smile as she said, "Why is your face so red? Also, you have the scent of a man on you. I don't believe that nothing happened last night." The river god could not help but think of the scene of Zhao flirting with her, and she said shyly and angrily, "Nothing happened between me and that bastard." "Alright, stop fooling around, people will be here soon." The woman looked quite surprised. Something had really happened between the river god and a man last night, and seeing how red the river god was, it must have been quite something. Who was that man? Who could make a godly spirit act like this? Following this, everyone came to the palace. The woman let go of the river god's arm and retreated to the side. They had a very good relationship in private, but as a godly spirit, she had to maintain her dignity and could not be too close. Seeing that so many people had arrived, the river god announced, "I've decided to submit to the Pantheon Palace and become its godly spirit. I'll also hand over my faction to the Pantheon Palace." Everyone present went into an uproar. No one had expected the river god to say such a thing. When the Pantheon Palace had invited various godly spirits to join it, everyone thought that the godly spirit would lower his status and power and be restricted to join such a faction. No godly spirit would be so stupid. However, they had heard the godly spirit they believed in say such a thing, they simply could not believe it. It seemed that the river god had not intended to join them at all yesterday. How could he have made such an important decision in just one night? Everyone was puzzled by this. The woman next to him also looked quite confused and could not understand why the river god had given such an order. However, thinking about the river god's words, she suddenly understood something. The bastard that the river god had mentioned was most likely someone from the Pantheon Palace, and he had used some method to make the river god submit to the Pantheon Palace last night. A middle-aged man with a beard asked, "Why does Lord River God want to join the Pantheon Palace? Isn't our faction doing quite well now? If we join the Pantheon Palace, the River God's faction will no longer exist." The River God coldly replied, "I know this, but I've already made my decision. Just follow my orders and don't try to persuade me, I won't change my mind." Seeing this, everyone could only obey and no longer try to persuade the River God. The River God gave a series of orders, and everyone received them before turning and leaving the God Palace. Seeing everyone leave, the woman smiled and leaned towards the river god as she said, "That man from last night was from the Pantheon Palace, right? What kind of person was he to be able to subdue our beautiful river god?" Thinking about it, the river god felt quite angry. He was the Pantheon Palace's god lord. He was very domineering and had terrifying power. Back then, I was controlled by him without being able to resist at all, and that bastard used those despicable methods to deal with me. The woman was quite shocked. She had never thought that the Pantheon Palace's god lord would come to their faction. Now, everyone was filled with curiosity and fear towards this god lord who had suddenly appeared. Just what kind of person was he? He had established Pantheon Palace by himself and had rapidly taken down many godly spirit factions, causing Pantheon Palace to become one of the most powerful factions in this region. From this, it could be seen that this person was incredibly terrifying and mysterious. No one knew who he was and only knew that he had suddenly appeared here. The woman was also quite curious about Zhao Fu and smiled as she said, "River God, tell me in detail what happened last night." The river god's face became slightly red and he lightly nodded as he told her what had happened last night. After hearing what had happened, the woman smiled as she said, "This Pantheon Palace's god lord is quite charming, I'm starting to like him." The river god looked at her with a trace of anger as he said, "What's there to like about this kind of man? I hate people like him to death." The woman giggled as she said, "I don't think so. River god, it seems like you're starting to like him." The river god lightly harumphed as he said with certainty, "I'm not." However, after saying this, her face became even redder. The woman smiled and did not continue asking as she said, "I think that joining the Pantheon Palace is indeed the best choice. With how terrifying that Pantheon Palace's god lord is, the Pantheon Palace will become the most powerful faction here sooner or later." Hearing this, the river god gave a trace of a smile as he said, "I had a feeling about this, or else I wouldn't have submitted to him so easily." The woman continued to smile as she said, "Lord River God. Then when we go to the River God Palace, bring me along. I also want to see him. When the time comes, we can serve him together." The river god glared at the woman with a blushing face. The ugly fatty got off the bed, put on his clothes, opened the door, and came outside as he said coldly, "Pass down my orders, gather all the generals and city lords." The guard acknowledged the order and quickly left to convey the order of the ugly fatty. After that, the ugly fatty sat in the divine temple, waiting for the people from all sides to arrive. After everyone had arrived, the ugly fatty said, "I now announce that the faction has submitted to the Pantheon Temple. From now on, everyone will be a member of the Pantheon Temple." Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to react. They had never expected the ugly fatty to say something like that. Did he not throw away the Pantheon Temple's gift yesterday and even tell the Pantheon Temple's people to scram? Why did you change your allegiance to Pantheon today? Most people did not have any objections, nor did they dare to have any objections. The faction belonged to the ugly fatty, and they had to abide by his decisions. Moreover, the ugly fatty was quite ferocious. If you did not listen to his orders, you might be chopped into meat paste and fed to the wolf venom flowers. Normally, no one dared to go against his words. I don't agree. A beautiful woman with a fiery figure and wearing a red dress said rudely as she walked in with a group of people. Seeing this person, the generals did not dare to say anything and obediently retreated to the side. This was because the person who had come was the ugly fatty's wife, the daughter of a godly spirit from a large faction. That faction was the faction that the ugly fatty had submitted to. The ugly fatty was now under Zhao Fu's control, and Zhao Fu frowned. Because he had obtained the ugly fatty's memories, Zhao Fu understood this person's identity. The woman's beautiful eyes looked at the ugly fatty with disgust and she said with a trace of arrogance, if I really didn't come, an ugly pig like you would really think you're the leader of this faction. Don't you know that this faction belongs to the Earth God? As the Earth God's daughter, I'm the leader of this faction. Also, since you gave the order to submit to Pantheon, you're betraying the Earth God. Get down here and kowtow, and I'll spare your pig life. The group of people behind her also stared coldly at the ugly fatty, not at all polite. Everyone else obediently stood by the side, not daring to say anything. Hearing the woman's words, Zhao Fu, who was controlling the ugly fatty, could not help but feel angry as he said, what if I say no? The woman coldly harumphed, you're seeking death. Back then, I married you for your divinity, and now, I'm going to take your divinity in advance. The woman stretched out her hand and a flower mark appeared on her palm, and a wave of power flowed towards the ugly fatty. This was the power that could control the ugly fatty's soul, and without this mark, the woman would not have dared to speak like she had before. The power flowed towards the ugly fatty, but the ugly fatty was completely fine. This caused the woman to feel quite startled, and she hurriedly tried a few more times. She sent out a few more waves of power, but they were completely useless against the ugly fatty. A stunned expression appeared on the woman's face. This was because the ugly fatty's soul had long since disappeared, and it was now Zhao Fu who was controlling the body. The ugly fatty savagely grinned. The woman felt quite startled and hurriedly said to the people behind her, hurry and protect her and escape from here. The people behind her understood that something was off, and they immediately protected the woman and prepared to leave. The ugly fatty stretched out a hand and a massive wave of power flowed out, grabbing those people's heads and clenching his fist. Bang, bang. Bang, one by one, their heads exploded, causing blood and brain matter to splatter everywhere. The smell of blood spread out. The others were so frightened that they did not dare to say anything. The woman's body was covered with a lot of blood, and she looked quite terrified as she said, you can't kill me, my mother is the Earth God. The ugly fatty coldly laughed as he said, I won't kill you. After destroying your faction, I'll make your mother and your sisters kneel before me and serve me, and then I'll properly teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha, who am I? Who do you think I am? Zhao Fu did not bother hiding his tone and looked at the woman as he said arrogantly and domineeringly. Facing Zhao Fu's powerful aura, the woman's face became pale and she quickly thought. She suddenly understood and said coldly, you're from the Pantheon Palace, which is why you controlled that ugly pig to join the Pantheon Palace. Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said, that's right. Not only am I from the Pantheon Palace, but I'm also their God Lord. The woman coldly laughed as she pointed at Zhao Fu and said to the people around her, did you hear that? He's no longer that ugly pig, he's the Pantheon Palace's God Lord, and you still have to kill him. Everyone looked at Zhao Fu and hesitated, wondering if they should listen to the woman's words. The woman continued to call out, he's already controlled that ugly pig, and there's no saving it. If you kill him, I'll heavily reward you in the future. Hearing this, some people could not help but want to attack. After all, Zhao Fu had controlled their God Lord, so he was their enemy. Boom, a terrifying aura exploded out from the ugly fatty's body and flooded out like a flood, covering everything in the surroundings. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and everyone present felt as if they had fallen into an abyss, causing their souls to feel terror. Kneel. Submit to me. Zhao Fu's domineering voice sounded out, and everyone knelt on the ground in fear, their bodies trembling. Facing this power, they did not have any courage to resist. The woman also felt terror and knelt on the ground, her body continuously trembling as she pleaded, "Don't kill me, I can properly serve you now." Zhao Fu controlled the ugly fatty's body and walked down from above. He lifted the woman's chin and said domineeringly, "I said that I wouldn't kill you, and I'll properly experience being served by you, your mother, and your sisters. Also, I'm not a fatty, so it's best if you speak politely." The woman was so afraid that tears welled up in her eyes as she hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, I understand. Lord will definitely properly serve you." Zhao Fu sneered, and a huge amount of demonic qi poured into the woman's body, controlling her body. Then, Zhao Fu turned to the people kneeling on the ground. With a wave of his hand, streams of light shot into their bodies. "Now, listen to my orders. Don't leak this matter." "Yes. We understand." They didn't dare to hesitate or refuse Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu's lips curled up into a smile. "Lord God. Before I came here, I sent someone to report the news to my mother. Maybe she will be here soon. I'm sorry, God Master. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. If I had known that I would submit to Sir God Master, I would have served Sir God Master well and wouldn't have called my mother over." Sensing that the aura had taken control of her body, the woman looked quite afraid as she spoke nervously. She was afraid that if her mother suddenly came here, Zhao Fu would immediately kill her. Zhao Fu, however, did not seem to mind. He laughed and said, "She came to walk into the trap, which is exactly what I wanted." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying godly aura burst out from the sky, forming a terrifying might that covered the entire area. Zhao Fu had a trace of arrogance on his face as he picked up the woman on the ground and walked out of the temple. There was a middle-aged woman wearing a yellow dress standing in the sky. Her figure was quite mature and her breasts were quite big. Her skin was like jade and her looks were quite beautiful. She gave off a benevolent aura. Seeing Zhao Fu walk out while hugging her daughter, the beautiful woman understood what had happened and asked coldly, "Son-in-law, what did you do to my daughter?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Mother-in-law. Ling don't you think she's fine? If you don't believe me, you can ask Ling." The girl's name was Di Ling, and she smiled stiffly. The beautiful woman coldly harumphed and did not continue to ask about this matter. Instead, she said, "Good son-in-law. I heard that you want to betray me and join that pantheon?" Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "That's right. Mother-in-law, how about you join the pantheon as well? If you and your daughter serve me well, I can give you a good position." The beautiful woman did not understand Zhao Fu's words and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "You're not Wolfbane, you're from the pantheon, right?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "That's right, and I'm a god lord." "Mother-in-law, what do you think? Are you willing to serve me?" The beautiful woman looked quite angry as she said, "You're seeking death." Boom, the beautiful woman waved her hand and a massive yellow energy spread out, forming a 6-meter-long rhombus that gave off terrifying force as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless because this was not his main body but the fat man's body. He could only use the evil spirit abyss flower's power. Boom, a massive wave of black evil energy exploded out from Zhao Fu's body as massive pale white roots grew out of the ground and gave off terrifying power as they smashed towards the rhombus rocks. Bang, bang, bang. The rhombus rocks were sent flying by the countless pale white roots, and the beautiful woman's expression fell as she stretched out a hand towards the countless roots and a terrifying power flowed out. The hand gave off an intense yellow light, and yellow ripples of light, bringing with them a terrifying gravitational force, quickly spread out. Bang! Bang! The countless pale white roots were shattered by the yellow ripples of light, causing them to fly everywhere like a rain of wood. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's body disappeared and reappeared behind the beautiful woman. He gathered all of his divinity's power into his fist, causing it to give off black flames that seemed to twist the space around it. The beautiful woman felt quite startled and quickly tried to turn and defend, releasing a defensive barrier around her body. Boom! Zhao Fu's fist contained terrifying force that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it slammed against the defensive barrier. The defensive barrier was like a boulder that heavily crashed into the ground, causing the ground to crack and open up a crater that was dozens of meters wide. Within the crater, the defensive barrier had already been destroyed, and the beautiful woman lay on the ground with a trace of blood leaking out of her lips. She looked at Zhao Fu in extreme fury, wanting to crush Zhao Fu into paste. Boom! A massive wave of divine power exploded out from the beautiful woman's body as her body gave off intense divine light, forming terrifying gales. Zhao Fu's eyes became blood-red roses as he stretched out a hand towards the beautiful woman and shouted, "Seal!" Boom! Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the beautiful woman exploded out with all of her divine power, causing intense god light to flow out. A massive force pushed the pale white roots away, giving off a terrifying aura. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he once again stretched out a hand towards the beautiful woman, and a massive wave of evil demonic power once again flowed out from his body. Boom! The pale white roots gave off even more terrifying power and flowed towards the beautiful woman. The intense god light was unable to stop the roots, and in the end, the beautiful woman was bound by the countless roots and a massive wave of evil demonic power entered her body. The evil demonic power continuously flowed into her body, slowly taking control of her body. The beautiful woman's expression was quite unsightly and her consciousness became more and more hazy. In the end, Zhao Fu obtained control of the beautiful woman. However, Zhao Fu was now controlling the ugly fatty's body, and he had used up a lot of his evil demonic power. Boom, boom. Boom! Suddenly, explosions sounded out as a few figures giving off massive amounts of divine power suddenly descended. All sorts of divine light shined out, causing the weather to change. Zhao Fu's expression slightly fell. Most of his evil demonic power had been used up, and only the fatty's divine power had not been used yet. The people who had come were 6 women. The first had a graceful figure and wore a white dress. She had a cold expression and was called Dileng. The second had tender skin and a slim figure. She had a delicate and pretty face and was called Di Shui. The third had a seductive figure and gave off a trace of unruliness. She was called Di Lan. The fourth gave off a savage aura and was beautiful. She wore black clothes and was called Di Yin. The fifth was tall and slim and gave off a noble aura. She was called Di Yu. The sixth was beautiful and gave off a gentle and quiet aura. She was called Di Jing. The 6 women were all the earth god's daughters, and they were all godly spirits. Her faction was quite powerful, and including her, there were 7 godly spirits in total. If Di Ling had obtained the wolfbane, which was the ugly fatty's divinity, her faction would have reached the level of an 8-brother godly spirit. Moreover, she would have devoured the wolfbane's entire faction, and their faction would have become more powerful. It was a pity that because of Zhao Fu's appearance, all of their plans had been disrupted. They had sensed that their mother was in danger, and had immediately descended with powerful auras. Looking at the densely packed white roots, but unable to hear his mother's voice, Di coldly said, "What did you do to my mother? Say it. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Zhao Fu looked at the 6 women in front of him and smiled as he said, "Your mother is in those roots. Kill me? Do you have that kind of strength?" Hearing this, the women looked at the densely packed roots and saw that there was no longer any movement. They were shocked, thinking that their mothers had been killed by Zhao Fu. However, after sensing that their mother was still alive, they heaved a sigh of relief. Earthine said with a murderous look, "Where did you get the power to defeat our mother?" Diling's beautiful eyes sized up Zhao Fu. "He's not wolfbane. His demeanor and aura are different. Someone must have taken control of wolfbane's body. Otherwise, with wolfbane's strength, how could he have defeated our mother? Also, he was afraid when he saw the 6 of us. Of course, he wouldn't be like this." Earthine said to Zhao Fu, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu smiled and quickly recovered his power. He planned to stall for time and said, "Who am I? Make a guess." Dileng coldly harumphed, "We're not interested. Sisters, kill him and save our mother. We'll dig out wolfbane's divinity and give it to our 7th sister." The other women also responded in unison. Zhao Fu wanted to stall for time and recover his devil spirit power, so he immediately said, "I can tell you who I am." Dileng directly said, "Don't listen to him. His aura is quite weak, and he must have used up a lot of energy fighting with our mother. Don't give him a chance to recover." Boom, boom. Boom, the other women did not hesitate and waved their hands, blasting out terrifying divine power towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu's devil spirit power was too weak, so he could only use Wolfbane's divinity's power. A godly spirit aura exploded out, and a black energy barrier appeared, covering Xiao Fu's body. Bang, the 6 waves of divine power slammed against the barrier, and the massive power sent Xiao Fu flying back. He heavily crashed into the ground and opened up a large crater. The 6 goddesses were not weak, and Wolfbane's divine power could not compare to theirs. If Xiao Fu's main body was here, he would not have to fear the 6 goddesses. However, he was controlling Wolfbane's body, so he was too weak. Within the crater, a trace of blood leaked out of Xiao Fu's lips as he climbed up from the ground. He coldly looked at the 6 goddesses and started to use his remaining devil spirit power. 6 pale white spears appeared in the surroundings and gave off terrifying power as they shot towards the 6 goddesses. Facing the 6 pale white spears, the 6 goddesses looked quite disdainful. They swung their weapons, sending out cold lights that shattered the pale white spears without any pressure. Xiao Fu's blood-red rose-like eyes gave off a bewitching light, and Xiao Fu's body started to turn into a plant. His body became a pale white plant, and his hands became sharp claws, looking quite terrifying. At the same time, Xiao Fu's power continuously became stronger. Now, Xiao Fu's body had completely gone into the devil spirit power, and he exploded out with devil spirit power. Boom, Xiao Fu gave off a terrifying aura as he leapt into the sky and slashed out with his claws. 5 pale white crescents containing terrifying power flew towards the 6 goddesses. The goddesses' expressions slightly fell as they swung their weapons, sending out a cold light that shattered the pale white crescents. By now, Xiao Fu had reached one of the goddesses, and his sharp claws gave off ferocious aura as they grabbed towards her. The goddess' expression became cold as she sent power into her sword and vigorously stabbed out, sending out a sharp sword light containing shocking power towards Xiao Fu. Swish, 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 Xiao Fu's outstretched hand turned into pale white roots that gave off evil power as they shot towards the goddess. The sharp sword light cut apart a few pale white roots, but even more pale white roots shot towards the goddess. The goddess was given a big fright and hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier. The pale white roots tightly wrapped around the defensive barrier and vigorously pressed down, causing cracks to appear on the defensive barrier. The other goddesses hurriedly rushed towards Xiao Fu, their weapons giving off cold lights as they prepared to attack Xiao Fu. Suddenly, Xiao Fu gave off shocking power as his back bulged and pale white roots containing terrifying power shot towards the incoming goddesses. At that moment, Xiao Fu's hand, which had turned into countless tendrils, grabbed out, causing the countless tendrils to shrink. Bang, the goddess' defensive barrier shattered, and the goddess' expression became quite unsightly. Countless tendrils quickly wrapped around her, and the goddess exploded out with a wave of divine power, wanting to resist. However, a massive wave of demonic energy flowed into her. The goddess quickly lost control of her body, and her consciousness became hazy before she lost control of her body. The other goddesses slashed apart the tendrils and rushed in front of Xiao Fu. They sent immense power into their weapons, causing them to give off boundless cold light as they slashed towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu grabbed the unconscious goddess's body and threw her towards them, causing them to immediately retract their power and curse out, "Despicable." 2 goddesses attacked from the other side, and Xiao Fu's other hand turned into countless tendrils. He vigorously swung out, giving off immense power as he slammed towards the 2 goddesses. Chi, 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 the 2 goddesses held their swords and vigorously slashed out, cutting apart the tendrils, causing the severed tendrils to fly everywhere. Xiao Fu gave off a powerful aura as he rushed in front of them. The tendrils gathered into 2 massive fists and punched out, giving off shocking power as they slammed into the 2 goddesses' bodies. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds sounded out as the 2 goddesses' bodies flew back and crashed into the ground, opening up 2 large craters. Inferno looked furious and exploded out with all of his godly spirit power. A green aura flame appeared around his body as he vigorously swung his sword, sending out an enormous sword light containing terrifying power towards Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu felt quite startled and stretched out countless pale white tendrils, forming a semicircular barrier in front of him. Bang! The sword light was incredibly terrifying and slashed apart the semicircular barrier. The massive power sent Xiao Fu flying back and heavily crashed onto the ground, smashing open a large crater and coughing up a mouthful of blood. Netherworld held his sword and gave off a powerful aura as he charged at Xiao Fu with killing intent. Xiao Fu, who was lying on the ground, stretched out a hand and an evil demonic energy flowed out. His hand turned into countless roots that gave off ferocious power as they shot towards the earth nether, giving off terrifying sounds. Earthyu's face was cold as he continuously slashed with the sword in his hand. He sent out many sword lights and cut off countless roots. The distance between them and Xiao Fu was getting closer and closer. Xiao Fu coldly harumphed, and his body erupted with a terrifying demonic power. Right now, Xiao Fu was burning the Wolfbane's life to stimulate the demonic power. A black wave of light spread out, and a demonic aura spread out. Swish swish swish, pale white roots that were as thick as an arm shot out from the ground towards the earth nether with great power. Earthyu's expression fell and she continuously slashed out with her sword, sending out sword lights that cut apart the pale white roots. However, there were simply too many of them. Not only did they shoot over from the front, but they also surrounded Earthyu from the sides. Suddenly, a pale white root shot out from a corner and bound Earthyu's foot before pulling downwards, causing Earthyu to lose her balance. A large number of pale white vines shot towards her, causing Earthgloom's expression to become startled. She swung the sword in her hand, slashing out sword lights that cut apart the pale white vines that shot over. However, there were even more pale white vines that wrapped around Earthgloom's body. Boom, an explosion sounded out as Earthyu hurriedly exploded out with terrifying divine power, wanting to break free, but a terrifying wave of evil demonic power suddenly flowed into her body. Earthyu's expression became quite unsightly and she found that she was starting to lose control of her body. The other four goddesses hurriedly attacked Xiao Fu, and massive cold lights slashed towards Xiao Fu. Swish, swish. Swish, even more massive pale white roots grew out from the ground, forming a protective barrier that protected Xiao Fu's body. Bang, bang. Bang, the beams of cold light slammed into the protective barrier, causing loud sounds to ring out. Countless roots were severed, and the ground also collapsed from the force. Rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. One of the goddesses flew to Earthyu's side and vigorously swung her sword, cutting apart the pale white roots that had wrapped around Earthyu. However, Earthyu had already lost consciousness. The roots that had wrapped around her were cut apart, and her body fell to the ground. The goddesses hurriedly hugged Earthyu's body and examined it. The other three goddesses looked at the dust-filled crater, and after the dust settled, Xiao Fu's body appeared in front of the three goddesses. There was a wound on Xiao Fu's body that continuously leaked out blood. However, the pale white roots wrapped around the wound, causing it to quickly heal. However, Xiao Fu's face was quite pale. That attack just then had taken quite a bit of damage, and now, Xiao Fu was burning this body's life force. Seeing that Xiao Fu was not dead yet, the three goddesses coldly harumphed and gave off powerful auras as they rushed at Xiao Fu. Xiao Fu got up from the ground and used the last bit of his evil demon power to condense his hand, which had turned into countless roots, into a single root towards the three goddesses. At the top of the rhizomes, a massive flower bud grew, and the surrounding heaven and earth power continuously gathered. The flower bud gave off an intensely bewitching, evil, and dark aura, and it blossomed into a rose-like flower that gave off a dreamlike light. Seeing that evil flower, the three goddesses gave off powerful auras and their bodies gradually stopped. Their eyes lost their light as if they had fallen into an illusion, and the evil power continuously corroded them. Seeing this scene, the goddess hugging Earthyu felt quite startled and hurriedly sent all of her divine power into her sword, causing it to give off boundless light. The sword gave off an extremely terrifying power. Xing, the goddess vigorously slashed out with her sword, and a massive crescent flew out, giving off incredibly sharp power. It cut off the evil flower's roots, causing it to wither and disappear. The three goddesses returned to normal and looked at Xiao Fu with lingering fear. They felt that the person in front of them was quite terrifying, and they had almost lost all of their resistance. Xiao Fu's expression fell because that was his only evil demon power, and after using it, he no longer had any evil demon power. Moreover, because Xiao Fu had burned too much of his life force, his body quickly weakened. The three goddesses' expressions were cold as they vigorously stabbed out, and three massive sword lights containing immense power shot towards Xiao Fu, cutting Zhao Fu's body into countless pieces. This report was about how they viewed Pantheon and whether they wanted to start a war against Pantheon. If they wanted to do anything, Pantheon naturally had to make preparations. The results were not surprising. The various factions' hostility towards Pantheon was now even more intense than last time because Pantheon had become even more powerful. However, they had not directly attacked Pantheon yet, and it seemed that they were waiting for an opportunity. Thinking to there, Zhao Fu dismounted and gave orders to digest these people as quickly as possible and strengthen the training of the new soldiers to prepare for war. After putting down this report, Zhao Fu picked up a few more and started to look through them. Di Ling looked at her mother and her 6 big sisters hanging in the air, continuously twisting their bodies in pain and making those sounds. She felt incredibly uncomfortable and her eyes became filled with tears. Mother! 6 big sisters! Now that our faction has fused with Pantheon, and the residents and soldiers have been taken over by Pantheon, we no longer have any chance to resist. You should all submit to the God Lord. 3 of the goddesses wanted to submit to Zhao Fu, and they looked at Zhao Fu hungrily. However, because their other sisters and mother did not say anything, they could not say anything. At that moment, the Earth Goddess started to hesitate. She had fallen into Zhao Fu's hands, and her faction belonged to Pantheon. She could not resist at all, and if she did not submit, she would be continuously tortured by Zhao Fu. Thinking to there, the Earth Goddess felt incredibly ashamed. Her hands were tied together and she was hanging in the air. She was not wearing any clothes, and that bastard had sent some sort of power into her for her to have such a great reaction. At that moment, Di Ling continued to persuade her, Mother. If you submit to the God Lord, you won't have to suffer so much anymore, the God Lord will dote on you. The Earth Goddess thought for a while and could not take it anymore. She gritted her teeth and nodded as she lightly nodded. Di Ling immediately happily ran over to Zhao Fu's side and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she said, God Lord. Mother is willing to submit to you, so you can let them go. Hearing this, Zhao Fu raised his head and glanced at the beautiful woman in midair. The beautiful woman also looked at Zhao Fu with a trace of passion, but she felt ashamed and turned her head away. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the chains that bound their hands loosened. Their bodies fell from midair and fell powerlessly to the ground. At the same time, Zhao Fu grasped and a formless energy flowed out, sealing the 6 desires demonic chi within the women's bodies. The beautiful woman and the others also returned to normal, but the blush on their faces did not recede. Zhao Fu turned his head and revealed a trace of a smile. Help your mother and sisters put on some clothes. After you recover your strength, come find me at the Pantheon Palace. Di Ling was a little surprised and said with a red face, God Lord, didn't you want me, mother, and sisters to serve you together? Now, we are all prepared to receive the Lord God's favor. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, when we have time. There are important matters to take care of right now. Di Ling felt quite disappointed and thought of something as she said shyly, God Lord, I'm still a virgin, I haven't been touched by Wolfsbane. Also, Wolfsbane is actually an intersex person, it is both a man's thing and a woman's thing. Zhao Fu already knew about this because Zhao Fu had controlled his body. This was one of the reasons why Zhao Fu was at ease with Wolfsbane's body. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, I know. Following this, Zhao Fu stood up and left the room. Di Ling smiled as she came to her mother and big sister's side and took out some clothes for them. Seeing Zhao Fu leave, the beautiful woman asked in disappointment, didn't that bastard say he wanted us to serve him together? Why is he leaving now? Di Ling smiled as she said, the Lord God said that he had some matters to take care of, so he left first. However, he will take care of me, mother, and my 6 big sisters in the future. The beautiful woman's expression eased up a bit and she took the clothes from Di Ling. The other women quickly put on their clothes, and their faces were still burning hot. The humiliation from before had not receded, and they felt that Zhao Fu was simply too evil and shameless. After a while, the beautiful woman and the other women recovered some of their strength, and Di Ling brought them to the Pantheon Palace. The beautiful woman and the other women came to the Pantheon Palace and looked at the black marble floor, exquisite white walls, and the statues at the center. There was also a platinum-colored spear stabbed into the platform at the center, and they all looked quite shocked. Among them, there were already a few statues of them placed in the outer area. The statues gathered together gave off a godly might, giving off a formless pressure. It was as if they were facing true gods, and they gave off a solemn and holy aura. The beautiful woman's eyes fell on the 10,000 god spear on the platform, and her heart trembled because she could sense the aura of many godly spirit legacies within it. Not only is the Pantheon Palace called the Pantheon Palace, but it also has a legacy item. Moreover, this legacy power is so powerful, no wonder he said that he was the Lord God and ruled over countless godly spirits. Now that he has this legacy item, he has the right to be the Lord God and rule over countless godly spirits. Thinking about that, the beautiful woman felt quite shocked and could not help but feel quite excited. She had a feeling that the Pantheon Palace might really be able to rule over all godly spirits in the future. If she joined the Pantheon Palace early, her status would become higher and higher, and she would be countless times better than before. Now, the great Earth God did not regret her words and gave a trace of a smile. Zhao Fu stood on the platform, and Di Ling brought the great Earth God's women over and bowed as she said, "Lord God, we're here." Zhao Fu had just absorbed the godly spirit's divine power and had them send their divine power into the 10,000 god spear, strengthening its power. Zhao Fu looked at them and said, "Now, send your divine power into the spear. Those with legacy power and those without legacy power, send your divine power." The great Earth God's women obeyed and stood by the side. They stretched out a hand and a massive wave of godly spirits flowed out, forming waves of different powers that flowed into the 10,000 god spear. The 10,000 god spear continuously absorbed this divine power and gave off all sorts of divine light, and its aura became stronger and stronger. In the end, the 10,000 god spear absorbed countless traces of divine power and once again became stronger, and the Pantheon Palace's stats once again became stronger. Zhao Fu had already absorbed their divine power before teaching them, so he did not need to absorb any more. Seeing how pale their faces were, Zhao Fu smiled and had them go down to recover their strength. Sensing Zhao Fu's concern, the great Earth God gave a trace of a smile and took her daughters to recover their strength. She planned to have a good chat with Zhao Fu when she had time. Now that the 10,000 god spear had absorbed 38 godly spirits' divine power, its power was quite monstrous. Zhao Fu pulled out the 10,000 god spear and swung it a few times, causing terrifying ripples to spread out. Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied as he put the 10,000 god spear back in. Zhao Fu did not have any plans because he had just fused with so many factions and needed some time to digest them. As such, Zhao Fu could not do anything. After returning to the 10,000 god palace, Zhao Fu was taking care of some matters. The Jade Goddess looked quite displeased as she walked in and said, "What were you doing with those goddesses in the room? I saw them powerlessly walk out with red faces." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I didn't do much, I just tamed them." The Jade Goddess gave a trace of a smile as she sat on Zhao Fu's body and wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's waist as she said somewhat shyly, "You said that you were going to spoil me first. Don't do anything to the other goddesses first." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged the Jade Goddess and lightly nodded before asking, "Have you made any progress on the things I asked you to look into?" Now that his faction had become powerful, he had the ability to gather information. Zhao Fu had the Jade Goddess look into information about the time god or things that contained the attribute of time. The Jade Goddess replied, "I did not find anything. There are not many godly spirits related to time in the godly spirit world, and their power is quite terrifying. They have the ability to change time in an area." Zhao Fu frowned as he said, "Everything is different from what I expected. Even though there are time gods in the godly spirit world, there are very few of them." According to the Jade Goddess, being able to control time in an area is quite terrifying. No matter what kind of situation they are in, they can use time to reverse time and return to an advantageous position. If they cannot win, they can also use time to return to a certain place. They are incredibly difficult to deal with. As such, in the godly spirit world, time gods are very powerful godly spirits. Zhao Fu said somewhat disappointedly, "Continue to gather information about this." The Jade Goddess felt quite confused as she asked, "Why are you looking for these things? Are they useful to you?" Zhao Fu grunted. "You'll know in the future." She then said, "Actually, it's not like I didn't gain anything this time. I heard that King of Pantheons event will be starting again." Zhao Fu already knew that the god territory was the central region of the godly spirit world. However, the King of Gods did not know this, so he asked, "Tell me the details." The Jade Goddess smiled and began to explain to Zhao Fu. God's Domain's King of Pantheon was jointly organized by the various major powers of God's Domain. It was held once every 9 years, and it was the largest event in God's Domain, attracting the attention of the entire God's Domain. Every time, the various deities would come, and there would be all sorts of deities. The god of time that Zhao Fu was looking for would most likely be there. If Zhao Fu went there, he would definitely find the god of time. Hearing this, Zhao Fu couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. Many young gods would compete intensely in this event, and the final victor would be given the title of God's King. This was a supreme glory, and they would receive the blessing of the entire godly spirit world's fate. They would truly be the God's King in name. Of course, this title would only be given for 9 years. After 9 years, the King of Gods event would be held again, and a new King of Gods would be born. Everyone could only participate in this event once, and if they lost this opportunity, they would never be able to become the King of Gods in this lifetime. As such, the various deities attached great importance to this event. During this event, people who obtained different rankings would receive rewards, and the top 100 people would receive them. After all, it was the largest event in the godly spirit world, so the rewards would naturally be quite valuable. What made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted was that the first place reward, which was the King of Gods reward, was the God's Fire. The God's Fire was a type of flame that was formed from countless godly flames. It had the power to burn gods, and it was one of the most terrifying flames in the world. If one could fuse it into one's body, one would be able to directly control this terrifying power. The reason why Zhao Fu was so delighted was not that Zhao Fu wanted to fuse with the God's Fire, but that he could use it to forge a primordial cauldron, which would give the spirit maiden the ability to refine the world's consciousness. The primordial cauldron's main material was the origin god iron, which Zhao Fu had obtained in the Outlander realm. The Tao-seeking stone was the core material, which could be found on the Alchemy World Exchange stone steel. Now, Qin was continuously earning points to exchange for the Tao-seeking stone. The final material for the primordial cauldron was an extremely terrifying flame. It would be best if it was one of the most terrifying flames in the world, and the God's Fire completely fulfilled this requirement. If he could obtain the God's Fire and the origin god iron, he could exchange for the Tao-seeking stone and give it to the spirit maiden to forge the primordial cauldron. With the primordial cauldron, the spirit maiden would be able to devour the consciousnesses of the various worlds and become an existence similar to the Heaven Awaken world. When he thought of that, Zhao Fu could not help but feel excited and asked, "When will the King of Gods event start?" The Jade Goddess pouted and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? There's still half a year before it starts, there's no point in rushing over now." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and thought to himself, half a year? There's still so much time left? Indeed, there's no need to rush. Let's develop the Pantheon Palace first before heading to the God Domain. As such, he smiled and said, "I understand, this information is very useful to me." The Jade Goddess felt quite happy and smiled. "That's good. What do you plan to do now, Pantheon Palace?" Zhao Fu thought for a moment before replying, "I'll first digest the devoured factions and then destroy the larger factions in the surroundings so that the Pantheon Palace will not be in any danger. When that time comes, I'll leave the Pantheon Palace to the 5 of you. I'll also be leaving to go to the God Domain." The Jade Goddess said somewhat unhappily, "You're not going to take me with you? I want to go to the God Domain with you. I've never been to that place before, so I can go and have a look. As for the factions, I'll leave them to the 4 of them." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That won't do. I don't know what we'll encounter on the way. Also, isn't it better for you to stay here as the palace master?" The Jade Goddess said worriedly, "I'm just worried about a bad person like you. If you hook up with another goddess and come back to cripple us, what will we do? I feel that staying by your side is safer." This sort of military matter had to be dealt with seriously, or the consequences would be severe. If they were still an army like before and were all familiar with each other, some people might be dissatisfied with Pantheon and want to rebel against Pantheon, and it would be easy for others to rebel as well. Moreover, they were all within Pantheon, and their people were all gathered together. As long as they attacked Pantheon, they would be able to take down large areas and cause great destruction. Zhao Fu had to split up these forces, which would form a new army. However, this army would no longer belong to the previous faction but to Pantheon. At the same time, he strengthened military discipline, and some soldiers who were dissatisfied with Pantheon would be immediately executed. Even though they were a part of Pantheon, if they were not dealt with as soon as possible, they would be a disaster. They had to die, and this would allow them to establish the prestige that they deserved among the soldiers. As for the various generals, they came from various factions. Some had outstanding abilities, and some did not. Zhao Fu handed this matter to the Iron and Stone Goddess. She was quite skilled in managing military affairs. Zhao Fu felt that the Iron and Stone Goddess was quite capable. Some outstanding generals could be put in important positions, and Zhao Fu would not kill those who were not capable. He would give them some money and have them do other things. The reason he gave them money was because they were all generals. Even if they were not put in important positions, they would at least receive some benefits. Only then would they be convinced. After dealing with military matters, Zhao Fu turned his attention to internal affairs. The current pantheon was centered around the Jade Goddess faction. It had originally been a very small faction, and it did not have many buildings and measures. Zhao Fu mobilized a large number of people to construct all sorts of buildings and measures. Some of the people at the borders also needed to be gathered together. There were often battles at the borders, and if commoners were there, not only would they die easily, but they would also be taken by others and become commoners of other factions. Gathering them together was not only to protect them but also to prevent them from running away. They also needed to construct many houses and other buildings, and Zhao Fu once again sent people to help. 4 days later, the situation had stabilized, and Zhao Fu brought the 5 goddesses to the army to investigate. "Greetings, Divine Master." Countless soldiers knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. Their voices reverberated in all directions, carrying with them a divine dignity. Zhao Fu smiled and asked them to get up. These soldiers were dressed in white armor and stood in an orderly manner. Their expressions were dignified and serene, and they gave off powerful auras, causing the air to seem to freeze. Even from far away, one could sense how terrifying this place was. At the very front, there were many military flags. The flagpole was made of white metal, and the flag cloth was also white. However, there were different patterns printed on them. There were black iron swords, golden helmets, cyan shields, green trees, blue rivers, gray flowers, silver snakes, blood-red tigers, purple clouds. Each flag represented an army. This was not done by Zhao Fu, but by the goddess of iron and stone who had completely broken up the soldiers and rebuilt them. At the same time, there were different commanders and generals. Now that Zhao Fu was the supreme commander, all of the soldiers and generals had to obey him. The godly spirits only had a small amount of military power, and none of the godly spirits could gather a large number of soldiers without Zhao Fu's permission. Looking at these soldiers, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. The goddess of iron and stone gave a trace of a smile as she said, "How is it? I'm doing quite well, right?" Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The goddess of iron and stone smiled as she said, "Now that these soldiers have gone through a few days of training, they have grasped the 10,000 godly power within their bodies and will be able to use it. However, if they want to use this 10,000 godly power, they will need a lot of training." Zhao Fu nodded and said, "I'll leave the rest to you then." The goddess of iron and stone happily bowed and smiled as she said, "Thank you, Divine Master. I won't let you down." The goddess of iron and stone lightly laughed as she said, "You're still calling me iron and stone? We're all calling you husband, so if you belong to us, don't blame us." The goddess of iron and stone's face became red and she rolled her eyes at the goddess of iron and stone as she said, "We're in front of the army, so we naturally have to be respectful. In private, I'll call you husband." Zhao Fu did not mind their words and looked at the Pantheon Palace's soldiers as he said, "Now, we can meet the commoners." The goddess of iron and stone gave a trace of a smile as she said, "Husband, I've already prepared this matter. The commoners are waiting to meet you, the ruler of the 10,000 gods, the supreme existence of the Pantheon Palace." Zhao Fu smiled as he nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the goddess of iron and stone to a white building that was 100 meters tall. This building had a Gothic style, and there were exquisite carvings on the walls. At the center of the building, there was a road. The road was 6 meters wide, and the ground was covered with a white carpet and sprinkled with white flowers. At the end of the road was a round stone stage, and there were two dignified and holy statues of soldiers on either side. There were countless people gathered below. There were simply too many of them to count. Zhao Fu came to the top of the building and put on a white cloak. He walked out of the building and followed the road to the stage. The countless commoners below looked incredibly excited and made all sorts of noises. Some were filled with admiration, some were filled with respect, and some were filled with praise. Following this, the commoners all knelt on the ground and clasped their hands together as they devoutly looked at Zhao Fu on the stone stage. This was because to them, Zhao Fu was an existence above godly spirits. He was a god that was even greater than godly spirits. Zhao Fu loved that the commoners were so fervent towards him, and he could not help but smile. His plan from before had been very successful, and the Pantheon Palace should have established a faction like this. "My subjects, rise." Zhao Fu also spoke, his voice filled with dignity and reverberating throughout the entire battlefield. It was the first time that the commoners had seen Zhao Fu, and hearing that Zhao Fu had become even more excited, the scene became even more lively. No matter if they were men or women, elderly or children, they all clasped their hands together as they excitedly looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu waved his hand, and the scene became silent again. No one dared to make a sound, and they were even more respectful and devout to Zhao Fu than to a godly spirit. "My people. I am the God Master of the Pantheon Palace, the one who controls the Pantheon Palace. If you believe in me, I will protect you. Do you feel blessed living in the Pantheon Palace?" Zhao Fu's holy and dignified voice sounded like a bell being struck, sounding throughout the entire area. The countless residents below the stage put their palms together and excitedly replied, "We are willing to believe in the Lord forever. We are incredibly blessed." Even though everyone's voices were not very loud, when they were gathered together, it was like an ocean of sound, and it gave off a holy and boundless aura as it spread out. Zhao Fu smiled and slowly spread out his hands as a formless energy spread out. The Pantheon Palace's Pantheon Spear gave off a massive amount of power. Heaven and earth power quickly gathered above Zhao Fu, and a boundless divine might spread out. Rays of multicolored divine light shot down from the sky, landing on the residents below. After being hit by the divine light, the residents became much more energetic, and some of their injuries started to recover. Standing on the stone stage in the air, Zhao Fu's body was covered with multicolored light, making him look incredibly holy and divine, as if he was a god among gods. The countless residents once again knelt on the ground with fervent expressions on their faces. They put their palms together and looked at Zhao Fu with pious gazes as they yelled, "Our Lord, the heavens bless us." Their voices were incredibly loud and sounded out in all directions. Even from very far away, one could feel the fervor here. The metal stone goddess and the others stood within the white building, looking at the countless residents below and hearing those voices. They could not help but feel quite shocked. Now, all of the residents had become fervent believers, and they worshipped even more fervently than godly spirits like them. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu's divinity could not absorb faith energy, they would have been flooded with faith energy. From how they saw it, not only did Zhao Fu have great control over his strength, but he also had terrifying control over his thoughts. Luckily, Zhao Fu only had a divinity. If he was a true godly spirit, he would have stolen all of their faith energy. At the same time, they were quite curious to see just how terrifying Zhao Fu's country was in the heaven-awakened world. Zhao Fu allowed the divine light to last for a while before slowly dissipating. In the end, he returned to the white building with a trace of a smile. This was also the first time he had met so many commoners. As the leader of a faction, he had to meet his subjects. Otherwise, if they only knew of his existence but had not seen him with their own eyes, they would not recognize him as much. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Fu returned to Myriad God Palace and received the latest news. At this time, the various parties had already made some preparations and seemed to want to attack the Pantheon Temple directly. Right now, the Pantheon Temple was still in the process of digesting their forces. Their various forces were already in disarray, and they would need to train for a period of time before they could work together. Moreover, they had yet to familiarize themselves with the power of Pantheon. If they participated in a battle, their performance would not be too good. The people had just moved and gathered, and their hearts were only temporarily stable. They were easily affected by other things and became very uneasy and fearful. This was not a good time for a battle to break out in the Pantheon Temple. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu ordered people to gather information from the various major factions. The ones who posed a threat were these major factions, and if they could be dealt with, the Pantheon Temple would be much safer. Of course, sneak attacks like before couldn't be used, because that kind of large faction couldn't be compared to small factions. All kinds of measures were very complete, and they were very strong. Sneaking over would be very easy to be discovered. Moreover, Zhao Fu had already used this method before, so the various factions had most likely sensed it. It was just that they had not made any noise because they had already made preparations. The reason why Zhao Fu had gathered information from the various factions was because he understood that the various factions would not only be hostile towards the Pantheon Temple. Their hostility towards the Pantheon Temple was only because the Pantheon Temple had grown too quickly and had become a threat to them. However, there was no enmity between the two sides. In terms of enmity, there were many conflicts and wars between the various factions for the sake of their beliefs and benefits. These things had accumulated over time, causing the enmity between the various factions to become deeper and deeper. Now, they could not be reconciled. Now, they could make use of their enmity. If they fought, they would not attack the Pantheon Temple, and the Pantheon Temple would be able to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. After looking through all of the information, Zhao Fu smiled and found a few targets to make a move on. However, Zhao Fu did not act and continued to make the Pantheon Temple seem harmless and harmless. Zhao Fu continued to send gifts to the various factions, saying that it was to celebrate the various factions joining the Pantheon Temple. At the same time, he continued to welcome the various factions and stated that the Pantheon Temple would not expand outwards and was willing to coexist peacefully with the various factions. The various factions were not surprised by the Pantheon Temple's actions. Last time, when they had wanted to attack the Pantheon Temple had expressed goodwill. Now that they wanted to attack the Pantheon Temple again, it was understandable that the Pantheon Temple would continue to express goodwill. Some factions felt quite disdainful towards the Pantheon Temple and felt that it was too spineless and cowardly. It only knew how to express goodwill and not attack the Pantheon Temple. It was not as domineering as it had been when it had first risen up, but now, it seemed too weak. As such, their hostility towards the Pantheon Temple decreased and they felt that the Pantheon Temple was not much of a threat and could be easily destroyed. Some forces thought that the Pantheon Temple was hypocritical and disgusting. They were obviously very ambitious, but they pretended to be a sheep instead of a ferocious wolf. Now, the Pantheon Temple had gone from a small faction to a point where it could threaten them. They did not want the Pantheon Temple to continue to develop, as it would definitely surpass them. Right now, they wanted to destroy the Pantheon Temple and not allow it to continue to develop. It was just that they had not found a suitable opportunity. If they attacked the Pantheon Temple as a single faction, it would be impossible because the losses would be too great. They would not do something so stupid. Zhao Fu did not care about the various factions' attitudes towards the Pantheon Temple. After all, he was just putting on an act to make it seem like the Pantheon Temple was not much of a threat and gain some support from the people. However, the Pantheon Temple would definitely not be so obedient and not expand. At night, a large and round moon gave off bright moonlight, illuminating the dark blue sky. There were no stars around it. Zhao Fu started to act. His target this time was the faction that had the greatest enmity towards the Pantheon Temple. Because that faction was the closest to the Pantheon Temple, it felt the greatest threat from the Pantheon Temple and wanted to attack it. Zhao Fu's target was not them but one of their armies. Zhao Fu had said before that the enmity between the various factions was quite great, and it was even greater than Pantheon's. If he tried to sow discord between them, there would be a war. That way, they would not attack Pantheon, and Pantheon would be able to take advantage of them, killing two birds with one stone. This faction's greatest opponent was the faction on the left, which was called the Bear God faction. They had 400 million people and 30 million soldiers. They had 8 godly spirits, but their strength was quite average. Zhao Fu's plan was to control one of the Mountain God faction's armies to attack the Bear God faction. There was a great enmity between the two factions, and their strength was about the same. Once something like this happened, it was very likely that a war would break out. A while later, Zhao Fu came to the boundary between the two factions. There were mountain god soldiers standing guard on the defensive walls, and there were sticks with illumination pearls embedded into the defensive walls, giving off light in all directions. A faction's forces would not be gathered in one place and would instead be spread out. Otherwise, if the 30 million soldiers gathered together, it would be difficult for Zhao Fu to deal with them, let alone control them. Zhao Fu hid in the air and looked below. Apart from the soldiers on the city walls, there was also a military camp below the city walls, and there were many soldiers there as well. There were roughly 500,000 or so soldiers in total, which was not a lot for Zhao Fu and was within his control. Zhao Fu came to the ground and squatted down in a dark corner and pressed a hand against the ground. Boom, an explosion sounded out as massive amounts of demonic energy flowed out of Zhao Fu's body. An exquisite black magic formation rose up from the ground, giving off a faint black light and an evil and bewitching aura. Zhao Fu's eyes became a pair of blood-red roses, and he once again pressed his hand against the ground, causing a massive wave of demonic energy to flow into the ground. The soldiers on the city walls were guarding, and the soldiers in the barracks were either sleeping or eating supper. They didn't notice anything wrong at all. Wisps of black aura surged out from the ground and quietly entered their bodies. In an instant, the soldiers on the city wall and the soldiers in the barracks froze. Their eyes turned black and then returned to normal. Zhao Fu's mouth curled into a smile as he walked out from a dark corner. The rest of the mountain god soldiers gathered behind Zhao Fu with cold expressions on their faces. After gathering countless soldiers, Zhao Fu directly attacked the nearby bear deity forces. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales. The bear god faction's soldiers were on the city walls, and seeing this large-scale attack, they looked quite confused. They could not understand why the mountain god soldiers would suddenly attack without any warning. However, seeing this scene, they did not hesitate and immediately sounded the alarm. Countless bear god soldiers gathered, and the battle between the two sides began. Shoo! Arrows containing immense force shot towards the city walls, giving off a massive aura. The bear god soldiers on the city wall were just about to raise their shields to block the arrows. Suddenly, a wave of evil energy flowed into their bodies, causing their bodies to freeze. Arrows pierced through their bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere, and the soldiers fell to the ground, dead. The countless mountain god soldiers gave off ferocious auras and easily charged up the city walls. This was because the bear god soldiers on the city walls were all frozen in place, looking like blocks of wood. This was because Zhao Fu had used demonic power to control the bear god soldiers on the city walls. The mountain god soldiers attacked the city walls, waved the weapons in their hands, and directly killed the soldiers who were standing still in place, then rushed behind the city walls, charging into small towns and massacring them. After hearing about this, the bear god faction was infuriated. They mobilized the surrounding armies to destroy the mountain god soldiers, but they were unable to calm the flames of fury in their hearts. The mountain god faction suddenly attacked us and killed so many residents and soldiers. We want them to pay the price. I suggest that we gather all of our forces to attack the mountain god faction. I feel that it's quite strange. Why did the 500,000 soldiers suddenly attack and break through our defenses so easily? No matter what the reason is, the truth is that the divine bear soldiers attacked us, so we must make them pay the price. They have already attacked our forces and killed our soldiers and commoners. If we don't do anything, would we still have any face? If I'm not convinced, will the soldiers and residents be convinced? Don't be in such a hurry, I think that we can fight. Recently, the mountain god faction's movements have been quite strange, and their attitude has been quite arrogant. Why don't we act first? That's right. We can act now and make the mountain god faction behave. I've been waiting for this day. We can take revenge for the enmity from last time and this time. Because both sides already had grievances with each other, this incident was like a fuse. No matter what was strange about it, the majority of the bear god faction agreed to attack the mountain god faction. In the end, the bear god faction gathered their forces and attacked the mountain god soldiers. The mountain god faction was also quite confused. They did not know why the soldiers had gone to attack the bear god faction without their orders, and why they had easily broken through and started to massacre the bear god faction. Some of the mountain god faction's expressions became quite unsightly because they felt the aura of a scheme. There was definitely someone plotting something. However, it was their soldiers who had attacked. How could they explain it? There was no way to explain it. Even if they found a reason to explain it, would the bear god faction just let it go? It was an enemy to begin with. They had no choice but to fight this battle. Some of the mountain god faction's people were the more warlike type. Hearing that their soldiers had killed their way into the bear god faction, they were quite happy because they were killing enemies. Now that they were facing the bear god faction's attack, they strongly wanted to fight. In the end, the mountain god's power could only accept the challenge. Since the bear god's power was attacking, they couldn't just stand there and let the bear god's power attack them. In their hearts, they really wanted to attack the bear god's power and vent their disgust. Kill. The bear god faction's soldiers charged forwards, giving off a massive aura as they flooded towards the mountain god faction. Their auras were incredibly ferocious and could cause people to feel terror. The mountain god army on the city walls were filled with killing intent. Facing their old enemies, they wanted to kill them to take revenge for their family and friends who had died in the past. The battle quickly started, and blood continuously flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. Both sides continuously fought, and the scene was completely chaotic. After watching the two sides fight intensely, Xiaofu did not continue to participate. Instead, he disappeared and headed to his next target. This time, Xiaofu chose 3 targets. The mountain god was actually only the first, and there were 2 other targets. There could not be too many of them. Even though they could create a lot of conflicts, Pantheon would be too suspicious. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell that it was Pantheon who was causing trouble. It might incur the wrath of all the factions, and they would launch ferocious attacks against Pantheon. The second target was one of the most powerful factions here. It had a population of 600 million and a military force of 50 to 60 million. Its strength was similar to the current Pantheon. This faction was called the Sun God faction, and it had 3 gods. Even though there were not many of them, the 3 gods were very terrifying. Normally, 3 ordinary gods would not be able to defeat one. There were no comparable factions nearby, and the most powerful one only had 400 million factions, 30 million soldiers, and 6 gods. Xiaofu quickly arrived at the Sun God faction. The 2 factions were quite large, and if Xiaofu controlled some of the Sun God faction's soldiers to attack that faction might not attack with their full strength. Controlling that faction's soldiers to attack the Sun God faction was not very good, as a weak faction could not suddenly attack a powerful faction. This way, many people understood that someone was plotting something. Most importantly, Xiaofu had just used this method. If he used it a second time, it would be very easy to link this to the previous matter. However, because Xiaofu had gathered information from all sides, he thought of another method. The Sun God faction had a very talented son, who was also very handsome. He was the most popular man in the Sun God faction. However, he was quite arrogant, and apart from the 3 gods, everyone else saw him as a lowly being. This made him hated by many people. Xiaofu's target was him. At that moment, the son was in a luxurious room, looking at an extremely beautiful woman beside him. This woman had long golden hair, fair skin, and a pair of golden eyes. She was tall and wore a white dress. She was the Sun Saint, and her aptitude was also very high, only slightly inferior to the Sun Saint. She was also the number 1 beauty of the Sun Gods faction. The 2 of them had been designated as husband and wife by the 3 gods because the 3 gods wanted to use them to give birth to a divine son of the sun. The divine prince of Apollo Palace was very talented and had a large amount of divine spirit chi. He would lead the solar forces to glory. The Sun Saint son looked at the Sun Saint daughter with a hint of arrogance. Although your conditions are not as good as mine, I still quite like you. Now that the gods have betrothed you to me, you should accept me as soon as possible. The Sun Saint daughter frowned. She clearly didn't like the way the Sun Saint son spoke, and she calmly said, I understand this. I will accept God's arrangement to marry you and give birth to a God's child, but not now. I don't belong to you, so please don't interfere with my matters. The Holy Sun lightly laughed and said domineeringly, You've been mine from the very beginning, and I don't like you coming into contact with any men. You have to maintain your purity and stay away from other men in the future. The Sun Saint daughter felt quite furious and glared at the Sun Saint son. The Sun Saint son did not mind at all and smiled as he said, "Remember this, I'll be leaving now." Suddenly, a black-cloaked figure appeared in the room. The Sun Saint son was quite startled and sensed how terrifying this person was. "Who are you? You dare to come here?" The Sun Saint daughter looked at the man who had silently appeared in the room and her expression fell. She also understood how powerful Zhao Fu was. Zhao Fu looked at the Sun Saint son and did not reply. His eyes became blood-red roses as a massive wave of demonic energy exploded out and flooded towards the Sun Saint son. Even though the Sun Saint son was quite powerful to others, he was extremely weak to Zhao Fu. The Sun Saint son wanted to explode out with the power of the sun to resist, but he was directly inundated by the demonic energy. The demonic energy flooded into his body and quickly took control of his body. Seeing that the Sun Saint son was being controlled so easily, the Sun Saint daughter's heart sank and she immediately wanted to leave. However, a terrifying gaze turned towards her, causing the Sun Saint daughter's body to freeze. She felt a wave of terror in her heart. This person in front of her was many times more terrifying than godly spirits. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive wave of demonic energy flowed towards the Sun Saint daughter. The Sun Saint daughter did not want to end up like the Sun Saint son, so she hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "This lowly girl is willing to submit to Sir." Before, the Sun Saint daughter had wanted to leave because she did not like the Sun Saint son. However, the three godly spirits had forced her to become the Sun Saint son's wife, and for her own safety, she was willing to submit to Zhao Fu. From how she saw it, Zhao Fu definitely did not have a good reason for coming here, or else he would not have been so secretive. When Zhao Fu heard this, his expression didn't change. The devilish energy continued to flow towards the Holy Sun Maiden. The holy daughter of the sun was shocked, and just as she was about to resist, the wretched devil chi flowed into her body. She didn't react at all, and only then did she let out a sigh of relief. She understood that Zhao Fu had accepted her submission. Zhao Fu looked at the Sun Holy Maiden and said calmly, "Let's go." The Sun Saintess nodded and got up from the ground. Zhao Fu sent out a wave of power, which enveloped the two of them, and they disappeared as they flew towards the forces to the side. The Sun Saint daughter flew behind Zhao Fu and asked carefully, "Lord, what's going on? May I know your identity?" Zhao Fu flew in front. Now that the Sun Holy daughter had submitted to him, he did not hide anything and replied, "Pantheon Palace's God Lord." The Sun Holy daughter looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that the person in front of her was the Pantheon Palace's God Lord. No wonder he was so powerful. In that case, why was he bringing the two of them to the forces next to the Sun God? The Sun Holy daughter could faintly guess at something, and her expression became nervous. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others came to a city. Zhao Fu and the Sun Holy daughter hid in the air, while the Sun Saint son directly rushed into the city and started a massacre. He took out his saber and continuously sent out saber lights, killing the commoners and causing them to cry out. The Sun Holy daughter stood next to Zhao Fu and looked at the Sun Saint son, who was being controlled. She knew that if she had not submitted, she would have ended up like this. The city soldiers quickly rushed over and started to attack the Sun Holy son. Arrows flew over, but the Sun Holy son vigorously slashed out with his saber, sending out a powerful saber light that destroyed the countless arrows. Following this, the Sun Holy son rushed into the army of soldiers and once again started a massacre. He continuously slashed out with his saber, killing soldiers one by one. Boom! A massive aura exploded out from the city as a man dressed in armor furiously held a large axe and gave off terrifying power as he slashed towards the Sun Saint son. However, the Sun Holy son did not resist at all and allowed the axe to slash towards him. The Sun Holy son was split in half and blood flew everywhere as he died on the spot. The city lord was quite startled and had never thought that the Sun Holy son would be killed so easily. It was as if the Sun Holy son had been seeking death. Seeing this, the Sun Holy daughter could not help but feel afraid and worried as she asked, "God Lord, is there anything I can help you with?" Zhao Fu turned to look at the Sun Holy daughter and gave a trace of a smile as he said, "You can go back and pretend that nothing has happened. However, if anything happens in the future, you have to report to me. If you perform well, I'll make you the Sun God." The Sun Holy Daughter gave a trace of a smile and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Zhao Fu would treat her like the Sun Holy Sun. Moreover, becoming a god was incredibly tempting to her. Within the Sun Gods faction, the authority and faith were all controlled by the three Sun Gods, and no one else could become a god. Thinking about that, the Sun Holy Daughter looked slightly respectful as she said, "I'll definitely be loyal to the God Lord." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he stretched out a hand, causing 6 traces of demonic qi to flow out. Zhao Fu pressed down on the Sun Holy Daughter's abdomen and sent the 6 traces of demonic qi into her. The Sun Holy Daughter was an important pawn in destroying the Sun Gods faction, and she might be of great use. As such, Zhao Fu once again left behind a restriction on her. The Sun Holy Daughter immediately sensed the power within her body and her face became red. Her breathing became ragged as her body powerlessly fell towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and hugged her as he sealed the 6 desires demonic qi. The Sun Holy Maiden returned to normal, and she wanted to leave Zhao Fu's embrace. However, her body didn't want to do so. The Sun Holy Maiden lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, and her beautiful eyes looked at Zhao Fu's face, which was even more handsome than the Sun Saint Child's, and her heart couldn't help but be moved. Zhao Fu let go of her and said with a smile, "You can go back now. Something big is going to happen." The Sun Saint Daughter felt a bit of reluctance in her heart, but she also understood that something big had happened. After all, the Sun God Shrine's Saint Sun had died here. After the Sun Saintess returned, the news spread. First of all, that faction was incredibly terrified. With their current strength, they could not defeat the Sun faction at all. Now that the Holy Sun had died here, a huge battle would definitely break out. The Sun God faction was infuriated because that was the Sun Saint's son, the person most favored by the 3 godly spirits. He was the most respected person in the Sun God faction. Even though they did not know why their holy son had gone there and slaughtered countless people, their holy son had died there, and he had been killed by that faction's city lord. They had to take revenge for this. Moreover, the Sun God faction had always wanted to attack that faction, as that faction was the biggest obstacle to the Sun God faction. That faction understood how important this matter was, and they understood how terrifying the Pantheon Temple's faction was. Even though they did not know why the Sun Saint's son had gone to their territory and slaughtered commoners, they still took the initiative to send people to apologize. They also handed over the city lord who had killed the Sun Saint's son to the Sun God faction and allowed the Sun God faction's people to punish him. A faction without great strength was just that weak. Even if others had done something wrong, they would still have to apologize. This was because they were not as strong as others. If they had great strength, who would be so weak? However, despite that faction's actions, the Sun God faction was not willing to let them off. They first sent over the city lord who had killed the Sun Saint's son and had him beheaded as a sacrifice to the heavens before continuing to attack that faction. That faction had no choice but to gather its forces and desperately defend. A massive battle erupted between the 2 sides, and battle cries shook the surroundings. Blood continuously sprayed everywhere as people continuously died. The scene was incredibly tragic. Zhao Fu, who was hidden in the air, once again smiled and disappeared, heading towards his final target. The final target was a faction called the Fire God faction. It had about 500 million people and 40 million soldiers. It also had 5 godly spirits and was quite powerful. Next to it was a faction called the Star God faction. It had about 500 million people and 40 million soldiers. It also had 5 godly spirits, and it was also quite powerful. Their faction's strength was about the same, and they often had all sorts of conflicts. There was great hatred between the 2 sides, but neither side could do anything to the other. In actuality, these 2 factions did not have much enmity towards the Pantheon Temple, but in order to mislead the public, they still acted against these 2 factions. After all, if they only acted against factions that had great enmity towards the Pantheon Temple, it would be too obvious, and everyone would be able to guess who had done it. There was also another reason why Zhao Fu chose to act against these factions. Zhao Fu had heard that the Star God faction had assassinated an important figure in the Fire God faction. Even though it had not succeeded, the 2 factions were filled with the smell of gunpowder and could explode at any time. Zhao Fu was the one who had come to light the fire. Since the Star God faction had assassinated an important figure in the Fire God faction, Zhao Fu could control a few people from the Fire God faction and have them go to the Star God faction to assassinate an important figure. That way, the two factions would go to war without needing to do anything. After making this plan, Zhao Fu went to the Fire God faction and did some research. He found a few people who were not too high or too low in status, but they were quite famous. There were 6 people in total, 5 men and 1 woman. They were quite powerful to ordinary people, but to Zhao Fu, they were quite weak. They could not resist and were controlled by Zhao Fu's demonic qi. Bringing the 6 people, Zhao Fu quickly arrived at the Star God faction. The target that Zhao Fu wanted to assassinate had also been investigated. It was a relatively easy target. He was a priest and was very old, in his 80s. He had quite a bit of prestige in the Star God faction. It was broad daylight, so it was not convenient for Zhao Fu to act, so he waited until night. That night, black clouds covered the sky, and it was drizzling. The light was dim, and the sound was muffled. It was a good time to act. At that moment, a young man walked in. He was wearing a black robe with stars embroidered on it, and he was a young priest. "Grandpa Priest. It's so late, you should rest early." The young man looked at the elderly man and gave a caring smile. The elderly man gave a gentle smile as he said, "Wait a bit, I'll finish writing soon. This is a bit of my comprehension, and it can help you young priests. After I die, the great star god will need you to spread his faith." Hearing this, the young man couldn't help but look sad because the elderly man indeed didn't have much time left. The elderly man wasn't very powerful, so his lifespan was limited. Moreover, the elderly man had contracted an illness, so he wanted to use the last moments of his life to do something useful to others and to the godly spirit. It was because of this that he was respected by all priests. "Grandpa Priest, the godly spirit is so powerful, and they can use miracles to cure your illness." "You'll be fine," the young man said sincerely. The elderly man smiled as he said, "There's no need to trouble yourself, great star god. I've lived for so long, and I'm content." The young man looked quite uncomfortable, and his eyes flickered with tears. The elderly man smiled as he said, "All right. I'll rest in a bit, it's getting late, so you should rest first." The young man shook his head as he said, "I'll stay with Grandpa Priest for now. I'll rest after Grandpa Priest sleeps." Seeing this, the elderly man couldn't do anything. He smiled as he had the young man sit on a chair next to him, and he continued to write. By now, Zhao Fu had already arrived outside the room. Looking at the guards outside, he said to the people behind him, "Kill them." The people behind Zhao Fu had cold expressions and were under Zhao Fu's control. They did not hesitate as they quickly rushed towards the guards. The divine guard's complexion changed. He immediately shouted, "Enemies!" Then, with his weapon in hand, he charged towards the group. However, the guards were evidently not a match for Zhao Fu and his people, and they were directly killed, causing pitiful cries to fill the night sky. Hearing the pitiful cries outside, the elderly man's expression fell. The young man next to him looked terrified, and his body trembled. He didn't have any strength left, and if the enemies rushed in, he would definitely die. The old priest understood that those people were coming for him, so he quickly made a decision. He kindly smiled and said to the young man, "Don't be afraid. Hide under the bed and remember not to come out no matter what happens." The youth said worriedly, "What about you, Grandpa Priest?" The old shaman smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about me. Hurry up and hide under the bed, or else it'll be too late." Hearing this, the young man could only hide under the bed in fear. Bang, the door was kicked open and a few masked men barged in, looking at the old shaman with murderous intent. The old shaman sat on the chair with a calm expression. There was no fear in his eyes as he looked at those people calmly. "Who are you people?" Those people didn't say anything. One of them slashed out with his saber, and a huge saber light flew out, directly chopping off the old shaman's head. Blood spurted out, and the old shaman's corpse lay on the table. Then, a man walked forward and picked up the head that had rolled to the ground. The young man hid under the bed and watched this scene with his own eyes. Tears of pain flowed from his eyes. At the same time, he covered his mouth in fear, not daring to make a sound. His body was trembling, afraid that he would be discovered and that he would be killed. At that moment, the people that Zhao Fu controlled had already discovered the young man. However, he wanted to leave a witness, so he didn't kill the young man and controlled them to leave with the old shaman's head. At that moment, countless soldiers charged over. Zhao Fu controlled a few people to slow down so that the soldiers could catch up. He even held the old shaman's head in his hands for the soldiers to see. The soldiers looked at the old shaman's head that they usually respected and furiously charged at those people. Zhao Fu controlled those people to kill many soldiers, but more and more soldiers rushed over and joined the battle. In the end, those people that Zhao Fu controlled couldn't hold them off and died at the hands of the soldiers. A valiant-looking young man walked over and angrily walked over to those people's corpses and took off the cloth on their faces. The young man was quite familiar with these people, they were from the Fire God faction. At that moment, the tear-stained young man was brought over. He furiously pointed at those people and said, "They killed Grandpa Priest." This matter was quickly reported to the higher-ups of the Star God faction. These bastards. They actually dared to attack a powerless old man. They're simply animals. If they have the guts, come at me. AI. Back then, I was opposed to assassinations. Now, the assassination failed, and my own people were assassinated. Humph. We actually had a better target, but because he was too young, we changed our target. We couldn't be lenient back then. Now, they're not holding back at all. That old shaman is deeply respected and loved by our people. Now that they know he's been killed, the people and generals all want to avenge him. Let's fight. This war will break out sooner or later. It's better to start as soon as possible. The Fire God faction also received the news. Ha ha ha, who sent people to do this? They should be heavily rewarded. I've wanted to do this for a long time. It's a bit strange. Why haven't I heard any news? Who made such a big decision? It doesn't matter who did it. I've already received news that the Star God faction has mobilized a large number of troops to fight against us. Therefore, we must start preparing to face the Star God faction's attack. AI. I don't know how many people will die in this battle. Let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Either the Fire God faction or the Star God faction will die. Let's not waste any more words. That Star God force is already attacking. Let's start fighting. The Star God faction brought countless soldiers and fiercely attacked the Fire God faction. The Fire God faction also mobilized countless soldiers to guard the city walls, emitting a powerful aura. Boom, the two enormous auras collided. Both sides engaged in a fierce fight. Blood splattered and screams sounded. People died one after another, shocking the surroundings. Hidden in the void, Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. He disappeared and returned to the Pantheon Palace. The first piece of news was that the battle between the Mountain God faction and the Bear God faction was not very intense. Halfway through the battle, a third party had intervened, seemingly wanting to heavily injure the two factions and force them to stop while resisting the third party's attack. Even though the battle between the Mountain God faction and the Bear God faction was not intense, this did not disappoint Zhao Fu. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. This was a three-way battle, and it was of a larger scale with more people. Moreover, they could not focus on Pantheon right now. The second piece of news was that the Sun God faction had successfully destroyed that faction and devoured a large area of territory and countless people. Now, its strength was terrifying, and its population had reached 900 million. They had not increased the number of godly spirits. Of the original godly spirits, 3 had died, and 3 had escaped. That faction had been removed. At this moment, the Sun God faction was the most terrifying, and the surrounding factions were on guard. They turned their attention to the Sun God faction and no longer paid attention to Pantheon. This was because it was evident that the Sun God faction was more of a threat, and the various factions had gathered to discuss how to deal with the terrifying Sun God faction. The third piece of news was about the battle between the Fire God faction and the Star God faction. The Star God faction was on the offensive side, and after suffering some casualties, they could only temporarily stop attacking and think of another way to attack. At this time, someone suggested allying with other factions to attack the fire god faction, so they sent out a few messengers to the nearby factions. The Pantheon Temple was their best choice, so they immediately sent people to the Pantheon Temple, hoping to ask for help from the Pantheon Temple. Xiaofu was the most surprised about this. He had never thought that after sowing discord between the two sides, there would still be people who wanted to ally with him. Now, Xiaofu had two choices. The first was to refuse and maintain Pantheon's peaceful and friendly appearance, and the second was to agree and take the opportunity to attack the fire god faction to obtain some benefits. Of the two choices, it was obvious that the second was better, as he could obtain benefits and was invited rather than actively participating. Xiaofu immediately made a decision, but he did not directly agree. He still had to pretend to be peaceful and kind, and he first met with the messengers sent by the Star God faction. Within the palace, Xiaofu sat at the top while a beautiful middle-aged woman stood below. She had a pretty face and silver hair, and she had a slim figure. She wore a black robe with stars embroidered on it and gave off a mysterious aura. She looked similar to the young man beside the old shaman. This beautiful woman should be the young man's mother. "Greetings, Divine Master." The beautiful woman gave a trace of a smile and respectfully bowed to Xiaofu. She was only a priestess, and facing such a terrifying godly spirit, she had to be respectful. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiaofu's face. Even though he understood their goal, Xiaofu still feigned ignorance and asked, "What business does your star god force have?" The woman inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that the legendary Pantheon god lord was not that terrifying. He said with a smile, "The great star god sent me here to establish a friendly alliance with the Pantheon Temple." He also asked the Pantheon Temple to send troops to attack the nearby fire god forces. After that, all the population and resources will be distributed equally. Xiaofu smiled as he replied, "The Pantheon God Palace has announced to the outside world that it wants to get along peacefully. If we agree to your request and attack the fire god faction, that won't be too good." Hearing that Xiaofu did not refuse, the beautiful woman felt quite delighted and said, "Divine Master, you're helping your friend this time. This time, you're helping your friend. It's a legitimate action. No one will say anything." Xiaofu looked quite hesitant. The beautiful woman smiled as she said, "If we can destroy the fire god faction, the Pantheon God Palace can take 60% of the population. Moreover, in order to become friends with the Pantheon God Palace, the glorious star god has ordered people to bring many gifts." Following this, the beautiful woman had people carry over 10 or so chests of treasures and 10 or so beautiful women. The beautiful woman smiled as she said, "We've carefully selected these treasures and women to present to the Divine Master. This shows our sincerity." Xiaofu looked at the treasures and women and naturally did not pay much attention to them. His gaze fell on the beautiful woman. She seemed to have some status among the Star God faction's priests. As such, he smiled as he said, "Are you one of the gifts? If you are, I can consider forming an alliance with the Star God faction and sending troops to help you attack the Fire God faction." The beautiful woman looked quite surprised. She had never thought that Xiaofu would be interested in her. Thinking about it for the Star God and to defeat the Fire God faction, the beautiful woman smiled and nodded, "If the Divine Master wants me, I'm willing to offer myself to the Divine Master." Xiaofu gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "Then come with me." The beautiful woman had never thought that Xiaofu would be in such a hurry to want her now. Her face became slightly red as she nodded and followed Xiaofu to a room. Xiaofu stood in front of her and said in a gentle tone, "What is your name?" The beautiful woman understood what was going to happen and her face became slightly red as she replied, "Xing Spirit Moon." Xiaofu smiled and nodded. Clanging sounds rang out as two chains shot out and bound Xing Spirit Moon's hands. He then pulled them together and hung the beautiful woman's body in the air. Xing Spirit Moon's heart tightened and did not know what Xiaofu wanted to do. She immediately asked, "Divine Master, didn't you want me to serve you? Why are you doing this to me?" Xiaofu did not reply to her and stretched out a hand. 6 waves of demonic qi flowed out before Xiaofu pressed his hand against Xing Spirit Moon's abdomen and a massive amount of 6 desires demonic qi flowed in. Xing Lingyue immediately let out an uncontrollable gasp. Her face turned red and her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. Xiaofu smiled as he said, "Whenever you're willing to submit to me, you'll stop." Xing Spiritman's face became red as she angrily said, "You're the Celestial God Palace's divine master, how can you use such despicable methods on me?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed and ignored her words. He waved his hand and a wave of energy tore off her clothes, revealing her body to Zhao Fu. Xing Spiritmoon felt quite ashamed and her face became even redder. Zhao Fu went to a chair and looked through the various reports, allowing Xing Spiritmoon to twist and turn and give out alluring sounds. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he came in front of Star Spiritmoon and waved his hand, causing the two chains to loosen. Star Spiritmoon's body fell to the ground and Zhao Fu hugged her, not letting her fall to the ground. Star Spiritmoon was in Zhao Fu's embrace, and sensing Zhao Fu's aura, she seemed to lose control and started to kiss Zhao Fu. Only after Zhao Fu sealed the 6 desires demonic chi did she return to normal. However, now that Star Spiritmoon had returned to normal, she still tightly hugged Zhao Fu and did not want to let go, as if Zhao Fu's body had some sort of magical power. Even though Star Spiritmoon was hugging Zhao Fu, she still said angrily, "You bastard, using such a despicable method to make others submit to you, can't you use other methods? Also, do you often do this?" Zhao Fu smiled as he lifted Star Spiritmoon's chin, "It's easier and more convenient this way. For example, people like you who have high faith in godly spirits won't just last for an hour." Star Spiritmoon's face became red and she glared at him, "It's not my problem, it's that power of yours that's too abnormal. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have betrayed the Star God." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's just a godly spirit. After I destroy the Star God faction, I'll make you a godly spirit." Star Spiritmoon said in surprise, "Really?" To people in the godly spirit world, becoming a god was their greatest wish and their lifelong pursuit. Zhao Fu looked at her beautiful face and smiled as he said, "Do you think I'm a liar?" Star Spiritmoon happily kissed Zhao Fu, "I believe you, let me serve you now." Zhao Fu smiled as he cut her off, "There's no need to be like this. Put on your clothes and go back, then report to me about the Star God faction. I'll immediately send troops to attack the Fire God faction with your Star God faction." Star Spiritmoon said flirtatiously, "Now that the two sides have stopped fighting, you can pamper me once. There's still time, so there's no need to rush." Zhao Fu shook his head and said, "No." Star Spiritmoon felt quite disappointed and could only let go of Zhao Fu. She put on her clothes and bitterly looked at Zhao Fu, saying, "Then I'll be going." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Star Spiritmoon turned and left, and Zhao Fu gave the order to gather his troops. After Star God faction heard that Pantheon was willing to ally with them and attack the Star faction, they could not help but be overjoyed. Now that the Pantheon Temple had joined them, they might be able to annihilate the Fire God faction and end their long-standing grievances. When the Fire God faction learned about this faction, they could not help but reveal a look of fear. They also understood that if the Star God faction and Pantheon worked together, they definitely would not be able to stop them, so they also wanted to ally with the surrounding factions. However, the God faction was of the Fu of, and they did not want of the God faction. Of Sunday Zhao Fu directly rejected them, because the benefits of attacking Fire God faction would be greater. This time, Zhao Fu had mobilized more than 30 million soldiers. With an enormous and powerful aura, they attacked Fire God faction from the side. Fire God faction had a population of 500 million and a military strength of 40 million, while Star God faction had about the same strength as him. Star God faction's attacking force had also reached 30 million, leaving 10 million to defend. Hua's force had also used 30 million to defend against Star God, while the rest of the force was defending in other directions. Right now, facing the Pantheon Palace's 30 million troops, the Fire Divine Palace could only pull out 10 million troops from the battlefield with the Star God force, and also pull out some troops from other directions. Adding the urgently recruited militia, the number of troops had reached 20 million. At this time, Fire God faction had 20 million troops against Star God faction and 20 million against Pantheon. Right now, Star God's side was more advantageous. Pantheon, on the other hand, was more advantageous than Star God faction. This side was not the main force, and their preparations were lacking. The battle quickly began. Star God knew that this was the best time to extinguish Fire God faction, so he did not want to waste any time and attacked Fire God faction. Boom! 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 boom. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously as the soldiers of both sides fought fiercely. Screams and cries of battle rang out unceasingly as blood splattered everywhere. More and more people died, covering the ground. Zhao Fu's side also launched an attack. Swish! Swish, swish! Arrows shot towards the city walls with terrifying force. The densely packed arrows whistled through the air, not only causing people to feel a sense of fear, it was as if no one could survive under the arrows. On Fire God's side, there were only two gods in charge of commanding the battle. One of them was a man and the other was a woman, with fiery hair and fiery eyes. The man had a sturdy figure and the woman had a fiery hot figure. Facing the Pantheon Palace's arrows, the two godly spirits on the Fire God faction's side stretched out a hand and a massive godly spirit shot into the sky. Heaven and earth power continuously gathered, causing the sky to become a fiery color and fiery runes to appear on the walls. Boundless heat spread out, and a fiery curtain of light fell down, blocking the arrows that were shot over. Some of the Vulcan soldiers on the city wall raised their hands, causing the surrounding fire elements to continuously gather and form fireballs. Then, they threw the fireballs towards the Pantheon soldiers who were rushing over at high speed. The countless fireballs brought with them waves of heat as they flew towards the Pantheon soldiers, creating a terrifying scene. Bang, bang, bang! The charging Pantheon soldiers gave off a platinum aura that condensed in front of them, forming a massive platinum energy barrier. As the fireballs hit the barrier, they exploded, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The Pantheon soldiers gave off a powerful aura as they flooded towards the city walls, seeming unstoppable. The two godly spirits on Fire God's side looked quite serious. Even though Pantheon had not been established for long, it did not seem weak at all. The two godly spirits immediately gave orders, and the soldiers on the city walls exploded out with auras as their bodies gave off boundless fiery aura. The fiery aura gathered in the air and formed massive fireballs. The fireballs gave off searing heat and lined up in a row, giving off shocking heat. Boom, boom, boom! The fireballs gave off massive power as they quickly shot towards the defensive barrier, leaving behind fiery trails. Bang, bang, bang! The huge fireballs collided with the defensive barrier and exploded. A huge explosive power spread out, causing the sturdy platinum defensive barrier to shatter. Swish, swish, swish! Fire God soldiers grasped this opportunity, and arrows containing immense force shot towards the Pantheon Palace's soldiers with a terrifying aura. Chi! Chi! At the same time, some Pantheon soldiers used their weapons to deflect the incoming arrows and used their shields to block. After suppressing the Pantheon army's momentum, the two godly spirits and the commander gave a trace of a smile. What happened next caused the two godly spirits' expressions to fall. Countless traces of platinum aura once again rose up from the Pantheon army's bodies. The platinum aura continuously condensed in the air, forming 10 or so meter-long platinum spears that gave off terrifying auras, making people feel quite terrified. Boom, boom, boom! The platinum-colored spears shot out, bringing with them immense piercing power as they shot towards the defensive walls. They were incredibly fast, drawing out platinum-colored arcs in the air. Bang! Bang! The fiery barrier in front of the defensive walls was pierced through by the spears, turning into countless motes of fiery light and dissipating, while the spears continued to shoot towards the defensive walls. Chi, chi, chi! The spears gave off shocking power as they pierced through people's bodies. Some shield-wielding soldiers' bodies and shields were even pierced through, causing blood to fly everywhere and howls to continuously sound out. The defensive walls were now covered with silver spears, creating a shocking scene. It was unknown just how many people had died on the defensive walls. By now, the spears had turned into countless traces of platinum aura and dissipated. The Pantheon soldiers continued to rush towards the defensive walls and quickly reached the bottom of the defensive walls. They took out ladders and flying bolts and started to attack. The two godly spirits' expressions were quite unsightly as they gave the order to counterattack. They continuously shot arrows at the Pantheon soldiers and used heavy objects to hit the Pantheon soldiers, slashing out sharp lights. Swish, swish, swish! The Pantheon soldiers shot out a wave of powerful arrows, piercing through the Fire God army soldiers' bodies. The Pantheon soldiers used this wave of suppression to reach the defensive walls and start to fight with the Fire God army soldiers. A fire god palace soldier vigorously stabbed out with his spear, giving off terrifying power as he pierced through a pantheon god palace soldier's body. However, another pantheon god palace soldier vigorously swung his sword, chopping off the fire god palace soldier's head. A pantheon soldier slashed out with his saber, sending out a sharp saber light that sent a fire god soldier flying. Another pantheon soldier stabbed out with his spear, piercing through a fire god soldier's throat. A fire god palace soldier loudly roared as he swung out with his saber, sending a pantheon palace soldier flying. Another pantheon palace soldier wielded a spear and stabbed the fire god palace soldier's body. Not only did fire god's side not have as many people as pantheon, but their combat power was also inferior. Moreover, pantheon had the power to restrain them. As a result, fire god's side was no match for pantheon. Fire god's soldiers were constantly being killed, and it was clear that they were on the losing side. Seeing that the fire god army had been completely suppressed, Zhao Fu instantly disappeared and appeared in front of the two fire gods. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded out from Zhao Fu's body, forming a powerful gale that spread out. Sensing this power, the two fire gods' expressions fell. Zhao Fu held the emperor-killing sword and gave a cold smile as he slashed out, sending out a sharp black sword light towards the two godly spirits. The two godly spirits exploded out with divine power and used their weapons to block in front of him. Bang! Bang! The two of them were forced back 10 or so meters, and their expressions became even more unsightly as they felt that Zhao Fu's power was simply too terrifying. Zhao Fu held the sword and gave off a massive aura as he rushed in front of the female fire god. A massive wave of power entered the sword, causing it to give off an intense sword light. Zhao Fu raised the sword and vigorously slashed out, giving off a destructive power. The female fire god felt quite startled and sent her fire god power into the sword. The sword gave off boundless fiery light as she vigorously slashed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! The two swords collided with terrifying power, resulting in a massive sound. However, the female fire god was evidently not a match for Zhao Fu, and the emperor-killing sword gave off an intense black light as it slashed the female fire god to the ground, opening up a large crater. The male fire god held his spear and gave off a fiery aura as he furiously rushed at Zhao Fu. He vigorously stabbed out with his spear, sending out a searing spear light towards Zhao Fu's back. Zhao Fu spun and slashed out, destroying the spear light before slashing out again, sending out an enormous black sword light with shocking power. The male fire god's expression fell, and he put the spear in front of him to block. Bang! The massive black sword light slammed into the spear, resulting in an explosion as the male fire god was sent flying. Zhao Fu turned into a black ray of light and rushed up. The male fire god stopped himself and vigorously stabbed his spear towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear before vigorously slashing out with his sword. A sharp black sword light cut the fire god's body in half, causing blood to fly everywhere. Boom! A massive wave of heat exploded out as the female fire god appeared behind Zhao Fu. She raised her sword, which was covered in fiery flames. She vigorously slashed out, sending out an enormous fiery sword light that seemed to be able to incinerate everything as it slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned and blocked with his sword, and the powerful sword light slashed against Zhao Fu's sword, sending Zhao Fu flying back 10 or so meters. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu looked at the female fire god and gave a trace of a cold smile. The golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun and chains shot out from all directions, bringing with them immense power as they shot towards the fire goddess. The female fire god looked quite flustered as she swung her sword, cutting apart the incoming chains. However, there were simply too many chains, and in the end, she was bound in the air by the countless chains. Zhao Fu flew in front of her. The female fire god furiously glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he pinched the female fire god's chin and looked at her beautiful face as he said domineeringly, "You're mine now." The female fire god furiously roared, "Who's that? You bastard, I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu ignored the female fire god's words and a massive wave of 6 desires demonic chi flowed out of his hand and flowed into the female fire god's body. The female fire god's face immediately became red, and Zhao Fu quickly sealed the 6 desires demonic chi. He planned to properly discipline the female fire god after he returned. Following this, Zhao Fu grabbed out with his hand and a formless energy took out the male fire god's divinity. By now, the battle was almost over. The fire god soldiers were not a match for the Pantheon Palace's soldiers from the very beginning and were suppressed by them. End of chapter 1883. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.